You're a cheater. And the Empress next door is also a cheater. Not only has she awakened an SSS level talent, but she's also bound to you by a comparison system. Every so often, the system compares both parties' strengths. If she wins, she gains massive cultivation resources. If she loses, she has to go on a simp adventure. In her eyes, you're just a weakling, and she's confident she'll win every comparison. Little does she know you're the biggest cheater of all. Right now, you're watching her step onto the awakening platform when suddenly, a brilliant light erupts, and with a deafening boom, the detection stone explodes, stunning everyone present. Principal Xiao Jiangwo of No. 1 High School was brimming with excitement. Shenanren from Class 1, you've awakened an SSS level talent. What are its effects? As Shenanren raised her hand, a shadow detached from behind her and stood up on its own. This bizarre sight shocked everyone. Xiao Jiangwo asked curiously, "Can it attack?" Shenanren nodded, then manipulated the shadow to perform various combat moves, punching, stabbing, kicking. The force and wind pressure from the shadow strikes confirmed it was a physical entity. Compared to his astonishment, Shenanren remained far calmer. Combat was merely one of the shadow servant's most basic abilities. Their true power went far beyond that. Otherwise, the universe is vast and boundless, with countless prodigies. Yet he, who stepped into the cosmos from a remote planet, managed to reach the Emperor realm, dominate the starfield, and reign supreme. Excellent. An SSS grade talent is enough to grant you the highest level of resource allocation. Xiao Jiangwo exclaimed excitedly. This was the first triple S grade talent in Blue City's history. Time passed slowly, and after Shenanren, most of the awakened talents were around Earth grade. Finally, it was Class 3's turn, with students stepping onto the stage one by one. Suddenly, the talent testing stone erupted with dazzling light. It turned out your best friend Zheng Yuan had awakened his talent. On stage, Zheng Yuan was enveloped in blazing flames, clearly having awakened a fire-based talent, drawing countless envious and jealous gazes. Principal Xiao Jiangwo's wrinkled face beamed brighter than a chrysanthemum. One SSS grade talent and one A grade talent. Blue City No. 1 High School had truly struck gold this year. Zheng Yuan returned to your side, snapped his fingers, and a blazing flame appeared at his fingertip. Bro Yuan, cool or what? You grinned. Cool. Zheng Yuan flicked his hair in frustration. Too bad I'm not SSS grade, or I'd make another move on Goddess Su. You laughed. Even if you were SSS grade, you'd stand no chance. That girl's naturally cold as ice. Zheng Yuan nodded in agreement. At this moment, an unpleasant voice chimed in. Hilarious. Clearly she's the one who's not interested in you. And now you're putting on a cold face. You didn't even need to turn around to know who was speaking. Zhaorizu, the son of the school dean, Horseface Shu, who asked for your opinion. Zheng Yuan fired back without hesitation. After all, he was considered a genius, and when it came to clapping back at Zhaorizu, he didn't hold back at all. Zhaorizu's expression immediately darkened. The thing he hated most in life was his long face, and the nickname Horseface Shu was his absolute pet peeve. His eyes rolled, and he let out a couple of creepy chuckles. Stutterer, you guys probably haven't heard, no matter how cold a woman is, she'll burn with passion for the man who can handle her. Just wait and see. Once I awaken an SSS tier talent later, I'll have her wrapped around my finger for sure. Then, his tone shifted, and he shot you a weird look. By the way, judging by how cold she is toward you, did you do something shady at her place that made her hate you? Zheng Yuan frowned at his words, but you just grinned. For someone with such a filthy mind, we need holy light to purify his soul. With that, you slapped him across the face. Zhaorizu let out a howl of pain, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his nose, whimpering and cursing. The homeroom teacher, Old Wu, rushed over. This is a critical moment for awakening. What are you all doing? Zhaorizu, still holding his nose, snot and tears mixing together, cried out. Su Yuan hit me. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan calmly recounted the whole incident in detail. After hearing this, Old Wu couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes as he looked at Zhaorizu. Vice Principal Zhao Rigu was notoriously arrogant and sycophantic, known throughout the school, making it hard not to despise him by association. Just as he was about to reprimand Zhaorizu, the staff on the awakening platform called out Zhaorizu's name. Covering his nose, Zhaorizu glared at you viciously and said, "Just you wait." Zheng Yuan spat. This trash is downright scum. If he awakens a talent, it'd mean the heavens have gone blind. While Zheng Yuan was ranting, Zhaorizu had already stepped up to the talent testing stone. Once again, the stone emitted a dazzling light, drawing gasps from the crowd. It was the glow of an SS rank talent. A shadowy wolf formed from black mist slowly materialized behind Zhaorizu, its blood-red eyes filled with brutality and savagery. This was a lifeform type talent. Zheng Yuan froze, feeling the heavens' cruel mockery. No way, this bastard actually awakened an SS rank talent? But you remained unfazed as a transmigrator. What's the point if there aren't any petty villains around to step on your head? On stage, Zhao Rizu froze briefly before realizing his own awesomeness and immediately burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, SS tier talent. Hell yeah, I'm gonna turn my life around. Dean Zhao Rigu's face also lit up with wild joy. Such talent undoubtedly had monstrous potential. If not for Shenanren, he could easily secure this year's city's top scholar title and even aim for a spot in the provincial top 10. Colleagues around him offered congratulations, though a few who disliked Zhao Rigu, including Principal Xiao Jiangwo, remained unimpressed. He merely frowned and perfunctorily remarked, SS tier talent is quite impressive. Zhao Riga shot him a sidelong glance without responding, thinking to himself, my son is an SS tier talent. In a few years, this principal position won't be yours to keep. Xiao Jiangwo. When Zhao Rizu returned to the class lineup, he strutted around with his nose in the air, acting like he owned the place. Passing by Zhang Yuan, he even grinned and gave a thumbs up before slowly flipping it downward. What's this? Just A tier? That's it? His arrogant tone made Zhang Yuan grit his teeth. Look how full of yourself you are. Zhao Rizu chuckled, then turned his gaze to you. Once I win over Shenanren, we'll be family. Better take care of me from now on. You smiled brightly. Thank you. Zhao Rizu froze, and Zhang Yuan, baffled, blurted out, Bro Yuan, why are you thanking him? He's mocking you. You shook your head. I'd only heard of dogs relying on their master's status, but today I got to see a man relying on his talent's prestige. So thank you, Horseface Shu, for broadening my horizons. Zhang Yuan paused for a few seconds before catching your meaning, then slapped his thigh laughing until tears streamed down. Ha ha ha, a man relying on talent's prestige, Bro Yuan. You're the best. Zhao Rizu's smile instantly stiffened. At this moment, the staff called out Su Yuan's name. Zhang Yuan laughed until his stomach hurt, but still waved his fist at you. Brother Yuan, go for it. You nodded, ignoring Zhao Rizu beside you, and calmly walked up to the awakening platform, placing your hand on the talent testing stone. However, the stone showed no reaction at all until the very end. When a faint glow finally appeared, this was a D-grade talent, power amplification, granting the awakened enhanced strength. You had mentally prepared yourself, but as you stepped down, an exhilarating notification suddenly echoed in your mind. Divine lottery system successfully bound. That feels good. Su Yuan's lips curled upward little by little. The gloom of awakening an Earth-grade talent completely swept away as he returned to the crowd with a radiant smile. Su Anyan's expression remained unchanged. She barely had any memories of Su Yuan, and in her impression, he was indeed just an ordinary talent holder with nothing remarkable about him. To be honest, she really couldn't understand why her system had chosen Su Yuan as the binding target. With such a low starting point, was it just to give her more confidence? But as a reborn Empress, she didn't need this so-called confidence at all. Her Dao heart was unshakably firm. Perhaps it was something like a beginner's benefit in a game. When they returned to the classroom, the others still looked at Su Yuan with some envy. No one mocked him for awakening only an Earth-grade talent. After all, those who could awaken any talent were extremely rare, and even the lowest Earth-grade talent was better than having none at all. Zhang Yuan, however, seemed somewhat embarrassed, stammering and unsure how to speak. In his view, awakening an A-grade talent while Su Yuan only got an Earth-grade felt like a betrayal of his friend. Su Yuan found this amusing. Don't act like a girl, kid. I'm fine. Earth-grade talent is just Earth-grade talent is only the starting point, not the end. Who's to say which of us will be stronger in the future? Zhang Yuan glanced at him and, seeing that Su Yuan genuinely didn't seem discouraged, secretly let out a sigh of relief. What he didn't know was that Su Yuan had a few more words left unsaid. Bro, sorry about this. As someone who only awakened an Earth-tier talent, I figured it wouldn't hurt to cheat just a little. Of course, Zhao Rizu, who had just taken a solid punch from Su Yuan, couldn't resist taunting. With his nostrils flaring and chin raised high, he sneered, starting point? Ending point? Don't make me laugh. With just some lousy Earth-tier talent, how far do you think you'll go? My SS-tier talent means I'll be stepping on your head for life. Right now, only Suyan and I in this whole school are in the same league. Just watch how I'll win over that ice-cold Suyan who always ignores you lot. His words not only mocked Su Yuan but also disparaged the ordinary students who hadn't awakened any talents. The crowd glared at him furiously. But Zhao Rizu carried himself with such an I'm the king of the world arrogance that everyone just wanted to teach him a lesson. Su Yuan sighed. You can stop barking. Your awakened talent is a wolf spirit. If you really don't have a life, you can learn to howl twice like a wolf. Barking, how humiliating. Hear that? The surrounding crowd first froze for a moment, and then all of them stopped pretending and laughed, not caring about Zhao Rizu's thoughts at all. People's popularity sucked like this, so you can imagine what kind of person Zhao Rizu was in his normal life. Zhao Rizu's face rose to a pig's liver color. He gritted his teeth. The demonic wolf silhouette slowly surfaced behind him, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly chilled a few degrees. After being summoned out, the demonic wolf's piercing bloodshot eyes stared dead at Su Yuan. The tyrannical killing intent contained therein caused many people to shiver. Yuan, however, just looked on with cold eyes, without the slightest appearance of retreat. Yuan took a step forward and blocked in front of Yuan, two flames emerging from his palms. What do you want? Just as the atmosphere was tense with swords. No one noticed. A shadow quietly appeared underneath the demonic wolf silhouette. And then, swish! A shadow blade stabbed out. The demon wolf was instantly penetrated. After wailing, the aura of his body suddenly shriveled, and the original solidified shadow of his body faded away a lot. The crowd was shocked. This is Shadow. Shadow. Chapter 5, Hidden? I don't need to hide my talent. The crowd turned their heads to look. Only Suyan was looking over with a cold expression. Classes 1 and 3 weren't far apart, and the commotion over here was naturally noticed by Suyan. Just after heavily wounding Zhao Rizu's dark demon wolf. The shadow that had launched the attack then dissipated without a trace, and Suyan turned her head back as if nothing had happened. Yuan was thoughtful. This guy. It's cold though. But by the looks of it, it still recognizes itself. Yuan was also surprised as he looked at Yuan, then at Suyan, and sneaked over to Yuan's ear. Brother Yuan. Goddess Su has finally been taken down by you? Yuan coughed softly. What's the thought? Guess it's just that she was thinking of trying her hand at it, and this just happened to be a barking dog, gun to the head, stick to the dog, that's all. Zhao Rizu's face was ugly. He noticed that the demon wolf's aura had weakened quite a bit and hurriedly put it away. And then viciously gouged out Yuan. Soft on women. Immediately afterward, he twisted his head to look at Suyan in the crowd, his eyes wild and greedy. This chick. That's awesome. The movement off the stage naturally could not be hidden from the people in the leadership seat. It's just that in today's world, where martial arts are prevalent, a little bit of friction is within the bounds of permissibility as long as it doesn't result in a death. Therefore the school leaders did not intervene. Just bar. After seeing Zhao Rizu's SS-ranked demon wolf void, instantly defeated by Suyan's shadow, the crowd couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's worthy of being an SSS rank talent, it's still much stronger than an SS rank. Yeah, SS rank is strong enough, but in front of SSS rank, it's still slightly lacking. Young people are just exuberant, but this is good, proper competition is conducive to the growth of strength. Zhao Rigu, who was silent on the side, had an unpleasant face and shady eyes. Perhaps due to the demon wolf's injury, Zhao Rizu settled down quite a bit. Next, there are the rest of the classes to be awakened. Taking this opportunity, Yuan was studying his system. Divine Lucky Draw System. Host, Yuan. Realm, Awakening Stage 1. Cultivation Method, no. Battle Technique, none. Emotional Value, 0. A few minutes later. Yuan then figured out what the system did. Quite simple and crude. Briefly. As long as his words and actions cause others to have mood swings, you can then gain the appropriate sentiment value. The stronger and more violent the person generating the mood swings is, the more mood value is harvested. And mood values only serve one purpose, and that's to draw prizes. As for what rewards can be gained, the system doesn't give an answer. Ding! The newbie gift package is being distributed, do you want to receive it? Yes. Yuan didn't have any hesitation. Newbie packages are being opened. Get 10 consecutive draws one-time special guaranteed must gold. 10 in a row? And the special effect of guaranteed sure gold? Comfortable. Immediately. Yuan directly used the 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. 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 Yuan? It's not. Are you kidding me? 3 thank yous straight up? That's not the way to cheat people, is it? It seemed to have seen the depression in Yuan's heart. The 4th draw finally resulted in a reward. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 Battle Skill Epiphany card. Battle Skill Epiphany card can be used on a rank and below battle skills, and after using it, it raises the mastery of the battle skill to the realm of perfection. That good? If memory serves. A-class battle techniques were already the ceiling of what ordinary people could reach. And in today's world, the degree of mastery of battle techniques is divided from low to high. Mastery, proficiency, mastery, subtlety, perfection, and the highest level, true intent. Perfection is already the second highest realm. An average martial artist, who could master a battle technique into the subtle realm, would already be quite remarkable, enough to be called an expert in the phrase. However, perhaps this lottery had used up Su Yuan's good luck. The next 4 draws were all, thank you for your patronage. All the way to the 9th draw. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 hour of static space. Ha! 1 hour of still space? Su Yuan froze. He craned his head to look around. It's what I thought it would be. Time stands still series? Heaven above, I, Su Yuan, am a purely decent man. 1 hour static space. After using it, you can create a special space. When staying inside, the outside world time is static. It can be used for cultivation, enlightenment, practicing. Aha! That's more like it. But is this the guaranteed must be gold? Although the effect is quite unbelievable, but after all, it's only 1 hour long, so it shouldn't be a gold quality reward, right? Let's see what the last draw will be. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining SSS grade talent Ancient God Bloodline. Su Yuan? SSS level talent? That's right. That's what makes it worthy of a gold quality reward. Hint, fusing this talent will produce some visions. The system can help to cover it up. Masking the vision? Su Yuan grinned. No need. Life on Earth. Live for what? Living is a blast. Hiding is not right with him. And again. One needs to make others have mood swings and accumulate mood values. Then. Shocker. Isn't that a nice mood swing? So. I refuse. Alert, talent fusion in progress. Boom. Almost instantly. An incomparably violent power surged into Su Yuan's body. If the original Class D power increase had only slightly stimulated Su Yuan's genetic energy, giving him strength beyond that of an ordinary person. So now, after fusing that ancient god's bloodline, every cell in Su Yuan's body had undergone a qualitative change. As if he had gotten a leap in the level of life, deep in his cells, a strong vibration was emitted. In the meantime, behind Su Yuan, a vague shadow emerged. It was a vast and brilliant starry sky. One big hand. Pick the stars and take the moon. Shake the heavens. Power. Exponentially more powerful. It surged wildly within Su Yuan's body. It made the current Su Yuan seem like a humanoid ferocious beast. Confusion +1. Confusion +1. Clueless +1. Clueless +1. Shock +1. Because of the commotion made by Su Yuan, the people around him were collectively baffled, generating a wide range of emotions. This is? What's going on? Young One blinked in confusion. Fuchi? Zhao Rizu gave Su Yuan a suspicious look. Degrade trash, playing God. However, his words had just fallen. Just a figure was seen flashing by. Quick. Fast as hell. It kept them all from seeing much. And then only a crisp slap was heard. Pop. Immediately after. Zhao Rizu as a whole. It was directly slapped out. It spun several times in the air before crashing to the ground with a thud like an upside-down plant. This instant, the entire field fell into a deathly silence. Shock +1. Shock +1. Shock +1. Rage +5. Chapter 6, If you piss me off, I'll beat the hell out of you. A steady stream of informational alerts came through. Su Yuan smiled broadly and moved his muscles. Sorry, didn't control the force. A system of bindings that require the collection of emotions for rewards. It was destined that he would lead a pugnacious life. Holding back? It doesn't exist. You're pissing me off. I'll kick your ass. Unbridled. The podium. Zhao Rigu was furious when he saw this scene, and between the flashes of his body, he arrived beside Su Yuan. At this point, Su Yuan turned his head. Just in time to meet Zhou Ri Hook's gaze. In his eyes, a faint ray of pale gold color flashed. This moment. I don't know why. Zhao Rihu's heart trembled slightly. It's as if what was in front of himself was not a student, but a powerful and ferocious beast. Fear +5. Sure. The feeling was only fleeting, too. He was at least a third-order powerhouse. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was still just a rookie who had just awakened. But it was such a momentary pause that was already enough for Principal Xiao Jiangwo to block the middle of the two. Director Cho. Xiao Jiangwo's eyes were sharp. Young people who have just awakened are thinking of trying their hand at it, and this drive and vigor is a good thing. But what does it mean? Words. Zhao Rihuk's mind cursed. But Xiao Jiangwo was a third-order powerhouse like him. If he forced himself to stand up for his son, not only would he not be able to curry the slightest favor, but he would be laughed at instead. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and stared dead at Su Yuan. Good. Good. Yes. Awakening a D-ranked talent is so sharp. You are extraordinary. Su Yuan, right? I'll take note. Rage +8. Su Yuan grinned. I'm sorry, Director Zhao, I'm not a D-ranked talent, just now it was a problem with the talent detection stone. Su Yuan didn't hide his talent, that was purely eating his fill. Showing off one's strength and talent in exchange for more resources tilted in one's favor is what people in their right mind should do. Besides, the whole pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger thing is long out. A dragon, as usual, can eat a tiger. Said. And made it a point to laugh and ask about it. Or is it that your old eyes are bad and you didn't see the vision behind me just now? The corners of Zhao Ilhak's mouth tugged. Resentment +5. He took a deep breath. What visions are not visions? What an ignoramus! Do you know that the talent detection stones are all products of special research and development by the Great Summer Research Center, having been tested tens of thousands of times? Even if you have the wrong gender, its test results won't be wrong. Even if you test it 10,000 more times, the results won't change. D-grade talent is D-grade talent, what's the point of fooling yourself? I think you used some special props, which caused the vision just now. Principal Xiao Jiangwo mused slightly. Student Su Yuan, what was the talent you just awakened? The result given by the talent test stone is D-grade, but the vision you just made. It was indeed very special. Where Class 1 is located. Suyan frowned and looked this way. She knew very well that it was almost impossible for the talent detection stone to make a mistake. And she was born again. Naturally, he knew the fact that Su Yuan's talent was mediocre. Just how can the vision just now be explained? Just as the crowd was reacting in different ways. Zhao Rizu, who had been slapped out by Su Yuan, finally climbed up. His face was topped with an unmistakable slap mark. The corners of his mouth were red and swollen, and even one of his incisors had popped off, and when he spoke, he whistled and leaked. I grew stash wood. Don't you dare big nest. Well, what up you? Rage +10. If Zhao Rizu took a punch from Su Yuan before his talent awakened, it was just anger. Then after the awakening of his talent, the self-proclaimed SS-ranked Heaven's Pride was slapped out in full view of the public, and that made his anger value grow doubly. Xiao Jiangwo glanced toward Zhao Rizu and coughed softly. Director Zhao, although little Zhao's talent is good, but this character, it needs to be honed more before it's ready. The corners of Zhao Riga's mouth twitched and he barely managed to spit out a mouthful of old blood. His son was slapped by Su Yuan. And you, old Biden, turn around and say Zhao Rizu has a bad temper? Just as the two school leaders confronted each other. Su Yuan suddenly asked. Headmaster. According to the regulations of the Board of Education, after awakening their talents, between martial artists, it is possible to engage in dueling challenges, right? Principal Xiao Jiangwo froze before nodding. That's right, dueling challenges are allowed as long as both parties agree, but they can't get anyone killed. Su Yuan nodded, then looked at Zhao Rizu and revealed a nuclear good smile. Hey, it looks like you're very unconvinced. Tell you what, I'll give you a chance to get revenge. Want to have a fight with me? Wow. Hearing Su Yuan's words, the people present were all confused. Su Yuan, to challenge Zhao Rizu, an SS class awakened? To know. After the awakening. The party was able to start absorbing source energy to cultivate. That is to say, all of them were now at the same starting line, all of them at awakening stage 1. Then, the only factor that affects combat effectiveness is talent. Yuan. How dare he? Then look at Zhao Rizu. When he heard Yuan say that he wanted to challenge him to a duel, his heart was almost ecstatic. It was a chance from heaven to avenge his death. To know. In his perspective, he himself had just been slapped out by Yuan. Totally because he got snuck up on. If the dang showdown. Yuan couldn't even touch one of his fingers. And so, he spat, his eyes narrowing slightly with menace. Are you thinking that you have a chance because Suyan severely injured my demon wolf just now? Don't be naive. Even if my demonic wolf only has a third of its strength left, it can still easily abuse you. Yuan laughed. Just say dare. Zhao Rizu raised his chin, keeping his pride. The man who was afraid is a dog. At this point, Zhao Rihu, who had never spoken, spoke. He looked at Yuan with a cold smile. Good boy, with gusto. This way, when the awakening ceremony is over, you two fight in front of the entire school. Consider it the prize for this session of the awakening ceremony. What do you think? Xiao Jiangwo frowned. How could he not know the meaning of this Xiao Rigu? It was clear that he was trying to give Zhao Rizu a delay so that his demon wolf could recover. Zheng Yuan was also a little worried in his heart. Yuchi. Yuan, however, didn't care. Since he's collecting emotional values. Well, it's either that or play big. The shock value collected from abusing Zhao Rizu all over again in the limelight was definitely quite a lot. Therefore, he responded directly. Good. Right after the awakening ceremony. Gutsy enough. Zhao Rigu's purpose was accomplished, a grim smile on his face. Dare to hit his son. There has to be a price to pay. That's all. The awakening ceremony continues. It's just a shame. It's as if the people in front of us ran out of luck. Next in testing. Only 2B graded gifted, 2C graded gifted, and 5D graded gifted came out, and then nothing more. Finally, the awakening ceremony for the senior class at Arashur City First High School was a successful and rewarding experience. 1 SSS ranked gifted person, Suyan. 1 SS ranked gifted person, Zhao Rizu. 1 classic gifted, Zheng Yuan. 4B gifted, 4C gifted, 7D gifted. In total, nearly 1,000 people, combined, there were only 18 gifted, less than 1/50% of awakening. This is still the best result in the history of Arashur City First High School. This shows how rare the gifted are. That's why. The fact that Yuan, who was a D-ranked gifted person, was going to challenge Zhao Rizu, who was an SS-ranked gifted person, was what caused countless people's emotions. Whatever the outcome, many people were admiring Yuan's courage. The center of the playground. The crowd made room for the two. The two of them, Yuan and Zhao Rizu, stood on either side. Chapter 7, Instantaneous Seconds. The whole room is shocked. Can you bite it? The crowd. Zheng Yuan was secretly cheering for Yuan. As for Suyan, honestly, she had no interest in this farce. The only reason to stay was to wait for Principal Xiao Jiangwo to take her to the Education Bureau for the resource-inclined certification of SSS-ranked gifted people. Hey, who do you guys think is going to win? Even though I look at Zhao Rizu with displeasure, this is definitely his win. Everyone is still only awakening stage 1, and they don't even know how to utilize basic source energy, so it's definitely whoever is more talented who wins. Damn, why did this Zhao Rizu guy awaken SS grade talent? This dog luck is simply amazing. It's a pity, I hope Yuan doesn't get abused too much. Didn't Yuan also make a special vision just now? Maybe there's really something wrong with the talent detection stone. This possibility is too low. Besides, there are some low-ranked talents that can make a lot of noise. It's something that can't be said. Also, what do you guys know? Even if Yuan has only awakened a D-grade talent, as long as he holds on to Suyan's thigh, he can take off. Don't you know? The relationship between Yuan and Suyan doesn't seem to be very good. Usually the two don't talk when they meet. That's not necessarily true, is it? Goddess Su is the ultimate iceberg beauty. Not only does she not talk to Yuan, she doesn't talk to anyone else, either. How can that be the same? Yuan lives with Suyan. What's the difference between living together and other people? There was a lot of talk off the field. Zhao Rizu uncharacteristically did not open his mouth to mock. Because what he wanted to do right now was to brutally beat Yuan up, making him desperately beg for mercy as his demonic wolf tore at him. And so, he raised his hand. Endless black mist lingered and flipped in front of him, and in the end, it gradually solidified and transformed into a dark demonic wolf. Those piercing bloodshot eyes were still full of tyranny, and hadn't weakened in the slightest because of the previous injury. Roar! A low growl of thirst for blood escaped from its throat. Unusual wolves had fangs, but the demonic wolf in front of him had a mouthful of fine, sharp teeth, which was chilling. Go! Zhao Rizu rushed at Yuan and commanded the dark demon wolf to attack. Roar! The dark demon wolf let out a tyrannical hiss as it charged towards Yuan, who it regarded as its prey. In contrast, Yuan just stood in place. And then, ka-ching! The feet were suddenly powerful. Ground. Inch cracks appear. The powerful reaction force caused Yuan's figure, as if it was a cannonball, to launch out. See this scene. The surrounding audience was all confused. What speed? He stomped the ground. What the hell? Is this physicality serious? It's on, isn't it? Shock +1. Shock +1. Shock +1. Seniors, before their genetic awakening, studied theoretical classes. There may be individuals with physical qualities that stand out, but there is absolutely no way there is the power to trample the ground. Not to mention, that's not normal speed either. Far beyond the norm. The only explanation is talent. But how could a D-rank talent grant one such a powerful physical quality? The podium. Principal Xiao Jiangwo stood up with a miso sound, his gaze fixed on Yuan's figure with shock in his eyes. This explosive power, this speed, is a first-order intermediate level of physical body. D-grade talent, it's absolutely impossible to have this level of reinforcement. The talent detection stone, it's really wrong. A first-order intermediate level of physical body. This level of power is not considered strong though. But the thing is, Yuan has only just awakened. And the result given by the talent detection stone was, again, a D grade. Even the top-ranking D-rank talent in the physical body strengthening category could not possibly allow him to obtain this level of power. Unless, as Yuan said, he is, in no way, a D-rated gifted person. Suyan's beautiful eyes twinkled. This level of power. Medium of the first order? D-level talent, can't do that. I can't believe that it wasn't just a case of tough talk and bravado, but that something was really wrong with the talent detection stone? Shock +1. Shock +2. Shock +1. Shock +3. Listening to the burst of beeps coming from the system, Yuan said, "Cool. That's cool." The smile on his face, too, grew wider. This time, it just so happened that it was also the moment he encountered the dark demon wolf. That dark demon wolf, with a fierce bite, bit down on Yuan's left hand. Only. Can you bite it? Yuan smiled. Being of the bloodline of an ancient god, the strength of the physical body was by no means something that this tiny SS-class dark demon wolf could touch. In the moment when the dark demon wolf was confused, Yuan extended his right hand. It was like an iron vice, tightly choking its neck. And then, holding the dark demon wolf in his right hand up high as if it were trash, slammed hard towards the ground. Boom! A loud noise came. The ground once again cracked in all directions and was even smashed out of a crater. That dark demon wolf was lying in the center of the pit, its neck and body showing bizarre twisted bends, obviously having been completely broken. After a while, it twitched twice. The body gradually laxed and dimmed, and finally turned into a wisp of pale black mist that escaped back into Zhao Rizu's body. This time, the trauma received by the dark demon wolf was even more severe than Suyan's shadow strike. Zhao Rizu's face, too, turned pale in this instant. No way. This is impossible. Off-site. Silence. Absolute silence. The entire audience, at this moment, were all confused. It's not this guy Yuan. He actually used his physical body to harden himself against Zhao Rizu's SS class Dark Demon Wolf. And so easily. A win. Is this some kind of humanoid ferocious beast? Shock +3. Shock +4. Shock +11. The podium. It's the same silence. The smile on Zhao Rigo's face had completely solidified. Zhao Rizu's fiasco was like a resounding slap that flung heavily and hotly in his face. He couldn't figure it out, not at all. Suyan had awakened an SSS rank talent, and it was even if she was able to easily defeat Zhao Rizu's Dark Demon Wolf. Yuan. What's he got to do with it? It was clearly just a D rank talent. Why was his own son's SS rank talent, in front of him, so fragile and weak? In stark contrast, Chancellor Shaw. Just now, the Dark Demon Wolf bit on Yuan's palm, but it didn't cause any damage to him. This kind of terrifying physical quality is definitely an SSS grade fleshly body type talent. The talent test stone, it's really wrong. He was filled with excitement and immediately decided that he would have Yuan retest his talent level. He picked up the microphone. Student Yuan, please go back to the awakening platform for your second talent measurement. Chapter 8 Top Talent. Demonic Qualification. Wailing Source Energy. Off stage. Yuan reached out and gave an OK gesture. But instead of moving immediately, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Rizu, whose face was pale in front of him. Zhao Rizu shivered when he was stared at like this by Yuan and unconsciously took a few steps back. You, what do you want? Yuan grinned. It was clearly a bright smile, but in Zhao Rizu's eyes, it was like the smile of a demon. If you fall behind, you'll be beaten. If you're willing to gamble, you'll lose. This is a duel challenge, how can I not teach you more lessons? The words fell. Yuan's figure stormed up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhao Rizu. And then. Lift your leg and it's a kick. Kicked Zhao Rizu directly in the chest. Boo! The terrifying force instantly caused Zhao Rizu's ribs to break twice, and with a muffled grunt, he spat out blood and flew backwards. Landing a few meters away, he struggled to get up and failed, and finally his eyes went black and he just fainted. Shock +2. Shock +4. Shock +6. Worship +3. Worship +2. Oh. I violently beat up Zhao Rizu myself, and someone actually contributed worship? It seems that on weekdays, a lot of people are not afraid to speak out against this guy. Now that he had helped them out, he naturally reaped the adoration. The podium. Zhao Rigu was so angry that his lungs exploded. In favor of him, he couldn't make a move, so he could only immediately call out the medical staff and bring Zhao Rizu for treatment. In the meantime, Yuan had already ascended the awakening stage and started his second test. Place your hand on the test stone. Same as the first time. For the first few seconds, the talent test stone didn't react in any particular way. A few seconds passed. That's what lit up the faintest of lights. Yuan didn't care about that, because, well, he's doubly gifted. One of the talents is, indeed, a D rank power increase. The other one, it was the SSS rank Ancient God Bloodline. Only. The people on stage don't know. They all murmured. Yuan is actually still a D rank talent? Then how did he beat Zhao Rizu, who has SS grade talent? Right. What the hell is going on? It's fine if he barely fought, but Yuan killed Zhao Rizu in seconds. Beat him to the point where he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Hell no. Leader's table. Principal Xiao Jiangluo's brows were furrowed and his face was filled with confusion. Judging from the battle power that Yuan had just displayed, it was definitely not something that a D-grade talent could do. Director of Instruction Zhao Rigu smiled sorrowfully, not an SSS grade talent, merely a D-grade talent. In the future, there will be ways to clean you up. Class 1. Suyan looked at Yuan on the stage, pondering. The reaction of the talent test stone should not be right. If it was just a D-rank talent, it was impossible to ignore the Dark Demon Wolf's attack. Class 3. Zheng Yuan sweated for Yuan. Brother Fuchi, give it a shot. Just as the crowd on stage reacted in different ways. Suddenly, the talent test stone on the awakening platform trembled violently. And then, an extremely brilliant light erupted. immediately following. Boo! The awakening stone shattered again. The very beginning. The crowd hasn't reacted yet. Until a loud awesome rings out. The entire playground instantly exploded. SSS level talent. Sure enough, it's an SSS ranked talent. Now it all makes sense. No wonder Yuan was able to instantly kill the SS ranked Zhao Rizu. Because of his talent, it's stronger. Leaders table. Principal Xiao Jiangwo's tightly wrinkled brow gradually stretched out, gradually transformed into a loud laugh. I thought it would be a blessing from heaven to have a Suyan out this year. Unexpectedly, another Yuan came out. 2 SSS ranked gifted people. This year's Arashur City won. It's going to make a big splash in the entire South River administrative region. On the contrary, the director of instruction, Zhao Rihuk, who was on the sidelines. He had completely lost his previous arrogance, and sat paralyzed in his seat like a defeated dog. He knew that it would be impossible for him to find trouble with Yuan after that. An SSS-ranked gifted person was not something he could touch. The crowd. Zheng Yuan was confused. He had originally wondered. He himself had awakened an A-ranked talent while brother Yuan had only awakened a D-ranked talent. Would there be any gaps between the two as a result? Now looking back at the idea of owning it is simply outrageous. Brother Yuchi is actually an SSS-ranked gifted person. He took a deep breath. The eyes that looked towards Yuan gradually hardened. In the beginning, after recognizing that he and Suyan were not meant to be, he discarded that title. Today, the righteous father is above. Please also let the child hold on to the thighs. Suyan looked at the teenager on the awakening stage, her beautiful eyes flickering. SSS grade talent? Though her memories of her time on the blue planet were rather fuzzy. However, it was certain that the Yuan of the previous life was definitely not awakened with an SSS grade talent. Could it be that my rebirth has brought about certain changes to the timeline? Also known as the butterfly effect? Suyan pondered. Sure. Even if Yuan had awakened an SSS rank talent. In her eyes, it still didn't pose any threat. In the first round of strength comparison in 10 days, she had 200% confidence in crushing Yuan and winning. Shock plus 4. Shock plus 6. Shock plus 11. Envy plus 8. Envy plus 7. Favorable plus 9. Faked a wave and gained a lot of emotional value. Yuan glanced at the system panel and had accumulated nearly 500 points of emotional value so far. And the system mall draw prices are as follows. System mall. Primary lucky draw, 100 points time, accumulating 100 times, guaranteed purple quality rewards. Intermediate lucky draw, 500 points time, 100 times in total, guaranteed gold quality reward. Advanced lucky draw, 2000 points time, 100 times in total, guaranteed red quality rewards. Remarks: the higher the level of the lucky draw, the higher the probability of obtaining a high level reward. Wait until you've saved up 500 emotion points and try your luck with an intermediate draw. You can't save resources for pre-development by sharpening the knife. It might just be a shot in the arm. Silent thoughts in his mind. Yuan got off the awakening platform and returned to the class location. Envy, shock, jealousy, desire. All sorts of gazes came to meet us. Zheng Yuan directly came over, kneeling on one knee, both hands raised high into the sky, a jet of flame, as if it were a firework salute. Welcome back, righteous father. A salute for the birth of the king. Yuan. All right. It's pompous and awkward, but what's with the inexplicably cool feeling? The awakening ceremony is over. Yuan and Suyan became the Su God and Su God in the mouths of the students of Lanshang No. 1 Middle School. SSS level talent. Once in 100 years. That's the genius of geniuses. It's just that talent awakening, after all, isn't relevant to most people. So after some heated discussions, the attention of the crowd, in the end, slowly returned to the next. The first time source energy entered the body. Source energy. It's everywhere in the universe. It cannot be sensed until it is genetically perfected. But after genetic activation, everyone is able to perceive and absorb it. It's just the speed of absorption that varies. The Dacha Board of Education has rules. After completing gene activation, the school is required to give each senior one level 1 source crystal to be used for the first source energy absorption. This step, equally capable of sifting through the genius. Classroom. Old Wu, the class teacher, looked at the crowd with a smile. Alright, the source crystals have been distributed, so all of you can start trying to absorb the source energy in them. In the process of absorbing source energy, pay attention to the points emphasized in the previous theoretical lessons and do not venture blindly. Source crystals. Crystals concentrated from source energy. The more advanced the source crystal, the more source energy it contained and the higher its purity. Grade 1 source crystals, although they were the lowest grade of source crystals, were quite expensive. Put on the market, one will need a high price of $3,000, the average family simply cannot afford. As for how to absorb the source energy in the source crystal was also simple. All that was needed was to hold the source crystal in your hand and run the appropriate source energy cultivation method. And the Yuan cultivation method currently promoted by Disya, after countless generations of improvements and corrections, is suitable for the vast majority of cultivators, is the foundation of martial arts cultivation, and is even more of a mandatory course for high school students. Those students who had not been able to awaken their talents, at this moment, each one of them was standing by, nervously clutching the source crystals in their hands, silently praying in their hearts that they would have a good qualification. That's right. Evaluating a martial artist's talent needs to be viewed in two dimensions. The first dimension, the companion talent, was the one from the awakening ceremony just now. The second dimension, in layman's terms, is qualification. Qualifications include enlightenment, comprehension, the ability to perceive source energy, the efficiency of absorbing source energy, and so on. Martial artists without accompanying talents were able to achieve a certain level of success in the future if their qualifications were sufficient. No doubt about it. Suyuan's companion talent, which was SSS grade, was already in the top handful. As for what the qualifications are, he wasn't so sure himself. As a traveler, I can't disgrace my predecessors. Think of it this way. Yuan took a deep breath, sank his heart, and began to operate the Yuan cultivation method. According to the textbook, one level 1 source crystal, for someone in the awakening stage, the absorption efficiency was about 60%, and the time it took to finish absorbing it was 2 hours. The first time source energy enters the body, one only needs to absorb 1/10 of a level 1 source crystal, and it is considered a success. The rest of the source crystals could be taken home and slowly absorbed later. While Yuan was meditating and absorbing the source crystal, the homeroom teacher, Lao Wu, who was making his rounds in the class, took the initiative to come to his side. After all, he was a super genius who had awakened an SSS grade talent, and he was eager to know how qualified Yuan was in source energy absorption. Results. When his gaze landed on the source crystal in Yuan's hand, the entire person was instantly petrified, and an unbelievable shock welled up in their eyes. See only. The source crystal in Yuan's hand was transforming from pure white, a little bit, to transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. This meant that the source energy in this source crystal was being absorbed at an extremely fast rate. Old Wu was confused. Thoroughly confused. What the hell kind of speed is this? Shock +8. However, that's not all. In addition to the source crystals held in Yuan's hands, Old Wu was shocked to find that those free source energies in the air were actually converging towards Yuan, slowly. It was as if Yuan's body was a black hole that sucked in source energy. Other people's feelings may not be obvious, because they are still in the awakening stage. But Lao Wu is different. He was already a first-rank official martial artist. The sensitivity to the flow of source energy is much higher than that of the class. So, after seeing Yuan's intensifying whale-swallowing momentum, he felt that his cognition had been greatly impacted. His mouth was open and closed. After a long time, this finally held one. Monster. Monster. Chapter 9, is this what it feels like to be hung up on? It's so cool. That's right. Monsters indeed. Generally speaking, martial artists at the awakening stage were already quite good when they were able to sense the source energy in space and slowly absorb it. Who could be like Yuan when he first awakened? Not only could it absorb the source energy from the source crystal at a rather exaggerated speed, it could even expand the absorption range to the surrounding space. SSS grade companion talent, and the cultivation qualification is still so terrifying. Old Wu's eyes shone with excitement. There's definitely a hope of striking this year's top martial arts scholar of the South River Administrative Region. Aside. Zheng Yuan's eyes widened. He looked at the level 1 source crystal in his hand. Just now, when he tried to run the Tian Yuan cultivation method, he could only feel a weak flow of energy, and his absorption efficiency was barely qualified. And Yuchi, this is also. It's a bit too much. Right about this time. Suddenly. A rang through the class. Only to see Su Yuan's back table, which was filled with the appearance of having seen a ghost, pointing at the level 1 source crystal in his hand and trembling. Old teacher. The source energy in my source crystal. It seems to have been sucked away by Su Yuan. Words. The crowd was collectively confused. Old Wu was even more nearly petrified. Shock +2. Shock +3. Shock +3. Shock +9. As we all know, source crystals are condensed forms of source energy. While the source energy in it does escape, this is slow, very slow. Results. Su Yuan absorbed the source energy. How dare they directly plunder the source energy from the source crystals in other people's hands? That's no way to play. Old Wu took a deep breath and tried to suppress the shock inside. Everyone stay away from Su Yuan. Su Yuan's classmates can receive the SSS ranked resource tilt from the Education Bureau, but you only have this one free welfare source crystal. Hurry up and find a place where you won't be affected by him to absorb the source crystals and complete the first source energy into your body. Su Yuan. Honestly. He hadn't thought of it himself. The strengthening of the fleshly body brought about by this ancient god's bloodline would actually be this strong. Not only was the quality of his physical body far beyond normal, his affinity for source energy was brutally unreasonable. So, at the sight of his classmates panicking and constantly moving away from him, Su Yuan said, "Is this what it's like to be a hangman? That's cool. In the meantime, Senior Class 1. Something similar to Class 3 happened. Everyone, with wide eyes, was staring at Suyan and the shadow beside her. On his face, he was filled with shock. See only. Suyan was leaning back in her chair, her eyes closed. Her shadow, on the other hand, was sitting on the side, holding the grade 1 source crystal in her hand and absorbing it continuously. And absorption is extremely fast. It hadn't been long before the source energy in that grade 1 source crystal was absorbed and completely turned transparent, becoming a useless crystal. This. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 rubbed her eyes. It felt like my worldview had collapsed. Suyan's talent was shadow control. That's weird enough. As a result, the shadow she manipulated could also help absorb source energy for cultivation? Against the day. Quite an anticlimax. Facing the shock of the crowd, Suyan, however, didn't really react. Self-absorbing source energy for cultivation and feeding 100% of the gains back to herself was just one of her shadow servant's minuscule abilities. And again, as her strength increased, the number of her shadow servants, and it will continue to grow. At that time, her cultivation speed would be able to double several times more. Principal Xiao Jiangwo hummed a little song and came to the school building. At the end of the awakening ceremony is the first source energy entry of unity. It was also unknown how the two SSS-ranked geniuses, Suyan and Su Yuan, were carrying on. With that curiosity in mind, he planned to come take a look. Incidentally, at the end of the day, they are taken directly to the Department of Education and certified for resource leaning. TSK. The school had produced 2 of their top demons, and his bonus this year, it was estimated that it could be double tenfold. Oh yeah, and there's a SS-ranked Zhao Rizu. If it wasn't for Su Yuan and Suyan, his existence would definitely be the big blowout of the year in Ereshur City. It's just a shame that people are afraid of comparisons. This after being killed by Su Yuan in a strong second in front of everyone, Zhao Rizu's image as an SS-class genius had completely collapsed, so much so that Xiao Jiangwo had almost forgotten about him just now. Thinking so, Xiao Jiangwo came to Class 1. Looking inward, the smile on his face disappeared a little and was replaced by horror. This. Using shadows to cultivate. It's a lie, isn't it? He originally thought. Suyan's talent was to manipulate shadows to attack. This ability was already quite bizarre, capable of being defenseless, and in combat, a proper divine skill. It turns out you told him. This kind of shadow is not only capable of fighting, but also aids in cultivation? Terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell. Xiao Jiangwo took a deep breath, his eyes shocked. He couldn't imagine how far Suyan would grow in time with sufficient resources. If I don't remember wrongly, it seems that the strongest person who came out of Arashir City was only at the 7th rank. Suyan, definitely able to break this record, striking towards the 8th rank, or even the 9th rank. Think of it this way. He thought of Su Yuan again. Suyan was properly gifted and qualified. I don't know what Su Yuan's situation will be again. If his qualifications are slightly worse, then in the future, it is estimated that he will be pulled away from Suyan by a certain distance. Xiao Jiangwo withdrew his gaze and walked towards Class 3. It hadn't even gotten as far as Class 3 yet, and I was vaguely aware that something wasn't quite right. This free source energy in the air. Why is it all gathering in the direction of Class 3? Could it be that? After having a vague guess in his mind, he rushed to the door of Class 3 with an arrow step and looked towards the inside. And the scene seen before us. It made his whole body petrified in the doorway. That visual impact was even more violent than seeing Suyan's shadow cultivate. See only. The entire class was cowering in the corner shivering. Only Su Yuan was alone, eyes closed, sitting cross-legged in the center of the class. Around him, vaguely, a vortex of source energy formed from the gathering of white mist. Gollum! Shaw's throat rolled. Su Yuan's performance, which was like a whale swallowing and crazily seizing the source energy around him, caused his young mind to be violently shocked. Shock +5. Shock +12. Shock +20. While wailing on source energy. In Su Yuan's mind, there had been a steady stream of emotion value harvest alerts ringing out. This pleasure. It's just not cool. He distracted himself a little to look at it. The current accumulated emotional value had reached 621 points. Come on. Have a mid-level draw to test the waters. Ding. Consume 500 emotion points for an intermediate draw. Chapter 10, One Shot. The gold quality reward reappears. Trail of Days. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the gold quality reward, Trail of Days. Su Yuan? What's that? Gold quality rewards? A random draw you tried yourself actually made him an Ouija for one shot? To know. Intermediate draws require 500 emotions to draw once. And it takes a total of 100 to trigger a guaranteed gold quality reward. That luck. Su Yuan directly added 100 points of emotional value on the spot for a primary draw. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Su Yuan. All right. Facts. Oh, can't owe you for life. He turned to the rewards he had received. Sunstreak, that sounds like it's kind of awesome. Mark of the Sun. In the cultivation system of a certain world, those with the mark of the sun on their bodies are known as the Holy Sons of the Flare Sun, and they are able to absorb the power of the sun and store it in the mark of the sun. Hint, the sun here refers to what is actually a star. Hint, as your strength increases, the amount and quality of the power of the flare of the sun that the trail of the sun can hold will continue to increase. Remarks, the power of the flare of the sun inflicts additional damage to all beings with the dark attribute. Oh. Absorbing the power of the stars and storing it in the Trail of Days? Wouldn't he or she then have an additional means of fighting the enemy in addition to source energy? And the ability to deal extra damage to all existences with the dark attribute? In Su Yuan's mind, Suyan's figure slowly surfaced. Her gift, manipulating shadows. Shadow, without a doubt, carries the dark attribute. That is to say, this talent of his own, a special attack on Suyan, could trigger a blitz? But then again, there's no way I'm going to have a conflict with Suyan, after all, she's Aunt Su's daughter. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head, choosing to fuse the Trail of Day. Compared to the visions that arose when fusing the SSS-ranked Talon Ancient God's bloodline, fusing the Trace of Day was much calmer. On the back of his right hand, a sun and obsidian pattern slowly coalesced, looking arcane and mysterious. Because he wanted to try out the effects of the Trace of Day, Su Yuan stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. The first thing that comes to mind. It was the class crowd that looked at him like he was a monster. There's also the clueless classroom teacher, Lao Wu, and principal? Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and stood up as if no one else was around, moving his body. Feeling the abundant source energy in his body, and glancing toward the window. It was just about midday now, and the sun was blazing. It was the perfect time for the trail of the sun to absorb the power of the sun. So, Yuan came to the door. "Old Ben, principal, I'm going to go out for a bit." Go what?" Lao Wu asked, confused. Principal Xiao was equally puzzled. Yuan pointed at the sun in the sky. "Sunbathe and get stronger." Crowd? Sunbathing. Getting stronger? What the hell? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Principal Xiao Jiangwo was the first to react and his eyes lit up. What Yuan had awakened was a flesh-body strengthening type of talent. Murphy. Is that one of the abilities in his gift? He asked hastily. Student Yuan, what you said about getting stronger in the sun, is it related to your talent? Yuan thought about it. According to the system, the trail of the sun was another world's cultivation system, and no one else could understand it if they said it, so they simply nodded. Well, it's part of my gift. Words. The crowd wailed. You can get stronger in the sun, is this still human? Shock plus 14. Shock plus 11. Shock plus 2. Shock plus 3. That's all. In the midst of the class's confusion and shock, Yuan left the classroom, intending to head to the playground to feel the effects of the sunstroke in direct sunlight. Principal Xiao Jiangwo followed him, wanting to witness the unbelievable talent. As the two passed the entrance to Class 1, many people saw it and wondered. Isn't that Suyan from Class 3? Why is the principal following him? What are they going to do? I don't know. Why didn't you call on the god of Su? Unclear. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Suyan absently glanced outside. After thinking about it, she commanded the shadow servant and went outside to find Xiao Jiangwo. The shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him startled Xiao Jiangwo. Only to see the shadow slowly stand up and take human form, opening its mouth towards him and asking, Principal, when do we go to the Department of Education for resource-based certification? The shadow's voice was a little hoarse. It was somewhat similar to Suyan's voice. Yuan sized up the shadow that opened its mouth and spoke, feeling emotion in his heart. That's a handy gift. It's quite a match for Suyan's cold and icy personality. In the future, you won't even need to communicate with people on your own, just let Shadow do the talking. I just don't know if it will make her more autistic. Xiao Jiangwo didn't know the spit in Yuan's heart and replied. Wait a bit, we'll move to the Education Bureau after student Yuan verifies his talent. Aha! The shadow gently nodded, and without wondering what the so-called verifying talent referred to, it melted away like a tidal wave and returned to Suyan's side. Xiao Jiangwo couldn't stop feeling emotional when he saw it. What an amazing gift! Yuan responded. It's pretty amazing. The two arrived at the playground after. Yuan found a place with the most sunlight and without the slightest shade and sat down. According to the system's introduction, the trail of the sun was an innate talent of the people of that world. Absorbing the power of the sun through it didn't require the operation of any mental or cultivation methods, it was completely watertight. As to whether the suns of other worlds are the same as the sun of the blue planet, Yuan felt that it should be about the same. It's all stellar anyway. Only. Since Xiao Jiangwo didn't know about the existence of the Trail of Days. Plus Yuan was completely just sitting on the ground leisurely sunbathing and doing nothing. So after a few minutes, Xiao Jiangwo was directly filled with questions. It's not. That's how you get stronger? Funny, right? If that's true, how can anyone else live? 10 minutes later. Yuan sensed that the trail of the sun had already sucked up the power of the flare sun, and he stood up, intending to try out the effects of this power. Xiao Jiangwo came forward and asked curiously. Well? Yuan grinned. Not bad. Xiao Jiangwo thought about it and asked tentatively. Can you demonstrate the effect? He really wanted to know how he could get stronger just by basking in the sun. Yuan readily agreed and raised his right hand, casually pointing towards a willow tree not far away. Swish! The heliotrope pattern on the back of his hand lit up. A fiery flare of the sun shot out, instantly piercing through the tree trunk and igniting it. Xiao Jiangwo's eyes widened and he lost his voice. Your source energy took on an elemental attribute. And the strength of this attack. It's close to first rank upper. Shock plus 20. A different kind of shock than that of Chancellor Shah. Su Yuan was rather calm. One must know that this mark of the day was a gold quality reward comparable to the SSS rank talent Ancient God's bloodline. As one's strength increased, this mark of the sun was able to hold more and more of the power of the sun, and its power was expected to become even more terrifying. It would be cool to wait until you point your finger at your own hand and the great sun rises and nukes go off all over the place. Now. Sloppy. Xiao is on the verge of doubting his life. In his original opinion, the same SSS ranked talent, Su Yuan's potential was to be slightly weaker than Su Anyan's. It's not that he's biased, it's a consensus in the world today. Flesh strengthening class talents are stronger in the first and middle stages. But at higher levels, the life levels jumped and everyone's physical strength came up. The competition is all about output capability. In time, elemental and mystical talents will be more in demand. But now, Su Yuan's physique was surprisingly able to transform source energy by basking in the sun, making it carry elemental attributes. That's just cheating. It's like taking advantage of both. I'm Nima. Don't play like that. Envy plus 20. Jealousy plus 10. Headmaster? Seeing that Xiao Jiangmo didn't respond for half a day, Su Yuan couldn't help but shout. Ahem. Xiao Jiangmo realized that he had lost his temper and hurriedly came back to his senses. It was only the eyes that looked at Su Yuan that were very complicated. Ryoko. He took a deep breath. Accepted the fact that the gap between people is sometimes bigger than a dog. Let's go to the Board of Education. Chapter 11. Silver-haired Lolita, long ice blue-haired Imperial Chief. 10 or so minutes later. All of the gifted people from Arashur City's first high school were assembled, totaling 18 people. Since the number of gifted people was very rare, even the lowest level of D-grade giftedness was able to obtain a certain inclination of resources. But the one that stands at the front of the crowd, the one that shines the brightest. Without a doubt, it was Su Anyan and Su Yuan who had awakened their SSS-ranked talents. As for Zhao Rizu, who had awakened his SS-ranked talent, that was still a heavy leg kick by Su Yuan. So to this day, he's still lying in the school hospital. Of course, Su Yuan did not kill, cannot die, just will suffer a little bit of crime. To this, Director of Instruction Zhao Rigu didn't look for trouble with Su Yuan. It's not that he doesn't want to, really. He didn't dare. If Su Yuan was still a D rank awakened, he said he would do anything to avenge his son's death. But now, Su Yuan was an SSS ranked gifted person. Giving him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Su Yuan. And again, it was a dual challenge between the two. Fair and equitable. If you want to blame it, blame Zhao Rizu's own poor eyesight and lack of strength. Right in front of the line, Su Anyan stood right beside Su Yuan. She was still in a youthful and pretty sports attire, with her hands in her pockets and her eyes closed in a cool manner. Zhang Yuan, who was standing behind the two, swept his gaze back and forth between Su Yuan and Su Anyan, and finally shook his head helplessly. Don't get it, really don't get it. Think of the year. He was young and foolish and had a secret crush on Su Anyan. But nowadays, he only felt that brother Yuan and Su Anyan were a match made in heaven. Fuji is handsome and Su Anyan is beautiful. And both were still SSS ranked gifted. It's just a shame. The two were, on a regular basis, as if they were strangers. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan muttered softly. This personality of big schoolgirl Su is really weirdly cold. According to the usual formula, shouldn't it be a teenage girl living under the same roof, falling in love with each other and having a passionate youthful romance? Suddenly, Young One felt as if someone was looking at him. Raising his head, he happened to meet Su Anyan's indifferent line of sight. You, say what? The sound is crisp and pleasant. But it was off-kilter, with a chill. Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless and stammered, not knowing what to say. Luckily, it was Su Yuan who helped to break the siege as he came to Zhang Yuan's side and smiled slightly apologetically towards Su Anyan. Sorry, he was joking. Su Anyan faintly swept a glance at Su Yuan, withdrew her gaze, and stopped speaking. You live under the same roof and you have to be in love with each other? Generate passionate youthful love? Childish. Previous life. How many heavenly prides and demons from holy lands and Dao sects in the universe have shown their love to her? But what happened? All of which she punched back one by one. In the end, even among the Tenyu, there was a guy who tried to pursue her. In comparison. Su Yuan? What makes you get your own favor? With his SSS talent? Suyan shook her head, no longer thinking about such things. Because it just doesn't make sense. The difference in level between her and him was beyond words. There is a shuttle bus on the way to the school board. Su Yuan was with Zheng Yuan and was not in the same car as Suyan. Su Yuan rested his hands on the back of his head and leaned back in his seat, chatting with Zheng Yuan one way or another. Suddenly, his words changed. Honestly, I really don't have any thoughts about Suyan, so don't say those words in the future. Lest by the time I'm not around and she beats you up, you won't be able to carry it off. Zheng Yuan skimmed his lips. Got it. But after a while, he turned his head to look again, staring idly at Su Yuan. Brother Yuchi, there's no one else here, tell me the truth, you really have no thoughts about big school girl Su? Su Yuan cried and laughed. Really no idea. Aunt Su is very nice, but Suyan and I don't get along, I treat her like a sister at best, of course. She probably didn't appreciate it either. Zheng Yuan thought about it and nodded. Also, in the past, I also envied you, brother Yuan, for being able to live with big school girl Su. With your head down and your head up, you can feast your eyes on her every day. Thinking about it later, such an iceberg, anyone else would probably not be able to stand it. Su Yuan shrugged indifferently. It's not so much that I can't stand it, everyone has everyone's personality, she was born with that personality and I respect that. Young One sighed. Although that kid horse-faced pig is hated, he wasn't wrong about one thing. There's no such thing as a really icy girl, at best, who hasn't met the right person. Su Yuan didn't care. Then let's hope she meets the right person in the future. Education Bureau. Director's Office. In the director's exclusive seat sat a young girl who appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. The young girl's appearance was exceptionally beautiful, like the most delightful masterpiece of the heavens. Underneath a pair of long silver white hair was a pair of demonic foreign pupils. The left eye was crimson in color, like a pure and flawless flame gem. The right eye is blue, as if it were a clear lake, and has an unspeakable attraction. She was leaning back in her chair. A lime-flavored lollipop in his mouth. A pair of small white legs swayed so gently because they didn't touch the ground. In his hand, he was holding the hottest Drill Man comic book of the moment, and he was looking at it with great interest. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the desk rang. The silver-haired girl who had been interrupted from reading her manga frowned inadvertently and held out her hand, absently picking up the phone. Director, news has come from Arashur City No. 1 High School that 2 SSS-ranked gifted and 1 SS-ranked gifted have appeared in this session's awakening ceremony. Currently on its way over to be certified for the appropriate level of resource leaning. The staff reported in detail. The silver-haired loli could only respond vaguely because she had a lollipop in her mouth. Got it. It's happening right now. LOL. The office door was pushed open. A silhouette walked in from outside the office. If the silver-haired girl is a symbol of the beauty of a young girl, then the woman in front of her was the best representation of the words natural beauty. Tall figure, exquisite curves, long ice blue hair falling down over her shoulders, falling right on top of those shocking raging waves. A stunningly beautiful face that bore a 7-point resemblance to a young girl, because of the tear mole in the corner of her eye, it took on a natural flirtation. Only at this moment, the woman's face was filled with helplessness. Sis, I told you not to impersonate me again. This time if an outsider is present. Hearing this sexy imperial sister with a proud body call a little lowly that looked only 12 or 13 years old sis, I'm afraid that she would be blindsided on the spot. But in reality, that's what happened. This icy blue long-haired imperial lady with a proud figure. It was none other than that silver-haired loli who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old's own sister, the current director of the Arashur City Education Bureau, Shangwan Ru. Chapter 12, one of the 4 pillars of the Grand Xia Exoticide Bureau, 7th Order Seal Marquis. Spectral candidate. And that silver-haired heteropupil loli posing as the director was naturally Shangwan Ru's own sister, Shangwan Meng. My sister is the petite and adorable Lori. The younger sister is a tall, sexy, mature royalty. There is no greater contrast between identity and image than this. Okay. I'm not afraid that our great educator will miss any important information. Shangwan Meng put down the phone and braced her hands on the edge of the chair. Wiggling his little white legs, he flashed a big smile at his sister. The appearance of the two sisters was vastly different, but their voices were largely similar, so the Education Bureau staff who had just called to report did not distinguish the difference. The great educator. Shang Wanru smiled helplessly. Only a sister would call herself that. And almost everyone else in the family sees themselves as crazy. That said. Sis, what was said on the phone earlier? Nothing much, it just means that your Arashur City First High School has produced 2 SSS-ranked gifted people and 1 SS-ranked gifted person. They'll be arriving later to be certified for resource tilting. Oh? Shang Wanru's eyes lit up. 2 SSS-ranked gifted? Is this your own stroke of luck? You know, this is not the imperial capital, and most of the students' parents are ordinary people. It was already quite rare to have an SS-ranked talent. I didn't realize that there were actually 2 SSS-ranked gifted people. If I remember correctly, the highest talent that had appeared in Arashur Castle before this seemed to be just S-rank. I wonder if there are any fleshly talents in there. Shang Wanru inexplicably became excited. Shang Wanmeng saw it and said with a smile. What, haven't you given up on your theory yet? Shang Wanru sniffed with a straight face. It's not a theory, it's a fact. Qi is a special kind of energy just like source energy. If it can be mastered through standardized training, it will greatly increase our combat power. It's starting again. Shang Wanmeng propped her chin on her hands. The lollipop bulged in his mouth and he looked at his gushing sister with a smile. It's okay, I trust you. Shang Wanru was moved beyond words and pounced over, giving Shang Wanmeng a big hug. Sis, you're the best. Shang Wanmeng then leisurely said. Although I believe in you, you have to grasp the degree yourself. Your previous training methods have tortured people to the point of breaking down, and you haven't even cultivated your so-called Qi yet. The talent of those few isn't weak, right? As a result, when they see you, it's as if they've seen the king of the living hell. Shang Wanru hummed lightly. That's because their willpower isn't strong enough to hold on before the pressure threshold is even reached. If I can have an SSS-ranked fleshly body class gifted person handed over to me, I'll definitely be able to revive Qi. Shang Wanmeng was non-committal. However, after feeling the tremendous pressure on his chest, a hint of a wry smile flashed through those demonic foreign pupils. A small pair of hands silently approached the magnificent peak of the... Ah! Shang Wanru let out a cry of shock and bounced away like an electric shock. Clasping her hands to her chest, her stunningly beautiful cheeks were filled with scarlet as she glared angrily towards Shang Wanmeng and gritted her teeth. Sis! Shang Wanmeng smiled coquettishly and reached out to shake her small hand. It was an accident. Humph. Shang Wanru was just about to have a seizure. There was a knock on the door just outside the office. Chief, the men from first grade have arrived. Shang Wanru could only stop and glared fiercely at Shang Wanmeng. Take over for business time, personal matters, later. He was about to turn around and leave after saying that. As a result, it didn't occur to her that Shang Wanmeng also popped out of her chair and followed her. Shang Wanru? Shang Wanmeng said with a smiling face. Anan, I won't cause any trouble, I'm just a little curious about those 2 SSS-ranked gifted. Words. Shang Wanru immediately put on a look as if she was facing an enemy. Sis, you're not trying to steal someone from me, are you? Shang Wanmeng slightly tilted her head sideways, revealing an innocent look. How is that possible? In the lounge. Suyan's gaze was calm. Lancaster City School District. Most of his own memories of his time on the Blue Planet were fuzzy. But there were 2 people that stuck with her. So much so that even after stepping into the stars, they have recalled it several times and lamented it. And it was here that she first met those 2 men. These 2, a pair of sisters. Sister, called Shang Wanru. Sister, called Shang Wanmeng. Her younger sister, Shang Wanru, is a wunderkind who transcends the times. As an ordinary planet in the fringe frontier of the 9-Star Alliance, it was already quite difficult for Blue Star to gradually adapt to the source energy cultivation system of its cosmic counterparts. As for Shang Wanru, he even became the first person on the Blue Star to come into contact with the existence of battle Qi with his forward-thinking and extreme talent. Battle Aura. This is a very different power from source energy. It is a special power that the human body breeds under extreme pressure with a resilient and extraordinary will. In the universe, there were countless celestial pride, yet only a tiny fraction of them were able to master the battle Qi. If one cultivates the battle Qi to the extreme, one can tear apart the universe and suppress the stars with the lift of one's hand. In her previous life, she had cultivated the 9 stripes battle chi and was invincible in the same realm. This, however, still had not yet reached the limit of battle chi. This life, she was going to try and master the battle chi above the 9 stripes. As for Shangwan Meng, even as arrogant as Suyan had to admit that she was a demon in the true sense of the word. If one remembered correctly, the Shangwan Meng at this time was already a 7th rank powerhouse. At the Blue Star, the formal realm division after the awakening stage is divided into 1 to 9 stages. Each order, in turn, was divided into the lower, middle, upper, and the legendary pole. Among them, Order 1-3, collectively known as the Exploration Realm. At this stage, cultivators need to gradually explore their own mysteries and remodel the structure of their physical body to make it more suitable for absorbing and holding source energy. Rank 4, Rank 6, collectively known as the Fusion Realm. At this stage, the cultivator needed to integrate source energy into every cell of his or her body, opening up the qualitative change of life and becoming a strong person in the true sense of the word. And the subsequent 7th, 8th, and 9th stages are known as the Limit Realms. At this stage, each step is a breakthrough in its own limits. According to the practices of the Great Xia, cultivators of the Limit Realm were entitled to a seal. 7th Order, seal the Marquis. 8th Order, seal the King. 9th Order, Supreme. Shangwan Meng, 7th Order Upper, one of the 4 pillars of the Great Xia's Exoticide Bureau, honored for his talent as Marquis of the Underworld. It's just a shame. I don't know for what reason. In her previous life, after breaking through the 8th rank and successfully being crown king, Shangwan Meng had actually made a blatant break with her family, the Shangwan family, one of the top families in Xia. And then, even more quietly, he disappeared for some time. Later, when Suyan heard about her again, it was already the obituary published by the Shangwan family. If there's a chance, perhaps the sisters can be taken out of the Blue Star to the stars. With their talent and qualifications, they can certainly become a great help to me. Opposite. Yuan looked up at Suyan and realized that she was in a deep state of contemplation. Hey! This guy, he doesn't know what he's thinking all day long. Cold personality, hardly communicate with other people, immersed in his own world all day long. For those who don't know, they might think she's autistic. It's happening right now. Tap tap tap. The sudden sound of footsteps attracted Yuan's attention. Turn your head and look. Reflections. It was Shangwan Ru's eye-catching long icy blue hair. Chapter 13, said to be sisters, but they really play with flowers. And after. It's the proud body and the beautiful to the core of her face. But the most special thing was the tear mole at the corner of her right eye. It was just the right touch to add an indefinable flavor to that already perfect face. Most of the students present were all dumbfounded. Especially the boys. The description drooling might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it's close. Yuan was normal. After all, living with Suyan. The threshold of perception of face value, being able to see her amazing face every day, was raised a lot. Ahem. Principal Xiao Jiangwo coughed gently, bringing the crowd back to their senses. He rose and introduced the crowd in a serious, dignified manner. Students, this is the director of our Ereshur City Education Bureau, Shangwan Ru, Director Shangwan. Bureau. The crowd was all confused. In their minds, the directors of the Education Bureau are either middle-aged men who do not smile or old men with kind brows. As a result, you told them that such a pretty big sister with long rebellious ice blue hair, who looked to be just 4 or 5 years older than them, was the head of the Education Bureau? That's not bull. It seemed to have sensed the crowd's skepticism of himself. Shangwan Ru smiled gently and raised her hand, a spinning ice prism floating in her palm as she explained. Class, I was born with this hair color, it has to do with talent, it's not an acquired dye. So it is. The crowd nodded silently. Yuan, on the other hand, glanced at Zheng Yuan who was on the side. It's thanks to the fact that you awaken the flame-type talent, not the grass-type, or else. Zheng Yuan. Grievance +1. Shangwan Ru heard this peculiar remark and cast a glance towards the two, smiling slightly. Generally speaking, only elemental system talents above S rank will cause some degree of change to the body. Zheng Yuan. After being stormed twice in a short period of time, Yuan said that he didn't want to talk and just wanted to be quiet and look at beautiful women. However, right about this time, an ill-timed voice rang out. "Mommy! Who among these older siblings is an SSS-ranked gifted person?" Hear that? Shangwan-ru, instantly petrified. The rest of them were even more confused and followed the sound. Only to see a little silver-haired loli, who was poking out half of her little head from behind Shangwan-ru, sweeping through the crowd with a face full of innocence. This guy. Who is it if not Shangwan Mang? Silence. Deadly silence. If heartbreak had a voice, by this time, I'm afraid it would have clunked throughout the lounge. It's not. This Shangwan director obviously looked not much older than them. I can't believe I already have a daughter. And this silver-haired loli, how come she still has alien pupils? The crimson and turquoise blue eyes, contrasting with that silver hair, had a magical charm that was hard to put into words. To put it crudely, it's the XP value that pulls full. The girls were ashamed of themselves. For their part, the boys said, "Please give me a few more years in the presence of my mother-in-law." Puff. An abrupt laugh rang out, breaking the silence of the lounge. The crowd followed the source of the laughter, and then one by one, they all revealed a shocked expression. The man who laughs. I can't believe it's Suyan. It was important to know that Suyan's image of an iceberg goddess was deeply rooted in people's hearts. According to the statistics of a certain good person, the number of times Suyan struck up a conversation with someone in school, in a month, was no more than 5 sentences. As for the number of times a smile was shown, it was even less. Why was she smiling inexplicably at this time? The crowd was curious, but they suddenly realized that the little silver-haired heteropupil loli, without knowing when, had already come up to Suyan. I'll go. When did she flash past? Then look at Shangwan Mang. Her innocent and delicate face, leaning closer and closer, her pair of demonic and alien pupils staring at Suyan. Big sister. What are you laughing at? Suyan pursed her lips and gently shook her head. Nothing, just a joke that came to mind. Well. Shangwan Mang was still thinking of saying something. But he was picked up from behind by Shangwan-ru. Then, rather rudely thrown out of the lounge door. Boo! Shangwan-ru directly closed the door. Crowd. You're so mean. Shangwan-ru, on the other hand, was filled with black lines and directly skipped over the topic. Which 2 students are the ones who have awakened their SSS rank talents? Xiao Jiangwo sensed that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and pointed to Yuan and Suyan in their seats. Chief, it's both of them. Shangwan-ru nodded. You two come with me. For the rest of you, you'll have the appropriate people come over to help you with your resource tilt certifications. Having said that, turn away immediately. The social death of her didn't want to continue to stay here any longer than she had to for a second. Yuan and Suyan got up to follow. Along with Shangwan-ru, he came to the director's office. Results. Shangwan Mang actually appeared here as well. Shangwan-ru took a deep breath and was about to turn around and leave. I call you sister, you call me mom? I'm not playing. Shangwan Mang's figure flashed and blocked in front of Shangwan-ru, holding her arm and shaking it to pout. Sis, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Becoming a sister again. Shangwan-ru had planned to leave. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, he stretched out his hands and cupped Shangwan Mang's blown cheeks, rubbing them together. Humph. It's good that you know you're wrong. Will you dare to bully your sister in the future? Shangwan Mang didn't say anything, her eyes narrowed slightly, her mouth opened and closed slightly, and judging by her mouth, she was counting down. 3. 2. Before she could count to 1, Shangwan-ru withdrew her hand and coughed gently. Ahem, Your Honor, let's leave this matter as it is. Shangwan Mang nodded with a smile. Got it. See this scene. Yuan then realized. It turns out that the two are not a mother and daughter at all, but sisters. Well, play really flowery. Suyan, on the other hand, watched her eyes and nose without moving. In her last life, she was not familiar with Shangwan Mang, nor did she understand her character. So, she was re-examining what she had just thought. Do you really want to turn such a subversive woman? To become your right-hand man? The banter is over. Shang Wanru regained his seriousness. She first took out the talent test stone and remeasured the talent level for both Su Yuan and Su Anyan. Su Anyan controlled her power and didn't let the talent detection stone explode again, so both of their results were SSS ranked. And after. Shang Wanru looked at the two with a face full of anticipation. Both students, present your talents, a little. You don't need to be specific about your abilities in detail, it's your own secret, you just need to show them roughly. She was looking forward to meeting an SSS-ranked gifted person of the flesh-strengthening class. Such a person, being more resistant, might be able to revive the chi under high-pressure training. Of the two, Su Anyan was the first to demonstrate her talent. She raised her hand, summoned the shadow servant, and performed actions such as attacking and defending. See this scene. Shangguan Meng, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely reading a comic book, put down the electric drill man in her hand and nodded in satisfaction. Nice talent. Shangguan Ru didn't make a sound. But with her understanding of Shangguan Meng, she knew that her sister was looking at this girl called Su Anyan. Also, this ability to manipulate shadows is indeed very suitable for the Bureau of Alienicide that my sister is in. That's all. There's another one. Maybe you can win the jackpot. Shangguan Ru was filled with anticipation, her beautiful eyes looking towards Su Yuan who was on the side. What about you? Su Yuan smiled brightly. My talent isn't as amazing as hers. It's just a simple physical body strengthening class. Before he could finish his sentence. Excitement plus 200. Mercy plus 300. Chapter 14 Excitement and Pity? What the hell? Clover Group. Excitement value? And the mercy value? What the hell is all this? Su Yuan was uncertain. The value is still so big? Follow the instructions for the system. The amount of emotional value generated depends on the strength of the person generating the emotional fluctuation, as well as the intensity of the emotional fluctuation. The principal and other school leaders are strong, right? Strong. They were all third-order powerhouses. After their own SSS-level talent and performance brought them a strong shock. They've only given themselves 10 or 20 points of emotional value as well. This comes up to 500 points, amo. Su Yuan raised his head and unintentionally met Shangguan Ru's line of sight. Upon seeing the undisguised desire and intense excitement in Shangguan Ru's beautiful eyes, Su Yuan then knew that excitement value was exactly what this director had provided. Then the source of the other 300 points of mercy value is it said to be. Su Yuan glanced at the silver-haired lowly sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his afterglow. She provided more emotional value than Shangguan Ru. Then there are only two possibilities. First, her strength was even more terrifying than Shangguan Ru. Second, her strength was comparable to Shangguan Ru's, but her mood swings were more volatile. Only. How old is this little silver-haired lowly in front of you? It looked like he was 12 or 13. Unless she's the legendary legitimate lowly that comes along once in a million years. Otherwise, without reaching the age of 18, her genes weren't even perfected and she wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. As for the probability of encountering a legitimate lowly, it was so small that it was negligible, and Su Yuan didn't think about it that way. So, it's the second one, right? Because her mood swings were so strong that the emotional value provided directly exploded. This is not good. Su Yuan took a deep breath and silently pulled away from Shangguan Ru by a certain distance. What kind of deluge is underneath the glossy exterior of this beautiful director to make her sister feel such intense pity for herself? Shangguan Ru was oblivious to Su Yuan's small movements. Right now, she was in a state of hyper-excitement, her hands tightly gripping Su Yuan's shoulders and shaking his body. Classmate, are you really an SSS-ranked talent in the physical body strengthening category? Su Yuan was a bit hesitant. Actually, it's just a shame. His hesitation. It was taken as a blush and modesty by Shangguan Ru. Finally, I've got an SSS-ranked flesh body strengthening class gifted one. This time, it will work. I'm definitely going to prove to those old guys that she is real. A big smile spread across Shangguan Ru's face. She let go of Su Yuan. Turning around, he walked to his desk, pulled open the drawer, took out a business card from it, and handed it to Yuan. The information on the business card is as follows. Clover Group Chairman Shangwan Ru. Yuan. After reading it, he looked up. Up and down, left and right, he scanned the Shangwan director carefully. Yet there was still no way to connect her to Clover Group. The chairman of the Cloverleaf Group. It's not. This business card, are you sure you didn't just print it? Cloverleaf Group. Dacha Top Equipment Manufacturing Company. The only official partner designated by the military to provide professional armament support. It is even the first choice of many top powerhouses when they customize their weaponry. Compared to such a behemoth, the status of the director of the Arashur City Education Bureau was simply not enough to look at. And again. This Shangwan chief can't be too old by any stretch of the imagination. It was estimated that he was at most a few years older than himself, so young that he could be the chairman of such a behemoth as the Cloverleaf Group? 100 other people would have come, and I'm guessing 120 of them wouldn't have believed it. It seemed to have seen Yuan's confusion. Shangwan Ru intended to use the simplest and crudest method to prove his identity. Only to see her take out her cell phone and open a random bank account, showing Yuan her balance. You count it. Yuan froze. 1.2. 3.4. 5. Halfway through the count, Yuan stopped counting. Because the zero after it was slightly too much, more than he could imagine. How's that, believe it now? Shangwan Ru put away her cell phone and asked with a smile. This method may seem simple and crude, but it's often the easiest, quickest and most impactful. She also happens to be someone who seeks efficiency and never beats around the bush, which leads to the seemingly thuggish-like behavior. Letter. Yuan nodded. And then, without waiting for Shangwan Ru to open her mouth, she took the initiative to inquire. Chief, are you looking for a favor? There was a reason why Yuan guessed so. As a director of the Cloverleaf Group. Instead of staying at the headquarters in the imperial capital to enjoy the glory and wealth, he came to such a small place as Arashur City to become the director of education. It can't be a full stomach, can it? Then. It must be for a special purpose. As to what that purpose is, Yuan is not sure. But it was safe to assume that it had something to do with a flesh-strengthening type of talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been after he exploded his SSS-ranked flesh-body strengthening talent. She just showed her cards and stopped pretending and just glued that big string of numbers to her face. Shangwan Ru nodded approvingly and snapped his fingers. Bingo! Guess right. The reason I revealed my identity to you is that I intend to invite you to participate in my flesh-strengthening special training in the name of the chairman of the Cloverleaf Group. How can I put it? It's a private experiment. Flesh-strengthening special training? Yuan was filled with suspicion. Exactly. Shangwan Ru nodded. In the last 2 years of research, I have invented a theory that pioneers a new system of power and intend to reproduce it. It's just that the conditions for trying to reproduce it are a bit harsh, and it requires an SSS-ranked flesh-strengthening type talent to increase the chances. As long as you agree to participate, no matter what the final result is, all your equipment needs and resource needs from now on will be covered by me. Even if one day, you are able to grow to the 9th rank and obtain the Supreme Seal, I will also present you with a set of Supreme-grade equipment in my personal name. If you're not sure, we can sign a contract and I can get you a trusted guarantor. Such as an admiral of the War Department? Yuan. Sister. You seem a little too highbrow for this topic. 9th Order Supreme-grade equipment set? A military general as a guarantor? It's not. I'm a hang-up though. But it's only just starting out, so do you need to come up here and give me a combination like that? Amidst the emotions, Yuan thought for a moment and asked. Chief, you just said reproduction. That is to say, your so-called brand new power system does exist and has appeared? Shangwan Ru nodded. She raised her right hand and a white chi energy appeared and wrapped around her hand. Seeing this, the pupils of Suyan at the side contracted slightly. Battle aura. This is indeed the battle aura. A high-end force independent of the source energy system. When strong people of the same realm dueled, the party that mastered battle chi was able to achieve absolute crushing. This was the hegemony of battle chi, and why countless celestials in the universe were all pursuing this mysterious power. Even though what Shangwan Ru had mastered was only the most elementary one-stripe battle chi, it was still stunning enough. Because this is the blue planet, it has not yet aligned with the stars. What is it? Yuan did not recognize battle chi. He just instinctively felt that this power was different from source energy. This is the brand new system of power I've discovered, which I call chi. Shangwan Ru's eyes and tone of voice took on pride. Her gaze swept over Yuan and her mouth lifted slightly. Here, try attacking at me. Yuan nodded. He knew very well that Chief Shangwan's strength was far higher than his own, so he didn't need to worry about accidental injuries or anything like that. That couldn't possibly happen. So, he used all his strength. Mobilizing the source energy in his body, as well as the terrifying explosive power of the ancient god bloodline, he blasted out with a punch. Chapter 15. You want to participate, too, because you don't want to be separated from him, right? Shangwan Ru, however, just smiled faintly and stood still, not moving a muscle. The white gas entwined in her right hand was as if it had an autonomous consciousness, instantly expanding to her entire body, forming a barrier on her body's surface. When Yuan's fist touched this layer of gas, it was met with great resistance and could not go any further at all. But this was what Yuan had expected. He had only just awakened, and even if his talent was high, it would be impossible for him to directly cross several large realms to inflict damage on Shangwan Ru. It's not realistic. What really struck him was what he realized. The source energy he had condensed on the surface of his fist was actually broken down by that white gas. Decomposition of source energy. What a weird ability. Still at the awakening stage, you can use source energy to cover the surface of your body to strengthen your strength. This flesh of yours is really, really good. Shangwan Ru nodded approvingly. Yuan had just recovered from the shock, and when he heard these words, he always felt strange. What flesh or not flesh, often put this kind of words on the mouth, will be misunderstood as obsessive girl-ah. Right. Shangwan Ru extended his other hand. A miniature source energy fluctuation tester lay in his palm. And the values above show. It's 0. Well. Shangwan Ru was smiling. My chi is not dependent on source energy, but an independent system. The fact that there are no source energy fluctuations when I use it is a proof of sorts. Yuan shook off his arm that was numb from the shock and questioned. So? Could this be your talent, director? There are some talents that don't seem to require the use of source energy, right? Shangwan Ru shook his head. No, I can be sure that this is not my gift. If it's a talent, the talent-awakened person knows it by heart themselves. This kind of chi was unintentionally grasped by me during an experience when I was in college. At those words, Yuan became even more curious. Then if that's the case, with your financial power and resources, Chief, you should have conducted several experimental special training sessions before, right? None of them have reproduced successfully? Shangwan Ru skimmed his lips. In fact, it's only been a year since I mastered chi, and I haven't conducted a few experiments in total, plus. SSS-ranked gifted are already rare, not to mention SSS-ranked flesh-body strengthening type gifted. And this kind of chi needs to be grasped through extreme physical honing. The previous few testers were too weak in willpower and simply couldn't last the extreme pressure test before giving up. So it is. Yuan thoughtfully looked at Shangwan Meng on the sofa to the side. Did she have a pity value for herself because she had witnessed Shangwan Ru's special training program and was shocked by its cruelty? It seemed to be able to understand the meaning in Yuan's eyes. Shangwan Meng winked at Yuan and guffawed. Don't worry, big brother. My sister's special training program works. Even if you can't master chi, you can still make your battle power and will fight far superior to those in the same realm. At this point, Shangwan Meng didn't lie. Although it was said that the previous few testers, after withdrawing from the program, all left a psychological shadow and seeing Shangwan Ru was like seeing an evil spirit. But their battle power, indeed, had all been greatly enhanced. One of the SS-ranked flesh-body strengthening talents even possessed the strength to call out SSS-ranked talents in the same realm. Sure. This pair of sisters couldn't fool Yuan. That bright 300 points of mercy value disliked his face. Do you think he'll believe it? Just. All for the sake of emotional value. Yuan took a deep breath and looked at Shangwan Ru. Chief, you're strong, aren't you? Shangwan Ru was a little confused by Yuan's sudden question, but quickly responded with a nod. Well, I'm strong. Su Yuan followed up with another question. You're the chairman of the Cloverleaf Group, so isn't it true that you have a lot of connections and know a lot of top-tier powerhouses? Shangwan Ru. Exactly. Su Yuan pursued. Then if I were to participate in your training program and successfully reproduce the qi that you have mastered, would it, in your circle, cause a stir? Shangwan Ru straightened her expression, the pride in her eyes made her breasts unconsciously stand up, appearing more and more lofty. More than sensational. If we do succeed, this is a change that will go down in history. The whole world will be shaken by my theory. Of course. And you're definitely on the radar of a bunch of bigwigs. Shangwan Ru misunderstood Su Yuan. She thought that Su Yuan was trying to make a class leap by participating in her plan so that he could enter the circle of the top powerhouses. How? The idea is more utilitarian, but it's a motivator. So she gave a fairly straight answer in the affirmative. I don't know. Everyone, including her. In Su Yuan's eyes, they were all just tools to brush up on their emotional value. Being a hangman. Su Yuan had his own realization. Since we have to pretend, then it's time to play big. What's that about pretending to be a pussy in front of your peers? What's a tiny bit of emotional value that can be gained, enough for what? How long do you have to save up for a 100 pack? So, to load. Just pretend in front of the big guy. So, Su Yuan agreed in a serious manner and held out his hand. To change the world. Shangwan Ru was first stunned, and then quickly reacted that Su Yuan meant that he had agreed. She extended her hand in the same way, her smile wide and stunningly beautiful. To change the world. Excitement plus 300. Suyan Yen. Shangwan Meng. These guys, they're on the airwaves so fast? Suanyan suddenly spoke up. Chief Shangwan, I want to join too. Su Yuan? Shangwan Ru? Shangwan Ru looked at Suanyan with some confusion. You? It wasn't that she looked down on Suanyan. It's just that her training experiments are, indeed, hellish. A constant stream of heavy pressure on the physical body is needed to break through the limit thresholds to stimulate the most extreme potential of the human body. Therefore, the experimental subjects that she had selected before all possessed a flesh-strengthening type of talent, and the lowest was S rank, and the highest was SS rank. Although Suanyan possessed an SSS rank talent, the ability to manipulate shadows did not give her an advantage in this regard. She would be over the moon if she accidentally broke someone by then. After hesitating for a moment, Shangwan Ru persuaded. Student Su. This training experiment of mine is very, very intense, and I'm not being alarmist, because there were several SS-ranked flesh-strengthening class-gifted individuals who failed to carry it off before. So, if you're just impressed by the offer I made, the official inclination of SSS-ranked resources given to you is actually enough for you to cultivate to quite a later stage. Suanyan shook her head, her tone sure. I can hold out. In her last life, she missed her chance. This life. She wanted to cultivate her battle chi before she left the blue star and entered the starry sky. And the conditions and resources that Shangwan Ru could provide were the best opportunity for her to cultivate her battle chi. This. Shangwan Ru frowned slightly. At this moment, Shangwan Meng, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, flipped through the dossier in her hand regarding Su Yuan and Suanyan, and let out a sudden realization. Whoops. So you guys are childhood friends? The reason you want to participate in this experiment is because you don't want to be separated from him? Chapter 16, I have nothing to do with him, I just want to get stronger. Su Yuan. Have to say. Shangwan Meng just seemed to have a special kind of magic. Also, i.e. you never know what shocking words will come out of that little mouth of hers next. A childhood friend? It's not purely funny. The two lived together for almost a year. Aside from words like dinner's ready and let's go, there were no more than 5 total conversations that were nutritious and informative. That's all. Not even a casual friend. Totally familiar strangers. Thus, before Suanyan could open her mouth, Su Yuan took the initiative to clarify. I'm sorry, we're not childhood friends, we're just... Halfway through the sentence, Su Yuan suddenly got stuck. Because he did seem to be at a loss as to how to describe the relationship between himself and Suanyan. If they were replaced with Auntie Su, they could be said to be very close elders, similar to the existence of a big sister who knew her heart. Replace it with Suyan. What should I say? Straight up, familiar stranger? It's fine to use the word yourself, but it seems a little inappropriate to say it out loud. While Su Yuan was struggling with this question, Shangguan Meng was filled with melon-eating curiosity. I know that a childhood friend in the narrow sense of the word refers to the kind of relationship you grew up with. But you two are both adolescents, isn't it normal to have a crush on each other? Don't be shy. If it were any other girl being flirted with like that. Even if you really do not have any thoughts in that area, at this time I am afraid that you would have already blushed and said something like no really no. And Suyan? She remained aloof throughout, her tone calm, as if she were recounting something perfectly ordinary. I'm sorry, I don't have the kind of relationship with him that you think I do. The reason I want to participate in such an experiment is simply because I want to become stronger. As her words fell. It's like triggering some kind of special organ. Shangguan Meng first froze, and then the smile on her face, a little bit disappeared. She just stared straight at Suyan, a strange light flickering in those demonic and alien pupils. Just want to. Stronger? What a rare realization. She saw determination in Suyan's eyes, saw the self that once only wanted to become stronger. With the smile back on her face, she leaned back lazily on the sofa and glanced towards Shangguan Ru on the side. Sis, since this sister has spoken to such an extent, it seems like it's all too much if you don't accept her. Shangguan Ru. She knew Shangguan Meng's character well. No one has ever been able to refuse or change what she has said. So she nodded and agreed. Okay. Then you join my training experiment as well. But if you can't hold out, you can tell me ahead of time, it's permissible to quit. Shangguan Meng looked at Suyan with a smile. If you want to get stronger, you can't give up in the middle. Suyan met his eyes thoughtfully. She vaguely felt that Shangguan Meng's attitude towards herself seemed to have undergone some sort of subtle change. Was it her own words of just wanting to get stronger just now that touched her? If that's true, then what is the reason for Shangguan's dream to become stronger? You know, nowadays she is already strong enough, and it is not too much to say that she can even be said to be the strongest of the young generation of Dixia. It's the Shangguan family? She mused. Previous life. The rift between Shangguan Meng and the Shangguan family's end, disappearance, and even their final deaths were confusing and shrouded in a layer of fog, so perhaps there was a real possibility. That's all. Don't want to. The only thing she needed to focus on now was to gather resources, cultivate hard, and become stronger as early as possible. If memory serves, the next few years are not going to be peaceful, with many drastic changes and turmoil at Blue Star. Okay. Shangguan Ru set the topic straight. The experimental program I spoke to you about in the party is being conducted in my private name and will not pose any impact on your other choices. I've instructed someone to go through your SSS-rated resource leaning certification. Starting today, you will receive the highest level of resource privileges for demonic geniuses in this country every day. Although there are still 3 months until the national exams, there's no use for you to go to school for those 3 months, so you'll follow me in training. I promise that after 3 months, your battle power will skyrocket. As for whether you intend to enter the martial arts university, the military department, or be a lone wolf and a free man after the big exam, I won't interfere. It's just that every so often, you need to return to me for training again, until you master Qi, or until the experiment fails. During that time, I will provide you with the best cultivation resources, the best medical conditions, and the best equipment. All you have to do is don't treat yourselves like human beings and squeeze your potential hard during training, understand? Su Yuan and Suyan nodded at the same time. Shangguan Ru was immensely satisfied and enthusiastic. Due to the fact that this experimental training has been on hold for a relatively long time, it will take some time to prepare. In 3 days, the experiment will begin. During these 3 days, I want you to prepare yourselves mentally, and by the way, inform your parents that you may not be able to go home for several days in a row afterward. After a series of exhortations. Only then did Shangguan Ru have someone take Su Yuan and Suyan away. After the two left, Shangguan Ru was incredibly excited. She sat down next to Shangguan Meng and took her hand. Obviously, she was a sexy royal lady with an E-rated huge body, but when she was happy, she was like a child. Sis, I might actually make it this time. Shangguan Meng nodded with a light smile on the surface. Cheer up. However, in his heart, he was always thinking about Suyan's words. I just want to get stronger. These words made her see her former self in Suyan's body. Get stronger, just get stronger and you will surely be able to break the chains that weigh you down. This is the absolute truth of this world. She gently rubbed her sister Shangwan-ru's long ice blue hair, and a strange light flickered in those demonic and exotic pupils. Ru, whether your experiment works or not, when it's over. That girl, I'll take it. Shangwan-ru nodded. Good. But then she went on, and asked again. Well, what about the boy? Shangwan Meng withdrew her hand, and after lazily stretching her waist, she ambled onto Shangwan-ru's shoulder like a kitten, with very little interest on her delicate face. Him? Tell me more. After leaving the director's office, Suyan and Yuan followed behind the staff side by side. It was just that neither of them opened their mouths to speak, causing the atmosphere to be a bit icy for a while. So much so that the person leading the way was a bit cautious, not daring to breathe, even suspecting for a moment that these two SSS-class demons hadn't formed some kind of bond. Actually, the two were just each thinking about different things. Yuan was thinking that he had just gotten another 700 plus points of emotion value from that pair of sisters. With these 700 plus emotion points, should I save up to 1000 points and do a primary 10 draw, or 2 intermediate single draws? The previous one shot into the soul always feel consumed his luck, so how about still relying on quantity to win and having a 10 straight draw? Besides Yuan, Suyan was likewise thinking about things. It was just that she was thinking about system-related things. I wonder what the system means by massive resources. If it's a resource that can be accessed on the blue planet, it's not much help. After all, now that she was on Shangwan-ru's bus, general resources were not a problem at all. Instead, precious resources like soul crystals, star marrow, and source thunder crystals, which could only be produced in the starry sky, helped her a lot. As for the situation where she lost to Yuan in the strength assessment, not only would she not be able to obtain a huge amount of resources, but she would also have to carry out the so-called dog-licking adventure. She did not consider it at all. In her eyes, Yuan, there's no threat. Chapter 17, if you want to say it in the future, just say we're siblings. Department of Education Lobby. All have completed the appropriate resource tilt certifications. And then every day, someone would deliver the resources of the corresponding specifications to the door, completely without the need for the crowd to worry about it. I'll go. I didn't realize that the resource tilt of AB grade talent would be 1 level 1 source crystal per day. That's $3,000. $100,000 a month. The official government is really willing to shed blood. Who says it isn't? And when our rank comes up, we'll also be able to obtain higher grade source crystals. By the way, everyone gets to pick 3 battle techniques. What did you guys pick? So far I've only picked up one, the triple stacked broken wave knife, and I'm definitely going to be using a knife in the future, handsome as hell. I think swords are more handsome. In the midst of the congregation's conversation, Yuan and Suyan returned to the group. It was only after hearing what the crowd was chatting about that Yuan realized it. That guy Shangwan-ru, it seems like he didn't even talk to the two of them about the content of the SSS level resource tilt. Or are these resources, in her eyes, simply inconsequential? The more Yuan thought about it, the more he felt it was so. So simply labeled Shangwan-ru as a super rich woman. It was used to remind himself that he should never be soft when asking for resources from her in the future. At this time, young Yuan leaned over. Fuchi. How's it going? I just looked at my rank resource pack, it's simply awesome. Brother Fuchi, your SSS grade resource pack, isn't it even more awesome? Yuan casually snorted to muddle through. It's pretty awesome. As they chatted, the topic fell to Shangwan-ru. Zheng Yuan's face was full of yearning and he covered his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. This Shangwan director is so young to be able to sit in the position of director, definitely not an ordinary person. Still looks so good, it's a pity that he actually already has a daughter, heartbreak ah. Yuan smiled and didn't answer. He didn't tell the true relationship between the sisters, Shangwan-ru and Shangwan Meng. Otherwise, he was a bit worried that this righteous son of his would develop some unrealistic fantasies again, and then suffer a blow and fall flat on his face. This woman. It's not for you to touch, son. After another moment, the principal, Xiao Jiangwo, assembled the crowd. After learning that Yuan and Suyan were going to take a leave of absence and not travel to the school anymore before the big martial arts exam, he readily agreed. It would be a waste of time for a demonic genius of this level to remain in school. As for what they were going to do, I think the secretary must have made arrangements, so he need not bother. The entrance to the Board of Education. After saying goodbye to Yuan, Yuan just took a taxi and arrived. He sat in the passenger seat and Suyan sat in the back. There was not a single bit of communication the entire time. The not-so-good-eyed, but rather hot-hearted driver uncle glanced toward the rearview mirror and smiled. "Little girl, boyfriend piss you off?" "Gotta." Yuan was helpless. Why was it that no matter where he went, someone would associate himself with Suyan? Please. He really didn't have any thoughts about her. After a sigh, Yuan explained. "Uncle, we're not a couple, she is my sister." It seemed to understand that Yuan's purpose for doing so was simply to shut the driver uncle up. So after hearing that Yuan had taken the liberty of placing the two of them under the name of brother and sister, Suyan didn't have much of a reaction. The gaze that was always fixed on the window did not ripple in the slightest. It is for this reason. Yuan had to admit it. Except the character is indifferent to a fault. In other aspects, Suyan was still quite good. At the very least, they won't mess around or get into trouble like other girls. An absolute saver. Who knows? After learning that the two are brother and sister, the driver uncle smiled brightly, and instead of feeling embarrassed, he talked about how siblings get along. "Oh, so, sorry. When you're a brother, you have to give in to your sister in everything. After all, besides your parents, you are the closest people in the world. When your sister is angry, you can't just leave her hanging, you have to coax her more." Yuan was sweating. One can only muddle along while praying that the time goes by faster. Finally, home arrived. The nightmare is over. Yuan very rarely took out his cell phone and carefully filled out the evaluation. The driver's uncle is good in every way, handsome and enthusiastic and doesn't know how to take a detour, but it's a pity that he has a long mouth. Put away the cell phone. Yuan took out the key and opened the door to the room. Su Qingling hasn't gotten off work yet. As the link between the two, they barely communicate without her presence. Only. Before the two of them parted ways at the foyer and went to their respective rooms, Suyan spoke faintly. "If you use that excuse again in the future, just say we're siblings." "Huh?" Yuan froze for a moment. Suyan, however, had already walked into her room and closed the door. "What is this? Cold humor?" Shaking his head, Yuan returned to his room. Since he decided to accumulate his emotion value to 1,000 points before using it, Yuan didn't rush the draw, but instead sat on the bed and began to absorb the source energy that was free in space a little bit. It's rather thin, but a little bit is a little bit if you can absorb it, and it's idle anyway. An hour later. Ding dong. The doorbell was rung. Yuan went out and looked around. "A daily resource packet delivered to your door by the Department of Education? Nice guy. That's a lot of efficiency. It hasn't been long since I registered and certified, and the daily resource pack is already in my hands. The source energy is prevented from escaping. Both resources are housed in boxes of specialized materials with a micro-identification system. The only way to turn it on is with a scan of the authenticator's own iris." Yuan delivered one of the resources to the door of Suyan's room and gently knocked on the door. "Your resource packet arrived and I left it by the door." After saying that, he directly turned around and went back to his room. Not long after, the door to Suyan's room opened, and the shadow attendant carried the resource box into the room. After Yuan passed the iris scan, he completed the authentication and successfully opened the resource box. There was a list of items inside. SSS tier gifted daily resource kit awakening stage. 10 level 1 source crystals. 3 first order beast blood nutrient extracts. 2 hours unlimited admission to the menagerie cumulative. 1 hour expert battletech tutoring time cumulative. Is this the preferential treatment for SSS ranked gifted people? Cool. Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion after he finished counting one thing after another. To know. Cultivation resource items alone. Those 10 grade 1 source crystals, market, $30,000. The market price of those 3 first order ferocious beast blood nutrient extracts, $30,000. Combined, that would have amounted to $60,000. And that's just the basic daily resources. Other kinds of special resources, such as Fierce Beast Garden unlimited tickets, expert level battle skills tutoring, were even more difficult to measure in terms of value. And these, even, can be cumulative. It can be quite well thought out. First, we'll use these source crystals and Ferocious Beast blood nutrient solution, and then we'll go to the Ferocious Beast Garden to try our hand at it. Feral Beast Garden. This is a place that specializes in keeping ferocious beasts and providing practical training for cultivators of different levels, opened by the officials. The ferocious beasts inside were all captured from the wild and shipped back directly. The ferocity and wildness could be guaranteed, and the effect of the enhancement of the actual battle was incomparably huge. Only the price of admission is extremely expensive and the average family cannot afford it. Chapter 18 Strong Physical Body. 5 times the source energy. Invincible at the same level. The teacher of the practical class had introduced the Fierce Beast Garden before, saying that it was divided into quantity ticket and time ticket. Quantity ticket, you can only specify a fixed number of ferocious beasts to challenge, and it ends when you're done fighting. Time ticket, on the other hand, allows you to challenge any number of ferocious beasts within a specified period of time, with no upper limit. But the price is more than 10 times that of the quantity ticket. But even so, there are many martial artists from wealthy families who tend to go for it, simply because battle is the best teacher, and the ferocity of the ferocious beasts is the best whetstone for refining their battle power than the instructors of the martial arts halls. Yuan murmured softly, his eyes flickering. The ancient god bloodline not only strengthened his physique, but also filled him with exuberant energy. Every cell in his body was hungry for power, longing for battle. So he decided. Once all those source crystals and ferocious beast blood nutrient extracts were absorbed, he would go to the ferocious beast garden to vent. Sit down cross-legged. Yuan held a level 1 source crystal in each of his left and right hands. He began to silently run the Tian Yuan cultivation method, absorbing the source energy from the source crystal. The same performance as the first time the source energy entered the body, the 2 grade 1 source crystals, both of which were fading at a rate visible to the naked eye. An hour later. There were only the last 2 level 1 source crystals left in the daily resource pack. This was an extremely terrifying absorption speed, far beyond the realm of normal geniuses, and was even enough to make the demons ashamed of themselves. Yuan looked at the 2 source crystals in the resource box with a thoughtful expression. According to what is stated on the Martial Dao Primer, a martial artist at the awakening stage will reach the limit of the amount of source energy that can be held by the physical body by absorbing 20 level 1 source crystals under standard circumstances. But counting the one I absorbed at school, I've already absorbed a full 9 grade 1 source crystals, so by all rights, I should have reached 1/2 of the fullness, but now it seems like it's only just reached 1/10? The awakening stage is the preparatory stage before becoming a martial artist. Cultivators at this stage needed to absorb external source energy and store it in their bodies. When the physical body could no longer hold more source energy, it was necessary to stop absorbing external source energy and instead compress the source energy in the body and condense it into a source orifice, which was the first level of perfection. There were a total of 9 stages in the awakening stage, which meant that one needed to go through the process of source energy filling the body and condensing into an orifice 9 times. When the 9 source orifices are ready, only then can they begin to impact the first stage. The ancient god bloodline has caused the strength of my fleshly body to skyrocket. In this case, I am tantamount to a bottomless pit, requiring 5 times the resources of an ordinary person, and the further I go, this multiplier gap may even be magnified. The downside is that it's extremely resource intensive. Pros, plain and simple, in 4 big words. Invincible at the same level. This is just the awakening stage. For every source orifice I have, I'll have 5 times more source energy than an ordinary person. Not to mention the realm after that. As for the downside, it's not a problem. If you want a horse to run fast, then you have to give. With Shangguan Ru, a super rich woman, there's absolutely no need to think about it. Think of it this way. Yuan directly absorbed the 2 remaining grade 1 source crystals. After absorbing it, he poured down those 3 stage 1 ferocious beast blood nutritional extracts in one gulp. To be strong in the flesh is to be fearless. Yes. Yuan wiped his mouth. Dispose of the 3 empty reagents in the trash. With this kind of rough absorption, if someone else came along, bursting out of the body wouldn't be a problem, but he would definitely be seriously injured. But for Yuan, it's not fierce enough. So, he directly picked up his cell phone and dialed the number Shangguan Ru had left for him. Soon, the phone was connected and Shangguan Ru's voice came from the other end. Hey, what's going on? Chief Shangwan, I've used up my SSS ranked resource pack for today. Can you watch and send over some more resources? Any source crystals, ferocious beast meat, nutritional potions, whatever. Shangwan Ru was silent for a moment. If I remember correctly, there are 10 level 1 source crystals in the SSS ranked daily resource pack. At the standard rate of absorption, it would take 20 hours to finish absorbing it. Even if you're a genius and absorb source energy at 3 times the rate of a normal person, it would still take nearly 6 hours. How long has it been, and you've absorbed it all? Right. Words. Shangwan Ru sucked in a breath of cool air before muttering to himself. Really good. It's really good, it's worthy of being an SSS ranked flesh strengthening class talent. It feels like there's a really good chance of recreating chi this time. Just wait at home, I'll have someone go and send some cultivation resources over to you. But you have to grasp the degree yourself, don't make it too fierce all at once. Yuan laughed. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. By the way, if it's possible, why don't you send the battle techniques along with it? I can familiarize myself with it in advance before the start of the experimental special training, lest I don't have enough battle skills by then. Shangwan Ru thought about it and agreed. Alright, the privilege of picking battle techniques was originally included in your SSS grade resource tilt. It's just that the country has a rule that even the SSS grade resource tilt is only open up to a grade battle techniques at most. As for higher grade battle techniques, they can only be learned in major top tier academies, or by joining the army and exchanging them for merits. You can view it as a means for the country to enlist and absorb demonic geniuses. Yuan could certainly understand. Even this so-called daily resource kit implies this. Just ask. When you've experienced the days when you have abundant cultivation resources every day, can you still live a dry, poor, whooshing life? It must be known that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. And all levels of resource preferences stop being supplied at the 3rd rank. Further on, you can't expect the state to give you resources for nothing, you have to contribute and use your own contributions in exchange for higher level resources. This is essentially a transaction. Fair and square, there's nothing to point out. Okay, a ranked battle techniques then. Well, I'll send you the list of pickable battle techniques later, just send it to me when you're done. Good. A few minutes later. Shangwan Ru sent over the list of battle techniques available for selection. Yuan did some filtering based on the categories. 3 battle techniques. Offense, defense, and stance. Yuan each picked a battle skill that best suited him. Before awakening, there were practical classes in school. Practice with different weapons according to each person's different preferences and strengths. What Yuan was best at was guns. Not a pistol gun, but a long gun. In today's world, technology is advanced and thermal weapons are available, but their usefulness is quite limited when facing high-level enemies. Pistols and rifles, for example, wouldn't be able to do much against martial artists of the 3rd rank or higher. As for the cap nukes of thermal weapons, they don't work well against strong people above the 7th order. But the Cold War is different. Various types of super-strong alloys, and even cold weapons made from the bodies of high-ranking ferocious beasts, could explode with unimaginably terrifying power in the hands of high-ranking martial artists. Therefore, truly powerful martial artists are experts in using cold weapons. In the 9 long and 9 short 18 kinds of weapons, the gun is the first of the 9 long, known as the King of the 100 Soldiers. Yuan used it and it was the smoothest. Soon, the 3 battle techniques were picked. Grade A Combat Skill 9 Regicide Gun. Class A Battle Technique Singularity Source Shield. Class A Combat Skill Shadow Flash. Chapter 19-3 Entry-Level Battle Skills, enough to crush Yuan. In the list of battle techniques sent over by Shangwan Ru, there was a rough description of the battle technique. These 3 battle techniques were the ones that Yuan felt most suitable for him after some comparison. And there was also a Grade A Battle Skill Epiphany card lying in the system space. It allowed him to unconditionally raise the proficiency of an A-ranked battle technique to the perfection realm. He, for one, can't wait. Manifestation of sainthood in front of people and all that is still secondary. Most of all, he wanted to shock others and earn emotion values through his perfect realm battle technique. I'm not a pretender, but the system won't give me a chance. Lo Abyss. After sending the message to Shangwan Ru, Yuan then put down his cell phone and digested the ferocious beast blood nutrients while patiently waiting for the feeding from the Shangwan big rich woman. The next room. Suyan was practicing a special technique. Her shadow servant, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding a source crystal in each of her left and right hands, absorbing source energy and feeding it back into her body. If an ordinary cultivator's source energy absorption speed was 1, a genius was 3, and a demon was higher, then the current Suyan might only be considered a genius. Her absorption rate of source energy was only about 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Suyan didn't have any special reaction to this, because something like qualifications could be improved later on. Her fleshly body qualification, it was true that it wasn't too excellent right now, but it didn't matter. After that, she would utilize all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures to raise her fleshly body qualification up. Besides, she has the Shadow Squire. The speed at which it absorbed source energy was almost more than 10 times that of an ordinary human. For a level 1 source crystal, an ordinary person would need to absorb it for 2 hours, whereas for a shadow servant, it would take less than 10 minutes for it to be absorbed. Positively so. It was only then that she didn't waste her time absorbing source energy, but practiced stacking strength. This was not a battle technique, but a special source energy control technique. Through the superposition of a channel of source energy, a powerful force erupted. Many battle techniques rely on this skill. For example, the triple strength, which is more widely circulated in Daxia. From the name alone, it could be seen that what it focused on was the superposition of force. As the saying goes, the great way is simple, and the great trick is not to be done. This seemed like an ordinary and unusual technique, but in reality, it was an extremely powerful ability. A triple power stack might not be a big deal. 6th and 9th, that's about it. But do you know how terrifying the power will be when the strength is superimposed to 100 times, or even 200 times? Xianyan knew. Used to be her. With 130 weights of strength stacked on top of each other, it shattered a continent. With 220 weights of strength stacked on top of each other, it shattered an entire planet. At present, this physical body is too weak, stacking 3 times of strength is close to the limit. Suyan stopped her stance, her gaze calmly staring at her right hand, the palm of which had become red from practicing stacking her strength. And this mediocre-sounding triple strength Dao was, in fact, something that could only be executed after the B-grade battle skill triple strength reached the proficient realm. It was equal to the fact that it only took her a short while to cultivate a B-rank battle skill to proficient. It's absolutely appalling when it gets out. This time, a message came from the Shadow Squire. It had already finished absorbing those 10 grade 1 source crystals. Suyan did the same thing as Su Yuan, asking Shangwan Ru for cultivation resources. What? You also finished absorbing the source crystals from the daily resource pack? On the other end of the phone, Shangwan Ru was surprised. When she was still in the imperial capital, she had seen not too many SSS-ranked gifted people, but not too few either. Although they all possessed the topmost companion talent just like Su Yuan and Suyan, those who could be compared to these two in terms of cultivation qualifications were truly rare. This rate of resource consumption is enough to be called a monster. Suyan did not care about Shangwan Ru's surprise, what she was more concerned about was the word also in Shangwan Ru's mouth. Because it meant that not only did Su Yuan similarly finish absorbing the source crystals, but he also absorbed them faster than her, which was why he had called Shangwan Ru before her. By the way, Su Yuan has already chosen the battle techniques he needs. Do you want to take a look as well? Good. Suyan didn't refuse. Although it was said that she did not lack powerful battle techniques, those unlearned battle techniques easily displayed would easily attract trouble. Therefore, she planned to pick a few battle skills to use to cover her ears. A few minutes later, she had the battle technique picked out. Grade A 9 Slayer. Class A Singularity Source Shield. Class A Shadow Flash. When she sent the selected battle technique to Shangwan Ru replied to her with a crying with laughter emoji. Shangwan Ru, you too. Is this a heart-to-heart, or have you communicated before? The number of options available for a ranked battle techniques is also quite a lot, and you guys actually chose 3 of the same battle techniques. Suyan was silent. She had her own reasons for choosing these 3 battle techniques. 9 Regicide Gun, the most powerful and destructive. And it contained the principle of strength stacking, capable of increasing the power of the first shot by up to 9 weights, very much in line with her current training needs. Singularity Source Shield, capable of coalescing source energy in a single point, and after exploding, countering attacks with a powerful impact to achieve a special defense effect. The only difficulty was that the control of the source energy needed to be extremely fine, but that was not a problem for her at all. As for Shadow Flash, the body combat techniques were all similar. This body technique carried the word shadow, so Suyan chose it. Colliding with Su Yuan. Pure coincidence. Shangguan-ru, forget it, it's good for you to choose the same battle technique, that way, when the time comes, you can spar and discuss with each other, and perhaps deepen your understanding and promote your mastery of the battle technique. Suyan, it's not necessary. It really wasn't necessary for her. In her previous life, although the ones she chose were not these three battle techniques, with her experience and perception, she was able to easily master them into the subtle realm. Shangguan-ru. Okay. After putting down the phone, Su Anyan intentionally glanced toward the next door. There was a wall between them, so she couldn't see what Su Yuan was doing in the next room. She was just a little skeptical. Su Yuan, did he really finish absorbing the source crystal? Although both of them were SSS ranked gifted, SSS rank, in reality, was the upper limit of Blue Star's talent detection, not the upper limit of her talent. It was by virtue of the special nature of the Shadow Servant that she was able to achieve such rapid source energy absorption. Su Yuan actually managed to do it faster than her. It seemed that he was gifted with a physical body, perhaps specializing in source energy absorption. This kind of talent is quite common in the universe. It will develop faster in the early stages, but in the middle and late stages, it will be relatively weak. Thinking of this, Su Anyan felt a slight sense of urgency. The first comparison of the system will take place in 9 days. If Su Yuan maintained this rate of source energy absorption, and the flesh body strengthening class talent, itself, would have a stronger fighting power at a lower realm. Himself. Is it possible to lose to Su Yuan in the first comparison? No. No way. Su Anyan shook her head. Put that ludicrous thought behind you. What the system was comparing was not mere realms, but battle power. Even if it was possible for her to be that slightly behind Su Yuan in terms of realm. But in terms of battle power, she had absolute confidence. Not to mention anything else, but just the 3 Inception level battle techniques were enough to crush Su Yuan. Chapter 20 Instantaneous Epiphany Grade A Battle Skill 9 Regicide Gun, Perfection Realm Mastery. Shangguan-ru was very efficient in his work. It wasn't long before people were sent over with the resource supplies that Su Yuan and Su Anyan needed. At the sound of the doorbell, both Su Yuan and Su Anyan walked out of the room, bumping into each other just in time. The two men glanced at each other, and then each withdrew their gaze. Both Su Yuan and Su Anyan had gotten used to it. In the absence of Su Qingling, the bond, there was little to no communication between each other. Both of them came to the door at the same time, received the resource box belonging to them from the person assigned by Shangguan-ru, and then turned around, returning to the room. From start to finish, in one fell swoop, without any semblance of awkwardness, without any semblance of communication. True familiar strangers. Room. Su Yuan opened the second resource box of the day. Like the official daily resource pack, it contains a list of items. Level 2 Source Crystals 20. Level 1 Beast Nutritional Essence 10 PCS. Grade A Battle Skill 9 Regicide Gun 1 Battle Skill Soul Seal. Grade A Battle Skill Singularity Source Shield 1 Battle Skill Soul Seal. Grade A Battle Skill Shadow Flash 1 Battle Skill Soul Seal. Level 2 Source Crystals? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. The source energy contained in a Grade 2 source crystal was almost 10 times that of a Grade 1 source crystal, and the purity of the source energy was much higher. When absorbing Grade 1 source crystals, although the absorption speed was fast, it still took some time to remove the impurities from it. Comparatively speaking, the impurities in a Grade 2 source crystal would be much less and easier to absorb, thus the price was not just 10 times that of a Grade 1 source crystal, but 15 times. The market price of one Grade 2 source crystal is as high as 45,000 yuan. It really is super rich. An ordinary awakened person would need to absorb 20 Grade 1 source crystals in order to complete its source energy filling the body and condensing into an orifice. And with his incomparably strong physical body, it would take an ordinary awakened person 5 times the amount of source energy, or 100 level 1 source crystals, to condense a source orifice. 20 Grade 2 source crystals were equivalent to 200 Grade 1 source crystals, enough for him to condense 2 source orifices and reach the awakening stage 2 stage of perfection. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, it really does still make sense, if we don't purchase source crystals to aid in our cultivation, relying solely on the source energy traveling in space, we'll have to cultivate until the monkey years and months. An ordinary awakened person who wants to complete 9 times of condensing their orifices and break through to the first stage will need 180 level 1 source crystals, with a combined market price of 540,000 yuan, which is really hard for the average family to afford. And for me, it's 2.7 million. Burning money, too much money. Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Even if he had the property left behind by his parents, in front of such a huge consumption of resources, it was simply not enough. Even the resources tilted by the state to SSS-ranked gifted people were completely insufficient. It has to be a rich woman. Nope. What a rich woman. He, relying on his strong physical body, helped her to revive the existence of Qi. She, who provides herself with resources so that she can grow quickly. It was a fair deal between him and Shangguan Ru. In addition to the level 2 source crystals, there is also the first rank Ferocious Beast Nutritional Essence, which is much better than the effect of the blood nutritional extracts, and it costs nearly 80,000 for one branch. Yuan picked up one of them, opened the lid, tilted his head back and poured it down. If this scene was seen by outsiders, I'm afraid that they would be directly stunned. To know. Even the Ferocious Beast blood nutrient extract, most people could only drink it little by little. The essence of ferocious beasts even needed to be diluted heavily before they dared to be imported in trace amounts. And Yuan? Drinking ferocious beast essence was as sparse as drinking water. This was because after being strengthened by the ancient god's bloodline, Yuan's fleshly body was frighteningly strong. When the fierce beast essence entered his body, it wouldn't even have time to show off its power before it would be instantly divided and devoured by that one gawking ancient god cell. Yes. Take advantage of the lull in the body's cellular digestion. Yuan didn't rush to absorb the source crystals, but instead turned his gaze to the 3 battle technique soul seals. Battle skill soul seal. It was a small round piece with a jade-like texture, only the size of a dollar coin, emitting a faint fluorescent light. One only needed to affix it to the center of the brow, and the battle techniques contained within would be automatically imprinted into the mind. Yuan placed the 3 battle technique soul seals on his brow in turn. Soon. The contents of the 3 battle techniques were deeply embedded in Yuan's mind, and the fluorescence on the 3 battle technique soul seals dissipated, meaning that they could not be used again. 3 battle techniques. Only 1 epiphany card. Which battle technique to use it on? Yuan pondered for a short while and finally decided to use it on the attack battle skill, the 9 deicide gun. Offense. Just the best defense. As long as you slaughter your opponent before he launches his attack, won't you be able to use your defense and stance? The 9 regicide gun, on the other hand, was the top group of a great battle techniques. Post-decision. Yuan directly took out the battle skill epiphany card from his system backpack, selected the 9 regicide gun, and used it. Ding! Using 1 battle skill epiphany card, your mastery of the A-ranked battle skill 9 regicide gun has been raised to the perfect level. Boom! An epiphany. Getting to heaven. The current Yuan, with that strong physical body, even if he was still only at the awakening rank, if he had a gun in his hand, he could kill any first-rank powerhouse in seconds. Who? Feeling that wonderful sense of epiphany, Yuan very much wanted to continue to have a few more draws. How wonderful it would be to continue drawing epiphany cards. It's just a shame. There are too few emotes now. Cultivate first. Waiting until the source energy in your body is full, compressing it and condensing it into a source orifice will take some time. It's just time to go to the Fey Garden to pretend and harvest some emotional value. Thinking so, Yuan re-engaged in his cultivation. The next room. Suyan handed the level 2 source crystal to the shadow servant for absorption. He himself was looking at the battle techniques he had just mastered. 9 regicide lance, singularity source shield, shadow flash. She was currently able to easily superimpose a triple strength, and if she held a gun, she could also easily stab 3 shots, which was considered mastery. By the time she could stack 5 strengths and stab 5 shots, it would be considered skilled. Then to be able to stab 7 shots, the party is proficient. As for into the subtle, one needs to be able to stab 9 shots in a row. She's confident. Before the first comparison came. Cultivate this 9 regicide guns to the into the subtle level. Look again at singularity source shield. Her flesh is weak now. However, the fineness of her control over source energy was far beyond what should be possible in the current realm. That's why her mastery of the singularity source shield starts at the proficient level. As for the shadow flash, this body combat technique. With a little practice, you will also be able to enter the micro easily. After all 3A ranked battle skills had reached into the subtle. She didn't know how she was going to lose when the system did the battle power comparison. Later, Su Qingling came back from work. After learning that both Su Yuan and Su Anyan had awakened their SSS grade talents, she directly froze. In her opinion, whether the two could awaken their talents or not, it was all the same, and she would do her best to nurture them. Results: 2 SSS levels? This isn't a joke, is it? The news was too much of a shock for her, so much so that when she was cooking, she felt a trance, like being in the clouds, rather like a feeling of unreality. She didn't have any martial arts talent herself, and after condensing 9 source orifices in the first place, she was never able to break through the first rank, and slowly, her genes were deactivated, and the source energy in her body dispersed, and she gradually became an ordinary person. Now, the two of them, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yan, had transformed into top-tier demons? After dinner, Su Yuan, like before, wanted to help Su Qingling clean up the dishes, but was refused. Xiao Yuan, you are now a top genius, hurry up and seize the time to cultivate, where do you need to do these chores? Su Yuan cried and laughed. Auntie Su, it's so little time, it doesn't matter. However, Su Qingling said nothing. Just when the two couldn't convince anyone, a shadow that slowly appeared beside the two. Su Anyan stood up from the dining table and faintly said, "Let it wash." When he finished, he turned around and went back to his room. The shadow waiter, in turn, began to take the dishes from the sink and wash them patiently and meticulously. Su Qingling's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at the shadow attendant whose figure bore a slight resemblance to Su Anyan's. Would it be a bit too big? Su Yuan laughed. Of course not, he said, and reached out to give the shadow priest a light pat on the shoulder. Come on, do a good job. The shadow squire shuddered slightly and didn't reply. Room. Su Anyan's footsteps suddenly paused for a moment, and then that good-looking brow furrowed a little. This is Flare Breath? Chapter 21, Traveling to the Fierce Beast Garden, a challenge across a great realm. The power of the flare of the sun. It is a type of star power. Essentially, a more advanced form of source energy. Only, Blue Star has not yet aligned itself with the stars. The energy system of the native ecosystem is limited to ordinary source energy, and the abilities that come with accompanying talents. And the power of the stars, even in the starry sky, belonged to a high level of energy, as it was drawn directly from the stars. But why did Su Yuan's body have the aura of the power of the Yu Sun? Could it, too, have something to do with his talent? Su Anyan was somewhat helpless. This guy. In memory, it was clearly just an ordinary person with mediocre talent. How is it that in his own rebirth, he not only awakened an SSS grade talent, but this talent, it's also so bizarre. Not only can it substantially strengthen the strength of the physical body, it also possessed a source energy absorption speed comparable to that of a shadow servant. Now, it's also suspected to be able to draw on the power of the flare sun. Currently, the shadow servant has not yet advanced, and when it touches the power of the flare sun, it is almost completely restrained. Some trouble. The first comparison was just 9 days later. In other words, excluding her own restrained talent, her battle power in other aspects had to far exceed Su Yuan's. 3. Into the subtle, A-class battle techniques. Should be enough, right? Just as Su Anyan regarded Su Yuan as a hypothetical enemy and assessed his battle prowess, Su Yuan was planning to take a trip out to the Fierce Beast Garden to release his desire to fight, and incidentally see how strong a top A-grade battle skill from the Perfection Realm could be. Auntie Su, I'm going out. Yeah. Bringing the tickets with him, Su Yuan took a car and headed to the Fierce Beast Garden. Due to the large area of the Fierce Beast Garden and the ferociousness of the fierce beasts bred in it, they would often emit deafening roars. That's why the ferocious beast gardens in every city were almost always built on the outskirts. An hour later. Finally. It's a suburb, though. But there are still quite a few people here. After all. Although the cost of the Fierce Beast Garden is a bit expensive, the practical training effect that can be achieved is real. As long as a martial artist who could afford the huge entrance fee, he or she would usually not begrudge the money, just to be able to make his or her battle power even higher. After passing the test, Su Yuan came to the service desk. The reception lady was very professional, and after seeing Su Yuan, she asked with a smile, Classmate, is it true that you want to challenge a fierce beast of the awakening rank? Obviously. She recognized Su Yuan's identity as a student and guessed that Su Yuan must be a gifted martial artist. Otherwise, the senior student from Arashur City had only just completed his awakening today and dared to come over to challenge the ferocious beasts, which he simply couldn't do without the support of a powerful talent. Su Yuan didn't decide directly, but inquired. Hello, I would like to ask, when challenging a ferocious beast, there is a safety officer on hand to watch over it, right? The receptionist lady nodded and patiently explained. Yes, the fierce beast challenge is very dangerous and some accidents may happen. In order to ensure the lives of the challengers, there is a safety guard watching over them. Alright then, I'm going to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast. Okay. The reception young lady was already planning to enter information for Su Yuan, but in the end, after reacting to the fact that Su Yuan was talking about a rank 1 ferocious beast, she directly froze. Classmate. Are you sure it wasn't a slip of the tongue that the one to be challenged isn't Awakening Stage 1, but a Stage 1 ferocious beast? Su Yuan smiled gently. I'm sure. Shock +1. The receptionist lady was a little hesitant. Class, while it's true that there are security guards watching over the ferocious beast challenges, according to the rules, the security guards will only step in if the challenger is in crippling level danger. It's okay, I'm confident. Su Yuan wasn't worried. According to the principal, the strength of his physical body was already strong enough to be comparable to a rank 1 intermediate martial artist. And that's without using battle techniques. If you use a battle technique. He had a hunch. Even a ferocious beast of the upper first rank, or even the limit of the first rank, would be killed in seconds by itself. Okay. Seeing that she could not be persuaded, the receptionist lady could only agree. Student, please scan your iris and authenticate your account information. Su Yuan did as he was told. After Su Yuan's account information was successfully inquired, the receptionist lady was straight up blown away. This young man in front of him, who looked like he had a clean-cut brow, was actually an SSS ranked gifted person. Shock +3. Same. Classmate, you now have 2 hours unlimited tickets on your account. The entrance is over there, and someone will explain the appropriate challenge rules to you then. The receptionist lady was very emotional at this point. This is an SSS ranked gifted person. Incredibly rare. It's an absolute demonic genius. No wonder he dared to come up and challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast. And I actually persuaded him to challenge the awakening rank 1 stage ferocious beast just now. It is really shameful. Thanks. Su Yuan smiled politely at her and turned away, heading towards the entrance. The receptionist lady looked at his back with longing in her eyes. Level 1 Fierce Beast Challenge Area, Entrance. Chenhe sat in his chair, leisurely swiping his cell phone. He was a second-rank martial artist who acted as a safety officer in the first-rank Ferocious Beast Challenge Area. Suddenly, he swiped a message and jumped straight up from his chair. Our Arashur City has actually seen 2 SSS-ranked gifted people and 1 SS-ranked gifted person this year? As a martial artist, he was very concerned about the annual awakenings. It doesn't. A few minutes ago, Arashur City officials just released this year's awakenings. There were a total of 6 middle schools, and apart from Arashur City number 1, only Arashur City number 2, which had produced an A-ranked awakened person, the rest of them, at the highest, were only B-ranked. As for Arashur City First High School, there were 2 SSS grades, 1 SS grade, and 1 A grade straight out of the gate. As he was reeling from this, an alert came from his Bluetooth headset. Ding! A challenger has arrived, please pay attention to reception. Come alive. Chenhe took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart and looked towards the teenager who was walking towards this side not far away. Ha? So young? Chenhe was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, martial artists who challenged first-rank fierce beasts were usually in their 20s. After all, everyone could only begin cultivation at the age of 18 when they reached adulthood, and qualifications, financial resources, and again, huge limitations. Anyone who could step into the ranks of a first-ranked martial artist at the age of 20 was already considered to be the best of the crowd. But this person right now looks like a student. Wait. Chenhe snapped his head down, took out his work phone, and looked at the challenger's message. Su Yuan challenging the first-level beast's time ticket 2 hours not yet started. Su Yuan. Su Yuan. WOJ. Chenhe slammed his thigh. He remembered. In that official briefing he just read himself. One of those two demons in Arashur City First High School who had awakened their SSS ranked talents seemed to be called by this name. See the living for yourself. Chapter 22. Less than a minute and you've got it in seconds? Holding on to his excitement, Chen He immediately greeted him. Even though he was a second-rank martial artist and the other party was just a newly awakened student. But so what? That's an SSS-ranked gifted person. A being destined to be strong in the future. He, on the other hand, had been stuck at the lower level of the second rank for many years now, and if there were no accidents, I was afraid that he would stop here in this lifetime. So, what's wrong with a little licking? Classmate. You're here to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast? Chen He came to Su Yuan in a burst of jogging, with a bright smile on his face. Su Yuan looked at the enthusiastic man in front of him with some confusion, and was wondering who the other party was when his eyes swept over the safety officer's identification tag he wore on his chest. Oh. It turned out to be a safety officer in the challenge area. But I think he had heard before that all the security officers in the Fierce Beast Park were all very high-strung. Aside from introducing the rules of the challenge at the very beginning, it barely communicates with you and only strikes when you're about to mail it. How does it seem so different now than what was rumored? Yes, I'm the one who's going to challenge the rank 1 ferocious beasts. Chen He's eyes lit up. Okay Lo, this way please, by the way, you can just call me Xiao Chun. Little Chan? Su Yuan looked at the bearded, middle-aged uncle beside him who looked twice as big as him, still somewhat unable to call out. At this point, the system suddenly sent out an emotion value harvest prompt. NV plus 13. NV? Su Yuan thought a little and quickly understood. It was probably because this security officer uncle had already learned of his identity as an SSS-ranked awakened person, which was why he was so enthusiastic. That makes sense. In this world, the strong were honored, and a top talent was a ticket to the realm of the strong. It has yet to materialize, but it will always be treated with the appropriate respect and enthusiasm. But barring that, Su Yuan had a principle. If you piss me off, then I'm gonna you, whatever. If you respect me, then I respect you. We're all good brothers. So he smiled and shook his head. I'd better call you Uncle Chen. Chen He froze. And then the smile on that simple face grew even wider. He had thought that an SSS-ranked gifted person should be more condescending, which was why he had lowered his stance from the start. I didn't realize that the other guy was a polite guy. One time, Chen He's favorability towards Su Yuan skyrocketed. Now, even if Su Yuan was just an ordinary student, he would be just as enthusiastic. On the way to the challenge area, Chen He carefully explained the challenge rules for Su Yuan. According to the rules, if one wants to challenge a ferocious beast across realms, one must start at the lower level of that realm, and only if the challenge is successful can one proceed to the next level. For example, right now you're only at the awakening stage, but to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast, you need to challenge a rank 1 lower ferocious beast first. Good. Su Yuan nodded briskly. By the way, I see you're not carrying a weapon. We have different kinds of weapons available here for free. What kind of weapon do you usually use? Lance. A lance? Chen He's eyes lit up. I also majored in marksmanship. Such a coincidence. Su Yuan laughed. Chen He also felt coincidental, and decided in his mind that when the time came to see how little brother Su's marksmanship was, if there were some deficiencies, he would point them out for him. With the nature of mind he has just shown, he should not feel that he has been singled out for face on this. Thinking so, he led Su Yuan to the area specialized in storing lance-type weapons. Here are all the lances you can try, in different weights and materials, all free to use. You're in the awakening stage and your power hasn't come up yet. I suggest using a wooden lance first. Only halfway through his words, Chen He closed his mouth, his eyes filled with surprise. Because Su Yuan had already walked up to a black iron lance and picked it up, pointing, picking, poking, and trying a few times slightly, it looked effortless. Student Su, your talent. Isn't it a flesh-strengthening talent? Exactly. No wonder, this black iron lance, weighing more than 100 pounds, cannot be used by ordinary people. It's not quite right. Su Yuan nodded. With that, he put down the black iron lance in his hand and turned his head to pick up the spirit bronze lance on the side. Spirit copper was a special material that was capable of conducting source energy, and was generally only used by martial artists who were capable of externalizing their source energy. and it weighed almost 1.5 times as much as a black iron lance, nearly 200 pounds. Yuan tried a little, like an arm, and danced with a hunting wind, so he looked at Chen He with satisfaction. Uncle Chen, this is the right gun, it's it. Shock +5. Chen He vaguely remembered that he couldn't even use the spirit copper lance when he was at the top of the first rank because it was too heavy. And then look at others, who have only just awakened and can wield it at will. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? After picking out a weapon, Chen He then led Yuan through the gate into the challenge area. It was a huge open field, and at the other end of the field, there was a huge gate, the opening for the entrance of the ferocious beasts. Chen He stood to the most marginalized corner and rushed at Yuan. When you're ready, talk to me and you can let the ferocious beasts in. You let go and fight, and I'll make sure you don't have any problems. In principle, safeties will only step in if the challenger is under a disabling level of threat. But the principle can be changed slightly. This is an SSS ranked gifted person. A little hurt, Chen He estimated that he would lose his job. Besides, based on that Uncle Chen alone, there was no way he would let Yuan get hurt. Well, I'm ready. Center of the field. Yuan held the spirit copper lance. Eyes leapt to attention and bodies adjusted to their best. Good. Chen He pressed a button. Rumble. The specialized gates at the other end of the field slowly rose, and a restless, ferocious hissing came from the ground. A gray wolf of enormous size slowly walked out from it. This is a ferocious beast that was introduced in the textbook. The best of the lower rank 1 ferocious beasts, the dread wolf. Though a little less powerful in terms of strength, it is extremely fast and has a tyrannical personality, making it a rather ferocious predator. Due to being locked up for too long, this dread wolf's heart was filled with anger, and those cold wolf pupils stared tightly at Yuan, crouching down, a pre-hunting stance. Edge of the field. Seeing that the first ferocious beast to take the field was the dread wolf, Chen He assessed the battle strength of both sides in his mind. Since Yuan possessed an SSS grade flesh strengthening class talent, this first rank lower dire wolf would probably not be a match for Yuan. It will take less than 10 minutes, and the battle should be resolved. With this thought, he relaxed a little and browsed the light screen on the side, intending to check the information of the next ferocious beasts to debut. However, it hasn't been long. Chen He had only just skimmed to the second page when Yuan's voice already came from the center of the venue. Uncle Chen, next. Chan Hope? What the hell? He craned his head to look. Just see the center of the field. The young man stood with his gun, and in front of him, the originally tyrannical ferocious beast had already been turned into a cold corpse. A fist-sized bloody hole ran through the heart of the angry wolf's chest, and scarlet, piercing blood flowed all over the place. Chen He was confused. It's not. From the beginning to now. It seems like less than a minute has passed. And you killed it. Chapter 23 The S-rank evaluation that can only be achieved by crossing over challenges. 2 consecutive announcements. To know. The dread wolf wasn't a particularly strong existence amongst the rank 1 lower level ferocious beasts, but it wasn't weak either. In particular, as a wolf-type ferocious beast Fey, it had a high degree of agility, and although the grounds of the challenge area were limited, it was still difficult to kill it in a short period of time. As a result, how did it change to Yuan's body, and he only moved his eyes away for a moment, and the dread wolf was already killed in seconds. Shock value +20. Yuan flicked the gun, shaking away the blood and broken flesh from the tip. The shot just now, he did not use any battle technique, but rather issued it purely by virtue of his own strength. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had fought a ferocious beast, and it felt quite a bit easier than expected. Or maybe it was the ancient god bloodline that gave him a fighting instinct while strengthening his physical body. Just like just now, it was clearly that angry wolf that took the lead in striking a prey pose, intending to attack Yuan first. Instead, it turned out to be Yuan's terrifying explosive power that caused him to accurately and viciously pierce through the angry wolf's chest with a single shot before it could launch its attack. It's the invisible boost that comes with talent. Yuan was quite satisfied with this. After patiently waiting for the staff to drag away the raging wolf's corpse for recycling, Yuan looked at Chen He who was on the side. Uncle Chen, next. Oh, yes. Chen He hurriedly snapped back from the shock. Raised the standard of the ferocious beast, from the lower part of the first order, to the middle part of the first order, and then repressed the button to release the ferocious beast. The challenge area was equipped with an all-round monitoring system, controlled by intelligent terminals, capable of recording battle data, kill times, and even giving the appropriate evaluation rating through intelligent analysis. In the gap between the backstage staff preparing to unleash the ferocious beasts, Chen-He accessed the battle record of Yuan just now. Just a single glance left him shaken once again. Combat data. Challenge target, first order lower beast. Time to kill, 19 seconds. Combat rating, S. 19 seconds. S class. Chen-He's eyes widened. He'd never seen an S rating since he'd been a safety. Even those first-ranked martial artists who were quite good in actual combat had at most reached an A rank evaluation. And now, a newly awakened student achieved an S rating. And the kill time, a mere 19 seconds. Monster. Absolute monster. In the meantime, inside the feral beast garden, a radio went off. Broadcast, this arena's first order ferocious beast challenge area. Congratulations to challenger Yuan, who reached an S rank evaluation when challenging the first order lower ferocious beasts. S rated? Which big guy is this? Awesome. My highest rating so far is only AB. Where's the tough guy from? For a while, the crowd was shocked and curious. At that moment, a man raised a disdainful eyebrow. First rank ferocious beast challenge area? What's this, a rank 1 inferior ferocious beast? I can take a second with my eyes closed. Hearing the man's words, a third-rank martial artist smiled and shook his head. Brother, don't come to the Fierce Beast Garden often, do you? The battle evaluation system of the Fierce Beast Garden is extremely intelligent. If your realm is higher than that of the Fierce Beast, then there is a great degree of score attenuation. S rank evaluations, even if you are in the same realm as the Fierce Beast, are not good enough to fight out. The only way to hopefully reach it is to cross the challenge. At those words, the man was a bit embarrassed. It was indeed his first time coming to the Fey Garden, and he didn't expect to actually make a fool of himself straight away. At this time, a man on the side suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Yuan? This name, why does it feel a bit familiar? It seems like just now somewhere. I remembered. Isn't this the SSS-ranked demon that just appeared in our Ereshur city this year? By him. The crowd was all interested. An SSS-class demon? He awakened an SSS-ranked talent? Right. This year we have 2 SSS-ranked gifted people from Ereshur city, and he's one of them. No wonder then. He's just awakened now, right? That means only awakening rank, not a full-fledged martial artist yet. No wonder he got an S rank evaluation. This is a challenge that crossed a large realm. The crowd was murmuring, and there was envy for Yuan in their eyes. Of course, there are those who can't eat grapes and are shady in the corner. Jay, what's this? If I awakened an SSS rank talent, I could do an S rank evaluation too. That's right, what's there to be proud of when you live off your talent? Shock +7. Shock +9. Shock +13. Jealousy +4. Jealousy +7. Jealousy +2. The broadcast from the Fierce Beast Garden just now could also be heard in the challenge area. Good, that's the effect to get. The corner of Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. Gaze slowly falling towards the ferocious beast in front of him. First order medium fierce beast, stone-shattering ape. This was an ape-type ferocious beast, the most difficult existence among ferocious beasts. Ape-type ferocious beasts of high rank were often capable of possessing higher intelligence than other ferocious beasts. Of course, this shattered stone ape in front of him was only at rank 1, and was still far from reaching that point. Just the bulging muscles on its body and the hard armor covering its arms and fists were showing that it was a tough opponent. Roar! The shattered ape stood upright. Height is similar to that of an adult male. Both fists pounded on his chest, venting his anger. His nostrils spewed out white gas, and he charged straight towards Yuan. Boo! A loud bang came. The shattering ape slammed his fist on the place where Yuan originally stood. The venue of the challenge area was created from special materials. If it was an unusual ground, I'm afraid that a large pit would have been blasted out long ago. What power? Not far. Yuan, who was pulled out of a body shot, is full of excitement. He had an urge to drop the lance in his hand and go up to fight it physically. But he didn't. Where is man superior to the beast? Just advanced in being able to use weapons and use tools. And again. He had come here to see the effects of battle technique mastery. So, Yuan moved. The figure has not yet arrived. A little cold aura came first. The shattering ape's pupils shrunk violently. It's careless. This human looked weak, but the explosive power and speed surpassed its imagination. Too late to dodge, it could only raise its arms and hold them in front of its body, attempting to fend off the attack with the hard armor covering its small arms. The shattered ape was a rank 1 intermediate ferocious beast, and the hard armor on its body was enough to resist the attacks of an ordinary rank 1 upper-level martial artist. The only way past challengers could kill it was to pick at the soft parts not covered by hard armor. And Yuan? He favors not. Clang! The tip of the gun clashed with the hard armor with a dull crunch. Seeing this, Shenhe was about to make a sound to prompt Yuan to switch his attack path and specialize in attacking its undefended underbelly. But the words got stuck in his throat before they could be uttered, only to see his eyes widen violently and his mouth cry out in shock. This is. See only. Yuan's hands fired. In a very short gap, the lance contracted slightly before stabbing out 2 shots in succession. The second shot fell. The shattered ape's hard armor was already showing signs of shattering. Immediately followed by the third shot, it instantly pierced through the shattered stone ape's small arm and straight into its chest. One shot is more powerful than the other. Shattered stone ape, instantly killed. Swish! Yuan pulled the gun out. The massive body of the shattered stone ape fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 24 Mastery? No, I am already in the realm of perfection. This is. Shenhe was shocked in his heart. Although the shattered stone ape had already collapsed, in his mind, he was constantly repeating the 3 shots that Yuan had just stabbed out consecutively. This should be a battle technique. In a very short period of time, 3 shots were stabbed in succession. Every shot, fast. Accurate. Tough. Each shot, more powerful than the one before. The stacking of layers resulted in the power of the third shot skyrocketing, enough to pierce through the shattered stone ape's hard armor and kill it in an instant. The path is simple. This principle seems simple, but it is extremely difficult to really get started. Shenhe, as a martial artist who primarily practiced spearmanship, naturally had quite a bit of experience with this. Bursting out with 3 shots in a row, he was able to do the same. However, it would definitely not be as smooth and flowing as Yuan's. Not only that, he could also see that Yuan did not show any fatigue after stabbing out those 3 shots. This meant that he definitely hadn't used his full strength yet. Maybe there could be a few more stabs in a row. I was thinking earlier that if his marksmanship in actual combat is slightly tender or inadequate, I might be able to give him some pointers. It seems ridiculous now. Shenhe was so emotional that he couldn't help but applaud for Yuan. Wonderful hit. Thanks. Yuan smiled, not caring. He only had a feeling that this first-rank intermediate shattered stone ape seemed to be a bit weak. The 9 regicide gun, as in a ranked battle technique, needed to be used in conjunction with source energy when it was truly executed. At the awakening stage, with the talent of the ancient god bloodline, he was able to cover his body's surface with source energy, but he couldn't manage to leave his body with source energy. Thus in reality, the 9 regicide gun that he had executed only had form, not quality, and was a super diminished version. Just this. It also took only 3 shots to kill the shattering ape in seconds. Then, if he used the 9 regicide lance in its entirety, wouldn't an upper rank 1, or even a fierce beast at the limit of rank 1, be able to be killed in seconds as well? As for the second order, there was a qualitative difference between a second-order beast and a first-order beast. He wasn't quite sure, but maybe, possibly, it could be fought? Just as Yuan was lost in thought, Shenhe suddenly seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up and he tapped his head. Little brother Su. In our circle of martial artists who practice guns, there is a battle technique that is quite famous. It's known as one of the most destructive battle techniques under S-class battle techniques. It's called the 9 regicide gun. The principle is similar to the gun technique you just executed. Us ordinary martial artists don't have the chance to touch it, but you are different. You are an SSS ranked gifted person, you definitely have the opportunity to learn it. If you can master it, your strength will definitely soar. Words. Yuan laughed. He himself was a main practitioner of gun techniques, so he naturally knew the status and reputation of the 9 regicide guns among gun cultivator martial artists. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been chosen out of a bunch of ranked battle techniques at that time. Just. Will it master? Excuse me. My 9 regicide gun is already in the realm of perfection. Broadcast, this arena's first order Ferocious Beast Challenge area. Congratulations to challenger Yuan, who reached an S rank evaluation when challenging the first order median Ferocious Beast. Boom! Another radio announcement. Another S rating. In the Fierce Beast Garden, it instantly exploded. No, this Yuan is a bit too fierce, isn't he? He just awakened today and came to challenge a rank 1 Ferocious Beast. That's even if it's not enough. He actually succeeded in challenging both the lower and middle ranked ferocious beasts of rank 1. They're all S ranked. Our Ereshur city has produced a monster this year. It's a pity that the challenge area is closed and outsiders aren't allowed to visit, or else I'd really want to go and see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. You guys say, will he still be able to successfully challenge an upper rank 1 ferocious beast? I guess it's a bit difficult. Although the SSS rank talent is strong, it's not so strong that it's invincible. If the battle power of a first rank lower ferocious beast is 1, first rank middle is 2, then first rank upper, it's 4. I think it should come to an end. So you say. But to be able to do this is fierce enough. I reckon that this year's top student of the Nanjiang administrative region could possibly be taken by our Ereshur city. Shock plus 18. Shock plus 21. Shock plus 16. A large number of mood value harvest boosts came through. Yuan looked at the system panel. Host, Yuan. Realm, Awakening Stage 1. Cultivation Method, Tian Yuan Cultivation Method. Battle Technique, Grade A Battle Technique 9 Regicide Lance Perfect. Emotional Value, 751. Accumulating over 700 emotion points so quickly? It was true that he still had to come to a place like the Fierce Beast Garden, where the number of martial artists was relatively high, to pretend that he was a good man. A martial artist, that was a big fat sheep to woolgather for himself. The stronger they were, the more emotional value one could gain from them. Thinking of this, Yuan was instantly filled with motivation again, intending to directly brush all the S-rank evaluations of the first-rank Ferocious Beast Challenge area today. Uncle Chen, again. Yes. Chen he had seen that Yuan still had some strength left in killing the stone-shattering ape, so he readily agreed at this moment. Just to be on the safe side, he warned a little. The strength of a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast is fully twice that of a first-rank middle-level ferocious beast, so you have to be careful. Aha! I know, don't worry. The floodgates open again. In the meantime. Arkansas City School District. Director's Office. Yes, the list I just sent you, the supplies needed on it, all of them will be delivered to me within 3 days. Well, that's it. Hang up the phone. A bright smile appeared on Shang Wanru's face. This experiment had been terminated for a long time since the last experimental special training failed, and she had been punished by her family by being sent to the Ereshur City Education Bureau as the director. I didn't expect to be blessed by misfortune, but here I met Yuan, who happened to awaken the SSS grade flesh body strengthening class talent. This was truly the eyes of heaven, unwilling to see a genius like her buried. Buzz. Shang Wanru just sat back down. A message came on the phone. Upon seeing the message, Shang Wanru's eyes lit up. Oh? An S rating has appeared? Before Yuan appeared, Shang Wanru had given orders to the Fey Garden. If someone who can achieve an S rank rating shows up, have them notify themselves. He wanted to use this to select some geniuses with superior combat strength as secondary experimental subjects for those who failed to find a SSS rank physical body strengthening type talent awakening. Let's see who it is. Shang Wanru clicked on the challenger's profile. After seeing the other party's name, her beautiful eyes froze with a surprised expression. How come it's this guy Yuan? She had thought that the current Yuan should be cultivating at home, absorbing the source crystals that she had just sent him, or excitedly speculating on the A-grade battle techniques that he normally wouldn't have access to at all. As a result, how did he end up in the Fey Garden and get 2 S rank ratings? Killed a first-rank lower-level ferocious beast, took 19 seconds. Slaying a first-ranked median ferocious beast took 31 seconds. Although SSS rank talent is strong, it shouldn't be this strong. Shang Wanru was instantly aroused and clicked on Yuan's battle video and began to watch it. At the sight of Yuan instantly storming up and delivering a fatal blow to the other party before the angry wolf could launch his attack, Shangguanru's beautiful eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. This kind of fighting instinct can rarely be seen in a student's body. It seems to be a fighting genius. Immediately after, the scene came to the moment when Yuan killed the shattered stone ape. Click. Shangguanru tapped the mouse, pausing the screen, and then rewinding and replaying it. As if after viewing it several times, shock crept over Shangguanru's face a little bit. Her strength was far higher than Shenhe's, so naturally, she recognized at a glance that Yuan's triple shot that pierced through the hard armor of the rock-shattering ape came from 9 Regicide Gun. Chapter 25 Foster's Department game starting now. This kind of power generation, this kind of piercing, destructive power. It's the 9 Regicide Gun without a doubt. And using 3 shots in a row. It's the standard 4, mastery, level. Shangguanru leaned back in her chair, her hands clasping her chest as she looked at the teenager's stern figure on the screen, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. How long has it been? Not even an afternoon. Even if the practical course he majored in at school was marksmanship, it's still very exaggerated. Extremely good flesh, extremely good qualifications, extremely good enlightenment, TSK. It's simply a gift from heaven. It's a good thing my oldest sister has her eye on that little girl and doesn't have to steal someone from me. Otherwise, it's pretty bad. What do you mean it's not a good idea? The sudden sound in her ears startled Shangguanru, causing her to almost jump out of her chair. Unknown to her, Shangguan Meng stood behind her, like a ghost, with a surly smile on her face. Shangguanru really wanted to yell "Get lost" at this bastard, but the experience of being beaten up since she was a child made her finally choose to shut up and could only grit her teeth. Didn't you leave already? How come you're back again? Shangguan Meng blinked. First of all, who did you just call old sister? Shangguanru's complexion stiffened, and then immediately stepped forward to hold Shangguan Meng's hand and said in a serious manner. Absolutely. Absolutely, you heard wrong. I'm talking about the young, cute, beautiful, and lively good sister. Boo. Shangguanru was thrown off. It stopped until the source energy was applied to ease the impact before it hit the wall. After landing smoothly, Shangguanru was filled with helplessness. Sis, I'm all grown up and you still do it. Shangguan Meng pursed her lips, looking haughty. A day without a fight is a day on the roof. Shangguanru. Shangguan Meng sat down on the sofa. I did leave originally, but I heard that 2 guys from the Morong family were coming, so I planned to stay a few more days to see if I could find a chance to beat them up. The Morong family? Shangguanru frowned. The Morong family was also one of the top families of Disya, equal in status to the Shangguan family. Both families have compound surnames and are extremely close, a sort of family friend. Of course, this is only limited to the previous generation. Shangguan Meng and Shangguanru were quite disgusted with the Morong family. Who from the Murray family? Morong Xiao and Morong Bai. Hearing the name Morong Xiao, a trace of disgust flashed through Shangguanru's beautiful eyes. How did they come to Arashur City? Shangguan Meng tore open the wrapper of a lemon candy and dropped the candy into her mouth, absently. Maybe the family told the Morong family about you being in Arashur City, so Morong Xiao came after them. As for Morong Bai, he's a senior this year and has just awakened his SSS grade talent. Starting this year, the top 2 in each administrative district's martial arts grand exam will be selected for the Star Realm program, you know that, right? Shangguanru nodded. No. Although she was in Arashur City, her information network was still well informed, so she naturally knew about the so-called Star Realm program. This was the latest policy issued by the Great Summers Council of 12, and as for the specifics of the Star Realm program, it had not yet been revealed, but it was said to have unimaginable benefits. The imperial capital has produced several freaks this year, and even if Morong Bai has awakened his SSS grade talent, there's no hope that he'll be able to make it to the top 2. That's why he's planning to play the trick of borrowing a place for the college entrance exam to grab a spot in the South River Administrative Region. The Court of 12 doesn't care? Shangguan Meng looked at her own sister like she was an idiot. How do you manage? With the Court of 12 watching from above, the people of the lineage don't dare to directly seize the quota, but it couldn't be simpler to maneuver in the dark and change a household account or something. It's playing the game within the rules, and as long as they don't break them, they turn a blind eye. Shangguanru sighed. If things go on like this, the lineage will one day become a worm of the Grand Xia. Shangguan Meng shrugged. At the beginning of the 12-member tribunal, there were only 4 seats for the lineage, and now there are 7, so what can be done? Besides, our Shangguan family is also one of the families. It's fine for you to say it in front of me, but if you say it in front of outsiders, people will only think that you're standing around talking. Indeed, this was the truth, but Shangguan Ru thought about it and came to Shangguan Meng's side with a smile. Sister, you're so strong, when the time comes, you'll directly break through the 9th rank and suppress the Great Xia all by yourself. What's the old saying? Dare to call the sun and moon a new heaven. Hearing this, Shangguan Meng's pair of red and blue heterogeneous pupils flickered with a strange light, slightly sidestepping her head, seemingly smiling and not laughing as she asked. Are you serious? Then whose side are you on when it comes to my righteousness? Shangguan Ru froze. Of course I'm kidding. Shangguan Meng withdrew her gaze and curled her fingers around her silver hair, playing with it while saying in a joking tone. This kind of joke would be a big deal if the old man at home heard it. Shangguan Ru, on the other hand, was silent. She knew her sister didn't have a good relationship with the family, but it shouldn't be to the point of sword fighting, right? After this, the two didn't talk about the Shihua and Daxia, but returned to the matter of Morong by borrowing land for the entrance exam. Since the Morong family wants Morong Bai to get the top 2 spots in the Southern River Administrative Region, then we'll just not let them have their way. Now we have 2 good prospects on our hands. Shangguan Meng paused. That girl called Suyan, I have a hunch that she and I are the same kind of people. Sis, you're so favorable? Shangguan Ru was stunned. Although that girl called Suyan had awakened an SSS rank talent, and the ability to manipulate shadows in her talent was very special, but could she really be on par with her sister? To know. In the upper circles of today's Dixia, Sister Shangguan Meng was recognized as the first genius ever in Dixia. As the youngest Marquis Sealer of the Great Xia, she was expected to be in existence destined to become a 9th Order Supreme, among the very pinnacle of the Great Xia. That's Suyan. What kind of virtue is it that you are so valued by your sister? I can't say it's favorable, it's just a intuition. Without saying more about Suyan, Shangguan Meng turned her head and brought up Yuan. By the way, I watched the video of the battle just now. It's slightly worse than when I was younger, but it's good enough. At the very least, if properly cultivated, it should be able to surpass that guy Morong Bai. Shangguan Ru said disdainfully. If my experimental special training is successful, and Yuan is able to master the power of Qi, he is guaranteed to hang Morong Bai. Shangguan Meng encouraged her sister's dream as usual, before stretching out her small pink hand and smiling brightly. Foster's game. Shangguan Ru understood, and with a smile, reached out to shake his hand. Starting now. Buzz. Just as the 2 sisters came to an understanding. From the computer on the desk came another message alert. Shangguan Ru walked over to the computer and looked at it. First rank upper ferocious beast, challenge successful? It's also an S rank evaluation? Chapter 26, to be held to the strictest standards. To treat our cubs. First order upper, S rating? Shangguan Meng also came over and stared at the figure on the screen for a while before nodding approvingly. Not bad, it's close to catching up with me who just awakened back then. I just don't know if your Arashur City's Fierce Beast Garden has any fierce beasts at the limit of the first order. Regardless of whether it was a martial artist or a ferocious beast, each class was divided into lower, middle, upper, and limit. The first 3 realms, the ordinary realms, were stages that one would definitely pass through in the process of cultivation. But the limits. Only a very few of the proud sons of heaven are able to reach it. Therefore, amongst the ferocious beasts, the number of extreme ferocious beasts was quite rare. Even if they appeared, they were usually Beast King reserves that possessed strong qualifications and had not yet grown up. Arashur City is a small place, surely there are no ferocious beasts at the first rank limit, that is. Shangguan Ru said, pointing at the picture framed in the screen. The shock in her beautiful eyes was already hard to hide. Just now, when he killed the first-rank median ferocious beast, he used the 9 regicide lance, stabbing out 3 shots in a row, mastery level. Now killing a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast, he's still using the 9 regicide lance, but has stabbed out 5 shots in a row. Proficiency level. But it's only been less than 5 hours since I handed over the 9 regicide gun's battle skill engraving to him. Shangguan Meng watched the replay with interest. The 9 Slayer gun? Although it's only an A-ranked battle technique, it's indeed very good to be able to do this. Only he is still in the awakening stage, unable to catalyze his battle skills with source energy, and can only be considered an empty shell version. It is only by relying on the strong power of his fleshly body that this has hardened the ferocious beast. Shang Wanru silently interjected, speaking for Su Yuan. This is already strong, alright. Shang Wan Meng guffawed. It's strong, but there's obviously room to keep going up. Anyway, there are still 3 months to go, and judging by his growth rate, it's enough to advance to the first rank. At that time, let's see how effective he is at catalyzing his battle techniques with source energy. If one can also reach proficient, or go even further and reach subtle, then only then will one have the qualifications to call Morong Bai's bluff. Shang Wanru said helplessly. Sister, your requirements are really harsh. In 3 months' time, mastering an A-ranked battle skill into the subtle level, even the top students of the Longxia Academy may not be able to do it, right? Shang Wanmeng smiled coquettishly. Oi 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 oi. We're playing a nurturing game now, eh? Shouldn't our pups be treated with the strictest standards? Pup? Shang Wanru held his forehead. Sis, where did you learn such a word? Not telling you. Shang Wanmeng hummed a cheerful tune and returned to the couch. After kicking off her shoes, revealing her white boneless socks and pale pink ankles, she plopped down on the couch, popped a lemon candy in her mouth, and read her favorite comic book. Shang Wanru. In the meantime. Arashur City, Airport. A private plane, slowly landing. On the side of the body, a very special pattern is printed. It was an inverted, pitch-black triangle, and in the center of the triangle was a single, open eye. This is the Eye of the Unknown, the family crest of the Morong family of the imperial capital. The cabin opened, the gangway dropped, and 2 figures, one after the other, stepped out. The young man walking in front of him, dressed in a black jacket and ripped jeans, was handsome, with lip studs, earrings, nose rings, and all. An air of dangling arrogance, but it matched his outfit perfectly. Morong Shah. The third in the younger generation of the Morong family, he graduated from the Dragon Summer Academy with an excellent grade of 6th rank middle. He was powerful, and in the circles of the imperial capital, he was known as the Morong Three Young Men. Morong Shah stepped off the gangway and looked out with intent, raising an eyebrow. This is it. Small place, must be boring. Follow him. On the other hand, it was Morong Bai, who had been arranged by his family to come to the South River Administrative Region to borrow land for the college entrance examination, in order to qualify for the Star World program. A shady, pale face that looked slightly sickly, but those thin lips were brightly colored. The contrast between the two gives a less comfortable feeling. After hearing Morong Zhao's words, Morong Bai grinned. How can you be bored with Shang Wanru around? Morong Shao bristled. That's true. However, he immediately glanced at this brother of his, with a smirk on his face. Pop said to let you pick your own school when you get here, so what, are you looking for another school with lots of pretty girls? Morong Bai gently licked his lower lips. This place, Nanxiang, doesn't have many strong people, but it's just full of beautiful women. My family let me come to borrow the land for the entrance exam. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't have a good time? Morong Shao sked. Older brother, I can really admire you, also do not know those are not well-developed small flatbed. What fun, to play with women, not to play with big breasts and buttocks. Morong Bai laughed silently. The beauty of a budding woman, you don't understand. Morong Shao suddenly thought of something like, mysteriously smiled, leaned over to Morong Bai's ear and flirted. You like playing with budding flat girls so much, why don't you go and take down Shang Wanmeng? This way, we brothers will be brothers-in-law, adding to our kinship. Morong Bai's face changed with a swish, violently backed away a few steps to the side and gritted his teeth. Morong Shao, if you want to die don't involve me. Morong Shao hammed and hawed. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong Shang Wanmeng is, he's not a god, can he still hear us? With that, he raised his head and looked into the distance, and in his eyes, a hint of fire flashed. Speaking of which, if it's Shang Wan Dream, even if she has no boobs and no ass, that's fine. That's Shang Wanmeng. Morong Bai was shocked to hear it. It's just like what Morong Shah said. That's Shang Wanmeng. The reason they are strong. It was because of his own talent, plus the Morong family that he relied on behind him. But Shang Wanmeng was strong because, even after breaking away from the Shang Wan family, she's still terrifyingly strong. A 23-year-old 7th Order seal. There was no one before or after, a woman destined to become a 9th Order Supreme. He wouldn't dare to mess with such a woman. As for Morong Shao, He only dared to get high on his mouth when Shangguan Meng wasn't around. If it was in front of Shangguan Meng, he wouldn't dare to let out a single fart for safekeeping. Alright, look at that wimp. Morong Shao pulled Morong Bai to his side. Let's go, first go to the Arashur City Education Bureau and get your school registration done. Feral Beast Garden. After killing a first-order upper-level ferocious beast, Su Yuan had originally wanted to challenge the first-rank extreme ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, the Arashur City's Fierce Beast Garden did not have any first-order extreme fierce beasts, so they could only give up. As for the second-rank ferocious beasts, he did not choose to challenge them, because there is a qualitative difference between second and first order. The reason why he was able to challenge across an entire large realm with his ancient god bloodline was because at the first rank, both martial artists and ferocious beasts had not yet begun to temper their fleshly bodies, and their mastery of source energy was very rudimentary. At the second rank, the battle power of the ferocious beasts would take a qualitative leap. Again. After this actual battle, Su Yuan also found out. Although one's mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the perfection level, it wasn't that easy to execute it satisfactorily. Stabbing 3 shots in a row is easy. Stabbing out 5 shots in a row is not much of a problem. However, if one wanted to stack the power up to the 7th weight, they would reach their body's extreme load. As for the full version of the 9 deicide gun, stabbing out 9 shots in a row, it couldn't be done for the time being. This situation is similar to getting stuck in a game. His experience is in the overflow state. As long as the strength of his flesh body broke through again, he would be able to execute the full version of the 9 deicide gun without any hindrance. So, the roots are still strong. Unable to challenge the first-rank extreme ferocious beasts, the next time, Su Yuan began to test his maximum battle strength. Starting from fighting 2 first-rank upper-level ferocious beasts at the same time, it keeps increasing, continuously challenging one's limits. 2 heads. Challenge successful. Time to kill, 2 minutes, a rating. 3 heads. Challenge successful. Time to kill, 8 minutes, B rating. 4 heads. Challenge successful. Time to kill, 16 minutes, D rating. Finally, Su Yuan stopped testing his limits as he gasped for breath. At the same time, he was up against 4 first-rank upper-level ferocious beasts. It was already the limit of his battle power. One can only barely kill them and achieve a minimum D rating. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with this achievement. Then look at Chan Hop and a couple of other safeties who are new to the team because of the one-to-many challenge rule. At this point, they were completely numb. Not. This is still human. Still in the awakening stage, you can fight 1 against 4. Kill 4 first-order upper ferocious beasts. Although the rating is D. But let's say you say kill or not. This kind of terrifying battle power simply surpassed their knowledge. No broadcast announcements will be made for all ratings except for S-rated evaluations. Therefore the people outside did not know about Su Yuan's later feat. But despite this, when Su Yuan ended the challenge and walked out from the challenge area, there was still a large group of people surrounding him outside. Coming. He's out. Upon seeing Su Yuan, countless people were excited, with fiery eyes, and swarmed towards him. Student Su Yuan, I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of the Fierce Thunder Martial Arts School, this is my business card. Student Su Yuan, I'm the manager of Haoyu Company, this is my business card. Mr. Su Yuan, this is. Chapter 27 Meeting Morong Shao, Morong Bai of Archfire. Many of the people who were considered to be dignified in Arashur City used all their strength at this moment to squeeze away the people around them, just to be able to lean closer to Su Yuan so that he could hand out the business card in his hand. After all, he was a rare SSS-ranked gifted person in the world, and a battle demon who had just swiped 3 consecutive S-rank evaluations. Who wouldn't want to strike up a conversation with the rising star destined to rise in the future? As a result, even with the staff of the Fierce Beast Park maintaining order, it still caused a certain degree of chaos. In the end, it was the owner of the Fierce Beast Garden who stepped in with a silence. Silence. With a powerful aura, he subdued the crowd present. Lee Sinker. 4th Order, Fusion Realm Powerhouse. Powerful martial artists who have completed their 1st to 3rd stage exploration of the physical body and are beginning to move towards source energy fusion. After such a roar from him, all the people present quieted down and consciously made way for him. Li Shin walked up to Su Yuan's body and smiled slightly apologetically. Su, sorry to make you laugh. I am the owner of Ereshur City's Fierce Beast Garden, Li Shun. Li Shun, who was 41 years old this year, looked very young because of his martial arts training, with an inch hair, a country face, and a resolute face. Su Yuan laughed. People are just enthusiastic, it's nothing. Favorability +6. Favorable +2. Favorite +1. Li Shun laughed similarly. Laughing, he didn't forget to chuckle at the group of horny hunks on the side. Look at the other Su Yuan, and then look at you guys, how old are you? Shame on you. The crowd laughed. All of them are practicing martial arts, and most of them, except for a small number of narrow-minded people, are straightforward in character. They weren't hiding anything anyway, they just wanted to get acquainted with Su Yuan. As long as they could get acquainted, what's wrong with being scolded twice? Turning back, Li Shun laughed. You've only just awakened your talent, and you were able to cut down 3 S-rank evaluations in one breath. Even with an SSS-ranked talent in place, it's not an easy task. The future. The future is boundless. As the owner of the Fierce Beast Garden, I still have a little bit of power in my hands. I know that you SSS-ranked gifted people have official resources tilted. On top of that, in the future, if you come to the Fierce Beast Garden for practical training, I will give you an additional 1 hour of unlimited time each time. This is a small token of my appreciation, please don't mind. Envious. 1 hour of unlimited time, Garden Masterly, I want it too. Me too. The crowd was up in arms. They were genuinely envious. Even though they had a certain status and their financial power was not weak, it was still very painful every time they wanted to buy an unlimited time ticket. And now, every time Su Yuan comes, he gets a 1 hour unlimited ticket. What's it called? It's called the privilege of genius. Many thanks to Garden Masterly. Su Yuan thanked. Keep in mind that the SSS-ranked gifted have just 2 hours of unlimited time per day in their daily resource pack. With that extra hour, it amounts to 50% more straight A. Way. It's not a big deal to go out on a limb. Of course, he's exhausted today and won't be able to digest the 1 hour challenge time for a while. Li Shun waved his hand unconcernedly. A little something. Right. He turned his words around. Director Shangguan just called and said for you to come to her place. Chief Shangguan. Shangguan Ru? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Li Shun laughed. Our Fierce Beast Park is under the jurisdiction of the Education Bureau in terms of institutional affiliation. Previously, Director Shangguan had said that if someone capable of achieving an S-rank evaluation appeared, let us notify her. Of course, I'm not sure exactly what the director wants with you, I'm only responsible for relaying her instructions. Su Yuan nodded. Okay. I'll head over there later then. An hour later. At the entrance of the Ereshur City Education Bureau, Su Yuan got out of the car. This was the second visit in one day. Earlier, when the students of Ereshur City First Middle School gathered at the entrance to wait for the car to chat, they also chatted with a few security Moncler outlet online. So when he saw Su Yuan, the security uncle at the door smiled and greeted him. Classmate, again? Yeah. Su Yuan smiled and answered. He was planning to make some casual small talk and go up to Shangguan Ru. As a result, the security guard suddenly frowned. Little student, let's not talk for a while. With that, he walked quickly to the middle of the doorway and stopped a guy who looked like a punk. Hello, may I ask what you're here for? Su Yuan twisted his head to look. Center parted hair, black jacket, ripped jeans, lip stud, nose ring, earrings. There seems to be a little too much metal on this guy's face. Ha 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 ha. I've told you to get rid of the stuff on your face, TSK TSK TSK, look at that, now a security guard dares to stop you, is it a shame? A sudden laugh attracted Su Yuan's attention, and it turned out to be the boy who was following Metal Face around. The other looked about his own age, but his face was terribly pale and sickly looking, as if he were dying. The corner of Morong Zhao's mouth twitched. He was already annoyed by being stopped by a smelly security guard, and with Morong by adding so much fuel to the fire, he immediately became upset. He's the third youngest member of the Morong family, where can't he run amok? How dare you stop me, you little security guard? Are you tired of living? He spat, raised his hand and slapped the security master, directly slapping him out of the room and crashing heavily into the wall. Ahem. The security guard was already old, after receiving a violent impact, violently spit out a large mouth of blood, obviously suffered internal injuries. Old undead, what bad luck. Morong Xiao cared nothing about the death of the security master. Without even looking at his eyes, he put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the school board with a 6-footed stride. The corner of Morong Bai's mouth, on the other hand, was slightly raised, as if he was amused by the success of his arching fire. At this point, "You two are sick, aren't you?" Su Yuan's voice came. He helped the seriously injured security guard up and looked at the two men, his brows furrowed. Although he didn't know what the two were from, but with this arrogant style, wasn't he afraid of the people from the security bureau? Hearing Su Yuan's words, Morong Xiao's figure paused. Bit by bit, he turned his head, his eyes staring at Su Yuan with an unkind look. "You kid. Looking for death?" Morong Bai's smile intensified. "What's going on, Sango? How can anyone dare you? 2 sentences, ah? You can't do this, ah?" Morong Xiao sneered. "Shut up." Morong Bai sensibly shut his mouth, but the look in his eyes towards Su Yuan was filled with gloating. Morong Xiao glared at Morong Bai before taking a step towards Su Yuan. With every step, the pressure on his body became stronger. When he walked in front of Su Yuan, the pressure was already like a huge mountain, weighing heavily on Su Yuan's shoulders. Click. The ground under Su Yuan's feet erupted. Morong Xiao gave a soft eep. "Ha? You boys still standing?" Chapter 28, Shangguan's sister. "Does your sister cover me?" He was clearly a bit confused, and then immediately responded. "Talent? A flesh-strengthening type of talent?" Su Yuan didn't open his mouth and just looked at him coldly. On the back of his right hand, which was hanging down by his side, the engraving of the Trail of the Sun slowly lit up. He was not a little cutie, the other party's mere emanation of pressure was so powerful, definitely a martial artist whose strength far exceeded his own. There is absolutely no chance of winning a hard fight. One really want to move, the only thing he can do is to stimulate all the power of the flare sun in the Trail of the Sun and aim it at the eyes of this metal face. It should be. To be able to carry Laozi's pressure, it looks like the rating is probably not low. Grade A? Grade S? Or what? Morong Xiao sneered and asked. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't answer, he snorted. No matter what. Even if you're an SSS ranked gifted, that's no reason for you to mind your own business, especially my business, got it? Now, get on your knees. Morong Xiao hadn't finished his words. Suddenly. Boom. His entire body, directly knelt heavily in front of Su Yuan. The force of the force was so fierce that it even directly cracked the floor, which was made of lapis lazuli slabs, on his knees. Su Yuan. This guy was just now looking like an arrogant second-generation ancestor. What's with the kneeling? You're not a psychopath, are you? Also, the intimidating pressure on himself had disappeared. Just when Su Yuan was curious about what was going on, a small, pink and jade hand suddenly pulled his right hand, and a voice as pleasant as a silver bell came from beside him. Oi 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 oi. Who did you just tell to kneel down? This big brother is the one my sister is protecting. Su Yuan. This is Shangguan Meng's voice? He turned his head to look. Only to see that the little silver-haired heteropupil loli that had impressed him so much had appeared beside him at some unknown time, and was smilingly looking at the man kneeling on the ground in front of him. Not far. Morong Bai's face changed with a swish. Even though his face was already pale, the panic in his eyes when he saw the suddenly appearing Shangguan Meng was still hard to hide. As for Morong Xiao, the party involved in the incident, at this time, his forehead was even oozing with dense cold sweat. Shangguan Meng. How did she get here? According to the news given by her family, she was clearly sent to carry out an assassination mission. The strength of the target of the mission is extremely powerful, also the realm of the feudal marquis. Gollum. Morong Xiao swallowed hard. Although he didn't know why Shangguan Meng had called the boy who had just contradicted him big brother, Shangguan Meng's character had always been so unpredictable that even the most unthinkable things that happened to her didn't seem so surprising. Morong Xiao took a deep breath and slumped his head even lower. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I was actually messing with this little brother just now. It's all a joke. It's a joke. Shangguan Meng blinked her pretty eyes before lifting that small face that was too beautiful to be true and looking at Su Yuan. Big brother, is he messing with you? The corner of Morong Xiao's mouth twitched. In his heart, he kept praying, hoping that Su Yuan would be able to see the special nature of his identity from the majestic pressure he had just released, and then choose to put things to rest and go along with it, just letting this matter go through. And then look at Su Yuan. He was certainly able to see the special nature of Morong Zhao's identity. That powerful pressure was real. Plus the undercurrent of no one in sight and randomly striking out to hurt people. Guess it's a big one. But so what? Su Yuan took a deep breath. Looking towards Shangguan Meng, he asked an extremely important question. Shangguan's sister, your sister. Can you cover me? Shang. Sister Shangguan. When you hear this call. Whether it was Morong Xiao or Morong Bai, there was a moment of disorientation, and then an intense shock. It's not your boy. Do you have any idea who's standing next to you? That's Shangguan Meng. The Shangguan family's unearthly top genius. The recognized #1 demon of today's daxia. The demon girl who roams the imperial capital and no one dares to mess with her. At a young age, he became one of the 4 pillars of the Heteroslayer Bureau, and succeeded in sealing his vassal, the spectral candidate. You call him sister. Even Shangguan Meng herself. There was also a moment of stagnation when he heard Su Yuan address himself. But she eventually took a deep breath, suppressed her temper, and nodded, smiling brightly. Don't worry. My sister absolutely covered you. Okay. With this statement, that didn't worry Su Yuan. He looked at Morong Xiao, who was kneeling in front of him. It's not like this guy was joking with me just now, he was really planning to make a move on me. Hear that? The corner of Morong Zhao's eye twitched. Your boy. Wait for me. Resentment value plus 210. Anger value plus 250. Su Yuan looked at the more than 400 points of emotion value that had just been credited to him, and then looked at the non-mainstream metal face kneeling in front of him. This guy. That strong? It seemed to have seen the thoughts in Morong Zhao's mind. Shangguan Meng let go of Su Yuan's hand and came to Morong Zhao's side, leaning down to his ear and gently reminding him in the most innocent tone. Hey. If you want to do something bad, I'll kill you. Just a few short sentences like that. Morong Zhao's body then stiffened slightly, and a bit of fear surfaced in his eyes, instantly dispelling the idea of reporting to Recovery Abyss. Because he knew very well that according to Shangguan Meng's character, not to mention him, even his elder brother, she dares to kill. Having said that, Shangguan Meng re-straightened her body, and with a full smile on her face, she waved her hand towards Shangguan Ru, who was not far away. Sis. Here. Someone is bullying brother Su Yuan. Shangguan Ru came in front of a few people. After listening to Su Yuan describe what happened, her brows furrowed. First, he checked the security guard Moncler Outlet Online's injuries and made sure that he was not in a life-threatening situation, and then had him sent to the hospital for treatment. And only then did he look at Morong Xiao, with a frosty expression and a cold tone, saying word by word. Murray Shaw. This is my territory, not your Morong family. My people, how dare you move? Aside. Shangguan Meng was like a little girl watching the fun, smiling brightly. Sis, this guy is a bad guy. If you hadn't arrived in time, brother Su Yuan would have suffered. Quick, beat him up. Murray Shaw. Shangguan Ru was already disgusted with Morong Xiao. Plus, Morong Xiao made a move to hit someone, and almost made a move against her cub. No, almost being led astray by her old sister, and making a move on her experimental seed object, she naturally could not be soft. Go you! The words fell. A kick slammed into Morong Zhao's chest, directly sending him flying out about 10 meters. Subuchi, that's fierce. Oh yeah, and that guy. Just as Morong Bai wanted to slip away silently, the sharp-eyed Shangguan Meng excitedly pointed at him. He's an accomplice. MUW. Chapter 29 Predator Ghost Spirit? Then I'm going to use the Holy Light Fist. Compared to Morong Zhao's off-the-wall punk costume. A boy like Morong Bai, who was thin and pale and gave off a sickly feeling, tended to get a lot of favor and pity from girls. A lot of people just love this. It's just a shame that, whether it was Shangguan Meng or Shangguan Ru, neither of them had a single bit of goodwill towards him, and instead, they were quite disgusted. Morong Bai himself knew this, so he didn't pretend to be pitiful in front of Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, but instead spoke directly to the matter at hand. That. My brother is actually here to take me through the school registration process. He kept his eyes on Shangguan Ru as he spoke. Because he knew that compared to Shangguan Meng, this crazy, Shangguan Ru was at least a normal person. Oof. Shangguan Ru snorted coldly. She had long since learned from Shangguan Meng about Morongbai's borrowing land for the entrance exam. We're off duty for the day, let's talk about anything tomorrow. MUW. He glanced at the notice board at the entrance of the Education Bureau. It was clear that there was still more than half an hour before the end of the workday. This was clearly Shangguan Ru's deliberate targeting. But since the other party had taken such a stance, he definitely didn't dare to say anything more, or else, perhaps he would be lying on the ground not far away, not having slowed down yet, just like Morong Xiao. Shangguan Meng's gaze swept back and forth between Su Yuan and Morongbai's bodies, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Hey! Morongbai shivered as soon as he heard Shangguan Meng's voice. To be honest, Shangguan Meng was the perfect match for his XP, but to be able to make him forget about the existence of XP and only have fear left, one could imagine how loud Shangguan Meng's name really was in the imperial capital. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Getting beat up by my sister. 2. Fight him and let you go if you win. Saying that, Shangguan Meng pointed to Su Yuan on the side. He's also a senior who just awakened today, the same age as you. Hear that? A hint of suspicion flashed in Morongbai's eyes. Really? He wasn't doubting about Su Yuan just awakening today, but about letting him go if he won. Because in his mind, there was no way he could lose. What kind of poor town is Arashur City? What kind of genius can come out of this? Although he, Morongbai, couldn't compare to the few demonic freaks in the imperial capital, it was still more than enough to hang a genius from such a small place, right? Oh? Shangguan Meng blinked. Are you doubting me? Morongbai gulped, the panic on his face flickering away. No, no. I promise. Very good. Shangguan Meng nodded in satisfaction before looking at Su Yuan beside her. Brother Su Yuan, you'll win, right? Su Yuan looked at the guy in front of him who looked terminally ill and pale, and instead of answering Shangguan Meng's question, he asked in a serious manner the confusion that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. Is he dying? What if I accidentally kill him later? The atmosphere was silent for a fraction of a second. And after. Rage plus 20. Resentment plus 20. Puff. Puff. Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ruwan didn't hold back their laughter. Morongbai, on the other hand, stared at Su Yuan sorrowfully, his eyes unkind. This guy. If Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru hadn't been there, he would have definitely gotten him killed himself. Shangguan Ru laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Don't worry, this guy was born with this kidney weakness, he can't die. Go ahead and do it, I'll call it off if someone really dies. That's fine. Su Yuan nodded. As long as the sick kid in front of him is resistant to fighting, he'll teach him what it means to be a man. Since there were quite a number of martial artists among those who served in the Education Bureau, although the rank might be lower, there was always a need to practice martial arts. So in the backyard of the Board of Education, there is a medium-sized martial arts practice arena. At this point in the arena, the two of them, Su Yuan and Morongbai, stood opposite each other. Shangguan Ru stood on the sidelines, looking forward to the start of the match with interest. Morong Xiao, who had slowed down, was cowering in the corner like a rat. He held a belly full of anger, but did not dare to show the slightest, and could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his mouth. If only Shangguan Ru was here, he would still dare to do it, but with Shangguan Meng, he can only do so with his tail between his legs. Furthermore, Shangguan Meng gave him an ultimatum. If he dared to make a move on that guy called Su Yuan, she would kill him. This is not just talk, no one has ever been able to change what Shangguan Meng has said. So he could only hope that Morongbai would take this opportunity to teach Su Yuan a good lesson. With Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru around, death definitely can't be gotten, but in a fair duel, it's normal to break an arm, a leg or something, right? Unless they have no face and pull the plug. But given what he knew about the two sisters, they shouldn't have done such a thing. With that thought, he took a deep breath, his eyes fierce. Morongbai. Beat him to death for me. Later, after I call for the start, you guys will start fighting. You can't stop until I tell you to stop, got it? Shangguan Meng stood between Su Yuan and Morongbai and said with a smile. Morongbai nodded expressionlessly. The same goes for Su Yuan. Line. Begin. After Shangguan Meng shouted the start, she turned around and fled. That look was like a wimpy and fun-loving teenage girl who was afraid of being caught in the crossfire. In the eyes of Morong Xiao and Morong Bai, the two people who knew her identity and strength, there was a burst of speechlessness. This upside down, she puts on this kind of show every day. But in Su Yuan's eyes, he just felt. The sister of Shangguan Ru's was really a bit cute. Sure. Now Su Yuan's attention. It's all in the body of the sickly man in front of you. There were almost 5 meters between them, and they just stared at each other, neither one of them taking the lead. Eventually, it was Morong Bai who made the first move. He admitted that he was afraid of Shangguan Meng. But for Su Yuan, he had 100 ways to despise him in his heart. What the hell is this? You deserve to stand with him? So he just said it coldly. Go to hell, trash. After saying that, he unleashed his gift. Only to see a large amount of black mist suddenly gushing out from his body. Those black mists condensed around him, gradually transforming into a huge ghost spirit with a hideous face. Hiss. The ghost spirit opened its silent bloody mouth and roared at Su Yuan. In that gaping, giant mouth was a twisted, oozing, agonized face. Seeing the ghost spirit, Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, who were watching the battle from the side, both flashed thick disgust in their eyes. On the contrary, it was Su Yuan, who had a curious face, staring at the hideous and terrifying ghost spirit. This is the same type of life-summoning talent as Zhao Rizu? And it looked much more evil than Zhao Rizu's dark demon wolf. Go! Morong Bai commanded the ghost spirits and attacked Su Yuan. Unperturbed, Su Yuan put his left hand on his right shoulder and slightly moved his right arm. And then he looked at the ghostly spirit that was coming towards him and smiled a bright and kind smile. When I beat up that Zhao Rizu guy, I said that sewer rats need holy light to dispel the filth inside them. I didn't realize that it was actually being used again. As Su Yuan's words fell, on the back of his right hand, the mysterious flare sun pattern gradually lit up. Chapter 30 A1 cited violent beating. The mutation occurred suddenly. Dual personality? Trail of days. The power of the flare sun surged out. It caused Su Yuan's right fist to be covered with a dazzling layer of light. Looks like it's really like the fist of holy light. Jie. It was as if the hideous ghost spirit summoned by Morong Bai hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. It swept to Su Yuan's body, raised its ghostly claws, and violently slapped at Su Yuan. Boo! Su Yuan held the ghost spirit's ghostly claws with one hand. The once dark demon wolf was unable to bite his hand, and the current predator ghost spirit, whose power was much greater than that of the dark demon wolf, was still not enough. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew wider. Hello. Do you know what the fist of holy light is? The predator ghost spirit carries a certain amount of sanity. After hearing Su Yuan's words, a fluctuation flashed through those dead white eyes. And then, not waiting for ghost spirit to react, Su Yuan's right fist slammed into its body. Sizzle! It was as if a blazing fire was melting solid ice. White smoke instantly rose from the ghost spirit's body, and it let out a mournful hiss. However, that's not all. Under the scorching of the power of the flare sun, the ghost spirit fell into a state of madness, struggling to immediately distance itself from Su Yuan. But Su Yuan's other hand was like an iron clamp, always firmly choking its wrist. With the other hand, it was a punch, like a cannonball, falling densely. Off sight. Morong Xiao jerked to his feet. His eyes were dead set on Su Yuan's fist. That's what power! Ghost spirit summoning was the bloodline talent of their Morong family. Only the most outstanding heirs of the bloodline were able to undergo the awakening. Once awakened, it's an SSS rating. Moreover, in combat, the ghost spirits had a certain degree of immunity level to source energy, which made the Morong family invulnerable against the enemy. But now, the ghost spirit was actually restrained by that guy. And by the looks of it, this restraining effect was extremely powerful. How is this possible? Morong Zhao's heart was filled with disbelief. One must know that after countless generations of bloodline improvement, the ghost spirits of their Morong family were already able to ignore most of the restraints. Martial artists who possessed high-ranked fire elemental talents and high-ranked light elemental talents wouldn't necessarily be able to produce such an effective restraint on their Morong clan's ghost spirit. Compared to Morong Xiao, Shangguan Ru was going to look slightly calmer. Of course, it's only relative. In fact, Yuan's performance was far beyond her expectations. When Xiao Jiangwo brought Yuan and the others to the Education Bureau for the Resource Inclination certification, he had mentioned Yuan's perverted physique of getting stronger by sunbathing with Shangguan Ru. So Shangguan Ru actually knew that Yuan's physical body strengthening talent contained a certain elemental ability and was related to the sun. She had only thought that this ability might give Yuan a little help when he fought Morong Bai. And never thought about this ability would work so well. Although she loathed the Morong family, she never denied the power of the Morong family's talent. She knew well that normal flames and light, such things that were often thought to restrain creatures like ghost spirits, were not very useful against the Morong family's ghost spirits. Otherwise, if the Morong family's ghost spirit had such an obvious weakness, how could it have developed into one of the top families of the Great Xia? Now, Yuan broke her perception. Shangguan Meng sat on the ground with her hands propped up on her chin, looking at Yuan, who was violently beating up the ghost spirit in the arena, the corner of her mouth raised upwards a little bit. This guy. I didn't realize there was such a special ability. The Morong family's ghostly spirits are, frankly, tough. Especially some of the old guys from the Morong family. Their ghost spirits had grown to an extremely terrifying level after a long period of cultivation. Even if she touched it, it would be a slight headache. Thinking so, she turned her head and poked the snow-white thighs of Shangguan Ru on the side, smiling. Hello. From now on, he's my cub too. At the end of your training experiment, both of them, they're mine. Shangguan Ru. She wanted to refuse. But do you see her refusing? Inside the field, Morong Bai's original arrogance was just destroyed by Yuan punch after punch. He looked in horror at the ghostly spirit that was getting weaker and weaker under the fist of holy light, and his heart trembled slightly. What the heck? This guy, is he a monster? Didn't the family say that a newly born ghost spirit, purely in terms of strength, would be able to reach the level of a first-order intermediate, and would also be able to rely on the ghost spirit's special physique to be immune to most attacks? Can it even shock and corrupt the enemy's will to fight through ghostly aura? But why was the situation now different from what he had expected? Not only was that guy able to inflict damage on the ghost spirit, he was even unilaterally pressuring the ghost spirit to fight. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! After noticing that the ghost spirit's aura was weak to the extreme, Morong Bai finally panicked. He actually stood still and shouted like a childish child, trying to get Yuan to stop his attack. Yuan did stop. With one hand around the ghostly spirit's neck, he raised his head and looked quizzically at the pale, anxious, sickly man in front of him. This guy, he's not really out of his mind, is he? When you're fighting someone and you see that you're about to lose, you yell at them to stop? What's so funny? Yuan shook his head, amused by this oddball. Retracting his gaze, he continued to violently beat the ghostly spirit. But just a few seconds later, suddenly, a wild laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Shame, what a shame. Hearing that eerie laugh, Yuan temporarily stopped his attack on the ghost spirit, and just like throwing garbage, he threw the ghost spirit, which was no longer moving, to the side, and then raised his head and looked towards Morong Bai on the opposite side. See only. Morong Bai, who was full of panic a moment ago. It was like a different person at this point. Was covering his face with his hands, half kneeling on the floor, laughing maniacally and unable to stop his shoulders from shaking. What a nutcase. Yuan frowned slightly. At this point, Morong Bai's fingers, which covered his face, parted slightly, revealing an eye behind his palm. This eye. It's blood red. In the eyes, there was cruelty, tyranny, and teasing. There just wasn't the fear and panic from earlier. Off sight. Morong Shaw grinned. Morong Bai, who was originally worried about Morong Bai losing the match, breathed a deep sigh of relief. In the gaze that looked at Yuan, only sympathy remained. I didn't realize this guy, but he got him out. Now, someone is going to be miserable. As long as this duel is not forcibly terminated by an outside force. A good show is about to unfold. Think of it this way. Morong Shao twisted his head to look at Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng on the side. Hey, it was agreed that it would be a fair fight, and as long as you don't die, none of you will intervene, right? Shangguan Ru coldly glared at him. You think we're that kind of people? Shangguan Meng didn't reply. Her attention was now on Morong Bai's body. Looking at the epileptic figure within the field, a strange light flickered in her demonic and exotic pupils. This is Dual Personality? Chapter 31 Ghost Spirit Transforming Soldier. Rakshasa Body. If you're going to fight, don't play God. Yuan didn't care about Morongbai's sudden transformation. In his opinion, it didn't matter if his previous panic was feigned or if what appeared now was a second personality. Anyway. Whatever. Fighting is it? Even. He was still waiting for the guy to have a dual personality or something. That personality just now was beaten into submission by the old man. You're not convinced, you're going to jump out, then I'll beat you into submission again. And Yuan looked away slightly. In that battle just now, the emotional value provided by Morongbai, the direct victim, was negligible. However, the three spectators, Shangguan Meng, Shangguan Ru, and Morong Xiao, had contributed nearly 900 plus emotional values. This one more time, maybe we can just double it and pop it. Oh. Seeing Yuan's calm face, Morongbai lengthened in order to tail tone, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. An already pale face looked more and more eerie as his eyes shifted to blood red. Interesting. He gently licked his somewhat dry and cracked lips, his chin raised slightly, his gaze narrowed slightly, and he stretched out one finger, grinning. 1 minute. In 1 minute, finish you. Let you lie down at my feet in trembling prostration and ask for my forgiveness. Yuan laughed. Would have thought there was something special about you switching to this form. As a result, it doesn't look like it's any different from the original guy, huh? The same. Just bull. Grievance plus 10. Morongbai's veins rippled and the bones of his fingers clenched white. What he hates most in life was people comparing himself to that loser. Therefore, he decided to give this guy called Yuan a good look at what is called a true genius. Ghost Spirit Transformation Soldier. Morongbai drank coldly, only to see that the ghostly spirit that had been thrown aside by Yuan suddenly dispersed and turned into a wisp of black mist that surged towards Morongbai's hands. And then the black mist tossed and rolled, eventually transforming into a huge black hammer that was almost the size of Morongbai's body. This Morongbai has actually just awakened and has mastered the means of transforming a ghost spirit into a soldier? Off-site. Shangguan Ru's brows furrowed. Looking at the huge black hammer in Morongbai's hand, in her heart, she had some vague not-so-good premonitions. Yuan could lose. Even among the direct descendants of the Morong family, those who were able to master the ability of ghost spirit transforming soldier were extremely rare. For example, Morong Xiao, as Morongbai's own brother and the third son of the Morong family's current head, he had failed to master this ability. And once the Morong family's children who mastered the ghost spirit transformation soldier were discovered, their status would skyrocket, and even if you were a collateral bloodline, you would be able to override certain direct lineage children. Sure. The ability itself is nothing, if not a bit of a cockamamie. When the ghost spirits existed, the Morong family's people were the equivalent of 2 against 1 against the enemy, and were often able to gain a considerable advantage. Once a ghost spirit was transformed into a ghost soldier, it was equivalent to actively retreating from a 2-on-1 fight to a 1-on-1 fight. At this time, what kind of power a ghost soldier could exert depended entirely on the master's own battle prowess. So, the real reason why the Morong family valued this ability so highly was not the ability itself, but the other things symbolized and associated behind it. Rakshasa Body. So far, every Morong family member who had obtained the ghost spirit transforming soldier ability, invariably, at some point in their growth, they would awaken a special physique called the Rakshasa Body. This physique was extremely mysterious, and so far, except for the Morong family, no one had yet been able to figure out its true capabilities. But one thing is certain. That is, those who possessed the Rakshasa Body, whether it was physical strength, combat awareness, or even combat skills, they would all be drastically strengthened. Wait. Shangguan Ru suddenly reacted. Morongbai dared to use ghost spiritized soldiers when facing Yuan, does it mean he's only just awakened, and he's acquired the Rakshasa Body? Generally speaking, those Morong family descendants who had obtained the ghost spirit transforming soldier ability would only awaken the Rakshasa Body after reaching a relatively high martial realm. At the very least, she had never heard of anyone from the Morong family being able to obtain this special physique together when they had just awakened. If that's true, Yuan, it's dangerous. Your preferred weapon is a hammer? It's quite a mismatch with this shape of yours. Yuan looked at Bai in front of him and grinned. Yeah? Bai smiled likewise. While laughing, his appearance, too, changed accordingly. A bizarre black line surfaced on the originally pale face. The teeth became sharper, 2 horns grew out of the top of his head, and the muscles on his body bulged a little bit, making his figure look more than a full circle larger. And transform? Yuan felt the aura emanating from Bai's body, the smile on his face unabated. Surprised? Bai's mocking voice rang in Yuan's ears. After transforming into a Rakshasa, he was no longer the sickly, skinny boy he had been, but had become a bizarre being with athletic hands and incredible explosive power. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yuan, and the black giant hammer that the ghost spirit transformed into in his hand, violently smashed down towards Yuan. Boom! The ground trembles. Yuan dodged the terrifyingly powerful strike. After pulling away, a light golden color flashed in the depths of his eyes. This Bai. Definitely the most powerful opponent he had encountered so far. After the transformation, not only was he already strong enough to match Yuan in terms of physical body strength, even his combat skills and combat awareness had been greatly improved. But that was precisely why it managed to stir up Yuan's inner desire to win. He looked at Bai in front of him, feeling the restless power within his body, and smiled brightly. Come on. Go on. The words fell. The two figures were once again engaged in battle. Off-site. It's actually really a Rakshasa body. Shangwan-ru's complexion changed slightly. The Morong family's Rakshasa body was famous in Disya, and almost every guy with a Rakshasa body was a fighting maniac with an extreme personality. They would tear their enemies apart in the most tyrannical, brutal way, and thus, on the battlefield, became fearsome demons. Well, the Morong family has done a good job of keeping their secrets. Shangwan Meng inadvertently glanced towards Morong Xiao. Just this glance alone was like a huge mountain pressing down on Morong Zhao's chest, causing him to almost be on the verge of gasping for air. This was the pressure of a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse. A word, a move, even a look is enough to make the weak feel emboldened. But then again, he just turned 18 and awakened the Rakshasa body, yet your Morong family's old man is still not at ease, insisting on sending him to the South River Administrative Region to compete for the top 2 spots in the Great Martial Arts Examination. It seems that this year's imperial capital has seen the emergence of an extraordinary genius. Shangwan Meng said softly, smoothly peeling a lemon candy and stuffing it into her mouth. She hadn't been back to the imperial capital for a long time and hadn't kept an eye on things in this area, so she didn't know much about the new generation of geniuses. Morong Xiao was in a cold sweat. It's out a couple of monsters. Shangwan Meng sighed and stood up, gently patting the dust on her body. Forget it. I was thinking of asking little Yuan to help teach this consumptive ghost a lesson, but since he's awakened the Rakshasa body, let's wait until later. Obviously. Shangwan Meng had already foreseen the end of this battle. Although the Morong family disgusted her physically, the Rakshasa body had a fierce reputation after all. Even if Yuan possessed an SSS-grade flesh body strengthening type talent, it was still not enough compared to the Rakshasa body. So this duel, Yuan would lose. Chapter 32, Palm like a sword. The fist is like a gun. The 9-deicide gun becomes the 9-deicide fist. Yuan, win. That's the end of it? Seeing Shangwan Meng get up, Morong Xiao instinctively said this. After all, he had just been forced to kneel down to this rash young man who appeared out of nowhere, and then was kicked off by Shangwan-ru. The suffocation in his heart was so oppressive that it made him spit out blood, just waiting to see Bai give a good lesson to this guy called Yuan to help him get out of a bad mood. And it's just gone? But just after this was said, Morong Xiao felt that something big was wrong. As expected, only Shangwan Meng turned around with a smile and blinked her eyes innocently. I'm a little hungry and want to go get dinner, what? Do you want me to keep starving here with you? No. That's not what I meant. Morong Xiao was in a cold sweat. He had thought that with his understanding of Shangwan Meng and Shangwan-ru, they shouldn't be able to do something like terminate the duel midway. Now it seems that. It's true that Shangwan-ru wouldn't do that, but Shangwan Meng. This is Shangwan Meng. What makes you think she cares about such things? There is no way around it. Even though Morong Xiao madly cursed Shangwan Meng's lack of discipline in his heart, on the surface, he could only compensate with a smile and swallow his broken teeth. Okay, so that's it for The words up to this point were not finished. A figure was seen, suddenly flying backwards from the center of the field where Yuan and Morongbai were fighting, and crashed heavily into the wall. Morongxiao was first stunned and then filled with joy. Nice guy. A winner so soon. That's not bad, at least it still kicked that motherer's ass. However, when he turned his head to look, when he saw that the victor standing in the center of the field, panting for breath, was not Morongbai, but Yuan, his pupils narrowed violently, and the smile that was pretending to be on his face froze instantly. Shock plus 200. Clueless plus 180. The man who flew out backwards. Not Yuan. It's Morongbai. Morongbai who had awakened the Rakshasa body. How is this possible? Morongxiao's brain instantly fell into a blank, simply unable to figure out what had happened. Also a senior who had just awakened, how could this native of Arashur city be a match for Morongbai who had awakened the Rakshasa body? He couldn't figure it out, not at all. Those who also couldn't figure it out were Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng. When they learned that Morongbai possessed the Rakshasa body, both Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng had a premonition that Yuan would fail. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in Yuan, it was really that the Rakshasa body's enhancement to battle power was just too great, even surpassing Yuan's SSS-grade flesh body strengthening talent. However, the facts are right in front of us. The final winner of this duel would still be Yuan. Shock plus 200. Surprise plus 300. Shangwan Meng turned her gaze to Yuan in the center of the field. At this moment, the person was panting heavily, with beads of sweat falling from his forehead, and his right arm was even showing a large dark red color due to extreme blood congestion. That's right. Yuan won. And the reason he won? It's because, in the midst of the battle, he made an extremely bold attempt. Try asking. What's his biggest asset right now? Is it a strong physical body? Is it the sun streak? Neither. Rather, a battle skill that had reached perfection, the 9 regicide gun. Ever. In the practical class at school, Yuan had once heard such a sentence. Out of the palm like a sword. Throw a punch like a gun. To throw punches with a gun intent, that fist is the tip of the gun, the shoulder is the tassel, the body is the shaft, and the feet are the head of the gun. Therefore, after noticing that he was gradually falling behind, Yuan transferred his understanding of the 9 deicide gun. Transferred it to his understanding of boxing. Using his fist as a gun, he exchanged the 9-slayer gun for the 9-slayer fist. Seizing the opportunity, aiming for the right moment, the moment Morongbai's chest neglected to defend. Holding on to the idea of winning with one strike, he used the limits of his physical body and threw 7 consecutive jabs. 7-fold strength. Cascading. An extremely terrifying power instantly erupted. After being stabbed in the chest by this punch, despite the power of the Rakshasa body, Morongbai was still defeated. This, then, was the reason for Yuan's victory. At this point, seeing Shangwan Meng casting her eyes towards herself, Yuan tried to squeeze out a smile. Winning. Shangwan Meng froze slightly before smiling coquettishly. Brother Yuan is awesome. Shangwan Ru was equally shocked by the teenager's victory. The one just now didn't see the details of the engagement between the two, but being able to win against the Rakshasa body. Yuan's strength was far beyond her imagination. Morongxiao snapped back from the shock. After looking deeply at Yuan, he quickly came to Morongbai's side and checked his physical condition. Morongbai's health is not good. Using the Rakshasa body would have required a considerable amount of energy. And he himself had only just awakened, so he had originally overdrawn his body in order to win against Yuan. Now it's even more so because of that punch from Yuan, his chest is sunken, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he's unconscious. Good boy. What guts, daring to lay such a heavy hand. Morongxiao took a deep breath, picked up Morongbai, turned around and left. Gentlemen, farewell. Have a good walk, no farewell. Shangwan Meng smiled and waved her hand. By the way, remember to come see my sister tomorrow to do the school registration procedure. Morongxiao was already furious, and when he heard such a leisurely sentence from Shangwan Meng, he was so angry that he was even more likely to spit out blood, almost suffocating internal injuries. Thanks for the reminder. He coldly dropped this sentence and disappeared from the crowd's view in the blink of an eye. Director's office. Yuan sat in his seat. Shang Wanru's hand brushed over his arm. An icy cold sensation came over the arm, easing the soreness and pain and numbness. Chief, you still heal? Su Yuan asked curiously. Shang Wanru said softly. Well, my major in college was human biology, with a partial minor in human healing. Your injury is a minor one, it's just a ruptured blood vessel caused by overexertion, and after my treatment, it should be healed in less than 2 days. Oh. Su Yuan gently nodded. Shangguan Meng was sitting beside Su Yuan, her arms supported on the desktop, her hands propped up on her chin. From just now until now, she had been staring at Su Yuan. Brother Su Yuan, how did you beat that guy just now? She blinked her large, jewel-like eyes, which were always stunningly beautiful. Shang Wanru was equally curious. That guy. In terms of physique alone, he should be stronger than the current you, and I'm honestly surprised that you were able to defeat him. I know you guys are pretty surprised. Su Yuan looked at the nearly 2,000 points of emotion value on the system panel and thought in his heart. He explained his aura in battle a little. After listening to it, Shang Wanru praised it beyond measure and lamented. Palm is like a sword, fist is like a gun. Most martial artists have heard of this truth, but to be able to perfectly transfer the power generation method of a gun battle technique to a fist is not something that an ordinary person can do. I've seen the video of your battle in the Ferocious Beast Garden, and at that time, when you were killing the first rank upper ferocious beasts, you stabbed 5 shots in a row, and your mastery of the 9-deicide gun reached the proficient level. I would have thought this was your limit, but it looks like your true limit should be to stab 7 shots in a row, which is the proficient level. Right? Su Yuan smiled. Nope. Actually, my mastery of the 9-regicide gun has reached the perfection level, it's just that this physical body isn't still enough to support me to use it out for the time being, that is. Shang Wanru. She rolled her eyes, a little helpless. Do you know what the concept of the perfection level is? Even some martial arts masters wouldn't dare to say that their mastery of battle techniques has reached perfection. As long as it's a subtle, level 9 regicide lance, it can stab 9 shots in a row, and perfect. It's a way to fuse these 9 shots into the most perfect one, to achieve the effect of regicide all enemies in front of you. It's only been half a day since you got your hands on the 9 regicide gun, a battle skill, and you've already reached the proficient level. It's already a monster-like existence. It's enough to be called a natural gun Dao seed. For you to say you've mastered the perfection level is bull, unless you're the reincarnation of the gun immortal. Su Yuan smiled. Doesn't anyone believe the truth these days? But as he said, his current body was not enough to support him in using the perfection, grade 9 regicide gun, so he couldn't prove his words. Another moment passed. Okay. Shang Wanru withdrew her hand and ended the treatment on Su Yuan's arm. When the experimental special training opens afterward, you'll often be injured as a result of pushing the limits of your physical body. Think of it as a preview now. Su Yuan laughed. It's okay, if you don't push your limits, you're always stuck in your comfort zone, and then you'll never get stronger. Shang Wanru said. It's rare that you have that kind of realization as a senior. Su Yuan changed the subject. By the way, Chief, what did you call me over for? At that time, it was the Fierce Beast Garden's Garden Masterly who said that you had something to find me, but it turned out to be delayed by those two. Shang Wanru explained. It's nothing really, it's not that we're going to start the experimental special training in 3 days, so I'm going to customize a set of equipment for you and Suyan, so I'm going to let you come over and measure the various data. Su Yuan froze. Equipment? But we're advancing faster now, so if we tailor it directly, it might be obsolete before long. What's in it? It's not much to waste, it's just a small amount of money. As I said before, as long as you participate in our experimental special training, I will equip you with the best conditions at every stage. Trench. It's so trenchant. Su Yuan silently gave Shang Wanru a thumbs up in his heart. Right. Suyan. Is she already customized? Yes, she came over for a visit when you challenged the ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Garden, and I've finished entering her data and sent it to the equipment manufacturer. Oh? Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of weapon did she use? Chapter 33, The Successor. Premium Sweepstakes. A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. She asked for a tanged sword and a dagger. I'm guessing she uses a tanged sword herself, and the dagger is for her shadow. Oh. Su Yuan nodded. The cold look of Suyan holding a tang knife in his hand came to mind. Well, you don't say, it's quite a match. Returning to his senses, Yuan looked at Shangwan Rudeo. I'll just lance it then. Specialize in one. Other weapons that don't work well. Okay. Shangwan Ru nodded. But customizing the equipment requires testing a lot of data, and your hand hasn't recovered yet, which will have an effect on the testing, so let's wait a couple of days before we talk about it. There's no rush. The equipment you use can be made in a day anyway. Since the customization of the equipment was delayed, Yuan then planned to depart for home. It was already a bit late at this hour, and if I didn't go back, Auntie Su would be worried. Chief Shangwan, Sister Shangwan, I'll leave first, see you afterward. Bye. Goodbye, brother Yuan. After Yuan left, Shangwan Ru forced a smile, but in the end, she couldn't hold back and let out a giggle. Sister. Are you really going to act young for the rest of your life? Yuan, this little guy is so much younger than us, eh? You just let him keep calling you like this. Shangwan's sister? Boo. The words were not finished. Shangwan Ru was then picked up by Shangwan Meng and thrown flying out. After a while, Shangwan Ru then walked back with messy hair. Sis, next time, can you give me a warning before you do it? Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be bad if I hit someone else. Shangwan Meng bristled. Ch. Who told you to call me a pretender? Shangwan Ru looked her own elder sister up and down and shook her head. Also, I apologize, sis, you're really not pretending to be young, you're really young. It's been years and you still look like a little girl who just started her first year. Boo! Shangwan Ru was thrown flying again. As a sixth-order powerhouse, this was really disgraceful. But for Shangwan Ru, it is a family affair, there is no way, who let her love her old sister deeply, never, because she does not dare to fight back. Right. As Shangwan Ru came back to the front, a bright smile appeared on Shangwan Meng's face. Seeing this, Shangwan Ru immediately pulled away from her by a certain distance, her eyes alert. Unla. Shangwan Meng didn't continue to make a move on Shangwan Ru, but instead stretched out a great deal. I'll be leaving Arashur City in a few days, so you'll have to exercise my two cubs well then. Shangwan Ru nodded. Of course, this is my lifelong pursuit. It just so happens that Yuan is so strong again, I will absolutely reproduce the qi. Shangwan Meng shook her head. That's not what I meant. She tilted her head back and looked at the faint remnants of the moon that had risen faintly in the sky. I'm going to put them both on my short list of successors. Shangwan Ru froze for a moment. Successor? Successor. This is a special system in Daxia. As long as one breaks through the fusion realm, reaches the limit realm, and succeeds in obtaining the seal of power, all are able to designate one object to be their successor, and once designated, cannot be changed. The benefits that a successor can enjoy are extreme. First, both D and SSS ranked resource tilts are provided at no cost until the third rank. After that, if you want to continue to get more resources, you need to exchange them through the appropriate contribution. But the successor doesn't have to. The successor of a 7th-order feudal marquis powerhouse is able to enjoy unconditional access to resources until he is promoted to the 6th order. The successor of an 8th-order feudal king powerhouse is able to enjoy resources unconditionally until he is promoted to the 7th order. And so on. The successor of a 9th-order supreme, as long as he had enough talent, the resources provided by the officials could allow him to advance all the way to the 8th order and be crowned king. Not only that. After the fall of the sealing powerhouse, the successor will inherit everything she has. So to speak. Successor system. As the word implies, it is a privileged means used by sealed powerhouses to train their successors. But sis, you've only just met them a short time ago. Shangwan Meng withdrew her gaze and smiled gently at Shangwan Ru. That's why I said it's just a candidate. Especially little Yuan, he seems to have a strong restraint against the Morong family. Do you think it would be much easier if I were to fight the Morong family alone in the future with his help? Shangwan Ru. Singling out the Morong family. The only person in the whole of Daxia who dared to say such a thing was old sister, right? And that girl called Suyan. My gut tells me she has some kind of special secret, and it's a big, big secret. Why didn't I see that? It's a wonder you're stupid enough to see it. All right. I'll do my best to help you train them. By the way, Su Yuan beat up Morongbai today, and it looks like he's not badly hurt. I'm worried about them. Don't worry. Shangguan Meng was smiling. The pair of red and blue alien pupils looked more and more demonic under the reflection of the nightlights. I told him I'd kill him if he touched one of my men. Shangguan Ru. That's good. It works. With this sentence, give Morong Shao 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to play dirty in private. Because he was absolutely incomparably clear that if he moved Su Yuan, he really would die. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to have a late night snack. Bye. The words fell. The figure of Shangguan Meng was already gone in front of him. The smile on Shangguan Rue's face disappeared a little. Looking in the direction Shangguan Meng left, she was lost in thought for a while. For some reason, she always felt that her sister was hiding something from her. Sister. She murmured softly inside. I hope it's just me. When Su Yuan returned home, Su Qingling was watching TV on the sofa in the living room. When she saw Su Yuan return, she was about to get up to greet him, but suddenly her figure lurched and her expression immediately tensed up. Su Yuan followed her line of sight and looked at his own body. Oh, it turned out to be a bit of blood stained from the ferocious beast challenges and duels. It's fine, Aunt Su, I'm going to the Fierce Beast Garden to challenge the Fierce Beasts. This is the blood of the Fierce Beasts, not mine. Words. Su Qingling then breathed a sigh of relief. Still, there was some concern on her face. You've only just awakened, there's actually no need to be in such a hurry to challenge the ferocious beasts. Su Yuan laughed. I can't help it, there's always a bit of a leap of faith after awakening a talent, so I simply went for it. Su Qingling had thought of saying something more, but when she thought that Su Yuan had awakened an SSS grade talent and was destined to live an extraordinary life in the future, everything just turned into a gentle smile. Okay. Then why don't you go take a shower and relax, and I'll make you some late night snacks. Okay, thanks Auntie Su, just hungry. Wow. The sound of pattering water came. Under the dense water mist was Su Yuan's perfectly proportioned body that had been transformed by the ancient god's bloodline. What a bumper day. Su Yuan looked away. One's current accumulated emotional value was more than 2,400 points. It also proved that his previous thinking was correct. The stronger the person, the more emotional value they give themselves when they generate mood swings. Like Chief Shangguan and that metal face today. They're all strong. That's why you let your emotional value have a blast. In comparison, the emotional values gained in the Fierce Beast Garden all seemed a bit shabby. Let's hope that what Chief Shangguan said is true. As long as that magical chi surfaces, it can make the Great Xia's circle of powerhouses shake. When the time comes, it's all green leaks. After a moment of longing, Su Yuan returned to his senses and began to think about how he should distribute these emotion points. If you use it in primary draw, you can draw 24 consecutive times. If you use it in intermediate draw, you can draw 4 in a row. If used in advanced draw, you can only draw 1 time. But the highest quality reward for the premium raffle is the red quality, which is 1 level higher than the gold quality. How about taking a chance? Maybe it's just a shot in the dark like last time? After thinking about it for a while, Su Yuan finally decided to booty out. A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. Even if the rewards didn't come out in red quality, the things that were obtained from the premium raffle were certainly not bad. System, Conduct 1, Advanced Draw. Chapter 34, The Great Day Sutra. I, Empress, need him to take care of me? Ding. Consume 2,000 emotion points for 1 premium draw. Drawing in. Thank you for your patronage. Su Yuan? When he saw the 4 big words, thank you for your patronage, Su Yuan almost smashed the shower in his hand. It's not. Are you playing with me? That's a full 2,000 emotion points. It's hard to make up my mind. I'm going to spend a lot of money on a premium raffle, and this is how you treat me? If I can collect my own emotional value, I reckon I can gain a lot from this. Su Yuan was really powerless to spit. But those 2,000 mood points weren't spent for nothing, at the very least. On the system panel, the back of the premium draw becomes 1/100. This is for the red quality rewards later on, kind of padding the pool, no loss, no loss. Su Yuan tried to comfort himself. But the more he looked at the remaining 400 or so emotion points, the more it stung. According to the law of conservation of Europe and Africa, with such bad luck in the premium draw, maybe we can get some of it back elsewhere? Thinking this way, Yuan decided to take these 400 or so emotion points and pike a primary quadruple draw. Ding! Consume 400 points of emotional value for 4 primary draws. Drawing in. Congratulations on receiving 1 hour of static space. Congratulations on obtaining 1 level 2 source crystal. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining Great Sun Observation Sutra Rising Sun Chapter. Purple quality. Get comfortable. 3 out of 4 draws and a purple quality reward. It is important to realize that the guaranteed reward for each type of draw is the highest quality of reward that can be extracted from that type of draw. For example, the gold quality reward, Trail of the Sun, that was obtained from the last intermediate lucky draw was a cap level reward in the intermediate lucky draw. This time, the Great Sun Observation Sutra Rising Sun chapter that I obtained is the same. Currently accumulating have 2 hours of time forbidden space up, can't use it for now, save it first. Level 2 source crystals. It's pretty sloppy. Yuan's gaze came to the grand prize this time. Great Sun Contemplation Sutra The Rising Sun, Spiritual Power Cultivation Method. In the Divine Palace, one visualizes the rising sun to constantly refine one's spiritual power. After the great completion, I am the great sun is me, a thought out, like the great sun across the sky, can burn all things in the world. But there is only the first one. After reading it, Yuan had only one thought. The real has a push. I am the great day. The great day is me. One thought comes out like a great sun across the sky, which can burn all things in the world. Only Yuan now had a doubt. That is, as explained in the textbook, the first explanation of the martial way. Martial artists were unable to cultivate spiritual power or even perceive its presence in the exploration realm from first to third order. Spiritual power at this stage can only be called consciousness, will. Only after reaching the 4th rank, that is, stepping into the fusion realm, could one initially perceive the existence of spiritual power. And, unlike source energy cultivation, Great Xia martial artists, everyone practiced the Tian Yuan cultivation method. But regarding the cultivation of spiritual power, so far, there was no unified system, no fixed cultivation method. If this Great Sun Observation Sutra can't be cultivated until the 4th rank, then for the time being, it can only eat dust. Thinking so, Yuan roughly skimmed through its contents. Just looking at it that way was an unexpected and surprising reward. This Great Sun Observation Scripture Rising Sun chapter actually had no realm limitations, even at the awakening stage, one could directly start cultivating. Not only that, according to the description in the Gongfu, if one could access the power of the sun during the cultivation process, one could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It actually creates a dream linkage with the Trail of Days. The smile on Yuan's face grew wider and wider, he couldn't wait to try out this magical spiritual power cultivation method. Everyone else had to wait until the 4th rank to start quenching their mental power, while he could start from the awakening stage, which would allow him to leave the others far behind. Get out of the shower. Yuan didn't directly go back to his room, but first came to the living room. The midnight snack that Aunt Su said she was going to make was already ready. It was Yuan's favorite fried instant noodles. There's nothing nutritious about this stuff, it's purely tasty, looks golden, smells good, and maximizes the appetite. Yummy! A mouthful of oil, mixed with scallions, couldn't be more satisfying. Looking at the teenager who was feasting in front of her, Su Qingling's face hung a faint smile, but in those smiling eyes, there was a slight hint of melancholy. She knew that in a little while, both Yuan and Su Anyan would leave her and start shining lives that belonged to them. Doing what little she could before then, like a small evening meal like this, was enough to satisfy her. Eat slowly. Su Qingling reminded with a smile. The gaze fell on Yuan's body without any notice. Yuan, who had just finished showering, was wearing short-sleeved pajamas, and his well-proportioned and powerful muscle lines made Su Qingling can't help but be a little lost in a trance. The little boy who once chased after her for a hug has, at some point, grown into a well-built, handsome young man. So is Yan. Now she's a big, beautiful girl. Just the character is still that cold, in addition to themselves, to anyone else ice cold. Thinking of this, Su Qingling couldn't help but feel a little worried, wanting to speak, but not knowing where to start. Yuan unintentionally noticed Aunt Su's hesitation and put down his chopsticks. Auntie Su, is there something you want to say to me? Su Qingling hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. It's not really a big deal. It's... You and Xiao Yan have both awakened SSS rank talents. You will definitely have to go out of Arashur City in the future, your stage is to Xia, or even the entire world. Xiao Yuan, you're fine. Auntie Su is relieved that you're fine, but... Xiao Yan, I'm always a bit relieved. You know, her character is too cold, and I'm afraid that this will get her into quite a bit of trouble. So... I'd like you to be able to take care of her a little bit when you're out there in the future, if that's okay. Su Yuan thought something had happened, but it turned out to be this. He laughed and said in a joking tone. Aunt Su, what do you take me for? Do I need to be reminded of such things? After his parents' accident, it was Su Qingling who picked him up, like a beam of sunlight that shone into his life. Leaving aside how Su Anyan was, for the sake of Su Qingling alone, it was impossible for Su Yuan to let go of her only daughter. Su Qingling sighed. I know what kind of person you are, Xiao Yuan. It's just that during this year, Xiao Yan has been too cold to you, as if she were a stranger, and I'm afraid that you have a grudge in your heart. Su Yuan didn't care. In his mind, even more, a scene of Su Anyan helping him repel Zhao Rizu before he awakened his talent surfaced, and he laughed. I know she didn't mean to leave me out, she was born with that personality, I understand. Besides, for the sake of you, Auntie Su, alone, there's no way I'm going to turn my back on her, the two of us, me and her, one counts for the other. Words. Su Qingling released a sigh of relief and resumed her gentle smile. Oh Buchi, thank you. The next thing you know, the chat between the two returned to normal. It was just that neither Su Yuan nor Su Qingling noticed. Off to the side, in the shadows, there was a cloud of shadow color, a little darker. Room. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Letting Su Yuan take care of her? What a joke. From pushing across the blue star to suppressing the starry sky, she was honored as the Tenyu and gained the title of female emperor. She, on her own, has never relied on herself. It was clearly her who was taking care of Su Yuan for Su Qingling's sake. Forget it. Su Anyan was really speechless. Simply sink your mind and continue to cultivate. She is currently in the process of condensing her orifices. Tonight, she's going to condense her first source orifice. When the gap between her and Su Yuan gradually widened, she was going to show Su Yuan how much of a big talker he was when he promised to take care of himself. Chapter 35 Source Orifice Coalescence Success. Self-brainstorming Su Anyan. After finishing his snack, Su Yuan returned to his room. Tonight, there are two things to do. First, try the Dhammapada Sutra. Secondly, the source energy in his body had already been filled to the brim, and it was even more gradually stabilized after the subsequent ferocious beast challenge and the violent beating of the sickly child, so that he could attempt to condense the source orifices. Say it and do it. Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. It's a good thing that when I stormed that ghost spirit, I didn't use up the power of the flare sun and the trail of the sun, so I can use it to aid in my cultivation. Thinking this way, Su Yuan emptied his mind of distracting thoughts little by little, and then began to try according to the description of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra. When the divine mind rises, the rising sun rises. The morning glory falls all over the palace of God. The reason why the Great Sun Observation Sutra, the Rising Sun chapter, is only a purple quality reward is because it is only the full version of the introductory chapter. The rising sun refers to the rising sun. It implies that the spiritual power that has just begun to cultivate is like the sun that has just risen in the morning. This gong method might seem very obscure and difficult to understand to outsiders, but since it was directly instilled by the system, Su Yuan was able to easily understand it and follow its method of operation. The flare sun pattern on the back of his hand lit up little by little, and the power of the flare sun and the trail of the sun, under Su Yuan's efforts to control it, came to the so-called divine palace little by little. This step was done slowly because Su Yuan's control over the power of the Yao Yan was still weak. Finally, when that sporadic power of the flare sun fell into the divine palace, hiss! The intense pain came, causing Su Yuan to want to give up a few times. Even though this point of the power of the flare sun was actually very weak, when it fell into the divine palace, it was as if it had been magnified hundreds or thousands of times, as if there was a sharp needle that was stirring in your mind. Being a hangman, you have to have the awareness of being a hangman. Laying flat and swinging, hanging can only give you the lower limit. Kai work harder to get you to the cap. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and held on. And according to the description of the Gongfu, he looked into the divine palace internally. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the blinding rising sun. That's right. Even if it was a nascent sunrise, but in the eyes of Su Yuan, it was still an existence that was difficult to look directly at. Stare. Can't see blind anyway. 10 minutes later. Su Yuan was finally closing his eyes, detaching himself from the state of internal vision. Reaching the limit. According to the description of the Kung Fu, this is only the first stage of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra, called First Glimpse of the Rising Sun. He would be considered initiated only when he could continuously stare at the rising sun in the divine palace for an hour. Even though the power of the flare sun had been moved out of his divine palace, his mind was still tingling. Su Yuan didn't rest because this time was a critical point. In the opening chapter of the Great Sun Observation Sutra, it was said that after every cultivation, one must do something to sharpen the will in order to make the effect of the previous hammering perfect. So, he chose to condense the source orifice. Source energy fills the body and condenses into an orifice. This process, depending on the qualifications between people, consumes time that varies wildly. In some cases, it may take a week or two, or even longer, to grind while coalescing the source orifices. In some cases, it only takes a few short days. Of course, there are those that take much less time, and those are geniuses and demons. Su Yuan didn't know how long it would take for him to condense a source orifice. After all, the amount of source energy that this physical body of his could hold was 5 times that of a normal person. It's time to build a foundation, and it's okay to be slow. Thinking so, Su Yuan relaxed and slowly calmed down, sinking his consciousness into his body and feeling the source energy that filled his body. Running the Tian Yuan cultivation method, using his mind as the lead, he drove away the diffuse and lax source energy in his body, and little by little, it converged towards the divine harmony orifice, one of the 9 major orifices of the human body. Compare the intention to a wolf, then these source energies are like sheep. The process was quite smooth in the beginning, but rabbits bite when they're cornered, and this sheep of source energy was no different. When the divine conjunction orifice was gradually filled with source energy, the remaining source energy struggled to stop entering. At this time, it was necessary to force it in by force of will, and then run the cultivation method to warm it up and eventually condense out the source orifices. Get in there for me. Su Yuan let out a low cry in his heart. Brashly, he continued to drive the source energy toward the divine harmony orifice. The huge amount of source energy poured in, squeezing the orifices to the brim, was often excruciatingly painful. However, compared to the pain of cultivating the Great Sun Observation Sutra just now, this pain was simply insignificant to Su Yuan. Half of the night. Moon star. The room did not have curtains drawn. The pale moonlight shone through the window, spilling over the teenager's body. Darkness. Su Yuan snapped his eyes open. I succeeded. A small trace of shock flashed through Su Yuan's eyes. In his original expectation, the amount of source energy he needed to condense his source orifices was as much as 5 times that of the next person. Then the time needed to condense into a source orifice should also be slightly more than others, right? Results. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Less than 5 hours had passed since he started practicing. 5 hours. Then the first source orifice was condensed. If it was said, it would definitely cause a stir. Amidst the emotions, Su Yuan closed his eyes and looked into the divine harmony orifice internally, wanting to reconfirm it. See only. The god closes in the orifice. A faintly glowing mass of light, embedded within it, was the source orifice. Who? Su Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. He really made it. This cultivation stuff is addictive. This addiction, especially when your cultivation is progressing at a godly pace, will be even more intense. Although there were still source crystals remaining now, and enough for Su Yuan to condense another source orifice. But after the simmering of the Great Sun Observation Sutra and the energy exertion when condensing the source orifices, Su Yuan's body and mind had reached a rather exhausting level. Therefore, he could only choose to sleep first, and wait until his energy and stamina recovered before restarting his cultivation. Before going to sleep, Su Yuan made his plan. There are 2 more days of experimental special training before it begins. 2 days, try to condense 1 source orifice a day, and by the time we start, I want to reach the awakening 3 stage of perfection. 4 hours later. When Su Yuan had already entered the peaceful dreamland. The next room. Who? Suyan slowly opened her eyes. Although the process of condensing the source orifices was hampered by the many constraints of this physical body, with my mastery of source energy, I finally succeeded. 9 hours, condensing 1 source orifice, this speed, fast enough. She looked purposefully to the next door. Her and Su Yuan's rooms were right next to each other, and the windows faced the same direction. She had realized a few hours ago that Su Yuan had turned out the lights in her room. Was it a failure? Suyan thought calmly. Even if your speed of absorbing source energy is comparable to that of a shadow servant, but if you want to condense a source orifice, you can't rely on the speed of absorbing source energy alone. But since you possess an SSS-ranked flesh body strengthening class talent, there shouldn't be too long of a delay at this step. In a day or two at most, you should be able to condense your first source orifice. That is enough to make you proud. Chapter 36 Ironstone Tree, Spiritualist Association, Fellow Traveler. After self-brainstorming Su Yuan's reasons for leaving home, Suyan planned to go to bed. This condensation of the source orifice had taken her nearly 9 hours, and it was now 4 in the morning. Currently, she was far from not needing sleep. It was not something that could be changed by sheer force of will alone, but was an integral part of this current physical body that had not yet achieved the evolution of life. However, just as she was about to turn off the light and go to bed, the light in Su Yuan's room next door, it actually lit up again? She didn't care at first. Thought it was Su Yuan getting up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Results: quiet night. She heard the door open twice and the lock turn slightly. Su Yuan, why are you out at this hour? It's not even dawn yet. What's he doing out? Could it be that after failing to impact the condensation of the orifices, he couldn't sleep, tossed and turned for hours, and finally planned to go out for some air and relaxation? This was the most reasonable explanation Suyan could think of at the moment. Sure. She had absolutely no idea of following her out. She didn't care much about anything about Su Yuan, to be honest. After brainstorming a suitable reason for herself, she put the matter aside and calmly went to sleep. Who? The streets at 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky had not yet whitened, and everywhere was a dim color. The only thing that seemed fresh was the air after a night of settling. Feeling the silky warmth emanating from within the divine harmony orifice, Su Yuan was in an extremely good mood. Although I have only slept for more than 4 hours, I am not the least bit tired at all, not to mention the chaotic feeling I had when I had just finished practicing. The Great Sun Observation Sutra seems to be quite effective in refining the effects of mental power. At this time, he was heading to the nearest mountain to his home, Yoho, with the intention of watching a sunrise. It's not so much a sudden literary heart attack as it is because of the words in the Great Sun Observations, the rising sun. If you want to get the best out of the idea of visualization, the visualized rising sun must be more in line with, and closer to, the original appearance of reality. Therefore, observing and sensing the state of the rising sun in the real world is a quite beneficial cultivation aid. 30 minutes later. On Jade Hopper Mountain, an athletic figure picked up the steps. Period. Su Yuan paused briefly on the mountainside. Looking at an iron-brown forest not far away, Su Yuan remembered something he had heard by chance earlier. Because of the special soil quality of Yuho Mountain, it was suitable for planting a special kind of tree called the ironbark tree, so on the mountainside, there was a grove of ironstone trees, which was affiliated with the Arisher City Spiritual Luminaries Association. Association of Psychic Readers. Only martial artists with unusually strong mental powers could join. In turn, spiritual power could only be perceived and used by martial artists who had reached the 4th rank, so the threshold of entry for this association was as low as the 4th rank, and the status was extremely high. As there is currently no uniform, standardized method of spiritual power training throughout the world. That's why spiritual luminaries tend to use the most rudimentary form of training, just as they train their muscles, to train their mental powers. And this ironstone tree is the most common training consumable for psychic readers. The ironstone tree's body is incredibly hard and has been found to be an excellent bearer of spiritual energy. Mentally powerful martial artists use their mental thoughts as a way to use the ironstone tree and think of it as a hand that leaves a handprint on the body of the ironstone tree. This is the most common form of training. The depth of the handprints could also reflect the level of strength of the spiritual power. If I can join the Psychic Nemesis Association before I've even reached the 4th rank, perhaps it will cause a certain stir? Think of it this way. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued to climb towards the top of the mountain. Come to the top of the mountain. The sky is not yet white. The piercing mountain wind came and blew Su Yuan's clothes and pants to the point of hunting, but he didn't feel the cold at all. After finding a boulder, he sat down on it and pulled out a grade 2 source crystal and held it in his hand. Absorbing source energy while waiting for the moment of sunrise. Half an hour later. Hearing a rustling of footsteps coming from behind him, Yuan temporarily stopped from his cultivation state. Turning his head to look, the visitor was an old man on crutches. The old man had a thin figure, white eyebrows, white hair, and a clear face, except for the right side of his pants leg, which was empty and appeared to be slightly out of place. Ha! Seeing Yuan, the old man was obviously a bit surprised. His eyes landed on the source crystal in Yuan's hand and he froze slightly before smiling apologetically. I'm sorry, little brother, in the past, at this point in time, I was the only one on this Jade Hopper Mountain. I didn't expect to disturb your cultivation. It's okay. Yuan smiled gently, not caring at all. Yuan was already a cheerful personality, plus this old man was also quite talkative and kind. In a few minutes, the two were acquainted with each other. From the conversation, Yuan learned that the old man's surname was Tang, a native of Lancheng, who used to be a soldier, and this injury on his right leg was the one that fell when he was a soldier. Of course, making friends was not a good idea, and other than that, the conversation between the two was more of a homey chit-chat that didn't involve much more than that. Soon. The sky is vaguely white. It's almost time for the rising sun. Just as Yuan was planning to find an excuse to end the conversation and start visualizing the rising sun, the old man actually preceded him and brought it up first. Little brother, let's talk later. Old man, I usually don't have any hobbies, I just like to watch the sunrise, and I don't want to miss a single second of this. Yuan was slightly stunned, and then laughed in the same way. Elder Tang, we're in the same boat, and I've just gotten interested in this sunrise. This is the first time I've been here, and I should be back every day afterward. Words. A flash of color flashed in Tang Lao's eyes as he laughed continuously. Good. 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 I didn't expect that I would be so lucky with little brother Su. In that case, let's stop and watch the sunrise first. Yes. The sun is rising. The first rays of morning light fall and the city gradually wakes up from its slumber. The lower part of the mountain gradually gained popularity, but on this mountain, it was still quiet. The only thing that was there was the clear wind, and the two figures sitting on the boulder. The sun, now, was apparently much milder than the unappealing glare of the blazing midday sun. Even if you keep staring at it, it is not hard on your eyes, but inexplicably creates a wonderful feeling of renewal in your heart. When the divine thought rises, the rising sun is born. The morning glory falls all over the palace of God. Yuan stared unblinkingly at the rising sun, silently operating the mental method of the Great Sun Observation Sutra in his heart, trying to memorize its appearance in his mind for later observation. Tang Lao, who was on the side, was doing the same thing. He looked at the rising sun, and his eyes were full of bloom. Underneath the calm demeanor was an undulating, choppy heart. More than half an hour later. Sunrise is over. Yuan slowly withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes, carefully reviewing in his mind that feeling of the rising sun and the recovery of all things. Elder Tang similarly looked reminiscent, as if he was still immersed in the impression of the sunrise just now. Another moment passed. Yuan got up and said goodbye to Tang Lao. Elder Tang, see you tomorrow. Tang Lao managed to return to his senses and nodded his head and smiled. All right, little brother, I'll see you tomorrow. Shortly after Yuan left. Donald also got up, but after descending halfway down the mountain, he turned and entered the grove of ironstone trees. The ironstone grove has a protective fence outside and an extremely strict identification system, so that only members of the association who have passed the identification can enter. Chapter 37, she'll cut off our heads and feed them to the dogs. Try and die. Dropping. Authentication successful. Name, Tang Yun. Identity, Arashur City Mentalist Association Vice President. A drop of water penetrates a stone, and a thought can lead to God. Welcome to the Association of Spiritualists. Water dripping on a stone, thoughts can lead to God. This was the slogan of the Spiritual Luminaries Association, the holy words in the heart of every martial artist who aspired to the spiritual path. Tang Zhan leaned on his crutches and slowly and leisurely arrived in front of an ironstone tree. Actually, with his current level of mental power, even if one were to lose the crutches, it would be entirely sufficient to replace that amputated right leg with near substantial spiritual power for walking. But he didn't, because in this way he wanted to remember what happened to him on the battlefield. Who took a deep breath. Tang Zhan's face revealed a bit of reminiscence as he tried to remain calm, but it was still hard to hide that excitement. 27 years. It has been exactly 27 years since I retired from the battlefield. Because of the crippling of my limbs, I turned my head to the study of the spiritual path, and now I have finally made small gains. In a little while, I might be able to create a method to visualize the rising sun and aid in spiritual cultivation. These words. If the rest of the spiritual luminaries in the association heard about it, I'm afraid they would be greatly shocked. Because in the whole world, so far, there was no cultivation method that clearly worked for spiritual power cultivation. Except for a small number of lucky people who had gained a spiritual talent at the time of awakening, all the others could only use simple and crude methods to exercise their spiritual power little by little. However, if Yuan hears it, that's another thing. 27 years? That's a long time. That's a long time. And still just observing the rising sun and practicing. The Rising Sun chapter, on the other hand, is merely the introductory chapter of the Great Sun Observation Sutra. Sure. Even if he knew about this, Yuan would not scoff at it. After all, he's hung up on the fact that it's okay to drive small, but to drive and taunt someone who hasn't. How unseemly. Come back to your senses. Tang Yun's profound spiritual power surged out. Act on the ironstone tree in front of you. The hard body of the tree began to dent at a speed visible to the naked eye, 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. It went all the way up to 5 centimeters before it finally stopped. Tang Yun's gaze remained unchanged. This was his essential daily training, repeating 100 times after reaching his limit. The other side. When Yuan returned home, it was actually still very early, and neither Su Qingling nor Suyan had gotten up. After finishing absorbing a grade 2 source crystal, Yuan, who had nothing to do, started working on preparing breakfast for the two of them. Before his parents' accident, they were often not at home, and Yuan cooked all by himself, so he had practiced a good hand at cooking. Even after coming to the Su family and having all 3 meals covered by Su Qingling, she still retained most of her craftsmanship. Since she didn't need to go to class, coupled with the exertion of last night's cultivation, Suyan woke up late, but it was Su Qingling, who had to go to work, who woke up early. Su Qingling was wearing a loose silk nightgown, her face plain, but she still had a light and soft beauty. "Oh Buchi? You? Why did you get up so early and make us breakfast?" Su Qingling was surprised. Yuan laughed. "I just woke up early and went outside to work out. I came back with nothing to do, so I thought I'd lighten the load for you. Auntie Su, quickly go wash up and come taste it. It shouldn't taste bad." "You?" Su Qingling smiled and shook her head, but her heart was warm. After washing up and changing his clothes, he came to the dining table and ate breakfast with Yuan. "Well, it's delicious. I didn't realize that you're so good at craftsmanship, little abyss. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely be able to enjoy the blessings." Halfway through her sentence, Su Qingling smiled again and vetoed her statement. Sorry, I just said it wrong. You are a super great genius who has awakened SSS grade talent. How can you cook at home?" Yuan spilled a smile. "What's wrong with that? As long as it's someone I truly like, I'm willing to cook for her every day." Puff. Su Qingling covered her mouth with a smile. "I didn't realize, oh Buchi, that you actually have such an innocent side." Yuan said jokingly. "I've never been in love until now. What am I if not a big innocent boy?" Su Qingling giggled, a silver bell-like laughter that made the entire morning beautiful. In front of outsiders, she was a generous and sensible imperial lady, and only in front of Yuan and Suyan would she show her gentle and beautiful side. "All right. After breakfast." Before leaving for work, Su Qingling smiled brightly and gave Yuan a big hug. "Thanks to Obuchi for preparing breakfast for me." The worries of going to work dissipated all of a sudden. Feeling the faint fragrance, Yuan's memories drifted to the time when he was small. Returning to his senses, Yuan laughed. "When another period of time passes, when Suyan and I grow up, Aunt Su, you should stop working and just take a vacation at ease." Su Qingling, who had already walked out some distance, turned back with a wide smile. "I'm looking forward to it." After Su Qingling left, Yuan then re-entered his room and began to cultivate. Only when it was about time did this go and knock on Suyan's room door. "Hey, dinner's ready." Table. After Suyan ate a few mouthfuls of rice, she raised her head and looked faintly at Yuan. "Did you make this meal?" Obviously, she tasted the flavor of today's breakfast, which was different from what Su Qingling made on weekdays. Yuan didn't deny it, but laughed. "What can I tell you?" Suyan faintly said. "Quite tasty." Yuan. It's a rare day when you talk to me more, so it seems like a really good meal. Suyan. Right. After finishing the meal, adhering to the concept of eating from the mouth of others, taking from the hands of others, Suyan reminded. After failing to condense the orifices, it's best to try again a day or two apart, or else it will harm your body. Having said that, then he closed the door. Yuan slowly typed a question mark. What the hell? What is she doing talking to herself about this? And there doesn't seem to be any mention of resting for a period of time after failing to condense the aperture in the first explanation of the martial way, does it? Is this her self-understanding? Strange. Yuan shook his head and ignored it. Just as he was about to go clean up the dishes, he realized that Suyan's shadow attendant was already moving dirty dishes to the kitchen. Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion, and for a while, he also wanted to have such a convenient ability. Looking at the shadow servant, who was acting as a hard laborer, he gave it a light pat on the shoulder as he had done before. Dude, come on. The shadow servant didn't respond, but the originally blurred figure immediately illuminated some feminine features. Yuan froze for a moment, and then immediately changed his words. Way to go, sister. Arashur City, Royal World. This is where the most luxurious villa area in Arashur City is located. After Morong Xiao and Morong Bai came to Arashur City, they bought one of the villas, number 002, for their residence. As for Villa 001, of course it's Shangwan Ru's. At this point, Villa 002, in Morong Bai's room. Morong Bai, who was lying on the bed recovering from his injuries, spewed anger in his eyes. After a night of top-notch treatment, his chest indentation had recovered, and he only needed to recuperate for a while before he was as good as new. It was just that whenever he thought of that guy who had injured himself, Morong Bai became enraged and couldn't wait to have someone go and cripple and kill him on the spot. It's just a shame he didn't dare. This was because Morong Xiao had already relayed Shangwan Meng's threat and made his attitude clear. Don't drag me with you if you want to die. If we really want to use the power of our family, that lunatic Shangwan Meng could cut off your head and mine and throw it back to the imperial capital and feed it to the dogs in front of our house. Of course Morong Bai knew that Morong Xiao was not joking. Shangwan Meng has always been true to her word, don't easily test her to see if she dares to do a thing before every rule was made. It's all happened that way at one time or another. So Morong Bai didn't dare to try. He was afraid to try and pass away. Suyan. Morong Bai gritted his teeth. He already knew the name of the man who had injured him. It was one of the 2 SSS-ranked gifted people awakened in this session of Arashur City, a physical body-strengthening type of talent. He, the young master of the Morong family, was beaten up by a guy with a mediocre background, and he couldn't use his means to fix him, which made him suffocate to the point of being unable to do so. What on earth has Shangwan Meng gone crazy to protect him so much? Could it be that she's taken a liking to him? No, it can't be. Shangwan Meng is just a crazy person. She can't possibly look at any man. Morong Bai gritted his teeth. At this time, someone pushed the door in. It was Morong Xiao. He walked to Morong Bai's bed and looked at the pale Morong Bai, grinning. Hey, here's the good news. Chapter 38 Sharpening Stone. Melting the iceberg, confident Morong Bai. Good news? What good news can there be? Morong Bai grimaced. The thing he wanted to do most right now was to make that guy named Yuan suffer a bit. But he had Shangwan Meng protecting him, and there was nothing he could do with him. Morong Xiao raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth lifted up in a smirk. You boys watch your attitude for me. Due to the existence of dual personalities, Morong Bai's position in the Morong family was very special. Morong Bai himself, possessing the Morong family's ancestral SSS grade talent Ghost Spirit, was considered a relatively good genius. But compared to a few older brothers and sisters, there is still a bit of a gap. The thing that allowed him to obtain his current position was the other personality that existed within him, the fellow who had mastered the Ghost Spirit transformation soldier and possessed a rare Rakshasa body. He, the genius who was truly valued. As for Morong Bai, in the eyes of the Morong family's decision-makers, to put it bluntly, it was just a vessel. In the Morong family, the strongest are honored. Morong Xiao was very polite to Morong Bai's other personality, but he was not so patient with Morong Bai himself. Morong Bai snorted coldly in his heart. But on the surface, he smiled apologetically at his own third brother. This is not by that boy upset, brother, you take it easy. Morong Xiao glanced faintly at Morong Bai. Just now Shangwan Ru gave me a call and said that Shangwan Meng had loosened up, and that in the future, you can go find trouble with Su Yuan, but only on your own. Morong Bai's brows furrowed slightly, then quickly loosened again, an elusive smile on his face. This guy Shangwan Meng is asking me to be a whetstone for Su Yuan? Morong Shao clasped his hands on his chest with a playful expression. Although his own unproductive brother was colorful, he could still see things clearly. He said languidly. That's good enough news for you, at least it's better to have something to think about than to have no place to take your anger. Morong Bai laughed, his tone disdainful. I lost to him today because I've only just awakened today. Wait until some time later, without the help of others, I can beat him until he kneels and cries for his father. A guy in the nooks and crannies. Shangwan Meng asked me to be a whetstone, so don't break this knife of his in time. Morong Shao shrugged. You know that guy Shangwan Meng, with his mouth saying that you can find trouble with him, but breaking an arm or leg or something, definitely still can't be done, but brutally beating him up, it shouldn't be a problem. Of course Morong Bai knew this, but this was already an unexpected surprise. He gazed out the window, a wicked smile on that sickly face. Isn't Shangwan Meng one of the 4 pillars of the Hereticide Bureau? She usually carries out the most dangerous missions, right? It would be great if something happened to her one day. Morong Zhao's gaze narrowed slightly as he did not respond to these words. The Bureau of Alienicide, this was an organization that directly belonged to the Great Summer's Court of 12, and even the lineages. Even the families are feared like tigers. After a while, Morong Shao asked about Morong Bai's schooling. By the way, I'm being rushed by Dad's side, have you thought about which school you want to go to? Of course Murray White wanted to be good. Whenever he went to a place, he would always search the local forums or the campus network to see if there was any kind of beauty list or school flower list recognized by the major schools. During the time he was lying in bed resting, a name called Suyan came into his sight. Iceberg Beauty never showed her smile to any boys. TSK, this kind of girl, his favorite, because it is a good seedling used to train contrast. Talent, qualification, family background, financial strength, insight. Compared to boys from such small places, he, Morong Bai, is simply crushing level of excellence. He was sure that a little display of charm on his part would be enough to make this iceberg melt. Thinking of this, he gave a steady smile. First grade, I'm going to Arashur City first grade. Arkansas City School District. In the director's office. Shangwan Ru looked at Morong Shao in front of her with a playful gaze. Morong Bai is transferring to Arashur City First High School? What? No. Morong Shao had a cynical look on his face. Without Shangwan Meng around, no one could hold him down. And Shangwan Ru. This was the sole purpose of his accompanying Morong Bai to Arashur City. Morong family and Shangwan family is a family friend, the elders of the two families, although they did not pick out, but on Morong Shao pursuit of Shangwan Ru, or intentionally or unintentionally to set up the matter. Sure. Shangwan Ru retracted her gaze with a slight hint of mockery in her eyes. Morong Bai transferred to Arashur City No. 1 High School, which happened to be the same school as Su Yuan. Previously, old sister had already decided to use Morong Bai as a whetstone for Su Yuan at the current stage. Since the other party was going to rush over to stick his face in, he could only wish that he wouldn't be beaten up too badly by Su Yuan. Right. It is up to Morong Bai himself to handle the transfer of school registration, and no other person can certify in his place. Morong Shao raised an eyebrow and gently licked the lip stud on his lips. He's still in bed, how can he come? Of course you're the one to carry him over. The sudden voice caused Morong Zhao's figure to stiffen, and the cynical smile that was on his face just now was instantly frozen. This Shangwan dream. Is it a ghost? He himself was at least a 6th-ranked powerhouse, but he hadn't even noticed her appearance in the slightest. Shangwan Meng stepped with a cheerful pace and arrived beside Shangwan Ru, sharing the 2 skewers of grilled sausages in her hand. Here, try it, that old lady on the corner of the intersection you have here is really good with her hands, it's delicious. I've had it several times in a row. Shangwan Ru, self-employed older sister, is really a foodie. But that grilled sausage did smell pretty good, and she patronized that granny's business regularly. At this moment, Shangwan Meng was truly like an innocent and greedy little lowly. Who would have thought that she would be one of the 4 pillars of the Great Summer's Herbicide Bureau, with the blood of powerful people staining her hands in countless ways? At the very least, Morong Shao asked himself if he is not the Morong family and does not know this famous underworld which, he really cannot see it. Shangwan Meng turned her head. Slightly tilting his head sideways, he looked at Morong Xiao on the side and blinked. You're looking at me? Morong Xiao hastily returned to his senses and moved his eyes away. No. Well. Shangguan Meng withdrew her eyes. Morong Xiao Gang was still glad in his mind that he had escaped. In the next second, a huge force directly slapped him violently out, instantly crashing through the floor-to-ceiling window of Shangguan Ru's office and disappearing from the two men's view. The shards of glass from the floor-to-ceiling windows were wrapped in source energy and landed in the trash can without the slightest drop. Shangguan Meng looked at it absently. These windows aren't expensive, are they? Shangguan Ru. Not expensive. Shangguan Meng nodded lightly. That's good. I don't know why, when I see their Morong family, I want to beat them up, probably because their faces are too beaten up. Shangguan Ru let out a giggle, while a hint of envy showed in her beautiful eyes. She really longed for a life like her sister's where she could do whatever she wanted. At this time. Hey, you don't like kielbasa, do you? Shangguan Meng, with only an empty stick left in her hand, tilted her little head and stared at the grilled sausage that was still intact in Shangguan Ru's hand as before. Shangguan Ru was just about to say that he just hadn't gotten off his ass yet. Shoo! The roasted sausage had re-fallen into Shangguan Meng's hand, the young girl's brows arched and her smile was on display. Then I'll help you out. Shangguan Ru. Then you might as well not have given it to me just now. Late afternoon. Shangguan Ru received the call. The weapon tailored for Suyan arrived. Give it to me. Shangguan Meng, who was bored in his office and flipping through the last issue of the comic, jumped up and volunteered. The two of them, Suyan and Xiao Su Yuan, live together, right? Just in time for me to see how his hand is doing. Shangguan Ru is not unavoidable since. Sis, I have a question. What's the problem? Why do you call Suyan by her first name and add the word little when you call Su Yuan? Shangguan Meng thought for a moment and replied with a serious face. Because he beat up the Morong family, he's now a united front with me, so he definitely needs to be more intimate. Shangguan Ru. Good reason. Well, I have a question now too. What's the problem? Sis, you don't know where their house is, do you? Shangguan Ru was curious and intended to send the Su family's address to Shangguan Meng. No. Shangguan Meng shook her head and smiled brightly. My question is. What's it to you what I call him? Shangguan Ru, danger. Chapter 39, Why are you yelling so loud? Next. A silhouette then flew backwards through the window. Knowing that her sister hated the Morong family as much as she did, Shangguan Meng even changed directions rather thoughtfully. Ch. Shangguan Meng hummed lightly. It's really getting bigger and bigger. After a while, Shangguan Ru came back in a state of disarray. She now wanted very much to persuade her oldest sister. This habit of picking people up and throwing them out like chicks when they move is time to change. Otherwise, how it affects your image as a beautiful girl. Sure. Shangguan Ru just thought this in her heart, but didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise she was afraid that her oldest sister would make her experience another trapeze before she even heard the next half of the sentence. A few minutes later, Shangguan Ru went to bring the weapons prepared for Suyan. A tanged sword. A dagger. It's all built based on Xuanyan's body data and usage habits. Other people might not be accustomed to using it, but in Suyan's hands, it would definitely allow her to utilize her best combat power. Well, it's kinda cool. Shangguan Meng commented. Generally, girls are less likely to use such weapons. What's more, it was still a combination like Tang Blade plus dagger. It's pretty cool, and it goes quite well with her icy cold personality. Shangguan Ru chimed in with a smile. At this point, the phone rang and the caller was Su Yuan. Shangguan Ru picked up the phone and chose to externalize it under Shangguan Meng's watchful eye. Su Yuan's voice came. Is it Chief Shangguan? Yeah, it's me, did something happen? The source crystals you gave me last time are almost finished absorbing, so I was wondering if I could trouble you to replenish some more for me? Oh, source crystals, huh? Of course there's no problem, I'll. Wait. Shangguan Ru managed to react, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. What did you say? Finished absorbing? That's 20 grade 2 source crystals. It's equivalent to 200 level 1 source crystals. Are you kidding? Shangguan-ru was truly confused. Generally speaking, under normal circumstances, an awakened person only needed to absorb 20 level 1 source crystals before the source energy in his body was overflowing, and he had to condense his orifices before he could continue to absorb 200 pieces. For the average awakened person, it was enough to use until the 9 source orifices were condensed and impacted a first-rank martial artist. Results: it's only been a day or so. So Yuan just said he's done absorbing? No way. That's absolutely impossible. Shangguan-ru didn't believe it at all. Shangguan Meng, on the other hand, had a twinkle in her eyes and didn't make a statement. That's right. Yuan, on the other end of the phone, was obviously a little less than kind as well. After all, the market price of 1 grade 2 source crystal is 45,000 yuan. 20 grade 2 source crystals, a whole 900,000, he directly spent it all in one day. Although there was a contractual contract of experimental special training between Shangguan-ru and it was a voluntary and equal transaction between both parties, but spending $900,000 in one day, Yuan himself also felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But there's no way. Who let his physique lay here? Able to hold 5 times as much source energy as the others? Your body can hold 5 times the amount of source energy? You have to absorb 10 level 2 source crystals to fill it up? After hearing Yuan's explanation, Shangguan-ru was even more confused. It's not. How come she had never heard of a flesh-strengthening type of talent that had this kind of effect? Then even if your physical body can hold 5 times the amount of source energy, what about condensing the orifices? After the source energy is filled up, you still need to condense the orifice, and before condensing the orifice, your body can no longer absorb source energy, so you should still have 10 grade 2 source crystals left over. Oh, I succeeded in condensing my orifices last night. I'm now ready to start condensing the second source orifice. Shocker. Nothing but shock. Just yesterday, upon learning that the reason why Yuan was able to defeat Morongbai was because he had applied the principles of the 9-deicide gun to his boxing style, Shangguan-ru had already concluded that in addition to his SSS grade talent, Yuan himself was an absolute genius. But nevertheless, she still misjudged Yuan's toughness. Not only does condensing the orifices require 5 times the source energy of a normal person, the absorption of source energy was incredibly fast. Even the condensation of the orifice, the first hurdle on the path of cultivation, was so sparse in front of him. This is outrageous. Waha. Just as Shangguan-ru was still immersed in shock, Shangguan Meng, however, had already taken the cell phone from her hand long ago, smiling brightly. Brother Yuan, you way do. I'll bring it over to you after my sister gets things ready. Hearing Shangguan Meng's voice, Yuan on the other end of the phone froze slightly. Sister Shangguan? Don't you go to school at this hour? Shangguan Meng said with a smile. I'm taking a vacation. Taking a vacation? Is it sick? Or? Yuan's tone carried a bit of concern. To Shangguan Meng, this lively, cute, naive and romantic silver-haired heteropupil little lowly, Yuan still had a good feeling. Shangguan Meng didn't want to continue this topic and hurriedly handed the cell phone back to Shangguan-ru. I won't say anything first law, brother Yuan, you talk to my sister. Oh, okay. Take the phone. Shangguan-ru finally came back from the shock. Under the coercion of Shangguan Meng's gaze, she casually found an excuse to muddle through Shangguan Meng's matter, and then asked. You ask Suyan if she's finished consuming her source crystals by the way, and if she's finished consuming them as well, I'll replenish 2 of them. Okay, I'll ask. Suyan's room. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Suyan, who was in the middle of comprehending her battle techniques, stopped and faintly asked. What's wrong? Chief Shangguan asked if you've finished consuming your source crystals, and if so, she'll replenish us with some more. Not yet. Oh. Listen to the sound of distant footsteps and the slamming of doors. Suyan shook her head, feeling a bit puzzled. The supplemental resources Shangguan-ru had given the 2 of them yesterday had a full 20 grade 2 source crystals in it. Even if there was a slight escape during the absorption process, it was enough to satisfy the source energy needs of the entire awakening stage, so how could it need to be replenished? Of course, she didn't think much about it, and continued to immerse herself in her perception of the battle technique. Director Shangguan, Suyan said she doesn't need it for now. Hearing this, Shangguan-ru breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. If Suyan was also like Su Yuan, then she would really start to doubt life and reflect on what the genius halo that she had been carrying around on her head all these years was really a thing. Hang up the phone. Shangguan Ru looked at Shangguan Meng beside her. Sis, you think. What's going on here? Shangguan Meng blinked. What's going on? Of course it's Su Yuan's cultivation speed. No, how can anyone be like him? If I'm right, it seems like it took you almost 2 weeks to break through to a rank 1 martial artist back then, right? He's faster than even you. Could it be that he's an even more talented genius than you, sis? Shangguan Ru looked emotional. Since she was a child, she had witnessed her own sister create too many miracles, so much so that at this time, there was a slight discomfort. On the contrary, Shangguan Meng, she only asked back with a face full of confusion after giving a soft "oh." Why not? Shangguan Ru was momentarily speechless. You are Shangguan Meng. He? Wouldn't you feel weird if he's really more powerful than you? Shangguan Meng thought for a moment before shaking her head with a serious expression. No, I think it's fine. Shangguan Ru. Okay. She has to admit it. His own oldest sister had never shown any emotion called jealousy. Because since she was a child, and even now, Shangguan Meng was the object of other people's jealousy, and no one ever would make her jealous. And Shangguan Meng stretched her back. The whole demeanor of the person was like a lazy and weary kitten. Where is this, the awakening stage? There is still a long, long way to go from me. Unless one day little Su Yuan swishes up to me, I might be surprised by him. Otherwise, he's going to have to work a lot harder, because I feel like I'm about to break through. Shangguan Ru said helplessly. Sis, what kind of abstract metaphor is that? Are you being a poet? The words were not yet spoken. She suddenly realized that there was a very important point in the words of Shangguan Meng just now, so her entire body froze instantly. After a long time, she then sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. The shock in his eyes was far more intense than when he heard that Su Yuan had finished absorbing 20 grade 2 source crystals just now. Sis. You just. Saying what? Tisk. Shangguan Meng frowned slightly and muttered rather disgustedly. What are you yelling so loud for? Chapter 40, Sister, you don't want to. Why are you yelling so loud? What do you think I'm yelling so loud for? You. Too. Break out. Break. Break out. Ah. It wasn't like this was some kind of 3rd to 4th order or 4th to 5th order breakthrough. Instead, they were sealed from the 7th order. It's a promotion to the 8th order of sealing the king. The exploration realm of ranks 1-3 trapped up to 99% of martial artists. It was the remaining 1% of the Heaven's Pride that could hope to break through the exploration realm, step into the fusion realm, and stop there. Those who were able to complete the fusion and touch the other side of the shore, realizing a leap in the level of life and achieving the limit realm, were even more rare. Extreme realm. The emphasis is on the word limit. Every step across is a step beyond one's limits. The steps are difficult and hard. In the entire Great Xia, how many limit realm powerhouses are there? The 7th order, those who have sealed their marquee, 321. And when it came to the 8th rank, there were only a mere 76 people who were able to seal the king. Every one of them was a famous and renowned party giant. The bottom line is, you're still so young, sis. It hasn't been long since you achieved the title of youngest marquee sealer of the Grand Xia, and you're going to turn it into youngest king sealer of the Grand Xia? That's even so. But do you realize you have a sister? I'm only at the 6th degree, sis. There was still quite a long way to go before the 7th rank. That makes me look like a piece of, okay? Looking at Shangguan Meng, who was full of clouds, Shangguan Ru felt for the first time what was called the gap between people. And Shangguan Meng had sat down on the sofa. At this point, her little white legs, wiggling and wobbling, and when she reached into her pocket, that's when she realized she was out of her favorite lemon candy. A soft chortle and a wrinkling of her cute little agape nose. When I say I'm close to breaking through, it's just a feeling, we don't know exactly how long it'll take yet. It could be months, but it could be years. Who's to say? Shangguan Ru's face was full of questions. Even if it's just a few years, that's still an exaggeration, okay? Look at the guys in our family who have been crowned kings, which one of them isn't a little old man in his 70s or 80s? But sis, how old are you? Shangguan Meng blinked, her face full of innocence. But it seems like Gu Qingtian wasn't even 30 years old when he was crowned king? Shang Wanru. Ancient Tilting Sky. Ninth Order, Sealed Supreme. Dasha Council of 12 Chief. It is true that he was not 30 years old when he was crowned king. If I remember correctly, I think I was 27 years old. Forget it. Shang Wanru planned to skim over the topic. Otherwise, one's self-esteem will take a constant beating. Just as she was doubting her life, Shang Wanmeng suddenly added. But I have a feeling that I'll have to break through soon. Shang Wanru froze and asked instinctively. Why? Shang Wanmeng said seriously. You don't know, there are times when it's stifling to want to do something but not be able to. When she said this, an inexplicable emotion was vaguely flowing through her demonic and exotic pupils, but in the end, it just turned into a brilliant smile. With that Morong by Fellow's character, after being violently beaten up by little Su Yuan a few times, he'll definitely become more aggressive. If at that time, little Su Yuan knows his identity and doesn't dare to fight back because of his scruples, that would be bad. Shang Wanru was originally the type that could see through anything at all, and hearing this, how could she not know what Shang Wanmeng meant? A bit of shock surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Sister. What do you mean? You're going to cover for him? You're really grooming him as a successor? I didn't say that. Shang Wanmeng's face was filled with a wry smile. Again. Isn't there another Su Anyan here? Shang Wanru didn't believe it at all. Liar, you're not even as good to Su Anyan as you are to Su Yuan. Or is it? Are you looking at his ability to restrain the Morong family? Shang Wanmeng bristled. I can deal with the Morong family on my own. Shang Wanru was confused. So what are you? For? Shang Wanmeng glared at her. To hell with you. If it was in normal times, Shang Wanru would definitely obediently shut up. But not at this time, she was given to endless eating and was full of curiosity. Sis, you don't want the old cow. Boo! Shang Wanru's figure instantly disappeared into the room. The little black dot flew farther and farther away, and only one sentence came from the distant air. I'll be back. Shang Wanmeng hummed lightly. Talkative. The Su family. After calling Shang Wanru for resources, Su Yuan realized that he had harvested another large wave of emotional value. It was probably because the speed at which he absorbed the source energy and condensed the source orifices had taken them by surprise, which had led to this nearly 600 points of emotional value being credited. Wait to save up more for a big one. Think of it this way. Su Yuan threw himself into the cultivation of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra. I had thought that I had recorded the sights of that sunrise firmly in my mind. However, it was not until then that he realized that it was still quite difficult to simulate that state of the rising sun with the power of the flare sun. There is almost zero lift. But Su Yuan was in no hurry. How long has it been? It's just one day. As the days and months go by, there will always be changes. Soon. The 10-minute limit is up. But Su Yuan didn't stop immediately, but tried to grit his teeth and hold on for a while longer. 10 seconds, 15 seconds. 20 seconds. After 20 seconds beyond the limit, Su Yuan finally stopped his visualization, panting heavily, fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. Phew. It's awesome. This, however, is not a time for immediate rest. Yesterday's Su Yuan was directly starting to condense his source orifices after cultivating the Great Sun Observation Sutra. But it was almost dinner time, and he intended to put the coagulation of the second source orifice into the dead of night. By the way, one can study and research the remaining 2 battle techniques. After all, I don't know when the next time I draw an epiphany card will be, so it's always right to take a look first. Defensive battle technique Singularity Source Shield. Body combat technique Shadow Flash. As a ranked battle skills, there was no doubt about the difficulty of these 2 battle skills. At that time, when one used the battle technique Soul Seals, one only recorded their contents into one's mind, but in order to master them, one would still need a great deal of study and training. It's a little after 6 in the afternoon. Su Qingling returned home from work. While in front of her house, she suddenly heard someone calling out to her. Sis. Su Qingling stopped and turned around curiously. Upon seeing the little girl standing behind her, she couldn't help but freeze. What a beautiful little girl. In terms of face value, it is not at all inferior to Xiao Yan. A long silver white hair and reddish and turquoise blue alien pupils. This made Su Qingling think of Muppet Cat. She had thought that she would only see such eyes as beautiful as jewels on kittens, but she didn't realize that they would actually appear on people. Only she looks very small. I think she's in middle school? Returning to her senses, Su Qingling smiled and asked, "What can I do for you, little sister?" The little girl gently shook her head and pointed to the house behind Su Qingling. "May I ask if this is the home of brothers Su Yuan and sister Suyan?" Su Qingling's eyes lit up. "Right. Yes. You're a friend of Sha Yuan and Sha Yen?" Shangguan dreamed and nodded. "Pretty much," he said, and patted the large bag on his body. "I've come to give them something." "Oh, come on in, they're all home. Sha Yuan, Sha Yen, come out quickly. Your friends are looking for you." "Coming." The door to the room opened. Su Yuan walked out of the room. His hair is slightly disheveled. This was from studying ranked battle techniques just now, and it annoyed him. He obviously still overestimated himself. The ancient god bloodline only strengthened his physical body, but in terms of enlightenment, it still needed more effort, more draws. "Auntie Su, is that Zhang Yuan?" While Su Yuan asked, he also curiously looked towards the doorway. Only to see a small silver-haired, heteroptic loli was standing at the foyer, blinking gently towards him. "Hello. Sister Shangguan?" Su Yuan was slightly stunned. He had thought that the one who came to find him was Zhang Yuan. After all, this guy often came to find him. As a result, I didn't expect that the person who came was actually Shangguan Meng. Chapter 41. Cute, touch your head, must be weaker than me? Dinner tonight was quite hearty. After successfully convincing Shangguan Meng to stay for dinner, Su Qingling can be described as a great show of skill, a variety of dishes, colorful and fragrant. Table. Su Yuan and Shangguan Meng were chatting pleasantly, with the latter letting out a silver bell-like laughter every now and then. Su Qingling looked at the two with eyes full of smiles. She had just learned that this little girl called Shangguan Meng turned out to be the sister of the director of the Arashur City Education Bureau. Seeing how she and Su Yuan were getting along, Su Qingling was happy from the bottom of her heart. She knew Sha Yuan's character, good personality, great temper, kind to people, and sunny and handsome looks, really pleasing to girls. After her gaze fell to Su Anyan, who was silently eating with her head lowered to the side, Su Qingling's eyes, again, flashed with a trace of helpless despondency. "Xiaoyan, this guy. Hey. Actually." Su Anyan was eating in silence though. But in her mind, she was actually a little surprised. In her last life, before she grew up, Shangguan Meng had disappeared from the public eye for a long time. Then it was even more straightforward to pass on her obituary, which has since existed only in the memories of the crowd. Thus there was hardly any connection between her and Shangguan Meng. One could only brainstorm the character and elegance of this great Xiao's first demon from the various rumors about Shangguan Meng, or from what the rest of the people had told him. If memory serves, many people at the time called it the witch, talked about it and feared it like a tiger. It says that underneath her beautiful exterior lies a demon. Cold-hearted, murderous, and brutal. Adjectives such as these were all put upon her head. However, as Su Anyan clamped down on her food, she gently glanced at the silver-haired loli who was covering her mouth and giggling. Is it really what they say it is? Or is she, right now, actually just acting? Su Anyan was not allowed to know. The only thing she knew was that even those who feared, loathed, and cursed Shangguan Meng had never questioned her talent, her power. The youngest feudal lord in Disya. The youngest king sealer in Daxia. It's a real title, one that can't be overshadowed by any means. It's indeed a pity that such a genius can only be trapped in the Blue Star. But what kind of person is she? Is it worth it for me to take her out of the Blue Star and into the stars? Su Anyan pondered silently. To Su Yuan. Although Shangguan Ru was the super-rich woman who provided him with resources and had a hot body and a stunning face, the type that men should like the most. But somehow, he seemed to be more attracted to the naive, romantic, lively and lovely Shangguan Meng in front of him. Even for the pranks she used to pull, calling her sister Shangguan Ru mom in front of everyone and describing herself and Su Anyan as childhood friends. But doesn't that just flesh out her quirky image? Su Yuan inadvertently glanced at Su Anyan across the table. Oh. Turns out there was a control group, he said. After dinner, the crowd sat together on the couch and chatted. except for Su and Yen. She went back to her room alone after getting the weapons Shangwan Meng had brought. In this regard, Su Qingling even made a point of explaining it to Shangwan Meng. Xiaomeng, Xiaoyan, this is not what she means by disliking you, this is how her character is supposed to be. Su Yuan on the side nodded. Right. Shangwan Meng certainly didn't care. After a while, Shangwan Meng got up to take his leave. Su Yuan sent her to the door and said goodbye with a smile. Your sister is really something too, actually letting you come here alone carrying so many things. That knife is quite heavy, isn't it? Shangwan Meng smiled and made a muscle-showing gesture. It's okay, I've got the strength. That look, it's adorable. Su Yuan very naturally reached out his hand and rubbed it on Shangwan Meng's small head, laughing. You're still really small, how much strength can you have? In the future, if no one delivers anything from your sister's side, just ask me to go over and get it. He didn't realize that when his hand landed on Shangwan Meng's head, her body violently stiffened for a split second. If this scene fell in the eyes of Murong Xiao and Murong Bai, I'm afraid it would make them think they were dreaming. This is Shangwan Meng. Your boy. The real has guts. However. Shangwan Meng, however, just let out a ch. Then he upsetly slapped Su Yuan's hand away and grunted. Hey! You won't grow taller this way. Su Yuan felt that she was really cute and excessive and joked. Don't worry, you'll definitely be taller when you're older. Shangwan Meng took a deep breath and tried to press down the anger in her heart. Right. Shangwan Meng suddenly thought of something. My sister said that Morongbai has transferred to your school and might come after you when the time comes. If he comes after you, beat him up, don't be afraid to hit him hard, just don't make a scene for a while. As for what happens then? My sister takes the blame. That guy transferred to the first grade? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. He'd actually seen it coming. That sickly kid called Morongbai should have some background. Although Arashur City's first high school was already the best high school in Arashur City itself was after all just a small, mediocre city. Why would someone like that come to a school in Arashur City? And? What do you mean, don't make a scene for a while? Meaning people can get killed afterward? What's all this? Su Yuan was a bit puzzled. But just as he was about to ask about it in detail, Shangwan Meng, however, didn't know what she pulled out of her pocket and shoved it into his hand, then ran off into the distance in a huff and waved at him. Bye. Bye. Su Yuan could only stop for now. But when Shangwan Meng's figure disappeared into the distance, he spread out his hand and realized that what she had stuffed into his hand was actually a lemon candy? This guy. Su Yuan laughed as he flicked the candy paper away and threw the candy into his mouth. The fresh scent of lemon spreads out and is sweet. Evening. Su Yuan received a message from Zhang Yuan, the man destined to become Vulcan. Brother Yuchi. You didn't come to school today, you don't know that something big happened in our school. There is a transfer student in class 1. He looks a little handsome, but his whole body is sickly, and his face is so white that you'd think he'd just come out of a coffin. See this. Su Yuan knew it. This transfer student should be the guy called Morong Bai. He seems to have the same SSS rank talent as you, Brother Yuan. As soon as he first arrived at the school, Horse-Faced Pig's father offered him up as if he had met his ancestor, so I reckon this guy is from a good place. Horse-Faced Pig guy is also a soft bone, directly recognized him as a big brother. Su Yuan was not the least bit surprised by Zhao Rizu's behavior of recognizing his big brother. This guy is just like his father, Director Zhao, a bullying. Just look at that arrogant Zhao Rizu before he showed off his SSS rank talent himself. It wasn't until he had been brutally beaten up by himself that he did so with his tail between his legs and didn't come over for half the trouble he had been in the whole time. You say you, if you can still be tough and continue to come over to the head iron, then I can really look up to you. Think of it this way. Another message from Young One follows. But this is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that coffin face, who actually let slip that he wanted to conquer the Su University schoolgirl. Obviously Su big schoolgirls are not in the school, Ghost knows where he heard from, maybe Horse-Faced Pig guy said. All in all, I have a feeling he's coming on strong. Seeing that big schoolgirl Su is not at school, he might even go to your house to look for her. Brother Yuan, you have to protect big schoolgirl Su. I'm resigned to the fact that I'm not in her good graces. But no one can go near her except you, Brother Yuan. Yuan. How's this for a rebellious son? He himself had said that there was no way there would be anything between him and Suyan. Why are you still talking about it? But if that moron finds this place, he wouldn't mind kicking his ass again. Moon Star. Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. Started his second condensation of the orifice. With the first experience, the process of condensing the orifices for the second time was obviously much smoother. The first time, it took over 4 full hours. And this time, it only took 3.5 hours to successfully condense the second source orifice. Feeling the warmth coming from the 2 major acupoints in his body, Yuan opened the system panel with satisfaction. Host, Yuan. Realm, Awakening Stage 2 Perfection. Cultivation Methods, Tian Yuan Cultivation Method, De Riguan Jing Rising Sun Chapter. Battle Technique, Grade A Battle Technique 9 Regicide Lance Perfect. Emotional Value, 1032. Awakening Order 2 Stage Complete. Sentiment values are also back above the 1000 mark. Comfortable. When he was about to go to bed, Yuan suddenly realized. The light in Suyan's room next door, why is it still on? At this hour, she's still up? Could it also be condensing source orifices? I don't know to what extent she has cultivated, she should, maybe, definitely. Weaker than me, right? Chapter 42, I'm not pretending, I mean it. Actually. If it were any other person, in the case of both being SSS-ranked talent possessors, the two of them would more or less have some communication with each other and share their cultivation insights. However, whether it was Yuan or Suyan, it could be said that they knew nothing about the other party's situation. Sure. Yuan didn't have much interest in exactly what level Suyan had cultivated to. It's not going to be any stronger than he is anyway. So he quickly withdrew his gaze. Turned off the light and went to sleep. The next room. The second time I condensed my orifices, I actually failed. Suyan frowned slightly. She had thought that she should be able to successfully condense a second source orifice by virtue of her level of control over source energy. But now it seemed that she had still overestimated the compatibility of this current fleshly body of hers with the source energy, and it was true that she still needed to use some heavenly materials that improved her qualifications and strengthened her fleshly body. Sure. Failure of condensation. Her battle power, however, was not weak. This was because her mastery of all 3 A-ranked battle techniques had increased quite a bit. With the experience of her previous life, she didn't even need to go into actual combat, simply by simulating in her mind, she had easily mastered the 3 battle techniques to the proficient level. That's a pretty scary speed. Even a genius among geniuses who wanted to cultivate an A battle skill to the proficient level would not be able to do so with such divine speed. The next day. The sun had not yet risen in the early hours of the morning. Yuan left his home as he did yesterday and traveled to Yuho and logically met Tang Lao. The two climbed skyward, and then stopped at the same time by tacit agreement as the sun was about to rise. Half an hour later. Sunrise is over. Elder Tang seemed to be feeling a great affinity with Yuan, so he said a few more words. Little brother, observing this sunrise scene every day is a good habit. If you can be persistent, you might have unexpected gains. Yuan laughed. Well, I know. You know? Donald looked a little surprised. This theory that observing the rising sun would help with spiritual growth was the result of 27 years of research on his part, and had not yet been fully realized. This little brother in front of me still looks like a student. I'm afraid that he has only just awakened not long ago. How could he possibly know the hidden secrets of the spirit? But on second thought, he thought that he was overthinking it. It should be that the other party had taken the benefits he had mentioned as effects such as watching the sunrise can make one's mood soothed and one's mind concentrated. He didn't say much, just laughed. I'll see you tomorrow then, little brother. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Back home. Yuan went back into cultivation. There was no other reason, it was really because the feeling of this realm soaring up was just too pleasurable, so pleasurable that it almost made him addicted. Most martial artists who wanted to cultivate would either have to bitterly absorb the thin source energy that was free in the environment, or they would have to spend blood money and purchase source crystals for absorption. And him? With Shangwan Ru, a super-rich woman, in his pocket, he only needed to cultivate fiercely. This resulted in the fact that the 9th stage of the awakening stage, which most people would need to spend several months, or even half a year or a year to reach, could be reached in as little as 9 days by themselves. Afternoon. Su Yuan ended from his cultivation. Scattered beside him was a pile of failing source crystals that had already faded their brilliance. The feeling of being hollowed out was gone, replaced by an ample amount of source energy in the body. The experimental special training will begin the day after tomorrow. It just so happens that my arm is almost recovered enough to go test my body stats so I can get my own weapons sooner to acclimatize to it. Thinking this way, Su Yuan first contacted Shangwan Ru, and after learning that the other party was free right now, he took a taxi to the Education Bureau. Education Bureau. After coming to Shangwan Ru's office, Su Yuan looked around and did not find any trace of Shangwan Meng, the silver-haired lowly, somewhat unfortunately. Was thinking. Shangwan Ru had already arrived in front of Su Yuan. Her eyes glowed as if she were looking at a treasure, and she took his hand up, then pressed her other hand against his wrist. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. "Chief, what are you?" "Shu." Shangwan Ru silently felt it for a few seconds before she let go of Su Yuan's hand and sucked in a breath of cool air. "You fellow, you actually did condense a second source orifice? Monster, downright monster. Shock plus 190. So that's what this is about." Su Yuan smiled, not caring. Tonight is the night to start condensing the third source orifice. Shangwan Ru waved his hand. "Don't ever say that in front of anyone again." Su Yuan was confused. "Why?" Shangwan Ru's beautiful eyes rolled. "Why?" "I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. Coagulating one source orifice a day, you think this is a sugar bean? Really? What do you make those who have been toiling for a month to just manage to condense one source orifice think?" With that, she turned and left the room. "Go, follow me, take you to test the body data." Su Yuan followed. A few minutes later, the two then made their way to the testing grounds. Beside the fist strength testing apparatus, Shangwan Ru said softly, "Let's measure the punching power first. Beginners in the awakening stage don't have physical qualities that are much higher than normal. True advancement in physical strength needs to begin in the exploratory realm at Order 1-3. The standard for punching power for the average adult male is 50 kilograms 100 kilograms, and for women it's about 70% of that. After a genetic awakening, every one source orifice that is condensed will increase your strength by approximately 25 kilograms. These were all things that had been covered in the textbook, and Su Yuan knew them by heart. By the way, Su Anyun's test result yesterday was 124 kilograms. 124 kilograms? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. She condensed two source orifices as well? No. Shangwan Ru shook his head. At that time, I was thinking the same thing as you after seeing her stats. But I've seen it, and she's only condensed into one source orifice. It stands to reason that she wouldn't be able to reach this level of power at awakening stage 1 as a girl. And the fist power testing apparatus has an intelligent judging system, where the tester can only throw punches with the purest of power, without the aid of battle techniques. So there's only one explanation, and that's that her level of control over her own muscles has reached a breathtaking level. To put it simply, she's most likely a natural combat genius. So it is. Su Yuan nodded. It's pretty awesome. Shangwan Ru was a bit puzzled. By the way, you didn't realize that she's only awakening rank 1? Su Yuan shook his head. I don't know, the two of us usually, barely communicate. Shangwan Ru's eyes were complicated. You two are really strange. Speaking of which, originally I thought it was genius enough for her to be able to condense one source orifice in the first day after her fresh awakening, until I saw you. Forget it, it's no fun. Come on, look at you. Su Yuan nodded. Put aside the distractions in your mind. The body relaxed first and took a deep breath. And then, in the moment of exhalation, mobilizing all the muscles in his body, his right fist was like a discharged cannonball, hammering heavily on the fist strength testing instrument. Boo! A loud noise exploded. On the instrument in front of him, the data showed 512 kilograms. 512 kg? Rao Shangwan Ru knew that Su Yuan had an SSS grade flesh body strengthening class talent, and his strength was definitely far more than martial artists of the same realm, so he had prepared himself mentally. However, when I saw the number, I still felt a deep shock. Awakening Order 2 paragraph. Normally, the punching power should be around 150 kilograms. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was directly more than 3 times this value. You guys? Shangwan-ru took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Yuan, however, wasn't too happy with the result. I was expecting about 5 times that of a normal person, but it looks like it's just over 3 times. Still need to keep working hard. Shangwan-ru rolled her eyes. You guys, will you die if you don't pretend? Yuan was full of seriousness. I'm really not pretending, I mean it. Disdain plus 80. Chapter 43 Forceful Coercion. Are you so heavy in your tastes? After the punching power test comes the speed test, the nerve reaction test. One test after another, with each result, Shangwan-ru was going to be shocked once. Fist power, 3.4 times the standard value for the same realm. Speed, 3.2 times. Neural reaction speed, 2.7 times. Eventually. Looking at the summarized data table in his hand, Shangwan-ru's gaze was tightly fixed on Yuan, and after a long time, finally this said. You guy, are you the reincarnation of some ancient ferocious beast? Yuan laughed and was non-committal. What he possessed was an ancient god's bloodline. Ancient beasts? Don't come dipping your toe in the water. After the physical data is tested. Yuan shared the data of the firearms he was most accustomed to using in the practical combat classes at school on weekdays to Shangwan-ru. Gun length 2.3 meters. Gun blade 35 centimeters. Rod rough. The capital of the Nanjiang Administrative Region, Nen City, a suburb. Here sat a huge research center for ferocious beasts called the Blueprint, which was under the Great Xia's Ministry of Martial Arts. This research center has a reputation for breeding ferocious beasts and trying to find the possibility of domesticating them. To know. In today's world, the martial arts were certainly flourishing, but the proliferation of ferocious beasts was still a great problem. Outside of the city clusters, vast expanses of wilderness, rolling mountains, unfathomable oceans. All are the territory of ferocious beasts. There was no lack of powerful existences that were comparable to human feudal lords, feudal kings, or even supreme realms, and once they appeared, they were symbols of destruction. At this point, Blueprint Institute's office. A middle-aged Mediterranean man was crying out. My little auntie, eh? That's a first-rank extreme ferocious beast. We only have a total of 20 or so at the Blueprint Institute, and you're going to take 5 of them away at once? This is not cutting my flesh with a knife. No, absolutely not. The man was no other than the general director of the Blueprint Institute, Chen Keshuan. His martial realm wasn't high, just the 4th rank, but he was a reputable expert in the field of ferocious beast research in the country. In front of him, a small silver-haired, hetero-pupilized loli was sitting in his original seat with a wide smile on her face. No? Gollum. Chen Keshuan's throat rolled. The Shangwan Meng at this time did not exude a single trace of intimidation, but that nuclear amicable smile was like a devil in Chen Keshuan's eyes, causing him to sweat profusely. He shuddered. Auntie, this is in principle. It really doesn't work. Even if it's a first-order ferocious beast, but after all, it's from the limit realm, the number in the wild is quite rare. Any of these are on record as the wealth of the Ministry of Martial Arts. Shangwan-ru gave a light "oh." Are you sure you can't? Chen Keshuan took a deep breath, used all his strength, gathered his courage, and firmly shook his head. No. Okay. Shangwan Meng got up. Gently moving his body, his bones made a slight sound. Wait. Chen Keshuan suddenly spoke. Shangwan Meng looked at him with a face full of curiosity. What's wrong? That. I remembered wrongly. Where in our institute are there 21st rank extreme ferocious beasts, there are obviously only 15. Really, you can get such a simple math wrong. Shangwan Meng withdrew her gaze in satisfaction. Walking over to Chen Kusun, he gently patted his shoulder. Director Chen. You're a nice guy. Chen Kusun wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Arboretum City. The garden of the ferocious beasts in Xi'an. Chen He, the owner of the pavilion, was confused. He had just received a message that there were 5 first-order extreme fierce beasts that would be transported to the Arashur City Fierce Beast Garden this afternoon. It's not. This was a first-order extreme fierce beast. Few exist in the wild. Extremely high value. Let's not talk about Arashur City. Even in the Fierce Beast Garden in Ning City, the capital of the South River Administrative Region, there were almost never any. What's with the 5 heads all of a sudden? He was wondering. Shangguan-ru's message was sent. The 5 first-order extreme ferocious beasts, which are not open to the public, are specially prepared for the 2 SSS rank gifted ones Su Yuan and Suyan. So it is. Shen He understood at once. What did he say? How did the Arashur City Fierce Beast Park suddenly get this kind of treatment? It turned out to be tainted by 2 SSS ranked gifted people. What do you mean by rowdy? It's called a ING platoon. But then again, he had seen how powerful that little brother Su Yuan was. The ability to challenge a first-order upper fierce beast, kill it, and earn an S rank rating. On the contrary, that little girl called Suyan hadn't been here yet, so I didn't know how her strength compared to Su Yuan. The Su family. Su Yuan and Suyan both received messages from Shangguan-ru. The content of the message was very simple. It was to inform the two that the Fierce Beast Garden had a new batch of first-rank extreme fierce beasts, so that if they were interested, they could go and challenge them for a while. A first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. He had been able to kill a first-ranked upper ferocious beast and obtain an S-rank evaluation, but he had no chance of winning against a second-ranked ferocious beast again. That was why he had been thinking of trying to see the strength of a first-rank extreme ferocious beast, but since there were no ferocious beasts of this grade in the Arashur City Ferocious Beast Garden, he can only give up. I didn't expect my wish to come true now. Straight away. A first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Suyan's beautiful eyes twinkled. Her current battle power was more than enough to kill a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast. But against a first-rank extreme ferocious beast, it was still a bit insufficient. After all, she was only just awakening 1 stage. If I also possessed a flesh-strengthening type of talent, it would be more than enough for me to try to kill a rank 1 extreme ferocious beast, but unfortunately. Suyan shook her head. The gap in physical strength between the first stage of the awakening order and the first stage of the extreme was hard to make up with experience, or battle techniques. But just having a physical body like Su Yuan won't work either. He just touched 3 A-grade battle techniques, and it's estimated that none of them have been initiated yet. It's hard to inflict damage on a first-rank extreme ferocious beast. After a few more days, when I reach around awakening stage 4, I should be able to kill a stage 1 extreme ferocious beast. There's no rush yet. At this point, she heard Su Yuan open the door. Is this going to the Beast Garden? A taxi ride to the Feral Beast Park. When he entered the garden, Su Yuan found 2 old acquaintances. Morong Bai, as well as Zhao Rizu, who followed behind Morong Bai as if he were a little brother, respectfully. It's a coincidence to say the least. After taking in Zhao Rizu as his little brother, Morong Bai learned from him that the iceberg beauty Suyan, whom he regarded as his prey, was actually living with that guy called Su Yuan. Now, the new hatred and old hatred were superimposed, making Morong Bai very irritated. But he knew that even if Shangguan Meng allowed himself to find trouble with Su Yuan, the current him was not a match for Su Yuan. At least he had to develop for a while before he had the confidence to step on Su Yuan's feet. No, holding a breath in his heart, he planned to come and abuse the abusive alien beasts to vent his anger. Who knew that he would meet Su Yuan here so coincidentally? His eyes shot with anger, but he gritted his teeth and did not pay any attention to Su Yuan. Seeing that Morong Bai had learned his lesson and didn't provoke himself, Su Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked straight towards the service desk. Just bar. This Zhao Rizu guy doesn't have much eyesight. And knew nothing about Morong Bai being violently beaten up by Su Yuan and lying in bed for the whole day. He only knew that this big brother he newly recognized as a fierce thief was also an SSS-ranked gifted person, and that his family's background was still tremendously hard. So when he saw Su Yuan, he directly secretly attached himself to Morong Bai's ear and said, "Brother Bai, it's this guy. If you want to chase Suyan, you have to mess with him first." As for why it's whispered in your ear, he didn't dare to let Su Yuan hear it. Otherwise, when Morong Bai is not around, what will Su Yuan do to him? However, pop! A loud slap rang out. Zhao Rizu was slapped in the eye. Morong Bai was poked to the sore spot, stalking his neck and roaring, "I'll your mom." The movement of the two drew Su Yuan's attention. He looked back just in time to hear Morong Bai's words to Zhao Rizu. Couldn't help but frown deeply. You. Tastes that heavy? Rage plus 10. Resentment plus 10. Chapter 44. Brother, let's not lose face, okay? You. Morong Bai gritted his teeth, that pale and sickly face reddened, but stiffly didn't let out a single harsh word. Xiaorizu covered his face. The fiery pain on his face made him confused and at the same time made some doubts about the identity of this big brother of his. The promised SSS class demonic genius? Saying goodbye to the distinguished and well-connected Cockney? It's not. That's it? Subuchi all stomped his nose and said, "You're going to screw my mom. You just point at him like that and can't say a word for half a day?" Xiaorizu's eyes changed. It felt as if following this big brother was no different than being on your own. What's wrong with me? Yuan happily looked at Morongbei. Although Morongbei was weak and was able to provide him with very little emotional value. But this feeling of disliking someone and others not daring to talk back is really quite cool. Humph. Morongbei snorted coldly. Anger blazed in his heart. Since he couldn't seek revenge on Yuan, he would go and abuse the ferocious beasts to vent his anger. He was seen walking over to the service desk and roaring with a big hand. "Open a first-rank middle-level ferocious beast challenge for me. Hurry up!" The receptionist lady at the front desk looked a little unsightly when he yelled at her like that. After doing the identity authentication for Morongbei and learning that he was also an SSS-ranked gifted person, the young lady's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, looked at Yuan, who was on the side. The same SSS-level gifted person, other Yuan little brother is handsome and has a good personality. On the contrary, this guy in front of me whose face is whiter than the wall. Forget it. Mentally sputtering, she put on a polite smile and controlled her tone. "Hello Moron, you have a daily 2-hour unlimited ticket on your account certified by SSS-ranked gifted resource tilt, and you have been assigned a challenge area." Morongbei nodded coldly before pointing to Xiaorizu on the side. "Open an awakening order challenge for him as well, and put the cost on my account." Words. Xiaorizu, who had just developed some thoughts of backwash, was suddenly happy again. "Thank you, Brother White." He immediately opened licking. Morongbei was in a slightly better mood after he licked him. After completing the formalities, he was turning to leave when Yuan's voice came from behind. "Sister Shioya, please open the challenge area for the first-rank extreme ferocious beasts for me, thank you." The receptionist lady's eyes lit up with little stars and she couldn't help but exclaim. "Wow! Classmate Yuan, you're even able to challenge a first-rank extreme fierce beast?" Yuan laughed. "Give it a try, it's hard to say if you'll get an S rating." The receptionist lady covered her mouth and laughed softly. "If you were to hear that from those big old men, they'd all be furious. One by one, they brush it every day, just to be able to reach B grade, or a grade. You're good, you crossed so many realms, and you're still thinking about S grade rating." A few strong men next to him laughed. "Aya, look at what you're saying. What kind of talent do we have, and what kind of talent does he have, Yuan? He's the one who's going to hit the top spot, you're comparing us to him, it's not fair." "Haha, that's right, the highest talent of our brothers is only B rank. It's already quite difficult to get B rank evaluation and a rank evaluation, okay? Aya, brother is sad." The crowd laughed and laughed. On the contrary, Morongbei, who had already turned to leave, stopped in his tracks, the corners of his mouth lifting a little. He wasn't as good as Yuan in terms of battle power, but in terms of insight and vision, he was enough to crush 100 of these country bumpkins, so he planned to get some back in that regard. "Hello." Morongbei turned around and looked at Yuan lightly and provocatively. "Are you out of your mind? Let's not talk about whether or not you have that ability to challenge a rank 1 extreme ferocious beast. Just this little Thai place, can there be a first rank extreme ferocious beast? Oh. Forget it. You seem to be from a small place originally, it's normal that you don't understand these things without being exposed to them. Even the Ferocious Beast Park in Ning City, the capital of your South River Administrative Region province, doesn't have a challenge program for first-order extreme ferocious beasts." Having said that, he grinned. "What, do you want this grandpa to finance you some money so that you can go outside to open your eyes? Call out a brother, food and lodging round trip, I'll cover it all." Xiaorizu on the side listened, his eyes glowing. "Brother, I've been calling you brother for so long, how come I don't get this kind of treatment?" The receptionist lady's brow furrowed. "Who says we don't have any first-rank extreme ferocious beasts in our park? We just got 5 of them today." "No way." Morongbei raised an eyebrow. "It's not like I don't know that the Fierce Beast Garden is also divided into grades. You guys are the lowest grade kind, it's impossible to be assigned a first-rank extreme fierce beast." The receptionist lady retorted. "What's impossible about this? But it's labeled that it's specifically for SSS-ranked gifted people, and it's not open to others for now." Morongbai was slightly stunned before revealing a bright smile. He understood, it was probably prepared by his family for his subsequent training. A first-rank extreme ferocious beast, even in the imperial capital, was a rather rare resource for accompanying training, and only the children of rich families could afford it. He then raised his hand to point at Su Yuan and grinned. Since it's a specially supplied ferocious beast resource, the docket information should have written in more detail who it's provided to. Keep all 5 of these first-rank extreme ferocious beasts for me, him? Don't move. The receptionist lady rolled her eyes. Nervous. The information on here remarks that it's reserved exclusively for students Su Yuan and Suyan. What does it have to do with you? Morongbai's complexion froze, the smile on his face froze, and the hand that was pointing at Su Yuan was awkwardly frozen in mid-air. The people on the sidelines threw mocking glances at him as well. Yo, this gent seems to be mistaken, huh? TSK, I thought which family's young master was so grand that he could get 5 extreme ferocious beasts in one go, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding, huh? The arrogance in Morongbai's words just now, as well as his disdain for Ereshur City, all caused the crowd to be very disgusted with this city dweller who had appeared out of nowhere. It was natural to taunt at this time, leaving no stone unturned. Zhaorizu, who was beside Morongbai, simply couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. What could be more embarrassing than a failed attempt at pretending, this nigga? Brother, let's not lose face, okay? On the contrary, Morongbai was mentally strong, gently coughed and was about to leave as if nothing had happened. However, just after he turned around, a hand pressed against his left shoulder. The force of the hand was heavy. It made Morongbai almost stumble without standing still. Just as he was about to curse, Su Yuan's teasing voice sounded behind him. Don't rush off just yet. Didn't your mom ever teach you? Don't point at just anyone? Chapter 45, Who said he had a good personality? Isn't this pure fraud? Hear that. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Morongbai's forehead, and his heart vaguely had some kind of bad premonition. You. What do you want? Not for anything, just to teach you how to behave. Su Yuan laughed lightly. And then he gently pinched the finger that Morongbai had just pointed at him and violently folded it downward. Ka-ching! A soft sound of a bone breaking came. Morongbai didn't react at first until his pupils shrunk violently after seeing his drooping broken finger. Sharp pain came, which led to a pig-killing wail. Ah! My hand! My hand! This scene made Zhaorizu, who was on the side, look dumbfounded. He gulped in some fear, his mind unconsciously recalling the kick Su Yuan had given him during the awakening ceremony. At that time, although Su Yuan didn't strike a deadly blow, the ruthlessness was really ruthless. Until now, his chest was still vaguely painful. Speaking of which, exactly who was the one who rumored in school that Su Yuan was a very good-tempered and cheerful person? This is not pure fraud. And this guy. Do you know the identity of Morongbai? If he didn't know, then he was a ruthless man who dared to break one of his fingers when the other party didn't even know what they were from. If known. That's even tougher. Just as Zhaorizu was thinking about it. Su Yuan noticed this old friend and looked at him with a smile. Why, something's wrong? Zhaorizu shivered. Nope. It's okay. Su Yuan sighed and spoke at length. It's good that it's all right. But let me advise you. The corners of Zhaorizu's mouth twitched. You say. Su Yuan looked at Morongbai, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and leisurely said. You treat him like a big brother and he wants to your mom and treat you like a good big boy, so think for yourself. After saying that, he left. Leaving Morongbai and Zhaorizu in place, they were madly generating grudge values. Walking towards the challenge area. Non-stop people were giving Su Yuan thumbs up and approving eyes. Although those words of Morongbai just now were very beaten up and upsetting, but these people of them were all martial artists who had entered the rank and were seniors, so it was definitely not a good idea to make a move, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. But Su Yuan is different. You're a student? Su Yuan is a student too. If you can't beat him, it's not that people are bullying you, it's that you're weak. Therefore, Su Yuan's actions just now had really helped them out and made them feel much more comfortable in their hearts. Great job! Little brother is awesome. We, the people of Ereshur City, won't take this kind of from him. Su Yuan responded with a smile one by one. Coming to the challenge area, the safety officer this time is still Chan Hop. Although the challenge area was some distance away from the hall, the martial artist's body was strong and his ears were bright, so he could see clearly what was happening outside. Bravo! Shenhe smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up towards Su Yuan. It is said that martial artists must compete. What they fight for is a breath of air. Look at the arrogance of that little brat. What's wrong with a small place? A small place can still produce martial arts giants and real dragons. Just saying that, he lowered his voice again. But I don't think he's a small man. Will you be alright if you break one of his fingers like that? Su Yuan smiled. It's okay. Shangguan Meng has spoken. As long as no one gets killed, then if anything goes wrong, Shangguan Ru will cover it. Chairman of the Cloverleaf Group. This hood is big enough. Su Yuan was still at ease. That's good. Shenhe nodded and stopped asking about it. Still practicing your gun today? Yeah, gun practice. Outfitters. Shenhe was once again confused. The last time Su Yuan chose the spirit copper lance that weighed 200 pounds, it had already shocked him. Generally speaking, the extreme punching power of Awakening Stage 1 was only about 200 pounds, so how could one possibly use a 200-pound weapon? But Su Yuan can. That he could still understand. After all, it was an SSS-ranked flesh-strengthening class talent. But it's only been less than 2 days, and you're saying that the lance you used last time was too light for your hands, and you've turned around and replaced it with a 300-pound one? Who wouldn't be confused by that? That. Shenhe hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Little brother Su Yuan, what is the limit of your current punching power? Has it been measured? Well, measured. Su Yuan casually danced his gun and replied easily and casually. How many? Almost 500 out. 500 pounds out? Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a stretch for you to use this gun then? Not 500 pounds, 500 kilograms. Chan Hope? Shock plus 30. Row. Awesome. He's got nothing to say. Just a few days after awakening, he directly broke through 1,000 pounds of force. It's out of his awareness. It's not human, it's superhuman. Let him be. Challenge area. Su Yuan stood with his gun. The strength of a first-rank extreme ferocious beast. He was looking forward to it. In standard realm divisions, limit is often not counted. It was extremely difficult to reach the limit of battle power. It could be said that as long as you reached the limit bit, you were a near invincible existence amongst the same realm. Previously, when I killed a rank 1 upper-level ferocious beast, even with the Form 9 Slayer Lance that doesn't utilize source energy, I was only able to stab 5 shots in a row. But after condensing 2 source orifices, I can feel that the strength of my body has increased quite a bit, perhaps. Be able to stab 7 shots in a row. Rumble. As Su Yuan pondered, the gate slowly rose. Tap. 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 A tiger beast, which was not that big in size, slowly stepped into the field from it. Unlike those previous ferocious beasts that were all kinds of violent and hissing when they were just released, it seemed unusually quiet. Su Yuan's gaze condensed slightly. Those dogs barking at people on the side of the road are wimpy, and dogs that really bite tend not to bark. The unusual tiger beast, the pattern on its body was a mixture of brownish yellow and blackish brown, but this tiger beast in front of him, the brownish yellow pattern on its body disappeared, and in its place, it was a piercing blood pattern. In Su Yuan's mind, the information of the ferocious beasts that he had just viewed surfaced. Bloodstained Tiger Luaha 4. Formerly an upper rank 1 ferocious beast, later hunted and devoured 12 of its kind, evolving to the limit of rank 1. Hunting feral beasts that evolved in the same kind. This is the king of the pack, no wonder it was able to reach the limit bit. Su Yuan's gaze perked up a little. Catching a fight with a powerful opponent may be avoided in the eyes of others. But Su Yuan was different. While the ancient god bloodline gave him a powerful physical body, it also stimulated his warlike nature. Come. Show me how strong you are. Su Yuan moved. Terrifyingly explosive. It made him as fast as he could be. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the bloodstained tiger. The long spear in his hand that weighed 300 pounds swept out with great force. A normal person will be crippled if he touches it, and he will die when he touches it. Roar! The bloodstained tiger did not dodge. As the tiger roared, the color of the bloodlines on his body deepened, and the ferocious aura of choosing people to devour instantly erupted. The huge tiger claw slapped, and it actually received this sweeping strike from Yuan with a hard hand. Boo! A muffled sound came. One man and one tiger each backed away. Sabuchi takes 4 steps backward with his gun. The bloodstained tiger fell back 5 steps. What a monster! Shenhe, who was watching the battle from the side, had his pupils slightly shrunk. The terror of a first-rank extreme ferocious beast was indeed as rumored, possessing cross-border battle power. This blood-striped tiger's power outburst in that instant just now had exceeded that of certain second-rank ferocious beasts. But what shocked him the most was Yuan. Less than 2 days. How come it feels like he's gotten so much stronger than when he first came here? Chapter 46, The Future Empress of the Hall, Becoming a Green Leaf? Is it an illusion? No, absolutely not. The last time Yuan fought against the ferocious beast, he himself had watched the entire process. Shenhe could be certain that the strength, speed, reaction, and explosive power that Yuan had displayed at that time was absolutely inferior to what he had now. But martial arts cultivation was originally a slow, gradual process. Except for those martial artists who are already at the critical breakthrough point, not to mention 1 or 2 days, even if it is 10 days and half a month's time spent. Sometimes you can't even hear a sound. But how is it that in Yuan's case, these 1 or 2 days are so useful? It couldn't be that 1 day of his cultivation could be worth a month of someone else's, could it? Just as he was confused. The battle in the center of the field had reached a white-hot stage. It had to be said that there were no weaklings in existence that could break through to the limit levels. Earlier, Yuan seized the opportunity and stabbed the right eye of the blood-striped tiger with his spear. But just as he wanted to send his lance in even further, penetrating the blood-striped tiger's brain and killing it in one blow, the blood-striped tiger unexpectedly hardened its head and twisted it violently, enduring the pain of its right eye being churned to pieces, breaking free of the shot and turning its head towards Yuan. This outburst was clearly out of Yuan's expectation. The fishy wind was pounding on his face, and the bloodstained tiger's bloody mouth was already in front of him, but the lance in his hand had not yet had time to retract. As the saying goes, an inch is as good as an inch. However, once the body is drawn close to the body in the battle, the advantage of the lance will not only disappear, but will even in turn restrain the user's play. Although He was in shock over Yuan's growth, his reaction at this time was still quite swift. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the bloodstained tiger and slammed his fist down towards the bloodstained tiger's head. As a second-rank martial artist, it would only take a split second to smash the head of this bloodstained tiger and ensure that Yuan was unharmed. If he were any other beasts, I am afraid that he would have given up on Yuan's attack and turned his head to parry Shenhe's fist, or at the very least, he would have dodged away. But this blood-striped tiger didn't care. With that fierce and bloody look, it seemed like it was planning to have a 1-for-1 with Yuan. Wait! Yuan's bellowing cry caused Shenhe's fist to stop stiffly, and immediately afterward, an unbelievably shaken look appeared in his eyes. Only a clunk was heard. The lance that weighed 300 pounds crashed to the ground. As for Yuan's 2 hands, they were already holding the upper and lower jaws of the blood-striped tiger respectively. This! Shenhe snapped. Previously, Yuan had said that the extreme punching force he had tested was less than 1,000 pounds. But the bite force of this bloodstained tiger was more than 1,000 pounds. Rather, it was nearly 1,500 pounds. Only to see that the upper and lower jaws of the bloodstained tiger were closing a little bit, and the sharp fangs were only less than 10 centimeters away from Yuan's head. Don't push it. He was in a hurry in his heart. He couldn't watch something happen to Yuan. It's okay. Yuan's hand that was holding the bloodstained tiger had been cut by the sharp-pointed teeth. Blood dripped down drop by drop, but instead of the slightest bit of retreat on Yuan's face, a never-before-seen fervor welled up after seeing the blood. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, in his eyes, there was a faint hint of a light golden color flashing through, and his muscles, even more so, at this moment, completely erupted with potential extreme power. Here. Up. Yuan growled lowly. The muscles in his arms instantly filled with blood. The upper and lower jaws, which had been closing a little, were slowly separated at this moment. And after. Yuan stepped on his feet. The floor of the challenge area vaguely produced the slightest crack. In the next second, Yuan actually held the upper and lower jaws of the blood-striped tiger and gave it. Lifted it up hard. He was confused. thoroughly looked confused. What's the operation? Even the bloodstained tiger, at this time, a trace of fear flashed through its killing eyes, and its limbs paddled madly in the air. Give me. Smash. Yuan roared angrily. The hands holding the bloodstained tiger slammed downward. Boo! A loud muffled sound came. The bloodstained tiger's spine was instantly smashed. But that's not all. For the next few seconds, Yuan just held its upper and lower jaws, flipping it around and smashing it furiously from side to side. It continued until the bloodstained tiger was completely dead, its spine broken everywhere, becoming a cold, soft mess of flesh. Phew! 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 Yuan dropped the long dead blood-striped tiger in his hand and gasped for air, the light golden color in his eyes slowly fading away. A sense of weakness gradually came over him, but he had nothing but a big smile on his face. Fighting. Yes. Aside. Shenhe had been so shocked that he couldn't speak, his throat rolling, his mouth opening and closing, obviously completely dumbfounded. His gaze flicked back and forth between Yuan and the blood-striped tiger on the ground that wasn't in the shape of a tiger. There is only one doubt left in the mind, and that is: who's the ing beast, you or it? In the meantime, inside the hall of the feral beast garden, the radio came on again. Broadcast, this arena's first order ferocious beast challenge area. Congratulations to the challenger, Yuan, for reaching an S rank evaluation when challenging the first order extreme ferocious beasts. Boom. Moment. Those who are waiting to do the feral beast challenge, those who are gagging with people, those who just finished the challenge and are resting. Almost everyone, upon hearing this broadcast, was dumbfounded. What the hell? A first order extreme beast? S rated? Seriously. Yuan's name was now a big name in Ereshur City. After all, Ereshur City was a small city, and there had never been any SSS class gifted people in its history, but this year, 2 of them came out all at once, and it had long become a hot topic of discussion among the people of Ereshur City in the streets and alleys, after tea. But that's exactly why. They all knew very well that Yuan had only just awakened not 2 days ago. Previously, he had challenged rank 1 lower, middle, and upper ferocious beasts, and all of them had gotten S rank ratings, which was shocking enough. Now, he had actually gotten an S rank rating against a first rank extreme ferocious beast. Against the day. It's so anticlimactic. For a time, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Ereshur City is going to have a real dragon this year. With this kind of strength, the Ereshur City scholarship is definitely a sure thing, and there is even a great hope of striking the provincial scholarship of Nanjiang Administrative Region. It was only at this time that someone else whispered curiously. By the way, didn't our Ereshur City produce 2 SSS ranked gifted people this year? This little brother called Yuan is so fierce, what about the other one? How come there's no movement? How would I know? But speaking of which, there should be a difference between strong and weak amongst the same SSS ranked gifted, right? If I were to look at it, Yuan is definitely among the top of the list of SSS ranked gifted people. It's a pity, originally I thought that it was the absolute pride. Now it seems, how come it feels like the other little girl is going to be a green leaf for Yuan? This kind is the worst, because they are both SSS ranked gifted people, they will definitely be compared to each other, so they might as well awaken an almost gifted one. Harm, look at what you're saying. Even if she becomes a green leaf, that's still Yuan's green leaf. Compared to others, that's definitely still a whole lot stronger. Chapter 47. Will a youthful pig-headed boy save a demonic schoolmate who has fallen into the abyss? Another rank 1 fierce beast challenge area within the fierce beast garden. Sizzle. Roar. Roar. A first rank middle level ferocious beast had already been tortured by Morongbai's predator ghost spirit. The body was covered with bloody holes, the joints of the limbs were broken in many places, and large swaths of flesh and blood were dislodged. Even if the ferocious beasts were vicious by nature, at this time, they had already lost their fighting spirit, shrinking in the corner and shivering, and even their roars became breathless. The safety officer on the sidelines frowned. Generally speaking, although the final fate of ferocious beasts could not escape death, most people, in their practical training, strove for a one-strike kill. But this pale, thin teenager in front of him was being clearly abusive. It was clearly strong enough to easily kill it, but it was slowly torturing the ferocious beast like a maggot attached to its bones. Normally speaking, a ferocious beast that was the enemy of mankind didn't deserve any affection, but right now, the safety officer really felt. It was a bit pathetic. Die. 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 Morongbai's expression was hideous, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a sickly manner. As a practical combat providing area, martial artists were often injured in the Fierce Beast Garden, so there were many medics on standby at all times, as well as a large amount of medical equipment and resources. A small injury like a broken finger was no different from a scrape of skin in the eyes of many martial artists. It doesn't take long to recover after applying the appropriate therapeutic paste and wearing a fixation plate. But, compared to the physical injuries he had received, the mental insults he had received made him hate Su Yuan, so to speak. But on the contrary, he couldn't defeat Su Yuan for the time being, so he could only vent his heart's hostility on the ferocious beast. He's equally hateful. And Shangwan Meng. This guy. If you can really die early. Then he would have 100 ways to ruthlessly torture Su Yuan without having to use a ferocious beast as a substitute here. At this point, the radio sounded. The anger in Morongbai's heart burned even brighter after hearing that Su Yuan had obtained an S-rank evaluation in the first rank Extreme Ferocious Beast Challenge. On the basis of what? On what grounds? What makes him so powerful, a bumpkin who popped out of a nook and cranny? In anger, he commanded the hideous ghost spirit and grabbed the limbs of the weak and ferocious beast, tearing it apart hard and fast, with large swaths of blood mixed with internal organs flowing all over the ground. The safety officer's face was ugly and vaguely revolting, but Morongbai was staring intently at the piercing scarlet, a morbid sense of satisfaction on his face. Just this time, the look on his face changed again. The morbidness that could only vent its anger and abuse the weak because it couldn't avenge itself was gone, replaced by the noble gentleman's condescending disdain for the gutter rat. Rubbish. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Raising his hand, he shook it vaguely at the hideous ghostly spirit that was whipping the body. Under the force majeure effect, the ghost spirit dissolved into black mist and dissipated, which then condensed into a huge black hammer in his hand. He really didn't want to share a body with a guy like that if he could. The weak swing at the weaker. The strong, on the other hand, will only draw their swords on the stronger. That guy called Su Yuan defeated him. Then sooner or later, he would defeat Su Yuan and make him kneel in front of him, admitting his weakness, instead of abusing the weak here to vent his anger. Thinking so, Morongbai raised his eyes to look at the safety officer on the side. Hello. Change first order upper, 3 heads. Ah. The safety officer was struck by the sudden change in Morongbai. The guy in front of him, although his face was just as pale, his pupils seemed to have turned red, and the whole person gave him a very different feeling. He wondered what the other man was up to, but quickly came back to his senses. I just introduced the rules. You can only increase the number if you challenge a ferocious beast of the corresponding rank and successfully kill it. Then 1 head first. Good. Half a minute later. In front of the dented corpse of the first rank upper level ferocious beast. Morongbai, who was holding a huge black hammer, turned his head and smiled contemptuously at the shocked safety officer. Hey, can we go up to 3 heads now? Broadcast, this arena's first order ferocious beast challenge area. Congratulations to the challenger Morongbai, who has reached an S-rank evaluation when challenging the first order upper ferocious beasts. What the hell? When did S-class become so ubiquitous? Wholesale? Who is this guy named Morongbai? It feels like I've never heard of him. Aren't there only 2 SSS-ranked gifted people in our Arisher city this year? Besides Su Yuan, the other one seems to be called Suyan, a girl. Where did this Morongbai come from? I remember, it seems to be the out-of-town sickly kid who provoked Su Yuan before, then had a finger broken by Su Yuan and rolled all over the ground. Ha? It's him? I thought he was a little yakuza, but I didn't realize he was quite strong. Strong is strong, but when set off like this, it seems like Su Yuan is even stronger. Due to the fact that the potential of the ancient god's bloodline had been stimulated when he killed the first-rank extreme fierce beast with his bare hands, Su Yuan was now in a period of weakness, so after killing the bloodstained tiger, he planned to call it a day. He was just about to walk out of the arena and take a cab home when the radio came on. Oh? A first-rank upper-level ferocious beast with an S-rank evaluation? Not bad. I just don't know if it's the loser, or the not-so-loser. Su Yuan knew about Morong by having a dual personality. But whichever personality it was pretty much the same for him, because it's all under him. The fact that Su Yuan had successfully challenged the first-rank extreme ferocious beast and obtained an S-rank evaluation had quickly reached Shangwan Ru's ears. Holy? This guy is really sick, isn't he? In the office, Shangwan-ru was playing the video of Suyuan's battle, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This time, Suyuan didn't have as easy a time as he usually did killing other first-rank beasts, but the terrifying power he showed at the end, as well as that ferocious and violent unarmed wrestling kill, was still judged by the intelligence system to be S rank. On the side, Shangwan Meng was lying on the sofa watching the latest manga, her hands resting on her cheeks, her pair of small white legs swaying in the air, looking mesmerized. The manga is called Will a Youthful Pig-Headed Teenager Save a Demonic Schoolmate Who Has Fallen into the Abyss, and it's a fairly cliched King's Road hot-blooded manga. Sis. Sis? Shangwan-ru shouted twice in a row. Seeing that Shangwan Meng still didn't respond, she simply stood up and came to Shangwan Meng's side, gently patting her. As a result, when Shangwan Meng looked up, Shangwan-ru was instantly startled and pulled back several meters. Sister? You. What happened to you? See only. Shangwan Meng's stunningly beautiful and delicate face, at some point, was already covered in tear stains. Just even Shangwan Meng herself didn't seem to realize it, until then she could not react, lifted her small hand and wiped it carelessly on her face, puffed her small nose, and arrogantly skimmed her mouth. What are you looking at? It's a touching episode, alright. When Shangwan-ru heard this, her gaze shifted slightly downward and landed on the cover of that comic book. With such a long name, it doesn't look like a serious manga. What kind of touching plot could there be? Just as Shangwan-ru was inwardly spitting, Shangwan Meng had already jumped down from the sofa and pulled out a lemon candy from her pocket, peeling off the candy paper and dropping it into her mouth. It's a little sour. But it's sweet. Right. Shangwan Meng turned her head and looked at Shangwan-ru. What did you just yell at me for? Chapter 48, The Diffractive Heavenly Contemplation Scripture. On what basis are you called the twins alongside me? What else could it be? Shangwan-ru pointed to the display on the desktop not far away. The battle video of Suyuan's battle has just been transmitted from the Fierce Beast Garden side. The first rank Extreme Fierce Beast Challenge was successful, and it's still an S rank evaluation. Speaking of which, he obviously looks like one of those cheerful and outgoing high school kid brothers, but as soon as he fights a ferocious beast, he turns out to be as ferocious as he wants to be. Yo. Shangwan Meng smiled with a flirtatious smile. Doesn't someone eat up this contrasting persona the most? Shangwan-ru blushed. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. A few minutes later. After watching Suyuan's battle video, Shangwan Meng smiled brightly. It looks like he liked the gift I gave him. That's true. Shangwan-ru lamented. The kind of fervor and passion that Suyuan showed in battle was something they could easily feel even through the screen. But she followed up with, Sister, you just saw that light golden glow that flashed in Suyuan's eyes, didn't you? Shangwan Meng nodded. Saw it. It should be some kind of ability that comes with his talent, only just mastered. If he would have done this move when he was beating up Morong Bai at that time, he probably would have been able to cripple him. Shangwan-ru nodded approvingly. Suyuan's current limit of punching power is 512 kilograms, which is 1,000 pounds out. However, the level of strength displayed when killing the blood-striped tiger with an unarmed fall was almost nearly 2,000 pounds. It's fully doubled. What is this? His talent, is it really just SSS rank? After a moment of emotion, Shangwan-ru's words changed, mentioning Suyan. Speaking of which, it's clear that they're super geniuses who awaken their SSS rank talents together. Why does it feel like Suyan is so low-key? Shangwan dreamed about it. Probably getting stronger in silence. Shangwan-ru. Let's hope so. The experimental special training will start soon. I hope she won't be pulled too far away from Suyuan. Achoo! Suyan sneezed softly. What weak flesh. She shook her head gently, a little speechless. In her last life, she had been able to walk through even a cosmic storm, unharmed. In this life, I can't believe I still sneeze from the cool breeze. That's all. After all, after accepting the fact that she was reborn, she quickly adjusted her mindset and began searching her memory for the secret method on spiritual power cultivation. If the universe is compared to an ocean, and the physical body is the ship that crosses the ocean, then the spirit, or rather the soul, is the helmsman of the ship. The person at the helm of the ship is crucial in the end to reach the other side. This might not have been obvious on the blue planet, as even Ninth Order Supreme Beings were still quite shallow in their cultivation of spiritual power. However, once they reached the cosmic stars, it was a different story, and those martial artists who specialized in cultivating spiritual power were called ninjas. A powerful ninjin, with a single thought, can cause civilizations to become extinct, planets to shatter, and the sun and moon to go out of existence. There were even rumors that when spiritual power was cultivated to the extreme, one could even achieve one thought and everything comes to life. Of course, this was only a rumor, and not even an Emperor realm powerhouse could do this. The three most powerful spiritual cultivation methods currently recognized in the universe. At the top of the list is the Star Sect's diffractive heavenly visualization scripture. Regard the sea of consciousness as a sea of stars, and visualize a single star in order to diffuse the starry sky. Stars, that is, are stars. When civilization had not yet reached the star stage, they were often referred to as day, sun, and you. It's a pity that this diffractive heavenly visualization scripture is the Star Sect's untold secret, and almost no outsiders are able to cultivate it. Other than that, it's the Hainsha prison suppression chart and the divine and demonic thoughts. In my last life, I only obtained the first half of the Hainsha prison suppression diagram. I hope that in this life, I can complete the latter part. Think of it this way. Suyan slowly closed her eyes and began to silently cultivate the Hainsha prison suppression diagram. In Blue Star, martial artists often have to reach the 4th rank before they can begin to perceive and control spiritual power. At this point, I have an absolute advantage. When the battle power is evaluated, just by relying on this point alone, I will be able to crush Su Yuan. Evening. For dinner. Su Qingling's face was always filled with a faint smile. Su Yuan asked with a smile when he realized it. Did Auntie Su meet something happy today? When Su Anyan heard this, she also looked up at Su Qingling. The only person she cared about on the blue planet was Su Qingling, and the only thing that could make her fight. Seeing the two men casting glances at him. Only then did Su Qingling smile and talk about her encounters in the company. It turned out that after the Arashur City Daily made a big deal out of Su Yuan and Su Anyan's awakening of their SSS-ranked talents. Almost the entire Arashur City knew that there was a pair of twin stars in this year's Arashur City, one called Su Yuan and the other Su Anyan. On weekdays, Su Qingling would hardly bring up life matters in the company. But one of her co-workers was curious, so she came over to ask Su Qingling and joke with her about one of the twin stars, Su Anyan, and whether or not he was related to her. Su Qingling was not in the habit of lying, so she admitted it. Just this acknowledgement. It directly alarmed the company's president. After giving Su Qingling a flurry of promotions and pay raises, she even arranged an extremely easy and leisurely position for her, and hired her as the company's image ambassador, saying that she wanted to publicize more. I originally thought that this life might be like this. I didn't expect to be thrust into the limelight by you two little guys. Life is truly marvelous. Su Qingling said with a smile, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Su Yuan and Su Anyan. Su Yuan laughed. This is just the beginning. Wait until later, there's more for you to suffer, Auntie Su. Su Anyan also made an extremely rare interjection. It's good to get used to it in advance. This life. She would definitely take Su Qingling out of the Blue Star. Even if Su Qingling didn't have the slightest talent for cultivation, she would be able to find her cosmic treasures that would change her life against the heavens. Besides, when she returned to the Tenyu, she would be able to transcend the stars and suppress the world. Even if Su Qingling didn't have any semblance of strength, she would still be the most respected person in the entire cosmic starry sky. Rather, it is the title of twin star. She looked at Su Yuan beside her, and in her mind, her thoughts were all over the place. What kind of existence were the people who could be called alongside her in her last life? One man, one sword, killing sword maniacs through the 9 heavens in 10 regions. With his body transformed into a prison, he suppressed the 4 directions of the stars, and was the only one to be honored as a battle frenzy. Picking the stars and taking the moon, a smile, enough to make all beings fall in love, the starry sky lost color of the star-picking demoness. The starry sky shone brightly, the great world arrived, and countless celestial prides came out from the ancient holy lands, displaying their elegance that was enough to make the stars dim, creating legend after legend. What about you? And where will you go? If you can't even get out of Blue Star. And by what right is it called the twins alongside me? Noticing Su Anyan's eyes, Su Yuan turned his head just in time to meet her eyes. Something on my face? No. Su Anyan withdrew her gaze and continued eating. At this moment, Su Qingling suddenly asked. Little Abyss, I heard. You've recently broken the records of the Fierce Beast Park, setting several S-rank evaluations in a row, including the first rank Extreme Fierce Beast? Is this true? The words fell. Yuan hadn't even opened his mouth yet. The hand of Suyan, who was holding the chopsticks on the side, suddenly trembled. Chapter 49. The advantage is mine, there's no way I can lose. Yuan possessed an SSS rank talent of the flesh strengthening class, which would have been even more powerful in the early stages. And in the pre-cultivation stage, there was a gap between different realms, but it was far from being so large that it could not be crossed. So, it was normal for Yuan to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast. It got an S rating, and that's saying something. But what Su Qingling said just now is First Order Extreme Fierce Beast. Suyan was not calm. Extreme Realm. Regardless of the realm, it was an extremely special existence. Among ferocious beasts, this was a symbol of the potential to grow into a beast king. Among humans, it is even more synonymous with genius. In layman's terms, if you can defeat an enemy across a realm, you're already quite a demonic being. But when you can cross a realm and defeat the geniuses of that realm, then you. What again? Well, of course it's true. The other rank 1 ferocious beasts are fine and quite easy, it's that rank 1 extreme ferocious beast that's a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. While Suyan was in the midst of the chaos, Yuan's light laughter came out, appearing slightly shrill. Su Qingling worried. That's a first rank ferocious beast, a whole realm higher than you. Ansu won't stop you from exercising yourself, but Yuan, you have to be careful yourself if you get hurt. At this point, Suyan put down her chopsticks. I'm done eating. Having said that, got up and went to his room. Su Qingling froze, and Suyan clearly still had most of her rice bowl left. Yen, you haven't finished eating yet. Full. Back in the room, after closing the door, Suyan threw herself directly onto the bed, her beautiful eyes staring at the ceiling in a daze. Just awakened, and you were able to kill a first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Or an S-rank evaluation? How on earth did he do that? A series of questions came to her mind. She assessed her current battle power, and against an upper rank 1 ferocious beast, she was 100% certain that she would be able to take an S-rank evaluation. But against a first-rank extreme ferocious beast, she was only 60% sure. But this was dependent on her experience in her previous life. In Yuan's place, what's he based on? Suyan sat up, looking thoughtful. Could he be able to exert such terrifying strength by relying on his physical body talent alone? She knew very well that although her talent had been assessed as SSS grade, it was actually much more than that, simply because the highest ceiling was SSS grade due to the Blue Star's rating standard. Could it be that Yuan's situation was the same as his own? The universe is vast, and all kinds of talent abound. It's also really possible that he's gained some sort of incomparably strong fleshly body talent. But what I don't understand is, obviously in his last life, he was ordinary and mediocre, why did he change so dramatically in this life? Even if my rebirth brought about some sort of unspeakable change that caused a butterfly effect, it shouldn't be this. Or is it? Suyan's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. He was reborn like me? But soon. She then put that thought behind her. The Yuan of his previous life hadn't even stepped out of the Blue Star. Even if he was reborn, where did he get the capital to have such unbelievable strength in this life? Just don't want to. So what if I'm able to kill a first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Just give me a few more days and I can do the same. Besides, I can still cultivate spiritual power through the Hangsha subduing prison diagram. The first battle power comparison is definitely a comprehensive evaluation. In terms of realm, spiritual power, and battle skill mastery, the advantage is all mine. There's no way I can lose. Suyan's eyes gradually hardened as she cast away all distractions and began to cultivate. This was the first time that she, in Yuan's body, felt a little sense of crisis. Just a little bit, of course. The next room. In front of Aunt Su at the dinner table, Yuan didn't have the heart to say it. But in fact, he knew it in his heart. The reason why that guy Suyan ran away in the middle of his meal was probably related to hearing that he had killed a first-order extreme ferocious beast and gotten an S-rank evaluation. Self-esteem, self-esteem. Yuan shook his head with some amusement. It seemed that this Suyan fellow wasn't all inhuman, at the very least his self-respect was there. If I'm not mistaken, she should be in her room right now, fiercely practicing and trying to catch up with herself, right? It's just a shame. Younger. As a hangman. As long as he didn't mingle, he didn't believe that anyone else could surpass him? Unless this Suyan guy was also reborn with a system. But right, someone like her for a lead role? Not at all. So yeah. It's not going to happen. Little Suyan, you'd better be good and follow my brother to eat the exhaust of the car. Think of it this way. Yuan pulled up the system panel and looked at it. Today, he had managed to take the S-rank evaluation of a rank 1 extreme ferocious beast, but he had stirred up the entire ferocious beast park and harvested a large amount of emotional value. Host, Yuan. Realm, Awakening Stage 2 Perfection. Cultivation Methods, Tian Yuan Cultivation Method, De Riguan Jing Rising Sun Chapter. Battle Technique, Grade A Battle Technique 9 Regicide Lance Perfect. Emotional Value, 1532. Last time, it was hard to save up more than 2,000 emotion values and came to an advanced draw, but the result was a, thank you for your patronage, which almost didn't make Yuan spit out blood. Luckily, it was the primary draw that produced a purple reward, Great Sun Observation Sutra Rising Sun Chapter, which replenished the blood, or else it would have been a real loss of numbness. They say once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a grass rope, and I'm still not convinced. It's not just a little advanced sweepstakes. When I save up 2,000 emotion points, I'll smack you hard. Gotta make you see red. The gold rewards are all so awesome. Red quality rewards are fascinating to think about. After a small moment of longing, Yuan closed the panel and began his pre-cultivation preparations. Tonight, he was going to impact the third source orifice. Day 2. Still watching the sunrise, sensing the rising sun, and then going home to practice. Last night he managed to condense the third source orifice and successfully stepped into the third stage of the awakening stage, truly achieving the miracle of 1 stage a day. Then in the afternoon, go to the Fierce Beast Garden and challenge the first rank extreme fierce beasts. This time, Yuan stopped using his weapon from the very beginning. After all, the 9 regicide gun was already at perfect mastery, so practicing it again wouldn't accomplish anything. What he wanted to do was to completely master the power of that explosive seed from yesterday, to be able to call upon it on his own initiative, instead of being forced to appear only every time it came to a crisis. Hold that thought. Yuan takes a bit of a beating. After all, in the absence of exploding seed, purely in terms of strength, he was still inferior to a first-rank extreme ferocious beast, so injuries were unavoidable. However, in the end, when that first-rank ultimate fierce beast threatened Yuan, he still resurfaced that explosive seed power and hardened that first-rank ultimate fierce beast. As for why it wasn't killed. Now there were only 4 heads, Yuan was still thinking of keeping them to slowly accompany the practice. What a pity to kill them. Evening. Yuan, who was preparing to condense the fourth source orifice, received a call from Shangwanru. Starting tomorrow, the experimental special training officially starts, and I'll pick you up at 8 in the morning. Okay. Hang up the phone. Yuan looked at the emotional value. Just over 300 points were collected today, totaling 1,892, which is still short of 2,000. He has found out. Ever since killing the first-rank extreme ferocious beast, the blood-striped tiger, the day before yesterday and getting an S-rank evaluation. The crowd seemed to be surprised by their own behavior, or to put it another way, they were numb. They think that's how they're supposed to be, that's how strong they are, leading to a drastic reduction in the shock value that's easiest to collect. When a pleasure has reached its threshold, only harder drugs can be administered. What's the best thing I've got to play with so far? Mental power. It's still in its infancy. Awakening Stage 3 realm? Seems like the impact is average. Come to think of it, it seems like there's only that perfect, grade 9 regicide gun. There. Yuan's eyes lit up. The strength of my physical body and the level of source energy control is not enough to support me in executing the full version of the 9 regicide gun. But my understanding of the 9 regicide gun, perfection, level is still there. Find an expert at the inception level and point him in the right direction? That's a great idea. But before that, I'll have to experiment and see if I can see the breaks and flaws of others when they execute the 9 regicide gun. Or don't make a joke out of it instead of pretending to be a pussy. If memory serves. Sister Ru said that Suyan and I picked the same battle technique. I don't know what she's learning about the Nine Slayer gun as a tanged sword player, but what the hell? Say it and do it. Yuan left the room and arrived in front of Su Anyan's room, raising his hand and knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 50 Disliked Empress? Invisible pretense is the most fatal. What is it? After the door to the room opened, Su Anyan looked at Su Yuan with a flat gaze and asked. Are you busy now? Say something. I heard from Sister Ru that you also picked up the 9 regicide gun. Can you demonstrate it for me? Su Yuan asked. He's just here to try it out. It felt like with Su Anyan's character, she would most likely refuse, right? Pity. Women are such elusive creatures. After a short period of thinking, Su Anyan surprisingly agreed. Good. Just a slight nod from her. Wait for me, I'll change. When she reappeared in front of Su Yuan, Su Anyan had already changed into a looser, more natural sports suit. The light-colored t-shirt top and black athletic shorts, as well as the ponytail tied up high with the stunning side face, gave her a particularly clean and girlish look. Come on, go to the yard. Good. Yard. Su Anyan held the Tang sword in her hand and looked at Su Yuan with her beautiful eyes filled with indifference. Although swords and guns are very different, battle techniques are never something so rigid and inconvenient. As long as you are able to understand the essence of the battle technique, whether you use a gun or a sword, or even your bare hands, you will still be able to exert great power. Su Yuan nodded cooperatively. He strongly agreed with this point of view, and at that time, he transferred his understanding of the 9 deicide gun to his fist technique, using this path. You watch. I'll only demonstrate once. Su Anyan said softly. Su Yuan? It's not. He feels. Was there some kind of misunderstanding between him and Su Anyan? He had come to Su Anyan's demonstration of the 9 regicide gun in order to determine whether his eyesight was sufficient to see the mistakes and shortcomings of the others when using this battle technique, not to learn from it. Why did it feel as if Su Anyan had misunderstood him, thinking that he had encountered a bottleneck in learning the 9 regicide gun and had come to draw on her for help? As Su Yuan pondered, Su Anyan had already begun her own demonstration. She pointed her right foot slightly sideways over the ground, holding her tanged sword in one hand. The 9 regicide gun. The emphasis is on the stacking of strength and power. In a very short period of time, stab 9 shots in a row, the power of each shot stronger than the previous one, leaving the enemy defenseless. Mastery of 3 shots, skillfulness of 5 shots, proficiency of 7 shots, entry of 9 shots, perfection. Each shot is 9 shots superimposed. Guns like dragons can kill all enemies in front of you. As for true intent, that needs to be coupled with spiritual intent, and for the time being it's not an area you can touch. Hear this. Su Yuan intentionally flirted. Tot. But it's rare for you to say so much today. It's not possible that your mastery of the 9 regicide gun has reached the perfection level, right? Su Anyan's gaze was calm. To cultivate an A-ranked battle skill to perfection, it takes a lot of time and effort. How many martial artists have spent their entire lives unable to reach it? You're thinking too simply. But I haven't reached perfection, but I'm about to enter the subtle. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Into the micro? It's really fake. Had to fight to see this now. Seeing Su Yuan's gaze cast, Xianyan started. Bear. The Tang sword in his hand fiercely stabbed forward, so fast that it made the air emit a burst of sound. A few minutes later, Su Anyan stood with his sword withdrawn. Just now, she stabbed out 7 shots in a row. Originally, he had thought to see if he could reach the limit, stabbing out the subsequent 2 spears together, and stepping into the subtle realm in one fell swoop. In the end, of course, it failed. The body limits her play. The right arm was red and swollen in large swathes due to the rupture of capillaries caused by the force that had withstood more than the limit, and it was particularly conspicuous against the originally white and jade-like skin. Is it that hard? Su Yuan looked at Su Anyan's red and swollen right hand. A similar situation occurred when he himself used the 9 deicide fist to kill Moronbai in seconds. Of course, his own injuries at that time were quite a bit more severe than hers. It was just that people's physiques were different from each other. He had an ancient god's bloodline, his flesh was strong and tough. What did Su Anyan have? It's tough enough to make it this far. Okay. I hope you're getting some sense. Su Anyan was oblivious to the injury on her arm. After putting away the Tang sword, he was about to leave. Su Yuan. He had wanted to point out the 3 major mistakes and 12 minor slip-ups Suyan had made during his demonstration of the 9 regicide gun, as well as the 21 points that could be improved upon, but now that he looked at it, he'd rather forget about it. Although he was mistaken by her as coming to ask for help to learn, he had at least demonstrated seriously, hadn't he? Both nearly blew out their arms. And again. Even if he pretended in front of Suyan, showing some of his understanding of the 9 regicide gun and shocking her, how much emotion value could he earn? Her realm was estimated to be quite a bit lower than her own. Awakening Order 1 stage? That provides an estimated emotional value of 2 or 3 points at most. Yuan still adhered to his original philosophy. If you want to pretend, you have to pretend in front of the strong, and what fun is there in pretending with the stream of cats and dogs? Of course, it wasn't that Suyan was a cat or a dog. Yuan definitely didn't dislike her, he swore. After all, the hand she showed just now, although it couldn't be compared to her own perfect level mastery, as she said herself, it was still really proficient level. It was even close to touching the threshold of the inception level. The cohabitating girls are the cold school girl, the demonic heavenly pride, certified. Looking at Suyan's departing back, Yuan felt a tiny bit of pressure, and in the end, he could only sigh a luckily buddy, I'm open before withdrawing his gaze. Suyan, this freak, has autonomously cultivated the 9 regicide gun to the proficient level, and I'm still able to see quite a few problems. It seems that my idea is okay, my eyesight, my understanding, it's enough. Yuan made a direct call to Shangwan Ru. Soon, the call was answered. Sister Ru. What is it? Can you use your powerful connections to ask if there is anyone in our Erishur city who is practicing the battle skill of the 9 deicide gun? What, you've encountered obstacles in your cultivation of battle techniques and want to worship a master? The Shangwan Ru on the other end of the phone hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and his tone was full of derision and laughter. In her opinion, it was not easy for Yuan, the monster of monsters, to finally have a moment of frustration. You know, from the time Yuan awakened, the impression she got all the way through was that he was pushing across the 4 sides without an enemy, even though his realm was still very low, only at the awakening stage, but look at the things he did. Terrifying source energy absorption speed, coagulating 1 source orifice a day, challenging ferocious beasts of the first order lower, middle, upper, and extreme rank, all of which were S-rank evaluations, and cultivating the 9 regicide gun to the proficient level. Which of these is not a strength exceeding the standard? Unfortunately, the next second, the smile on Shangwan Ru's face froze. Yuan's words with a light tone but an inexplicably strong sense of pretense lingered around her ears, causing a series of question marks to gradually appear on her face. I'm not worshipping a teacher. I'm there to be a teacher for someone. Hello? Sister Ru? Chapter 51, Demonized as the Flower of the Underworld. Shangwan Ru, who had been frozen for a long time, finally came back to her senses. You said. You're going to be a teacher for those martial artists who cultivate the 9 regicide gun and instruct them on their battle techniques? Right. As he spoke, Yuan glanced at the panel and added more than 100 points of emotional value. It also has to be a strong person like Sister Ru, gripping is more comfortable. Shangwan Ru was silent. That. She wanted to explain it to Yuan. Although your mastery of the 9 regicide gun is now at the proficient level, it's not quite the same as mastery in the traditional sense after all, you're still in the awakening stage, using the form of the battle technique without the use of source energy. Plus, martial artists who are able to cultivate a great battle techniques are often exceptionally gifted existences, and their understanding of the 9 regicide gun is not necessarily weaker than yours. Trust me. Yuan's tone was firm. As long as you, Sister Ru, help me find some martial artists who are in a bottleneck in the cultivation of the 9 regicide gun, the higher the strength the better, I will prove myself. Of course, don't exceed the perfection level, or I won't be able to teach them. Shangwan Ru was somewhat confused by Yuan. No more than the perfection level? You mean, your understanding of the 9 regicide gun is already at the perfection level? Aha. Okay. Shangwan Ru agreed rather reluctantly. This was because she simply didn't believe that a perfect, grade A-class battle technique could be practiced in just 2 days. Yuan heard the skepticism in Shangwan Ru's tone, but didn't take it seriously at all because he knew that the more this happened, the more emotional value he would be able to harvest when the time came. By the way, Sister Ru, the experimental special training is going to be tomorrow, so if we can find someone, let's make an appointment for tonight at 7 o'clock. Line. That's right, why don't you call Suyan up too, sis? Why don't you say it yourself? Not really. Anyway, there's a reason. Yuan said ambiguously. Just now, Suyan had made a display in front of him. If he goes on his own and says, "Come to my lecture later and I'll give you some pointers," what a blow to people's self-esteem. If Shangguan-ru had yelled at her to go, it would have been slightly better, lessening the impact on her. You two really are, alright. The world is under control. Villa 001. The long, wet, ice-blue hair fell over her shoulders, setting off that fair neck in a deliciously alluring way. The bath towel wrapped casually around her body was half hidden, and the blood-curdling, tantalizing curves were faintly visible. Shangguan-ru put the phone in her hand down and sighed softly. That's crazy. Just now, Yuan said that he wanted her to help find a martial artist who cultivated the 9 regicide gun and had reached the bottleneck stage, and that he would be someone's teacher. Is this a joke? She admitted that Yuan's talent was extremely demonic, almost comparable to her sister Shangguan Meng. But then again, he was just a high school student in the awakening stage now, and his talent hadn't even materialized yet. Putting him among his peers, he was definitely the most outstanding, which was not a problem in the slightest, and even putting him in the monster-ridden imperial capital was enough to amaze. But what? Genius is one thing. It's another thing to grow up. The current Yuan was able to challenge a first-order extreme ferocious beast with an awakening order 3rd stage and take an S-rank evaluation. But not to mention a fusion realm powerhouse like himself. It was the 2nd and 3rd ranked martial artists in the exploration realm. Pulling out any one of them was not something that the current Yuan could match. Their battle experience, battle skill sense. Definitely better than a demon who just got the battle technique soul seal not more than a few days ago, unless what? Unless you're the reincarnation of the gun fairy. The first time I held a gun, I knew I would be number 1 in the world. Then forget I said it. Otherwise. It's really weird. Shangguan-ru gently shook her head. Sure. She felt it was very unorthodox though. But before, she had promised Yuan that as long as he was willing to participate in the experimental special training, then anything she could do and resources she could provide would be at his disposal. Martial artists who cultivate the 9 regicide gun. Shangguan-ru thought about it, picked up his cell phone again, and called the president of Arashur City's Martial Arts Association. A few minutes later, she had gotten a list of martial artists who practiced the 9 regicide gun. Class A battle skills, a benefit included in the SSS tier gifted resource tilt pack. However, those martial artists who did not have advanced talent were also able to exchange grade battle techniques with the officials by earning contribution points. No, there were 5 martial artists in Arashur City who had cultivated the 9 regicide gun. One of them was a 3rd ranked martial artist, 3 4th ranked martial artists, and 1 5th ranked martial artist, the Martial Association president himself. Excluding Shaoli, the president of the Arashur City Martial Association, of the 9 regicide guns practiced by the remaining 4 martial artists, 3 are proficient and 1 is ingenious, none of them have reached the perfection level. It meets Yuan's conditions. Shangguan-ru organized the list and contacted each of the 4, saying that he wanted to invite them to participate in a lecture on the 9 regicide gun. Just doing so could have taken them by surprise. As the saying goes, you don't get what you don't deserve. They hadn't done much lately, so what could they do to make the other director invite a high-ranking person to instruct them in their battle technique cultivation? Chief Shangguan, how can this be? Is there something you want to ask me to help? If there is, just say it directly. If I can help, I will definitely help. Those 4 martial artists were very different, and all of them made such a statement. Shangguan-ru also didn't have the heart to tell them that the one who was going to give them instructions on the 9 regicide gun was a high school student who had just awakened. Otherwise, they might not say anything due to their face, but they will 100% complain to the Arashur City ruler about themselves, saying that they are bad in the head and might influence the development of education policy. Though that kind of complaint would be useless to her, that is. Suyan. I hope you don't make a fool out of me. Shangguan-ru shook her head and sent a text message to Suyan. Tonight at 7 p.m., at the Arashur City Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Hall, there is a lecture on the 9-slayer gun. The main speaker's mastery of the 9-slayer gun is at the perfect level. Are you going? Half a minute later, Suyan sent a reply. Thanks, but no thanks. Shangguan-ru froze. It's not. What's the deal with these 2 little guys of your own choosing? One said he had reached perfection in his mastery of the 9 regicide gun and was going to give a lecture. A lecture that was indifferent to the perfect, grade 9 regicide gun. Is he or she behind the times? Are all high schoolers of this generation so individualistic? Shangwan-ru was wondering. Suddenly, a door opening was heard. She was so concerned with helping Yuan with the lecture just now that she hadn't had time to change her clothes, so she just wrapped her bathrobe around her and went out. She was relieved because apart from herself, only her sister Shangwan Meng had a key to her house. When she saw Shangwan Meng, her entire body instantly froze in place. Silver hair is still the same, the pupils are still the same, only that the dress was dyed into a piercing scarlet red, demonic as the other side of the netherworld's flowers. Sister. Chapter 52 Second Advanced Drawl Red Quality Reward. Ancient God 10 Changes Taodai Change. A flash of panic flashed through Shangwan-ru's beautiful eyes. Because when Shangwan Meng entered the door, she smelled a pungent odor of blood, very, very strong. While Shangwan-ru was making a mental note to herself, Shangwan Meng just stretched lazily. Compared to the raging waves of Shangwan-ru, the tiny brackets. It's cute sometimes. She reached into her pocket, flicked open the candy paper, and tossed a lemon candy into her mouth. Cheeks puffed out slightly, absently. Don't worry, it's not my blood. Hearing this, Shangwan-ru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scared the out of her. But on second thought, it's not quite right. With Shangwan Meng's current strength, what kind of opponent had she encountered to get all in one piece like this? Sis, are you off on a mission? Shangwan-ru asked curiously. As one of the 4 pillars of the Great Summer's Exoticide Bureau, Shangwan Meng usually carried out the most dangerous missions, and it was not too much to say that she was walking on a tightrope. Aha! Shangwan Meng answered softly. The Bureau found out that the Eagle Beauty Federation had a 7th Order blood clan hiding in its territory, which just happened to be on this side of the South River Administrative Region, so I went over to dispose of him harmlessly. A 7th ranked blood clan. Shangwan as an afterthought. No wonder all the clothes on Shangwan Meng were soaked with blood, it wouldn't be surprising if it was a blood clan. The Bloods were a special group of people over in the West, and were essentially human, except that their talents tended to be in a direction related to blood control. The Blood Clan had a set of criteria for dividing the realms of strength within their own system, and as long as they broke through the exploration realm and reached the fusion realm, they would be able to obtain the title. The 4th Order corresponds to a Baron, the 5th Order corresponds to a Viscount. And so on, the 7th Order Marquis, the 8th Order Duke, and the 9th Order the Prince of Blood. Marquis of the Blood. How did he enter the territory of Daxia? Moreover, what is he doing in the Nanjiang Administrative Region? Shangwan-ru wondered. Although the other party and Shangwan Meng were of the same 7th rank, Shangwan-ru was very clear that her sister Shangwan Meng was a bug-like existence, and among the same realm, was almost synonymous with invincible. Not to mention, she had mentioned before that she was about to break through the 8th rank of Sealed King. Therefore, she was more concerned about the purpose of that blood marquis coming to Daxia and to the Nanjiang Administrative Region. But Shangwan Meng just shook her head. The Bureau doesn't have much information, and I don't know about any of this. But don't people like them like to take a few gifted little ones with them, no matter what they're doing? That's why I had to make the first move. The relaxed and casual tone between words, as if the object he had just harmlessly disposed of was not a 7th Order blood marquis, but just a mosquito that would suck blood. Shangwan-ru suddenly realized. Sister, you couldn't have been worried that he made a move against Yuan and Suyan, and that's why you slaughtered him overnight, right? Shangwan Meng blinked. Are you sure you want to hear the answer? Shangwan-ru froze for a moment, and then consciously turned around to blow dry her hair. Don't want to, not at all. Shangwan Meng gently ch a sound, went to the bathroom, faded clothes, dense fog, vaguely visible that the fair and tender pretty carcass. Shangwan Meng after taking a shower. Shangwan-ru stood behind her, blow drying her hair and chatting in the process. By the way, sis, you don't know, the current Yuan seems to be a little bit slightly inflated. Shangwan Meng. Shangwan-ru recounted what had just happened. Shangwan Meng heard it, but only gave a faint oh. Maybe he really has mastered the 9 regicide gun to the perfection level, who knows? Shangwan-ru's hand shook and said somewhat helplessly. Sister, there has to be a limit to how high you can expect him to be. How many days has it been since he learned the 9 deicide gun? Less than 3 days. Reaching the perfection level? How is this possible? Shangguan Meng looked at herself in the mirror, and a strange light flickered in those good-looking alien pupils. It's generally impossible. But there will always be miracles in this world. I like miracle the best. It's almost time for the appointment. Yuan went out and took a taxi to the Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Center. This was the place Shangguan Ru had prepared for him to give his lectures, and it was also his leek garden. He's going to harvest a big wave of mood points here and then a premium draw. Period. Su Anyan heard the movement of Su Yuan going out. She had just received a text message from Shangguan Ru's invitation, so she naturally assumed that Su Yuan was there to listen to the lecture, and didn't lean in the slightest towards the aspect that Su Yuan was the lecturer. After all, just in the evening, he had asked himself to demonstrate the usage of the 9 regicide gun to him, and it was estimated that his mastery of the 9 regicide gun was still very low. At 10 o'clock at night, Su Yuan returned home with a big smile. As he predicted, play small, earn less, play big. Only then can you earn fiercely. At that time, when he had just arrived at the Ancient Spirit Martial Hall, the 4 martial artists that Shangguan Ru had helped him find had all arrived early. At first, they thought that Su Yuan was also someone who had come to listen to that master explain the 9 deicide gun. As a result, when they learned that Su Yuan was the Grandmaster who had explained the 9 deicide gun to them tonight, their expressions, TSK, 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 not to mention how wonderful they were. There were even some people who directly called Shangguan Ru with a phone call. Their tone of voice was a bit impulsive, questioning whether Shangguan Ru was making fun of them. After all, their strengths were all quite good, 1/3 order martial artist and 3/4 order martial artists, placed in Ereshur City, they were all dignified figures. Sure. This was based on the fact that they didn't know Shangguan Ru's true identity and true strength. Otherwise, even if Shangguan Ru made fun of them every day, not only would they not mind, they would enjoy it. Finally, or Shangguan Ru under the coercion of Shangguan Meng. Using his identity as the Director of Education as a guarantee, he asked them to cooperate with Su Yuan for a while first, and if it didn't work, then he would say it again. With that, several people finally agreed, and each demonstrated a wave of their mastery of the 9 regicide gun for Su Yuan. Then, it's so fragrant. It didn't matter if their mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the proficient level or the subtle level. Su Yuan was able to pinpoint several holes and shortcomings in them. The sophistication of his eyesight and insights convinced several martial artists to apologize for their previous slights. In response, Su Yuan naturally laughed it off. Cutting leaks, not too shabby. Room. Those 4 martial artists are all good and provide a lot of emotional value, plus Ru's sister was shocked when she learned about it. Before and after, it provided me with almost 2,000 points of emotional value. Now, a total of 4,231 points. Enough for 2 premium draws. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Straight to the draw. Ding. 4,000 emotion points consumed, starting 2 advanced draws. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 battle skill epiphany card blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 10 changes of the ancient gods Taotai change. Red quality. Out of the red. Chapter 5310 Fierce Powers, Messy Suanyan, Su. Grand Lecturer Su. Looking at the dazzling and incomparable red light, Su Yuan felt a little confused. It stands to reason that no matter what type of draw, the guarantee is 100 draws. In this situation, even if he drew 50 or 60 advanced draws without a red, Su Yuan felt normal. Results. Last time it was, thank you for your patronage, and this time it's red? Brother Tetsuko, I know you still love me. After taking a deep breath and throwing the Battle Skill Epiphany card into the system backpack, Su Yuan directly looked at the red quality reward. 10 changes of the ancient gods Taotai change. Introduction, a supreme secret method that can only be practiced by those with the bloodline of an ancient god. Generally speaking, the fewer the words, the bigger the thing. The introduction of this, 10 changes of the ancient god, only had such a short line, but the 4 big words supreme secret technique were extremely golden. A few minutes later, Su Yuan roughly skimmed through the general outline of this secret method, and his understanding of the ancient god's bloodline deepened a lot. It turned out that the ancient gods referred to a group of extremely powerful innate beings from the ancient times. Their physical bodies weren't overly exaggeratedly strong when they were first born, but they would continue to get stronger as time went on. This getting stronger. There is virtually no cap. When an ancient god came of age, picking the stars and taking the moon or whatever was just an unusual operation. What's more, they can prey on star giants and the cosmic stars, tearing through the void and crossing the void. I wonder what the ancient period here refers to. Surely it's not the ancient period of some planet, is it the entire universe? Yuan thought rather curiously. Also, it looks like you're just in the cub period now. In the future, with the passage of time, one didn't even need to cultivate source energy, one's physical body would become stronger and stronger. What a buggy herd. As for the origin of the 10 changes of the ancient gods, it was even more domineering. This was the strongest of the ancient gods, the ancient ancestor, who, after subduing the ancient 10 fowls, incorporated their essence blood into his own bloodline, thus acquiring the various abilities of the ancient 10 fowls. After this, but anyone with an ancient god bloodline could inspire the 10 fierce powers contained within their bodies by practicing the 10 transformations of the ancient gods. Of course, not everyone with an ancient god's bloodline could succeed. Depending on the concentration of the ancient god's bloodline, some people could only inspire one type of 10 fierce power, some could inspire 2, and some could inspire more. The bloodline possessor who can obtain all the power of the 10 fowls will be recognized as the holy son of the ancient god clan. The ancient god's bloodline I obtained is merely a golden quality reward, so I don't think the bloodline concentration will be high enough to even know if I can successfully inspire the power of this Taotai. That said, Yuan realized something. Although it was not specifically written in this 10 changes of the ancient gods which 10 fowls of the swift ages were, it was currently certain that there was Taotai on the blue star. I don't think I've heard of Taotai or anything like that. But on Earth, there are quite a few legends about Taotai. Although he had been Tyre transplanted into this world, Yuan had always been nostalgic about the Earth of his previous life. It is said that you are the origin of the universe and the center of all things, but the Earth does not have transcendental abilities, much less cultivation methods. Forget it, don't think about it, at least I have to wait until I become the strongest in the blue star, then it's not too late to think about these things. Yuan threw these miscellaneous thoughts out of his mind and began to silently try out the Taotai transformation. The Taotai, who eats nothing and swallows nothing. If he possessed the power of Taotai in his bloodline, it could be energized through this secret method. When stimulated, it can maximize the nutrients from food to be drawn, absorbed, and fed back to itself, accelerating its growth, and is a rather developmentally appropriate ability. 3 hours later, Yuan stopped. He sensed according to the Taotai transformations method, and there was no gain for the time being. But he wasn't discouraged. This was originally the supreme secret method of the ancient god clan. Wanting to cultivate it wasn't so easy at all, it couldn't be achieved overnight. Besides, just the Taotai transformation, which was one of the 10 transformations, was divided into several realms. The span from the very beginning of increased appetite and bigger appetite to the later humanoid Taotai, devouring the world, is still quite large. First, coagulate source orifices. The speed of coagulating one source orifice a day can't stop, and in the early hours of the morning, we still have to go observe the rising sun cultivation. Sister Ru will come to pick us up at 8 o'clock, time is a bit tight. Thinking so, Yuan sank his consciousness into his body and began to condense his fourth source orifice. Next morning, 8 o'clock. Shangwan Ru arrived on time. At this time, Yuan had already returned from Mount Yua after observing the rising sun early. Both he and Suyan had prepared their luggage. After all, Shangwan Ru had said that for the next 3 months, there would most likely be no time for them to go home. Take care of yourself, Su Qingling softly admonished. At the same time, he turned to Yuan and gently gestured towards Suyan, who was beside him with her eyes closed. That one meant for Yuan to take care of Suyan more outside. Yuan nodded knowingly. Road. Shangwan Ru said with a smile as she mentioned yesterday's 9 deicide guns lecture while driving the car. Lecturer Su, you really gave me a big surprise yesterday. You are unaware of what those martial artists said when they went back. Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Suyan on the side who unconsciously frowned. Su de lecturer? What's that supposed to mean? Yesterday? Was it that lecture on the 9-slayer gun? Just as Suyan was pondering, Shangwan Ru leisurely said. One by one, they all said that you guy is definitely the reincarnation of the gun immortal, or else how could you possibly have such an old-fashioned understanding and insight into gunplay? Hear this. Suyan pretty much understood. It was probably because Yuan went to listen to that lecture about the 9 regicide gun yesterday, and then understood it with ease, and his mastery of the 9 regicide gun had improved quite a bit, causing the martial artists who attended together to be taken aback. Rather, I didn't see that in addition to his physical body talent, this guy's enlightenment and qualifications were also good? What about? They were thinking of asking me about when you'd be free to give them some more pointers on their marksmanship, but I declined on the grounds that you've been busy lately. How about it? How does it feel to be a teacher for a bunch of high-ranked martial artists? Yuan laughed. It was okay, it felt good. Everyone does have some talent in marksmanship, they're all a little bit of the same. That's not bad. Without this group of students, where would one be able to draw an ancient mystic method like the Taotai transformation? Just bar. When the conversation between the two had reached this point, Suyan, who was on the sidelines, was thrown into utter confusion. Wait. Did she misunderstand something? High-ranked martial artists, inviting Yuan to show them how to shoot? Chapter 54 Condensed 4 Origin Orifices? Suyan, who was completely confused, struck and was very heavy. Suyan turned her head violently. The beautiful eyes that looked towards Yuan revealed a shocked look for the first time. If memory serves, the message Shangguan Ru sent her yesterday was: tonight at 7 p.m., at the Erishur City Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Hall, there is a lecture on the Nine-Slayer gun. The main speaker's mastery of the Nine-Slayer gun is at the perfect level. Are you going? Right. That's right. It's the perfect level. And the content of the conversation between Yuan and Shangguan Ru just now highlighted this fact without fail. Last night Yuan left home and went out, not to listen to a lecture at the Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Center, but by him to give the lecture. He, a person who had just awakened and come into contact with the 9 regicide gun, a battle skill, for less than 3 days, went to preach and teach and explain to other martial artists by virtue of his perfection level mastery. How is that possible? Suyan was in deep confusion. In her previous life, she hadn't learned the battle skill of the 9 regicide gun. After all, it was an A-ranked battle technique, and after only 3 days, it was already quite good to almost reach the level of inception. Why was Yuan able to walk in front of her? Yuan noticed her reaction and tried to ease the awkwardness. That, I didn't mean to keep it from you. Yesterday, when I asked you to demonstrate the 9 regicide gun to me once more, I originally wanted to help you point out some flaws and shortcomings. But seeing as you demonstrated it so seriously, I'm embarrassed to say it. I can teach you afterward if you need it. Suyan. Yuan's words undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions. His mastery of the 9 regicide gun had truly reached the perfect level. Suyan was silent for a while. This time, Shangguan Ru interjected. Well, isn't that shocking? We all came this way. Last night has been ruthlessly shocked, and now in the Erishur City's circle of marksmanship martial artists, all of them are circulating the legend of Yuan, and each of those martial artists looks like they've seen a treasure. Suyan. She was shocked, but more than that, confused. She gazed at Yuan, and in the end, she still couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart. How did you do that? Yuan thought about it and said seriously. Epiphany. Suyan was silent once more. For this reason. It's quite unintelligible. Things like epiphanies are such a no-brainer. In the cosmic stars, there are even many legends of hearing the Tao in the morning and realizing it in the evening. For example, that sword crazy who was one of the Tenyu with himself, he had a senior brother. 300 years of silent sword watching in the sword pavilion, neither practicing nor touching the sword. Until one day, he took hold of his sword, stepped out of the sword pavilion, and chopped down with a single stroke of his sword, splitting the stars. This, then, is called an epiphany. So, it was understandable that within 3 days, Yuan had mastered the 9 regicide gun to the perfection level. Ryoko. Suyan said softly. You're pretty strong. Yuan froze. He hadn't expected Suyan to pop out with such a sentence, which was slightly out of character with her, somewhat. On the contrary, Shangguan Ru watched the fun and smiled. It's nothing for others to praise your genius, it's really powerful to have a demon like you praise your genius and recognize you. Suyan didn't say any more. She withdrew her gaze and clasped her hands to her chest, eyes closed. In his heart, he had slightly changed his opinion of Yuan. If it was said that the original her was indifferent to the system's selection of Yuan as her first comparison, she was totally unconcerned and even regarded it as a newbie benefit. Now, then, she's going to have to fight a little bit. Something like an epiphany. It can be found but not sought. It's quite an opportunity to have one. Could there be a second time, a third time? It's not possible. So, there were still 7 days left, and with just the perfect grade 9 regicide gun, she would still be able to win against Yuan. Because the understanding of battle techniques was ultimately just that, an understanding, on paper. Whether or not it can be cast is the question. It's as if some genius can know how to build a nuclear bomb by heart, even more detailed than some engineering experts, but can he build it? Apparently not. 7 days. I'll raise all 3 battle skills to the Inception level. Plus my combat experience, my understanding and control of battle techniques, and my understanding and control of source energy. Unless he's on a crushing level against me in battle, it's impossible for either to win against me. And trying to crush me. There is no possibility. Suyan remained confident. She no longer spoke, but silently observed the Hainsha subduing prison diagram and cultivated her spiritual power. Being reborn in her first life, her spiritual power was already higher than the others, and as long as she could successfully visualize the first prison, it would be enough to be invincible in the same realm. If only you were stronger. Yuan thought silently in his mind. After learning that his mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the perfect level, Suyan's shock only provided him with less than 10 points of emotional value. This guy, too weak. Of course, he didn't expect to harvest much emotional value from Suyan. Although she had awakened an SSS rank talent like herself, it seemed as if there was nothing special about her at the moment, or at least she hadn't shown much strength. I wonder how she compares to that Morongbai guy. Right. Having just mentioned Epiphany, Yuan suddenly thought of the battle skill Epiphany card he had drawn yesterday. This was a blue quality reward, and like before, it worked up to an A-ranked battle skill, which could be upgraded to the perfection level. It was only due to the excitement of practicing the 10 changes of the ancient god yesterday that he had forgotten about it. So, was it the defense battle skill, Singularity Source Shield? Or is it the body technique, Shadow Flash? After thinking for a while, Yuan decided to use it on Shadow Flash. Offense is the best defense. He remains true to this philosophy. Defensive battle skills could only be used for defense, but body technique battle skills could make his offense more powerful. Ding! Consuming the battle skill Epiphany card, the A-ranked battle skill, Shadow Flash, has been upgraded to the perfection rank. Get comfortable. This Epiphany just works. Satisfied, he closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. Yuan began to visualize the rising sun and cultivate the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. After 3 days of cultivation, he could feel that his spiritual power had indeed grown, not much, but it was real progress. The most obvious change was that he had nearly doubled from only being able to visualize for 10 minutes in the beginning to 16 minutes now, and that burning pain he felt when visualizing the rising sun had also slightly lessened. Keep up the good work, and when you are accomplished in your spiritual cultivation, you will cut a wave of leaks ruthlessly. 2 hours later. On the outskirts of Ereshur City, in front of a huge building. After the car stopped, Yuan and Suyan ended their respective mental view thoughts. This is the special training arena I ordered to be built since I came to Ereshur City, and I originally didn't know when it would come in handy. Shangwanru looked at the arena in front of him rather emotionally, before turning his head and giving a gentle smile towards the two. Starting today, you're going to have a no good time here. Go. The large arena was separated into several areas. Before the special training officially began, Shangwanru once again tested the detailed data for the two. It was reasonable to say that it had just been tested not too long ago, and there was absolutely no need to test it again, but Shangwanru knew deep down that Yuan was a freak, and that he was different from one day to the next. Facts. She's right. Yuan, how many source orifices have you condensed now? What realm is it? For source orifices, awakening stage 4. It's really just 1 paragraph a day, isn't it? Shangwanru helplessly made a note in the record book before turning her head to look at Suyan. And Yen, what about you? Suyan's entire body stood still. In those few short seconds, she thought about many, many things. But in the end, there were only silent words to express the inner thoughts. Chapter 55, Under the Devil's Body is an Even More Devilish Heart. Tell the truth. Suyan felt that her mental capacity was still quite strong. When he learned that Yuan had mastered the A-ranked battle skill 9 regicide gun to the perfection level in only 3 short days, although there was some small shock in his heart, he was at least able to keep it taut. It's an epiphany. What kind of things can happen? But you tell her now. While having an epiphany of battle skills, Yuan had also condensed 4 source orifices along the way, reaching the 4th stage of the awakening stage? Please. This is Blue Star. It is a primary civilization that has not yet connected with the cosmic stars. Whether it was the level of understanding and mastery of source energy, or the understanding of the division of cultivation realms, it was still quite scarce, and even the utility of the various types of heavenly materials was relatively low. In other words, if it was the scions of those great starry sky clans and the direct descendants of huge powers, they used all kinds of starry sky treasures to mold their roots and then progressed at a rapid pace, condensing 1 source orifice a day. No problem, it makes sense. But Yuan did that too. It's more or less mind-boggling. Suyan gazed at Yuan, the look on her face as if this was the first time she had known this boy who had been living with her for a whole year. 4 days to condense 4 source orifices. Amazing. A small amount of stress filled her mind, but the problem remained small. It was only the stage of awakening, not yet stepping into formal cultivation, and every 1 source orifice condensed had a very limited increase in battle power. There was no essential difference between awakening stage 9 and awakening stage 1. And there are still 6 days to go before the first comparison begins. At Yuan's rate of condensing 1 source orifice a day, it would take 5 days to reach the 9th stage of the awakening stage. After that, it will take some time to break through the threshold and step into the first rank. The original self had used 4 days, even if he had excellent qualifications, he should have used 2 days at the very least, right? Calculating like this, when the first comparison came, Yuan should not be able to step into the first stage, but remain at the 9th stage of the awakening stage. As for yourself? It should reach around awakening order 6. The system had said that the comparison was about battle power, not just realm, and unless Yuan could step into the first rank, she had a solid victory. What a dog-licking adventure, it was something that could never happen to her, she swore. Seeing Suyan's silence, the Shangwan Ru on the side thought that she was struck by Yuan and laughed. It's okay. Cheer up. Maybe after this experimental special training, you'll surpass him? Anything is possible, right? Suyan nodded gently. That's right, there were still 6 days to go, and she was confident that she would surpass Yuan in terms of battle power. Sure. Even if it doesn't end up being a match, it's nothing. With a cultivation speed like his, not to mention Arashur City or the Nanjiang administrative region, even if it's placed in the entire Great Xia's heavenly pride, it's the top handful. You could have found another reference to compare it to, perhaps a little more appropriate. Suyan. She didn't refute the second half of Shangwan Ru's words. After all, she didn't know much about herself, and she hadn't displayed her sharpness like Yuan, so it was normal that she would think this way. As for finding another comparison, she will. As long as she defeated Yuan in the first comparison, the system would pick the next opponent for her. With each win, the system picks a stronger opponent. A more demonic opponent than him, I wonder who it will be. Suyan was looking forward to this. After testing the appropriate data, Shangwan Ru began to introduce the two to the various divisions of the arena. The first thing you come to, on the east side of the arena, where there are 2 rooms made of special magnetic material, is the high-pressure gravity room. When performing high-pressure gravity training, the gravity multiplier is regulated by me. I will adjust it to critical values based on real-time data of your bodily functions. After a period of holding out at critical mass, I will adjust the gravity multiplier to 1.2 times critical mass, after which you will be required to hold out for 10 minutes. During this process, you may suffer great pain, and it may even lead to muscle dissolution, necrosis, and a host of other conditions. But don't worry. A big smile appeared on Shangwan Ru's face. I have prepared you with the highest level of therapeutic equipment and resources, as well as the best pharmaceutical preparations, and am myself a top human biologist. Suyan looked bland. As one of the high-end forces in the cosmic stars, the cultivation of battle chi could be difficult. She had used her physical body to enter the cosmic storm as a way to squeeze her potential and cultivate her battle chi. This kind of gravity chamber was really nothing to her. Yuan, on the other hand, was excited. He was very interested in the kind of power displayed by Shangwan Ru that could break down and resist source energy. But of more interest was the large amount of emotional value one could harvest after confirming the existence of qi. According to Shangwan Ru's words, the entire Xia hierarchy could be sensationalized by this. After the gravity chamber. It's the south side of the arena. This is the virtual sparring area. This is the latest virtual reality technology developed by our Clover Group. After entering the simulation cabin, it is able to simulate your body in virtual cyberspace, and the sense of realism can reach 95%. Here, I will arrange for you to fight to the death, and the realism needs to be kept at a maximum ceiling of 95%, and the only way to end the fight is with your death, or the death of your opponent. Of course, if you guys are experiencing psychological problems during your intense deathmatch, you can seek me out for detachment. I have a doctorate in psychology on the side. Virtual versus. There was a similar technology in the cosmic stars, but it was more mature, more perfect, and the number of people who used it was quite huge, even extending enough to affect the top 100 battle list of the major powers in the universe. Only the top, most powerful combat geniuses were able to make it to the top of the list and be worshipped and admired by countless people. Back then, Suyan had gotten the top 30 seats in the 100-strong battle ranking, thus obtaining acceptance into the Kanglan Battle Academy and starting her legendary life. The west side of the arena. Recovery area that houses all types of top-notch medical equipment and resources. On the north side of the arena was Yuan and Suyan's living area. 3 months of special training, you won't be spending much time here. The place that can truly sharpen you is outside the city, outside the walls, in the wild realm where the beasts are raging and the crises are everywhere. Every few days, I will drop you off in the area of ferocious beasts that exceed the limits of your strength, and only give you a helping hand when you are about to die. Scared? After introducing the major areas of the arena, Shangwan-ru asked with a smile. Suyan shook her head. Yuan then laughed. Please. In the 10 changes of the ancient gods, it was said that only extreme crises of life and death could maximize the power contained in the bloodline. If he wanted to master the Taodai transformation, he just needed this kind of limit-breaking refinement, so naturally, he was looking forward to it immensely. Very good. The smile on Shangwan-ru's face grew wider. I just love how energized you guys are, and I hope you can keep it up more often. Facts. People get ideas. Especially after realizing that within Shangwan-ru's devilish figure, there was an even more devilish heart. Yuan was finally able to understand why when Shangwan-ru said that she wanted to involve herself in the experimental special training, Shangwan Mang would feel such strong pity for herself. It was only the 4th day of coming here, and Yuan felt as if he was living in hell. High-pressure gravity training time. Shangwan-ru was really daring on the multiplier. When he first walked into the gravity chamber, Shangwan-ru came straight to 10x gravity. It was logical that it shouldn't be slowly adding up. Yuan didn't adapt for a moment and almost stumbled and was crushed to the ground. And the result? Shangwan-ru just knew to stare at the data on the screen, full of excitement and doubling up. It had been added until 20 times gravity, and when Yuan's limbs were all clinging to the ground because of that terrifying gravity and couldn't move a single bit, only then did she come to the front of the transparent gravity chamber, and with her face full of flushes, she cheered him up and made him stand up. Stand your ass up. I have the bloodline of an ancient god and a strong physical body, but sis, do you need to come up here and mess with 20 times gravity? That's not all. After the high-pressure gravity training, there is virtual deathmatch. The objects Shangwan-ru had chosen for him to fight to the death were all simulated virtual ferocious beasts, with strengths around the first rank limit. But going up against 5 heads at a time. Each time, after barely killing 2-3 of them, they ran out of steam and were brutally killed by the remaining 2 and split up. Is there no underage protection for this kind of gore? Also driven to 95% realism? You see how this is a human life? Sure. Misery to misery. All kinds of nutritional supplements, cultivation resources, Shangwan-ru was really willing to spend money. Yuan checked a little bit. The most common supplements among them were sold at prices as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars, the very best of the very best. Break time. Living quarters, dining room. High-pressure gravity training, extreme deathmatch training. Every day is worse than death, it's like living in hell, and you have to juggle practicing. I honestly admire myself. Yuan lifted the 320,000 worth of nutrients in his hand towards Suyan, who was sitting across from him. Touch. We've kind of been in this together. Aha! Compared to Yuan, Suyan was obviously much calmer. She took the nutrient in her hand and gently clinked glasses with Yuan, drinking it in one gulp and letting the fiery liquid boil inside her body, repairing all sorts of tiny wounds. Since her talent was not in the area of physical body strengthening, the pressure Shangwan-ru put on her was still slightly lighter than Yuan. Of course, the ease was extremely limited, and I'm afraid that any other girl who came over would not be able to handle even 5 minutes of hellish training. But Suyan persisted. Because they don't mean anything to her. In her previous life, she had experienced even more brutal training, and her Dao heart had long been firm and unshakable. At this, Shangguanru was surprised repeatedly, and even Su Yuan was very surprised. He had thought that Suyan would give up quickly. The first actual battle in the desolate domain is going to start tomorrow. In the virtual deathmatch, I got chewed up by those ferocious beasts with gusto. I'm going to have to go on a killing spree tomorrow. Su Yuan put down the nutrients in his hand and lamented. Every time he thought about the end of a deathmatch these days, he hardened his fists. But that said, during these 4 days, even though he was tired, he still maintained the rate of condensing one source orifice a day. Now that he was already at the 8th stage of the awakening stage, he was very close to officially becoming a first-stage martial artist. At the same time, his physical body had also become much stronger under Shangguanru's constant pressure, and his ultimate punching power had grown from 512 kilograms at the beginning to 732 kilograms. This rate of increase is very impressive. Suyan didn't answer. The day after tomorrow is the first comparison of the systems. Under the extreme high-pressure training, she had already reached the 5th stage of the awakening stage and had raised all 3 of her rank battle skills into the subtle level. Beyond that, she was also utilizing the Shadow Servant to deduce an S-ranked battle technique called Infernal Blade Shadow, which was currently at the proficient level, but had never been displayed. Relying on this battle skill, she believed that her battle power was enough to kill Su Yuan in seconds. So, there was not a ripple in her mind, and had already begun to think about what kind of resource rewards the system would provide for her after winning. When his gaze finally landed back on Su Yuan's body, his expression was bland and his focus was no longer on the present, but the future. After I win, the connection between me and him, it should have ended. But he does have some uniqueness in his cultivation talent. If the follow-up won't be too far behind me, perhaps he can be taken under my wing. At the very least, it's slightly more reliable than the sisters Shangguan Mang and Shangguan Ru. Chapter 56, The Road Runs Out of Guns. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Know what a wasteland is? On a private jet. Shangguan Ru shook the goblet in his hand, the red wine swaying and giving off a mellow aroma. Paired with that long icy blue hair, her stunning face, and that hot body, it made her look as if she was a cynical phantom demon. Ever since Su Yuan and Suyan's experimental special training began, Shangguanru had resigned from her position as the director of the Arashur City Education Bureau, not needing to role-play in her identity, so naturally, she wasn't as formalized. No. Su Yuan gently nodded, but his gaze was not on Shangguanru's body, but rather looking out the window. It was said that after breaking through the fusion realm and reaching the limit realm, which was the 7th stage, one would be able to fly in the air with their own power, quite looking forward to it. I was introduced to it in school. After that mutation hundreds of years ago, creatures mutated in humans started on the path of source energy cultivation. Between ferocious beasts, magical plants and humans, conflicts broke out on a tragic occasion, countless countries fell and cities were destroyed. In the end, mankind resisted successfully, rebuilt their homes, and constructed a civilization, and beyond civilization. It's the wasteland, the paradise of beasts and plants, the lost paradise of mankind. Shangguanru nodded, gently took a sip of red wine, and smiled. Exactly. Generally speaking, it's unlikely that anyone would take the initiative to travel to the desolate domain before becoming a full-fledged martial artist, that is, entering the rank. Even if you go, you'll go in groups, but you two are different. I'm going to give you the most brutal training, so later on you two will have to move separately. As Shangguanru spoke, Suyan looked out the window as calmly as Su Yuan. Is that mutation from 100 years ago? A flash of remembrance passed through her beautiful eyes. The original her was convinced of this, but then when she stepped out of the blue planet and into the stars she realized that this was no accident at all, but an inevitability, an evolution, a test. The starry region where Blue Star was located was called the Ancient Origin Starfield, one of the 10 largest starfields in the outer universe. The specific division is the Eastern Spiritual Domain in the Ancient Origin Starfield. 1/3 of the Eastern Spirit Region's territory was occupied by the Nine-Star Alliance. The Nine-Star Alliance was a federal polity concluded by 9 human planetary civilizations, and Blue Star was an ordinary planet on the edge of this frontier. Back then, the exploration fleet of the Nine-Star Alliance dropped the seed of evolution for the blue star at the edge of the frontier after discovering it. This seed of evolution caused the plants and animals on the blue planet, as well as human beings, to undergo genetic mutations, and from then on, they were able to sense the source energy of the universe and embarked on the path of evolution. The Nine-Star Alliance had set a deadline of 500 years for the blue star. Within 500 years, as long as blue star gives birth to a strong person who breaks through the limit realm and steps into the star realm, it is considered to have completed the test and can join the Nine-Star Alliance and become a member of the Federation, with a certain amount of autonomy. If one fails to complete the test, then after screening out a portion of the geniuses to join the Nine-Star Alliance, the blue star will have to become the Nine-Star Alliance's industrial planet, responsible for carrying out all sorts of production, mining, and a series of other industrial labors. To be honest, among the various huge forces, the Nine-Star Alliance's approach was already considered quite moderate. In comparison, the Long Yu Empire, which was also one of the hegemonic level forces in the Eastern Spirit region, was much simpler and rougher. Those who were not selected were either directly treated as slaves or pulled to the interstellar battlefield as cannon fodder, to be rolled over into meat slag on the brutal and bloody battlefield. There were still 5 years to go before the critical period of the examination set by the Nine-Star Alliance would be reached. In his last life, when the examination deadline was reached, no one in Blue Star was able to break through the 9th rank, and Shangguan Meng, who was once the most promising, disappeared before that for unknown reasons, and then rumors of his death were spread. Suyan herself has only just broken through the 7th rank because her cultivation time was too short. This life. The fate of Blue Star will be changed by her. Suyan's gaze was firm. 2 hours later, the aircraft departed the security zone and entered the airspace of the wasteland. The safety guards on both sides of the wings opened up, creating a powerful barrier of energy protection around the fuselage. In the desolate domain, apart from the large number of ferocious beasts on the ground, in the sky, there were likewise mutated avian ferocious beasts. It was only that this was the outskirts of the desolate domain, and the strength of the ferocious beasts were all relatively weak, and they all turned into ashes the moment they touched the energy protection shield. Okay. Shangguan Ru put down his wine glass. She had Su Yuan and Su Anyan both enter the drop pods individually, while dropping them off at different locations. Today's training has one goal. Starting from the drop-off site, cross 80 kilometers on foot to reach the designated site. What kind of ferocious beasts and what kind of magic plants will be encountered during the period are all unknown. The two men were equipped with detection instruments that would automatically deploy protection when they detected a lethal damage energy level, but that also meant the training had failed. The losers are going to have to train even more no good before returning to that arena full of no good memories. Boom! Pristine forests. The meteor-like landing capsule impacted with the ground, smashing a deep crater with a loud noise. Not a moment too soon. The hatch opened. A silhouette leapt out of the deep pit. Is this the wasteland? Su Yuan stretched his body slightly, and behind his back, he carried the long spear that was customized for him. The gun is 7 feet long, with a golden rod and a golden dragon head, and a silver tongue at the front end, weighing 321 pounds, with great strength and power, pointing to death and touching death. According to Shangguan Ru, if the weapon is used well, it can be upgraded afterwards by updating and fusing advanced materials to keep it upgraded without having to replace it directly. Many strong people's handy weapons came from such a long way, because they had feelings and couldn't give them up. So Su Yuan simply named it Road End. Referring to, there is no way forward before the road ends at the gun. When it comes to this gun, your life, it's the end of the line. Compared to the urban area, the concentration of source energy in the wasteland was significantly higher. This also led to the plants and animals in the wasteland mutating at a much faster rate, with more varieties of mutations. Hiss. A hissing sound came. Su Yuan shifted his gaze to the right and saw a huge python coiled on a thick tree to the side. The vertical pupils of the python were cold and cruel, and its body was huge, bucket-thick, and looked to be at least 10 meters or so. An alert came from the smart bracelet worn on his wrist. The wolf python has been detected. An upper rank 1 ferocious beast. Su Yuan was a little disappointed. Next, his form had disappeared. Under the perfect level shadow flash enchantment. Even with the Road End gun, Su Yuan's figure was still like a ghost. The vertical pupil of the wolf swallowing python narrowed slightly, but before it could react, it felt as if its body was being tightly choked by 2 pairs of iron pincers. Good brothers. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Su Yuan grinned. Immediately after. Sizzle. He lashed out with both hands. The muscles of both arms instantly bulged, and the terrifying power that erupted was actually directly tearing this giant python hard into two. As the spinal nerves were still working, the two parts of the wolf-swallowing python's body were still struggling violently in Su Yuan's hands. It's been said that dizziness is normal. What are you fidgeting with? Su Yuan smiled. The previous few days of hellish training had really fired him up, huh? He slammed the two severed snakes in his hands into the giant trees several meters thick on either side until they were a bloody mess, and only then did he drop them like garbage. Toward a destination 80 kilometers away, set off. Chapter 57, Swallowing the Mortal, Swallowing the Spirit, Swallowing the Gods, Swallowing the Earth. Heaven swallowing. Swish. A blade flashed. A first-rank upper-level ferocious beast was chopped in half. Suyan sheathed her sword, and immediately afterward, the shadow servant transformed into a shadow that covered the corpse of the ferocious beast. After a few short minutes, only a white bone remained in the same spot, while the vanished flesh and blood was disintegrated and absorbed by the shadow servant before turning into a rich life elemental force that fed back into Suyan's body. Finally got this ability back. Feeling the power of chi and blood surging within her body, the corners of Suyan's mouth lifted a little. During this period of time, apart from cultivating and deducing battle techniques, she spent the rest of her time trying to develop and restore the various abilities of the Shadow Servant. With the experience of her previous life, this life she had developed several abilities of the Shadow Servant in advance, which included this drawing Yuan that devoured the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts and fed back to herself. It was only that the current effect of drawing Yuan was very limited, with roughly less than 10% of the life energy being able to be fed back to one's own body, much less efficient than pure energy such as origin energy, when it came to transmission. But that's enough. As long as enough ferocious beasts were killed, what was the harm in being less efficient? Afternoon. The sun was slanting in the west, and the silence of the primeval forest was filled with the smell of blood. Su Yuan glanced at his smart bracelet. He had advanced 36 kilometers and had cumulatively killed ferocious beasts. First order limit 1 head. First order upper 18 heads. First order medium 52 heads. First order lower 104 heads. Worthy of the desolate domain, this ferocious beast density. Tough enough. In the process, Su Yuan himself had sustained some injuries, which were left behind when he fought against that first-rank limit Pale Silver Wolf. That Pale Silver Wolf was the Wolf King, and following it were 4 upper rank 1 and 6 middle rank 1 ordinary silver wolves. That one, it was a great fight. Su Yuan had had his fill of it, and the Rodin gun had drank its fill of blood. 10 kilometers ahead again. Puff. Su Yuan shook the body of his gun and flung the first-rank upper-level ferocious beast Thunder Leopard, which had been pierced through his heart by his own shot, onto the ground. It was only at this time that a feeling suddenly arose in him. So hungry. The moment the thought was perceived. Su Yuan froze for a moment before his eyes snapped open. Immediately placing the Rodin gun aside, he sat down and began to run the ancient god 10 changes Tao Tai change at full speed. Hungry. 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 Swallow. 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 An unprecedented feeling of hunger came over Su Yuan, making him feel that the current version of himself was almost able to eat a whole cow. At the same time, the cells of the whole body, mobilized by the secret method, turned into a bloody mouth, greedily devouring the nutrients left in Su Yuan's body. That was the super nutritional potion that Su Yuan had been taking these days, and with a price tag of hundreds of thousands of dollars at every turn, it could be imagined how rich the nutrition contained within it was. It was just that the original Su Yuan had absorbed it in an extremely limited manner. Boom boom boom. Chi and blood were rushing. This was a power that was very different from source energy, a power that only belonged to the physical body, ancient, pale and pure. Success! Who? Su Yuan stood up. A burning desire in his eyes. He, actually, managed to stimulate the Tao Tai power within his body at this moment. Although this power is still thin for the time being, it is a huge leap forward. He came to the Thunder Panther, and the power of the flare of the sun from the trail of the sun surged out, burning its fur to the ground. And then Su Yuan hesitated slightly. He had an instinctive feeling that he was able to directly eat the entire Thunder Leopard raw and completely digest it. But he finally built a fire and cooked it for dinner. He was still a bit overwhelmed by the idea of eating blood and all that. Not a moment too soon. After wolfing down an entire Thunder Leopard, By all rights, it should have already lasted until it exploded, but Yuan felt that he could still eat several more heads. Yuan recalled the realm divisions in the Taotai transformation in his mind. According to the Taotai transformation, the first level of the realm is called the mortal swallowing realm. It is divided into flesh-eating, bone-munching, and blood-quenching. Flesh-eating. The ability to digest flesh and blood has increased drastically, and is able to draw on the essence of flesh and blood to nourish the physical body. I'm in that state right now. After that comes mouthful of bones. At this time, not only the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, but even the nutritional essence in the bones can be broken down and digested. Further on, it's quenching blood. Drinking the blood of ferocious beasts will enrich and strengthen one's own chi and blood. Simple and crude. After the mortal swallowing realm, it's spirit swallowing, God swallowing, earth swallowing, and heaven swallowing. Yuan's gaze grew fiery. By practicing the Taotai transformation and continuously raising the Taotai power contained in the ancient god's bloodline, I wonder how far I can go. Swallowing the sky, it sounds overbearing. In the fantasy, Yuan felt as if he had transformed into a heaven-swallowing, earth-eating Taotai beast, devouring a star and all visible things in the vastness of the universe. Not a moment too soon. Yuan rested, got up, and continued on. The ferocious beasts encountered along the way, the ones that looked oddly shaped, were killed directly, and the ones that looked delicious, were barbecued and eaten. Evening. 18 kilometers from the destination. Yuan had met his toughest opponent so far. This is a sheep standing on 2 feet. That mimicry of a human standing is bizarre. The physiologically disconcerting horizontal pupils on that seemingly docile goat's face sent chills down his back. Yuan hadn't noticed it when he passed by just now, and it wasn't until the smart bracelet's detection gave a hint that he saw the human goat hiding behind a tree with only half of its face exposed. Second order lower beast man-eating goat. Dude. You put a scare into it, you know? Yuan raised the Rodin gun in his hand and laughed softly. He loved to eat roasted lamb, but when faced with this weird human sheep in front of him, he just wanted to hurry up and slaughter it. Hearing Yuan's words, the cannibal goat's head sidled slightly, as if in thought. But in the next second, its figure appeared on the spot where Yuan was originally standing. So fast. Yuan, who had pulled away in advance, stared slightly. This is the benefit of practicing the Great Sun Observation Sutra. His spiritual power, insight, and reflexes had all become sharper, or perhaps he wouldn't have been able to dodge that strike just now. And the 2 hands of this cannibal goat were being staggered apart left and right. This was, if one didn't dodge, one's neck would be broken by it? It's kind of fun. The tip of Yuan's gun was slightly raised. Looking at the second-ranked ferocious beast in front of him, he slowly opened his mouth. To be able to cross a large realm to kill an enemy, that's called a genius, a demon. To be able to cross 2 great realms to kill the enemy, that's called hanging out. The words fell. Shadow flash. Electricity. Yuan had already arrived behind the cannibal goat. And then the 9 regicide gun. This time, it was 9 shots in one. Chapter 58, Are You Reborn? Do you have a system? Suyan was confused. 9 guns in one. At this moment, the 9 regicide gun erupted with unimaginably terrifying might. The body of the Rodin gun was trembling, and the tip of the gun was vaguely pulling out a trail of residual shadows. Boom! That cannibalistic goat sensed the coming danger and hurriedly clamped his hands together, actually attempting to clamp down on the stabbing lance. It was reasonable to say that second-order ferocious beasts had already completed a certain degree of source energy hardening, and in terms of strength, they were absolutely crushed relative to humans in the awakening stage. However, it was up against Yuan. Sizzle! The skin of the cannibal goat's hands was instantly torn apart. Blood spurted out. Instead of stopping the Rodin gun by a fraction of a second, he missed the opportunity to move his stance and avoid the vital location of his heart as a result. Just like that, the Rodin gun instantly pierced through the heart of the cannibal goat, and the impact that had undergone 9 consecutive increases in a very short period of time directly shattered the heart to smithereens. Who? Yuan put away his gun. Watching the carcass of the cannibalistic goat slowly fall felt not bad. Speaking of which, this was still the first time he had ever executed the perfection grade 9 regicide gun, still failing to combine source energy and relying solely on pure violence. It was surprisingly so astonishingly powerful. in a private airplane hovering over the wasteland. Shangguanru slowly sat up, the shock in her beautiful eyes was hard to describe. Just now, the smart bracelet that Su Yuan was wearing sent back data that Su Yuan had killed a second-rank ferocious beast. Although it was only a weaker cannibal goat in the lower rank of the second rank, one must realize that Su Yuan was only at the 8th stage of the awakening rank right now. There was a full 2 great realms away from the second order lower. If I remember correctly, at the very beginning of his training, he could only fight against 3 first-rank extreme ferocious beasts at the same time. I didn't expect to grow so fast. Shangguanru's breathing gradually shortened, and the excitement in her beautiful eyes became more and more intense. And keep upping the DOS when we get back. I'm going to ravage him hard. Nightfall. Destination. Su Yuan arrived first. 80 kilometers of road was not far to say the least, but the road was filled with all sorts of ferocious beasts and magical plants, which was still quite tricky. Due to the fact that he had successfully stimulated the diluted Tao Dai power in the ancient god's bloodline, eating while walking was not a problem in terms of physical strength. It was the body that was left with a number of scars, some of which had coalesced into bloody scabs. The worst, a stab wound on the left side of the abdomen, was about 2 fingers deep, and the whitish ribs were faintly visible. This was the second-rank 2 lower-level ferocious beast that Su Yuan had encountered after that man-eating goat, the arm-blade ape. This second-rank beast was extremely agile and had evolved extremely sharp arm blades on both of its small arms. Su Yuan owed this wound to it. Of course, that arm sword ape ended up dying under Su Yuan's Rodan gun, becoming one of the dead souls under the gun. It was just that casting the perfection, grade 9 regicide gun twice in a row, even if his physical body was a lot stronger compared to a few days ago, it was still beyond the load. After a while, Suyan arrived as well. Similar to Su Yuan, on her body, there were quite a few wounds, some of which were not even as shallow as the knife wound on Su Yuan's abdomen. However, on that stunningly beautiful face, there were only clouds and lightness, and not the slightest hint of pain could be seen. Honestly, Su Yuan quite admired her. In these days of hellish training, almost never saw her frown. Su Yuan even once suspected that this guy's brain is not fully developed, press simply no pain receptors. The 2 men looked at each other without words. After a while, Su Yuan lamented. If Aunt Su saw you in this state now, she would probably be heartbroken. Suyan was silent for a moment and slowly said. If you are afraid of pain and injury, you can never grow strong. Yo! I didn't think you could say something so philosophical. Suyan didn't respond, she just raised her head. In the desolate domain, the starry sky at night was so bright and starry that it reminded her of quite a few past events. Su Yuan was similarly looking at the starry sky, but unlike Suyan, he was thinking about how much stronger he could become if one day he cultivated the Tao Dai transformation to the swallowing heaven realm and swallowed a star. Suddenly, Suyan withdrew her gaze. She looked to Su Yuan, who was on the side. Don't get too far behind me if you can help it. She had already decided that if she had the chance, she would take Su Yuan out of the blue star. This guy, he was more emotionally stable and talented enough, and more crucially, bringing him along would put Su Qingling at ease. Su Yuan? Do you want to see what you're talking about? He took a careful look at Suyan beside him, his expression serious and his tone earnest. Let me ask something. You say you're a reborn? Hear that? Suyan's figure lurched, her pupils narrowing slightly. She turned her head sideways without a trace, gazing into the dark, silent forest in the distance, and shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. So you bring the system? Suyan frowned. Are you reading too many novels? She remembered very clearly that the system prompted that if its existence was revealed, all cultivation would be forfeited and the binding would be cancelled. She needed the resources rewarded by the system to accelerate and advance her development, so there was no way she was going to let that happen. Su Yuan grinned. Then you should take back that statement you just made. Suyan. I don't understand you. Su Yuan laughed. You'll see in a couple days. Suyan was suddenly nervous for no reason. 2 days? What do you mean? The day after tomorrow is the first comparison. Is there any deeper meaning in his statement? What does he know? Just when Suyan's heart was first flooded with waves, Su Yuan, however, leaned back on the grass with his hands resting on his head, looking at the sky full of stars, and said slowly and leisurely. In 2 days I should be breaking through to rank 1 and becoming a full-fledged martial artist. In time. It's your turn not to be left too far behind. Suyan. She thought it was something. It turned out that Yuan was referring to this. It didn't pose any problem for her. Because realm is never the only factor to measure battle power. At this point, not far away in a flat clearing, Shangwan Ru's private jet slowly landed. The cabin door slowly opened and she waved towards the two with a smile. Hey! Get over here. It's not for you guys to come and fall in love at public expense, okay? Yuan. Suyan. Yuan got up and gently patted the dust on his pants. After I get stronger, I'll make sure to let those people who are messing around know why the flowers are so red. Suyan seriously chimed in. Me too. It was quite late when I returned to Erishur City. Shangwan Ru conducted a thorough examination and treatment for both of them. In today's world, being rich isn't necessarily invincible, but it sure is cool. The 2-finger-wide knife wound on Yuan's left side of his abdomen was almost healed in just 2 short hours after smearing a kind of ointment called New Life, simply achieving the legendary flesh and bones. But then he went and looked it up. Nice guy. A bottle of $1.32 million. Excuse me. Night. All is silent. Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to condense his night source orifice. These days, even if he was tired, he hadn't delayed the cultivation of his source energy, and today was naturally the same. When the night source orifice was condensed, he would be able to start impacting the first stage. Yuan's mood was still somewhat excited. But before that, he glanced at the system panel. During these 4 days, although he himself didn't show his face outside anymore, in the outside world, the legend of Master was still circulating. Those few gun technique cultivators who had been obediently coached by him not only kept in mind the shortcomings that Yuan had pointed out for them and improved on them every day, they were also talking about Yuan's demonic nature with other people. SSS class gifted person. Reincarnation of the gun fairy. 3 days of a rank battle skills to reach perfect level mastery. God. One by one, the names came out. A lot of shock value was harvested for Yuan. Of course, Yuan realized that mood swings that were not caused directly through himself, but rather in this indirect way, would have a certain discount in the harvest of mood values. Still, that's nearly 2,000 points accumulated over the past 4 or 5 days. What man doesn't love to see red? Or another premium draw? Chapter 59 Enlightenment Tea. Suyan wants to spar with me? Think of it as coaxing a child. Come on. It's time to save and spend. I'm not that bad. Ding. Consume 2,000 emotional values for a premium draw. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 caddy of 4-grain Enlightenment Tea. Gold color quality. Enlightenment Tea, tea produced by the legendary Enlightenment Bodhi tree, according to the quality from low to high, divided into 1 line to 9 lines, after taking it can permanently increase the enlightenment, for the most sought-after treasure in the cosmic universe. Gold rewards again. Comfortable. It's so cozy. Yuan knows his stuff. The overall level, if it's not on, is upper middle of the pack. Now what? Brother is not only open. Brother himself is going to be awesome. Mindfulness. A small jade bottle appeared in Yuan's palm, emitting a faint verdant stream of light. At a glance it was not a mortal product. After opening the lid of the jade bottle, a refreshing fragrance came from the heart, and just gently sniffing on it made one's spirit rise. Come on. Make tea. Yuan immediately took a few slices of enlightenment tea out. The leaves were full, and there were 4 arcane lines faintly on them, emitting a heavenly Taoist rhythm. When Yuan put the enlightenment tea into the water, something magical happened. Only to see the enlightenment tea instantly dissolved away, but instead the cup of tea became crystal clear. Obviously there is no wind in the room, but the surface of the tea gradually ripples, for lines, as if it contains infinite wonders. If the 4 stripes enlightenment tea is so magical, then if the 9 stripes enlightenment tea is drunk, won't it directly become a god in place? Yuan smiled, put away the small jade bottle, picked up the teacup and sipped it. The efficacy of the enlightenment tea is subtle, there will not be any special drastic reaction. Yuan is not in a hurry, anyway, there is a full kilogram, drink every day, the effect is certainly extraordinary. It just so happened that he was about to break through the first rank in the next 2 days, so I guess it would be a lot easier. After drinking the enlightenment tea, Yuan began to immerse himself in cultivation. A little bit of time passed, and the ninth source orifice gradually condensed. In the meantime, Su Anyun's room. She had also not yet fallen asleep, but instead, she was visualizing the scene of the Hangsha prison suppression diagram in her mind and cultivating her spiritual power. In today's training in the desolate domain, she killed a large number of ferocious beasts, and with each kill, she memorized the sight of the ferocious beasts' tragic deaths in her mind, with the purpose of accelerating the speed of the congealing of the killing prison in the Hangsha subduing prison diagram. There are countless hells in the Hangsha prison suppression chart, and each of them has infinite wonderful uses. For example, this killing life prison, killing life into a prison, visualize a supreme killing life devil, can let itself condense into a substantial killing energy, can kill life devil recruited against the enemy, can be in the battle to chop the mind of the enemy. Finally, she will personally kill this supreme life killing devil, achieve their own dignity, incarnate the killing god, and forever town killing prison. Of course, at the moment, she had only just begun to observe, and was still a long way from that stage. Pity. If I can have the help of the Enlightenment tea, it will be much easier for me to visualize this Hangsha prison suppression diagram. In the last life, the Grand Council of the Hoyastar of the Nine-Star Alliance unintentionally discovered a six-stripe enlightenment Bodhi tree in a secret realm. The Nine-Star Alliance will henceforth be honored by the planet Haoyu. In this life, this six-line Bodhi tree, I'll take it. Su Anyun's gaze flickered. There is never any such thing as fairness in the battle for the Great Way. Being reborn in a new life, all those chances and treasures she missed in her previous life, she was going to pocket them all. The next day, Su Yuan got up, surprised to find that his spiritual power, it seemed to have gotten a little stronger. This is the effect of Gautama tea. It was much more effective than the Great Day Observation Sutra that I had practiced for almost a week. Of course, Su Yuan didn't relax his cultivation of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra because of this. After all, the Enlightenment tea was ultimately an external object, and the only way for him to continue to grow was to practice consistently. He had previously spoken with Shangguan Ru about his habit of waking up in the early hours of the morning to watch the sunrise and needing to leave the arena for a period of time in the early hours of the morning. To this Shangguan Ru naturally readily agreed. It was only that this place was far away from Jade Harmony Mountain, so Su Yuan could only look for another mountain peak. It was slightly uncomfortable not having Donald nagging me before that day out arrival, though. But there is a hunting mountain wind, there is a dense mist, there are crystal dewdrops, but also do not lose some flavor. After yesterday's wasteland training, Shangguan Ru learned that Su Yuan had already been able to kill second-rank ferocious beasts. Not only was the multiplier of the high-pressure gravity chamber violently pulled upwards by her several times, even the death fights in the virtual space no longer featured any ferocious beasts below rank 2. This guy. Absolutely nuts. Su Yuan was currently able to kill second-rank lower-level ferocious beasts. But what? She directly gave Su Yuan 4 second-rank middle-level ferocious beasts in one go. After being torn apart, gnawed on, and gutted by the ferocious beasts over and over again, Su Yuan felt that something might really be wrong with his spirit. Even rich women don't play ducks like this. Nay, Shangguan Ru smiled and cheered him on every time. The warmth in her eyes made Su Yuan could only harden his heart and re-enter the virtual battle cabin again and again. It wasn't that Su Yuan was so motivated by this super rich woman, it was mainly because he also wanted to see exactly where his limits were. It's a virtual battle anyway. If dying once doesn't work, then twice, 3 times. 100 times. It's the blood of an ancient god that runs through his body. Sooner or later, swallow you all up. That's all. A full, wonderful day passed quickly. During dinner, Su Anyun decided, after some thought, to test the waters before tomorrow's contrast arrives. After dinner later, let's both go to the virtual sparring pod and spar. Su Anyun calmly looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan shook his head. Forget it, I'm a little tired today. If you really want to spar, then wait until tomorrow. He actually didn't really understand why Su Anyun wanted to spar with himself. After all, the gap between her strength and her own should be quite large. So even for tomorrow's duel, he couldn't possibly use his full strength, just as if he was coaxing a little girl to play. Su Anyun didn't know what Su Yuan was thinking, but after being rejected, there was no way in hell that her character would make the request a second time. So, then wait for tomorrow. Her infernal blade shadow was on the verge of reaching proficient from proficient. Coupled with the chi and blood that the shadow servant had previously replenished her with by absorbing a large amount of ferocious beast's blood and flesh, her physique had also been brought to a higher level. It's going to win. Ignoring Su Anyun, Yuan walked towards the food window and asked for another 10 pounds of fierce beast meat. Ever since he had stimulated the Taodai power contained in the ancient god's bloodline, his appetite had become several times larger. It just so happened that the cafeteria had an unlimited amount of high-grade ferocious beast meat to offer, and what he ate was digested and absorbed into pure life energy to nourish himself, which allowed his fleshly body to grow at a rate that was once again on a higher level. What a treat! Suyan looked at Su Yuan, who had returned with a large pot of meat, and thought silently in her heart before turning to leave. The Shadow Servant's Kapataka ability had only just been developed and had a certain upper limit. And the ferocious beast blood and flesh she absorbed last time hadn't been consumed yet, and she herself hadn't absorbed the power of chi and blood that quickly, so she didn't have any need for ferocious beast meat for the time being. After Suyan left, Su Yuan was still happily eating his meat. In a short time, having eaten and drunk, he was about to leave. At this point, a familiar figure appeared, and a silver bell-like voice rang out. "Brother Su Yuan, I've come to see you." Shangguan Meng smiled coquettishly. The Shangguan Ru who followed her, with messy hair and dodging eyes, was slightly in a sorry state, obviously having just been given a good cleanup by her own old sister. After staying in this hell for so long, Su Yuan endured both physical and mental torture every day. That guy Suyan was an iceberg and hardly spoke on weekdays. Shangguan Ru was again preoccupied with drumming up research on the various physical data of the two of them, causing Su Yuan to often be bored out of his mind alone. At this moment, when he saw this quirky and cute little loli, he was in a good mood, like a bright sunshine shot into a grey room. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he ghostly picked up the leaping Shangguan Meng, lifted her up high and spun her around a few times, even reaching out to pinch her cute bouncing face. Ignoring Shangguan Meng's stiff body and Shangguan Ru's shocked expression of having seen a ghost, he grinned. "It's been a long time. Dream sister." Chapter 60 Cute, Fun, Wantarua. Breakthrough First Order. It's that simple? What's wrong with you? Su Yuan realized that Shangguan Meng in his arms seemed to be a bit stiff. Ahem. Shangguan Ru in the back coughed gently and hastened to help her old sister out. "Here's the thing, my sister, she has contact syndrome." Contact syndrome? Su Yuan was even more confused. "It's nothing really, it's just that if someone makes physical contact with her, she gets inexplicably nervous, her heart rate goes up and her limbs stiffen." Shangguan Ru lied casually, his face not red, his heart not jumping. She knows very well her own sister's situation, not to mention hugging. You look at the imperial capital, which man dares to touch her? It is estimated that the next second will go to lie bored. In Su Yuan's case, it was purely a case of those who don't know have no fear, a case of the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Speaking of which, the old sister is also asking for trouble, have to play a little sister. But you don't say, look at this look of her wanting to have a seizure but not being able to have a seizure, it's really quite cute. Want to touch? Sure. Shangguan Ru also dared to think about it in his heart. Although she didn't know why her old sister had such a high tolerance for Su Yuan, what she was certain of was that if she were in her place, she would have definitely been thrown out by 100,000 miles. So it is. Su Yuan first froze, then set Shangguan Meng down. "Sorry, I didn't know before." "Who?" Shangguan Meng took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a bright smile. "No. It's okay." But the next second, Su Yuan's finger then gently poked at her cheeks before blinking and looking at her with an expectant face. "Shangguan Meng. Shangguan Ru? What the hell is this?" There's an old saying that goes something like this. Tell one lie and cover it up with a million lies next. In order to match the contact syndrome that Shangguan Ru had made up off the top of her head, Shangguan Meng could only grit her teeth and reenact the so-called inexplicable nervousness, rising heart rate, and stiffening of the limbs. Su Yuan was happy. There was actually this kind of physique in this world. Fun, cute, Wantarua. And so, for the next few minutes, Su Yuan tried everything from poking his finger in the face, to touching his head, to pulling his little hand, and had a great time. Shangguan Ru watched from the sidelines in fear and trembling. Shangguan Meng struggled to open her business while trying to hold back the strong desire in her heart to send this smiling guy in front of her flying. Finally, Su Yuan stopped. He looked to Shangguan Ru who was on the side. "Sister Ru, didn't you say that you have a doctorate in psychology? Little Dream's sister should be suffering from psychological problems, right? Can't you help her get some treatment?" Shang Wanru gently gulped, her throat rolling, her forehead oozing a dense cold sweat, and she unnaturally squeezed out a little smile. Without waiting for her to speak, Shang Wanmeng's voice came softly. Yeah, sis. Why didn't you treat me before? Shang Wanru's face went white, finished. Sister Ru. Huh? Where's Sister Ru? Just now, Su Yuan went to use the restroom, and when he came back, Shang Wanru was nowhere to be seen. He had thought of consulting her about realm breakthroughs, having successfully condensed 9 source orifices himself, and was planning to make an impact to break through the first rank today. My sister? She just said she had something to do and went out for a bit. Shang Wanmeng skimmed her lips, her eyes fluttering a bit. So? Su Yuan did not notice anything unusual. The two chatted as they made their way out. At this point, Shang Wanmeng reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 lemon candies. After taking one for himself, he thought about it and raised his hand, handing it to Su Yuan. Here, treat yourself to some candy. Thanks. You seem to like lemon candies, I remember you gave me one before. Aha! Shang Wanmeng nodded lightly. After a moment, she suddenly tilted her head and asked. Want to hang out? Su Yuan was a bit hesitant. My sister just said that you've been training very hard, so you can have a day off today. Originally, Su Yuan had planned to try to break through the first rank some today, but now that he thought about it, it seemed like he didn't need to be so rushed. After so many days of training in hell, it wasn't impossible to relax for a day. And again. It's hard to say no when such a cute little loli makes an unsolicited offer to you, right? Seeing Su Yuan agree, Shang Wanmeng happily hummed a small song, her pace cheerful and light. Before going out, the two went to Suyan and asked her if she wanted to hang out together. Suyan, of course, refused. Thanks, I'll pass for now. She returned with a faintly polite rebuff. Tomorrow is the day of the first comparison. Although she was 100% confident that she could win, for some reason, maybe because it was the first time? Always a little distracted. So she's at home and plans to adjust herself. Humbug. Shang Wanmeng hummed a little tune casually. From time to time, when he saw a delicious snack on the street, he had to pull Su Yuan to stop and try it. Saying that it was shopping, it directly turned into shopping for food, thus it was also teased by Su Yuan with a smile as little greedy cat. Shang Wanmeng was unconcerned, and said absently as she took a bite out of a large piece of white marshmallow with an owie. Eat good food, have fun, do what you want to do, say what you want to say. That's how people should live in the world. Su Yuan laughed. It's always weird when you're just how old and say things like that. I'm not really small at all. Shang Wanmeng inexplicably said. Su Yuan froze, followed by a soft smile, reaching out and rubbing his hand on her head, messing up that long silver white hair. When you're little you always want to be an adult, I understand. Ch. Shang Wanmeng said no more. Ha? Where's your contact syndrome? Shang Wanmeng. Evening. Su Yuan sent Shang Wanmeng to the entrance of the Imperial World. Looking at that Arashur city's famous luxury villa neighborhood, Su Yuan was not surprised. Shang Wanru's super rich woman's handiwork, these days he had already seen through. Right. My sister asked me to pass it on to you, and I almost forgot. Before the two of them said goodbye, Shang Wanmeng pulled out 2 small jade bottles from her pocket and handed them to Su Yuan. Inside each vial, there was a small brown pill. What is it? Sister said it's an elixir to help you cleanse your marrow and improve your physique. It's very precious. Ordinary people can't buy it with money. Ru's sister how every time let you help her do things, where there is such a sisters. Su Yuan fights for it. Shang Wanmeng smiled brightly, and after running out for some distance, she turned back and waved her hand towards Su Yuan. See you later. Have fun today. Su Yuan similarly smiled and waved his hand. Well, me too, see you next time. Bye. Back in hell. It's nearly 8 o'clock or so. Su Yuan still didn't see Shang Wanru's figure, he really didn't know what she had done. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yuan knocked on the door of Su Anyan's room and handed her the elixir. This is for you, it was given to us by Sister Ru, saying that it's an elixir used to cleanse the marrow and improve the qualifications. Aha! After Su Anyan took it, Su Yuan suddenly remembered her invitation to cut. When's the cut tomorrow? Su Anyan shook her head. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say that. Yuan was originally treating the so-called cut and thrust with the attitude of coaxing a child, and naturally begged for it when he heard this. Good room. Suyan poured out the elixir from the small jade bottle, gently sniffed it, and after comparing it to the memories in her mind, a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. This is Extreme Yuan Dan. Extreme Yuan Dan, a precious elixir made using the essence blood of the extreme bit beasts above the 6th rank as well as various kinds of heavenly materials and treasures. Not only was the utility extraordinary, but also because it contains several extremely high-quality spirits with mild medicinal effects, making it possible for low-realm martial artists to use it as well, so it was precious beyond measure and could not be bought with money at all. Even amongst the major families in the imperial capital, only the best geniuses amongst the direct descendants were qualified to use it. This Extreme Yuan Dan. If I'm not wrong, Shangguan Ru shouldn't be able to get it. The only one who can get it is Shangguan Meng, who succeeded in being a marquis. Obviously it's Shangguan Ru's experiment. Shangguan Meng is actually this attentive as well. It seems like their sisterly bond is really good. After letting out a sigh of emotion, Suyan immediately took this extreme elemental Dan and began to concentrate on digesting the medicinal power. The other side. Yuan, who had returned to his room, first brewed a pot of enlightenment tea to drink. After drinking it, he digested it for a while before taking out that elixir and taking it. He didn't know that this was the so-called Extreme Yuan Dan, but the huge medicinal power inspired by the elixir when it entered his stomach was much more majestic than all those millions of dollars worth of nutrients he had drunk these days combined. Good stuff. Yuan's eyes lit up. Directly running the Taotai transformation, stimulating the power of the Taotai in the bloodline, turning all the cells in his body into hungry predators, little by little devouring the majestic power of qi and blood in the elixir. Second half of the night. Yuan slowly opened his eyes. There was a light layer of dirt attached to the surface of the body. The ancient god's bloodline gave him a powerful body and great strength, but it didn't have the effect of cleansing his veins. This time, with the effect of this elixir, after discharging some of the dirt and impurities from his body, he felt that his qi and blood were much more unclogged. Yuan, who had no sleep, decided. Try to hit the first rank. According to the first explanation of the martial Tao and the Tian Yuan cultivation method, to break through from the awakening stage to the first stage, it is necessary to stimulate a true vein from each of the 9 source orifices, extending to the lower abdomen source C point to converge, in order to prepare for the coalescence of the sea of sources at the second stage. Successfully connecting 1-3 true veins is for the lower first rank, 3-6 true veins is for the middle first rank, and 7-9 true veins is for the upper first rank. The first stage limit, on the other hand, is to widen these 9 true veins, as long as they can be widened by more than twice. That is the limit bit. Let's first try how difficult this true vein connection is. Thinking this way, Yuan sank his heart and ran the Tian Yuan cultivation method, stimulating the source orifice and trying to draw out the true vein from it. The sky is white. The first rays of the morning sun spilled down. This was the first time Yuan had missed the sunrise after obtaining the Great Sun Observation Sutra. Suddenly. Who? The unmoving Yuan. Opening his mouth, he exhaled a white gas. The white gas was like an arrow, shooting out several meters before slowly dispersing. He opened his eyes. In his eyes was a faint suspicion. Not connecting the true chakra. That's it? Chapter 61 Innate Cultivation Saint Body, First Battle Comparison, beginning. That's right. After one night, Yuan managed to energize a source orifice, drawing out a true vein from it and connecting it to the source C orifice in his lower abdomen. It was a rather marvelous feeling to have source energy flowing through this connected true vein at all times. These source energies would actively dissipate from the true veins, constantly nourishing and strengthening the flesh and blood wherever the true veins went. By the time the 9 true veins were through, it was equivalent to the entire physical body becoming stronger by constantly receiving nourishment from the source energy all the time. This was why the first rank was the first leaping point in the strength of a martial artist's physical body. I see that what is written in the first explanation of the martial Tao is that the average time consumed by an ordinary martial artist to connect to a true vein is 1 whole month. It's more than 3 or 4 times more than the 7 days it takes to condense the source orifices. How did it get to me and it's barely worse? Yuan thought for a moment. In the end, it could only be attributed to the power of the ancient god's bloodline. After all, whether it was the awakening order or the exploration realm of Order 1-3, it all boiled down to exploring the wonders of the human body and stimulating its potential to make it more suitable for absorbing and accommodating source energy. And the ancient god bloodline was strong in its flesh, which was equivalent to saying that it was an innate cultivation saint body in the early stage of laying the foundation. Eating breakfast. Suyan sat across from Su Yuan. Looking at Su Yuan, who had wolfed down his food and was frantically eating the meat of the ferocious beast, her beautiful eyes flickered. The day has finally arrived. By the time noon rolls around, the system will open the first battle comparison between the two. After a night of digestion, the power of qi and blood contained in the extreme Yuan Dan had yet to be fully absorbed, but the efficacy of cleansing the marrow and destroying the veins was solidly manifested. Although it didn't reach the point of being transformed, it was still fruitful. Whether it was the operation of source energy in the body or the control of one's own muscles, it had crossed a big step. Combined with the Shadow Servant, 3, into the subtle, Grade A ranked battle techniques, 1, proficient, Grade S ranked battle technique, and her own battle experience and battle awareness. She didn't know how she was going to lose. After breakfast and rest, the day's devilish training began again. Shangwan Ru, who had disappeared for a day yesterday, finally appeared. She looked deeply at Su Yuan. Sister Ru. Su Yuan thought that she had seen that she had managed to break through to rank 1 and asked with a smile. Well? Shangwan Ru gritted her teeth and took a deep breath while waves surged in her chest. If she didn't know very well that Su Yuan couldn't possibly know Shangwan Meng's identity, she almost thought that Su Yuan was provoking her. What else? She almost didn't get beaten up by her oldest sister yesterday. Not good. She returned without a word of humor. Su Yuan. If memory serves. When he had condensed one source orifice a day, he had shocked Shangwan Ru for quite a while, providing quite a lot of shock value. How is it now not good when you break through 1 rank in 1 day? Well, it's still the same threshold that was pulled up when she got her over the top before. Gonna have to take it a little easy and control it from now on. That's all. You think about yours, I think about mine. The two men's brainwaves weren't even on the same channel. Su Yuan and Su Anyan walked into the high-pressure gravity room separately. After setting the appropriate gravity multiplier for Su Anyan, Shangwan Ru took a deep breath and gave Su Yuan some intensity. Sure. It's within reason. Although Su Yuan's words yesterday caused her to be cleaned up by her old sister, angry as she was, it was impossible to really have any thoughts about Su Yuan. In her eyes, Su Yuan is still her own baby, carrying her dream of recreating qi, and absolutely cannot be played with. Ha! On reaching the original 26x gravity limit multiplier, Shangwan Ru was surprised to find that Su Yuan's ability to withstand it seemed to have gotten a lot stronger. Yesterday, she certainly knew about Shangwan Meng giving both Su Yuan and Su Anyan an extreme Yuan Dan each. But in addition to that, the effect of washing the marrow and subduing the veins is an immediate effect. The huge power of qi and blood contained in the extreme elemental Dan will remain in their bodies for a long time, and a little bit of it will be slowly absorbed, so the effect of strengthening the physical body, it is not possible to be so fast. Well, double it? Inside the high-pressure gravity chamber, Su Yuan struggled to keep his balance. After breaking through the first rank, a martial artist's physical body would gradually become stronger, but the effect wasn't as fast, and it needed to be nourished with source energy over time. What really made Su Yuan's physical strength go to the next level was the fact that he had mobilized the cells of his entire body to hungrily devour the majestic qi and blood power in the extreme elemental pill through the power of Tao Tai last night. But even so, after a night of devouring, only less than 1/10 of the medicinal power had been absorbed. 27 times gravity. Click. A slight bone ringing came from Su Yuan's knee joints, and his body was slightly bent, on the verge of reaching the limit of what he could bear. 28 times gravity. The bending of Su Yuan's body deepened, and his entire body was already close to half squatting, and he needed to use his hands to support his thighs in order to barely stand. 29 times gravity. 30 times gravity. Finally. That terrifying heavy pressure exceeded the maximum range that Su Yuan could withstand. Straight away, he was dead to the ground. Correspondingly, next door, Su Anyan's gravity multiplier. Only 18 times. Gravity, invisible and intangible, but it can act on any point of the body. Under the heavy pressure like a mountain, even Su Yuan's breathing became extremely difficult, and every cell was trying to resist the pressure. Under extreme heavy pressure, people were often able to realize their potential beyond their limits, which was why Shangwan Ru set the gravity multiplier of the two of them to the critical value of 1.2 times every time. Give me more. Keep swallowing. After last night's devouring, every cell in Su Yuan's body was filled with ample qi and blood power, but not enough, not enough. The Taodai transformation was operating furiously, the remaining Taodai power in the bloodline was once again stimulated, and ghostly black lines faintly flashed above the cells. They opened their mouths once more and began to work on absorbing the remaining medicinal power in their flesh, this at a slow pace as most of them had already reached their limits, but no matter how slow it was, they didn't stop. Finally, high-pressure gravity training is over. The mountain-like weight receded, and Yuan slumped to the ground, panting heavily. It was like he was falling apart, sweat soaking his training suit and wetting most of the floor of the gravity chamber along with it. Soreness, tearing and swelling of the muscles came like a tidal wave. Shangguan-ru excitedly came to Yuan's body and helped him up, not caring in the slightest that the sour sweat on Yuan's body was sticking all over her. On the contrary, her face was full of excitement and her cheeks were red and pink. Very good. Very strong. That's the way it should be. You just broke the record by holding out for 1.5 times the expected time at 1.2 times the critical gravity multiplier. Yuan was almost paralyzed with exhaustion, and there was even the danger of being suffocated by Shangguan-ru's cleanser. But he still tried to squeeze out a big smile this time. Yes. Very cool. In the meantime, Su Anyan's room. Her physical body was not as strong as Yuan's. Every time she did high-pressure gravity training, she would hold on to her limit, then proceed to try to break through her limit again, and continue to hold on for 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and so on until she fell into a coma, and then was sent back to her room by Shangguan-ru. As a result, whenever it came to the later stages of training, Yuan was practically the only one still holding on. Su Anyan woke up leisurely. The bone-cracking pain coursing through her body made her frown involuntarily. She felt her body for a moment. It's not even close. She had once obtained the inheritance of a secret method on battle chi cultivation in the Kanglin Battle Academy. Under extreme pressure, she was able to successfully cultivate battle chi through this secret method. However, at the moment, it seemed that it would take at least half a month to a month before it was possible to cultivate the lowest level of the first stripe battle chi. Right. What time is it? Su Anyan snapped back to her senses. At that moment, in his head, a mechanical voice slowly sounded. Ding! The first battle power comparison officially begins. Chapter 62, I. Lost? Has it finally started? Just now, she woke up in a coma trying to find her cell phone to check the time, just because she was worried that she would miss the system's first battle power comparison. She just noticed that she was slightly nervous until the comparison started, but when it actually did, she somehow relaxed. Because the outcome is all predetermined. She, absolutely, will win. Su Anyan braced herself and leaned against the bed, trying her best to make her sore body feel better after her overloaded training. At the same time, start thinking up what kind of rewards you will get later and how to maximize the efficiency of. The first battle comparison is being conducted. The mechanical beep in his head came slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Get me a glass of water. The shadow waiter silently went aside to bring over a glass of water. Su Anyan gently took a sip, relieving the dryness of her mouth after passing out. It was said that waiting was the longest, and since her anticipation of the system's rewarding resources was strong, even a second seemed so long. Ding! The results of the first battle power comparison are announced. Finally. End of battle comparison. Su Anyan put her water cup aside, her expression calm, as if she had already foreseen her victory. But she didn't look much excited or happy or anything like that, because in her eyes it was a given, something she was supposed to do. At the same time, she wouldn't look down on Yuan because of this, as she was willing to admit after these days together. Whether it was in terms of talent, qualification, or heart, Yuan's performance was demonic enough. A very different person from the mediocre one he was in his last life. Enough to be called heavenly pride. It's just a shame that he met himself. Lose to me. No shame. There are countless celestial pride in the stars, you can always find the right opponent and position for yourself. Good luck with your future. Wu Dao Chanlong. Ding. The results of the battle power comparison. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. It's over. Su Anyan murmured softly. The first battle comparison, a successful conclusion. The bond between her and Su Yuan disappeared, and what she had to do next was to utilize the resources given by the system to speed up her development. After all, according to the system, after each battle power comparison is won, it will look for a more powerful opponent. She thought about it later, but the system had never said that the comparisons it looked for were limited to blue star. If it binds a certain genius of a star power, although she is confident that she is not weaker in terms of talent and qualification, she is definitely still at a disadvantage in terms of resources. Wait. Suyan suddenly noticed something not quite right. Her complexion instantly stiffened. Just now the system said the loser and the winner. Who were they respectively? As if it could sense the host's perplexity and confusion, the system rather thoughtfully manifested a virtual screen with only 3 large words in a dragon's flight. You've lost. Suyan? She had just been all up in her head about how to utilize her resources and how to defeat her next opponent. But you told her that the loser of this first battle power comparison is not Yuan, but her, Suyan? Are you kidding me? System, are you sure there's no error? Suyan forcibly pressed down the strong questioning within her heart and inquired in her mind. Detected that the host has doubts about the comparison results and is repeating the comparison for a second time. Please be patient. Suyan was no longer as relaxed as she had been a moment ago. She was starting to get a little nervous. Regardless of which aspect to consider, at this stage of their own against Yuan, should be their own more advantageous. No, not just advantageous, it should be 100% victory is right. Ding. Repeat the comparison results for the second time. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. Boom. When she saw that the result of the second repetition of the comparison was actually the same as the first, Suyan was struck by lightning and her mind went blank. Oh. Lost again. Ryoko. She finally came back to her senses. Perform a third repetition of the comparison. Ding. Third repeat of comparison results. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. Fourth. Fifth. Ding. 132nd repeat comparison results. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. System warm tips: victory and defeat are commonplace, failure is the mother of success. Rather than being obsessive, it is better to make more progress. Looking at the 132nd repeat comparison result on the virtual screen, Suyan fell silent. From the moment she bound the system, she never thought she would lose. If the object of the first binding was a genius of some huge star power beyond the blue star. In the face of the overwhelming disparity in resources between blue star and star, if she lost, she could still accept it and would work hard to try and catch up. But it's on the blue star. From the beginning of her awakening until now, the treatment of resources that she and Yuan enjoyed was exactly the same. Although she could tell that Shangguanru was clearly more interested in Yuan, who possessed a flesh-strengthening class talent. But she was never biased in any way when it came to providing resources and planning training content for both. In this case, one still loses. Suyan couldn't accept this result no matter what. System. She forced herself to calm down. How does your battle comparison work? Back to the host. The battle power comparison of this system is to generate a virtual entity of the host and the comparison object in the virtual space for unlimited battles, and the one who wins in the battle is the winner. A virtual entity? Suyan looked thoughtful. That means this battle is akin to AI manipulation? If the host has any ideas, there's no harm in saying so. Suyan took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing through her beautiful eyes. I want a man that controls myself. I want to maneuver this fight myself. Ding. The host's strong will to defy defeat has been detected. Raise mode is on. Option 1, abandon the raise, admit defeat, start the dog-licking adventure, and practice hard every day to win the next contest. Option 2, raise the stakes and turn on the I'm not convinced mode, which allows you to verify the comparison results of this system through virtual manipulation. In raise mode, the first scenario, the host successfully overrides the result of this system's battle power comparison, and can enjoy double the treatment of the originally established resources, and obtain the same specified resources free of charge for the ascension function. Scenario 2, the host ultimately fails, and I'm not convinced is forced to change to I'm not convinced. The difficulty of the dog-licking adventure will be raised accordingly, and the subject of the comparison will gain the right to force commands on the host once. Hint: the person to whom the comparison is made will not know it personally. It may be an ordinary request, it may come with certain flourishes. This is the art of randomization. Warm reminder, raising the stakes is risky, please think twice before you do it. Ding. May I ask the host how to choose? Chapter 63 It's Too Late to Grieve, and the Dog-Licking Adventure Hall of Fame makes its debut. Raise the stakes? Seeing the information on the virtual panel, Suyan calmed down a little. She had thought her system's functions were simple, but she hadn't realized there was additional unfolding content. After raising the stakes, if he won, he would be proving that his battle power was actually stronger than Suyuan's. That will not only reward you with twice your original share of resources, but you can even upgrade one of them. It's just that if you lose, Subuchi will be given a mandatory directive that will take effect on himself? Meaning if he's going to make himself do something, he has to do it? Suyan pondered for a long time, although she didn't think she would lose to Suyuan, but fear not, fear not. She needed to judge whether the bonus resources from winning the raise were worth the risk to herself. System, can you show me exactly what the rewards are for winning the comparison? After winning the first battle comparison, the resources available are as follows. Dragon Soul Bead 1 PC. Dragon Soul Pearl. Suyan's pupils narrowed violently. This Dragon Soul Pearl is an extremely rare and precious treasure. In the cosmic stars, the number of dragon genus ferocious beasts was extremely rare, and they were all quite powerful. And this Dragon Soul Bead was condensed by sealing the dragon soul of a dragon genus ferocious beast in the Tsung Dome Jade Spirit after killing it. The holder can probe his own spiritual power into it, and fight and struggle with the sealed dragon soul. It is a kind of treasure that has infinite wonderful uses for spiritual power cultivation. If she was able to obtain this Dragon Soul Bead, the speed of her cultivation of the Hangsha prison suppression diagram would increase by a lot. Phantom Fruit 2 PCS. Phantom Fruit. Suyan's breath caught in an instant. This was a spirit that she had managed to obtain with great difficulty back then, and it only grew in the intersecting shadow domain of the cosmic stars. The intersecting shadow domain was an extremely special and rare region. On either side of it, on one side, there is an unbelievably bright starry sky, and on the other side, there is a void of darkness, not a single star in existence. Such an area was extremely rare in the cosmic stars. It, in turn, has an extremely significant strengthening effect on one's shadow talent. Talent was the foundation of her establishment. If she could obtain these two phantom fruits, her growth rate would become even more terrifying. Further on, there are purple extreme crystals, Tian Yuan spiritual liquid, and chalcedony stones. Every single one. All are quite valuable resources. A treasure not found on the blue planet. It is of great help and benefit to cultivation. However, it was the Dragon Soul Bead and Phantom Fruit that most moved Suyan's heart, as they were the resources that best fit Suyan's current needs. The spectral shadow fruit grows for 1,000 years in the midst of the intersecting shadow domain and can metamorphose into the shadow silence fruit, which is even more powerful in its effects. The system said that if I win the raise, I'll get a free resource upgrade. Suyan took a deep breath. She just couldn't believe it. Would he really be compared to Suyuan? System, I choose. Raise the stakes. Ding. The host clearly states I'm not convinced and chooses raise the stakes. Ding. Virtual space generation. Good luck. The system's words fell. Suyan then felt a trance. By the time he came back to his senses again, he was already in a virtual space simulated by the system. She stabilized her stance and raised her eyes to look over. Suyuan was standing across from her with a cold expression. Is this the virtual entity that the system replicated 1-to-1? Suyan's gaze moved slightly as she raised her hand, and a tang sword was already held in her hand. So far, she hadn't moved against Suyuan, so she hadn't seen Suyuan's true strength. So, come on. Let's see what you're based on, to win against me in 132 comparisons of battle power. With the determination to win, Suyan moved into the subtle level of shadow flash. Swish. Her figure disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Suyuan originally stood. This was a virtual battle, and even death wouldn't affect reality one bit, so Suyan wouldn't hold back. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength, and it comes up with the S-class battle technique, Infernal Blade Shadow. The speed of the tang sword in his hand pulled out a trail of residual shadows, as if it was the bone-crunching knife wheel in the infernal hell, making it impossible to avoid, and the best result was to go to the ultimate happiness. At the same time, the Shadow Servant silently appeared behind Suyuan. It cast its accompanying ability, Shadow Binding, and a large number of black shadows spread out from the ground, transforming into a vine that was about to wrap around Yuan and immobilize him in place. The sharp dagger held in his hand, glowing with a cold, chilling aura, and Suyan, one after the other, wrapped in the momentum of certainty of death, attacked straight towards the vital parts of the stabbing. But just then, Suyan's pupils shrunk violently. Boom! The scar of the sun on the back of Yuan's right hand lit up violently. The blazing power of the flare sun erupted from it, as if it was a round of brilliant sun, enveloping Yuan. The shadow tentacles summoned by that shadow binding were burned to the ground, and even the shadow servant was like fire and ice, dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the dagger in his hand to fall into place with a clang. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Suyan to react, without the shadow servant's back pinch, Yuan's figure, in fact, directly disappeared in place. This is perfect, level shadow flash. It was faster than Suyan's speed, faster. How is this possible? Suyan had previously learned that Yuan's mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the perfection level, and although she was shocked, it was something to behold. After all, before his awakening, in the practical combat lessons at school, Yuan's most skillful weapon was the lance, and it would indeed be able to justify himself if he said that he was a natural seed of Gun Dao. But Shadow Flash, this A-ranked body combat skill. How was he able to master it to the perfection level as well? It's too late to think. The instinct to fight allowed Suyan to sense the sense of crisis appearing behind her. With her perfect control over her muscles, she stopped the infernal blade shadow as attack hard, turned around, and was confronted by Yuan's brilliant golden eyes that did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotion. This is. After that inexplicable palpitation, Suyan's movements were ultimately a step too slow. Yuan's mastery on Shadow Flash was stronger than hers. It was also stronger than her in several dimensions such as muscle explosiveness, absolute strength, and extreme speed. Even because of the cultivation of the Great Sun Observation Sutra, in terms of mental reflexes and insight, the ability to grasp opportunities was also not weaker than her. This situation. Pust. The long spear in Yuan's hand, without any surprise, pierced through Suyan's chest. Suyan spat blood from her mouth, her heart shattered, and she was picked above the tip of the gun, while Yuan simply flung her to the ground indifferently. Before her consciousness gradually dissipated, Suyan heard a broadcast from the system. End of the 133rd comparison of strengths. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. Warm tips: the choice of practical exercises may bring some psychological shadow or blow for the host. In the future, if not necessary, please do not be stubborn. When he opened his eyes again, still in his room, Suyan's complex complexion, her eyes filled with incomprehension. Why did she lose? She doesn't understand. At first, she did feel the power of the flare sun on Yuan, but that power of the flare sun was extremely weak, and it was impossible to cause such intense damage to the shadow servant. Also, in addition to the 9 regicide gun, why was his Shadow Flash, which had also reached perfection level mastery, able to dodge his infernal blade shadow so easily? Then again, his reflexes, explosive power, the ability to seize opportunities, are not weaker than himself, but she clearly cultivated the Hengsha Town prison figure, in terms of spiritual power should be significantly higher than him is. Ding! It was too late to grieve for the host's defeat. What came next was the raised lick dog dare. Dang it! Suyan's figure lurched. An unspeakable feeling of humiliation surged through his heart. Once upon a time. That's all. A good man is not a good man. A loss was a loss. She wasn't the kind of person who couldn't afford to play, and besides, the race had been chosen by herself out of defiance. Lost this one. There is a next time. Next time, she would win back everything that was hers. Thinking so, Suyan took a deep breath and lightly clenched her silver teeth. Say it. What do you want me to do? Chapter 64, the content of compulsory directive power. We don't seem to know each other very well, do we? Ding. Original dog licking adventure. I make breakfast for Yuan for 5 days in a row and hand deliver it to him. Due to the host choosing to raise the stakes and losing in the raise, the dog licking adventure is upgraded. Upgraded as follows. I make breakfast for Yuan for 5 consecutive days, which includes at least 1 love omelette, and during that time, disclose this to at least 20 people. Warm tip 1. The host is not allowed to disclose any information about this system to the outside world, or else the cultivation will be confiscated, turned into a waste body, and the system will be unbound. Warm tip 2. failure of the dog licking adventure challenge will result in the same penalties as the above regulations. Warm tip 3, each time you fail, the content of the dog licking adventure will become more and more radical, so please try harder. Seeing a prompt crossed on the virtual panel in front of her, Suyan's entire body was bad. If it had been the original dog licking adventure, it would have been awkward, but it would have been okay. But why did the lick dog dare become so exaggerated after the raise? It's not even if you buy cooked breakfast for Yuan for 5 days in a row, but you have to include a love omelette? The pointing implication of something like love omelette is too obvious to be a naked confession. And since he had spoken only a handful of words to Yuan over the past year, how would he feel about himself if he suddenly came to this? And disclosed this to at least 20 people. Who? Suyan exhaled deeply, trying to empty her mind and keep convincing herself and brainwashing herself. Suyan. You can do it. You can do it. Compared to failing and being reduced to a wasted body, with no hope of climbing to the top in this life. What is this little challenge? As long as you can pull your weight. That's just a little bit of frost. Ryoko. She finally got her mind right. At this point, the system again pops up the appropriate prompt box. End of first comparison. Please start your dog licking adventure. Until the next comparison arrives, you'll get fangirl status. Fangirl status, the comparison object's power makes you adore and fascinates you, and you will receive a 20% cultivation speed bonus just so you can stand side by side with him. Suyan. Excuse me. Though she lost this time. But she was still not convinced in her heart. The so-called fangirl status, she didn't have it at all. Of course, being able to get a 20% bonus to cultivation speed. That's a good point, don't want it for nothing. 10 days. I'm going to surpass you in these 10 days. Suyan's heart was firm, and her eyes were even more incomparably resolute. The dog-licking adventure after this first failure was already too much for her. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of challenge she would encounter if she lost again afterward. So, next time, definitely win. Come back to your senses. Suyan suddenly realized. Compared to delivering breakfast to Yuan for 5 days. To get 20 people to know about it? Seems more challenging. Su Qingling. Shangwan Ru. Add one more Shangwan Meng at most. Other than those 3, there was hardly anyone else she knew well. Then, with 17 people left, where was she going to get it together? There. Suyan was enlightened. With 17 people left, finding strangers you don't know minimizes this awkwardness. Ding. Warm note, these 20 people need to be people who know you at the same time, as well as the person they're comparing you to. Suyan. Afternoon. It's time for another session of virtual deathmatch training. Preparation period. Yuan realized that Suyan, who was sitting across from him, seemed to be a bit fidgety, and from time to time, she even glanced towards herself. The whole soulful look. It's not like her. What's going on here? Is there something on your mind? Yuan pondered silently. He didn't have any thoughts about Suyan, but he cared about Aunt Su. Aunt Su had once said that she would let him take care of Suyan while he was away, so he definitely had to keep his word. After thinking about it, Yuan got up and sat beside Suyan. If it were the Suyan of the past, she would definitely not have any reaction to this behavior of Yuan, and would not even raise her eyelids. But now she was inexplicably nervous, for she had not forgotten. After his own failed raise, Yuan gained the right to, forced command, on himself once. Suyan's entire body was taut in her seat, her gaze looking straight ahead, but in her heart, she was constantly praying that Yuan wouldn't say anything of the instruction variety. You. Okay? Yuan had noticed, really, that Suyan was very much out of sorts right now. The air of indifference and detachment had completely disappeared, and the whole person had become tight, like that state of an early love student meeting the homeroom teacher. That's not true. This guy's an iceberg. It is known far and wide throughout the school. What could have turned her into such a nervous wreck? Just as Yuan was confused by this, Suyan gently nodded her head. Aha! I'm fine. Obviously. She also realized something was wrong with her. She didn't want that either and tried hard to try and keep herself on an even keel. However, when she thought about what she had to do next and the compulsory command power in Su Yuan's hand, she couldn't calm down. It was a ticking time bomb, weighing on her chest at all times, leaving her breathless. Su Yuan thought for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. You know, even though there's nothing between the two of us, Auntie Su has instructed me to take care of you outside. If you meet anything, just talk to me, I'll help if I can. Ding. Mandatory directive detected, tell me what you've met. Ding. Please complete this mandatory command without revealing any information about this system. Suyan? What the hell? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as her heart began to beat faster, even her breathing became rapid. Su Yuan? He was a little tiny bit confused. As a first-rank martial artist, his senses were extremely sharp, so he naturally noticed the changes in Suyan's body. What keywords am I triggering here? But I didn't say anything? Just as he was confused, Suyan stammered and spoke. I did meet something. She had to fulfill this mandatory command or else it would be a violation and she would be punished, which was an outcome she could not accept. If the original Su Yuan was dumbfounded, then now he was shocked. Because what he said just now, talk to me when you encounter anything, is actually just a kind of scene stealing, you know? I said, take a stand. I didn't ask you to actually do it. And again. He knew that with Suyan's indifferent character, even if she had really encountered something, she would not be able to talk about it with herself, but would bury it deep in her heart and not say anything to anyone. Results. Why the hell don't you follow the rules? We don't know each other well. Do you really want to talk to me from the heart? Chapter 65, I would like to name you the King of Contrasts. Just as Su Yuan was confused about Suyan's change, Suyan, on the other hand, was frantically thinking in her head about how she should complete Su Yuan's mandatory instruction without revealing the existence of the system. Finally, she came up with a solution, a near-perfect way. This method was not only able to fulfill Su Yuan's compulsory command, but it was even able to make the ensuing embarrassment a lot less embarrassing. She turned her head and locked eyes with Su Yuan for a few seconds before slowly opening her mouth. In love. Oh. Su Yuan nodded. I was about to say something like congratulations, this is a good thing, does Auntie Su know, and so on. But the next second, when Su Yuan came back to his senses, his whole body stood still for a second or two. And then, he jumped straight up from his seat, his face full of shock. Suyan. Say she's in love. What the hell is this? Is this something that can really happen? No way, absolutely no way. If a person came in and said to him that there was a sow flying in the sky, playing the guitar and singing pig, you have 2 holes in your nose, Su Yuan would run out to see it without hesitation. Because in his opinion, the probability of the latter happening seemed more likely than Suyan is in love. Suyan looked up faintly. What? No. Su Yuan. He tried to calm himself down and forced himself to sit back down. After a long time, he saw that Suyan didn't look like she was joking. No, Suyan wouldn't be Suyan if she knew how to joke. You? Seriously? Well, seriously. You guys? How do you know each other? Cybersex. Su Yuan was confused. He looked up and down, carefully resizing Suyan. No, did he hear right? Suyan. This iceberg of a woman. Living under the same roof as myself, I've said only a handful of words in a whole year. In school, it is even more the person who hardly has any communication with teachers and classmates except for the words of necessity. Says she's cybersexed herself. Even if you say you just saw some cute guy on the street and fell in love at first sight. Internet dating? My grandma doesn't even play with things, how can you, Suyan, mess with this? Su Yuan was silent. In fact, he was well aware that there was just such a group of people in this world. They are one thing in front of people and another thing behind them, and they are not what they appear to be. In the eyes of outsiders is naive and innocent elementary school girl. Sexy hot little wildcat in bed. Such a person, call it stuffy or call it a contrast. But who can be as extreme as Suyan? If there is, he would call it the king of contrasts. What's that look in your eye? Suyan noticed the change in Su Yuan's eyes, and she knew that it was her words that had given him a great shock, but she was going to pretend that she didn't know. Nothing. Su Yuan shook his head. Though the incident shocked him so much so that he would rather believe that his good oldest son, Youngwon, and Cho Il-ju were having a passionate orgy in a hotel behind his back. But this was ultimately Su Anyan's own business. She can do whatever she likes, and it's ultimately irrelevant to herself. All he could do. At most, he could help Auntie Su keep an eye on her, to see if this guy who could seduce an iceberg beauty like Su Anyan into online dating was some kind of delinquent little yellow hair. Speaking of little yellow hairs, Su Yuan still remembered that he had comforted Aunt Su back then. It said that with a character like Su Anyan, there was absolutely no way she could be tricked by yellow hair. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. I can't believe I had a slip-up? Smiling helplessly, Su Yuan suddenly asked again. By the way, does Auntie Su know? Su Anyan shook her head. Not yet. Then how, would suddenly talk to me about this? I'd like to ask you a favor. Help? How can one help in such matters? Su Yuan didn't understand. Su Anyan thought about it. Starting tomorrow, you don't go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Su Yuan? He was filled with confusion. I'll make you breakfast. Su Yuan? The cluelessness was even worse. I intend to practice a loving breakfast. So that I can use it later. Su Yuan? It's not working. He had to see if Su Anyan was sick. Su Yuan reached out and pressed the back of his hand against Su Anyan's forehead. This sudden movement made Su Anyan not react for a moment. When that cold touch came, her petite body first stiffened, and then immediately slapped Su Yuan's hand away. Since she had never had any physical contact with any member of the opposite sex, her entire body instantly tightened to the extreme, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and fell into a state of extreme vigilance. No fever either? Su Yuan withdrew his hand, his eyes full of confusion. So could it be that the last few days of hellish training have been so hard that it's driving people crazy? After all, look at her passing out after every high-pressure gravity training session and then being sent back to her room by Sister Ru. Otherwise, with her character, just the matter of internet dating is already exaggerated enough, and as a result, she now has to practice the practice of loving breakfast in advance for that lover whom she has never even met? God in heaven, this guy isn't going to be taken over, is he? Su Anyan slowly calmed down. She knew that Su Yuan's physical contact just now was not intentional, but was caused by the gap between her before and after image being too strong. But there was nothing she could do about it, it was the best she could come up with to minimize the embarrassment. Of course, this excuse has its drawbacks and can only be used to muddle through this dog-licking adventure. Otherwise, if he or she was once again the loser in a subsequent comparison, he or she might be asked by the system to do something even more radical. Like couples hugging or kissing, or even taking it a step further. Other things. At that point, it would certainly be impossible to use this practicing ahead of time excuse. Good on. She would never lose again. The further back she went, the faster she would only grow. Not to mention that one has that 20% cultivation speed bonus. So this theoretical situation won't happen again, and all one has to do is get through this ordeal first. Returning to her senses, Su Anyan regained her composure. I want you to help me. Su Yuan felt that this was bull. But after he thought about it, since this matter of Su Anyan's online dating had already become a foregone conclusion, it was not good for him to say anything. This way. It's just practicing making love breakfast anyway. You can do it for Ru, if you do it for me. It's not quite right. Words. Su Anyan fell silent. Thinking that she was convinced by herself, Su Yuan stood up, intending to skip this matter and start the afternoon's virtual deathmatch training. At this point, Su Anyan's voice came from behind her. That, you wait. Su Yuan stopped and turned his head, curious. Anything else? I have to do it for you. Su Yuan. Chapter 66. I suspect you're just an excuse, the truth won't be. It's not. Why did you have to make it for me? The purpose is to practice the love breakfast anyway, so does it make a difference who you make it for? Su Yuan, who was amused by Su Anyan's statement, turned around, gazed at Su Anyan, and teased with a smile. You tell the truth. The internet date as you call her. Is it a fake? Su Anyan. The good thing was that she was mentally strong enough. She frowned slightly and shook her head, dismissing Su Yuan's doubts. Of course it's true. That won't do. Su Yuan spread his hands and slowly analyzed. Unless the so-called internet date was just an excuse and you actually wanted to make me a love breakfast. To put it another way, which is what you call being in love, it's not cyber love, it's a crush on me, but you're too embarrassed to say it out loud, so you have to pretend it's under that name. Or else. Why does it have to be me? Suyan lapsed into silence. She didn't know why Su Yuan was able to guess her thoughts so precisely and unerringly. Could one's lies really be so clumsy? Or was it because she had absolutely no experience in this area, resulting in looking completely unlike a girl in love? Sure. And I know that's not going to happen, after all, it's not quite right between us. I have my own ideal type, far removed from you. Likewise, you must not have much in mind for me, or we couldn't have lived together for a year without saying a few words. Saying this, Su Yuan paused and smiled brightly. Did I analyze it well? Suyan was silent for a moment and nodded. It's very telling. So please still choose Ru-san, or someone else as your love breakfast practice subject. Oh. Suyan responded calmly. Then under Su Yuan's confused gaze, he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Qingling's number. Mom. Yen? What's wrong? Su Yuan bullied me. A few minutes later. Good, don't worry Aunt Su. Yes, it's so hard for her to have a favorite, I'm definitely going to help her learn how to have a good relationship. I don't have much practical experience either, but I do have quite a bit of theoretical experience. A dense cold sweat oozed from Su Yuan's forehead. He hadn't expected Suyan to come up with such a move in any case. No, could you please watch your crumbling persona? Aren't you the iceberg goddess? Why don't you call your parents if you can't stand up to them? The other side. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingling's beautiful eyes had a complicated look in them. At this time, her heart was half joyful and half sad. Rejoice. It's just so rare that Yan actually has a favorite. You know that she usually has a cold look on her face no matter who she treats except herself. As for the sorrow. Hey. Su Qingling let out a soft sigh. Not only was Xia Yuan sunny and handsome, his personality and character were also good, and his talent in martial arts was so outstanding, he was so good in all aspects. Why doesn't Yan have half a mind for Yuchi? It's said that proximity to water is the first thing to go. How is it that between the two of them, it's not like that? Sister Qingling. What's on your mind? You're so mesmerized. Are you thinking about your boyfriend? A co-worker asked, smiling as she came over to the table. Su Qingling was helpless. Say what you will. Yada yada yada, if I were as pretty as you, I'd guarantee a new boyfriend a day. Hang up the phone. Su Yuan took a long breath. Suyan, on the other hand, looked very calm from start to finish. Ever since Su Yuan was never willing to grant her request just now, she had already given up. Compared to being unable to complete the system's dog-licking adventure and being reclaimed her cultivation and reduced to a wasted body, what else was there that she couldn't do? The road to the path is far and hard, and this is just a little test. And again. There was also supposed to be a let 20 people who know both sides know about it requirement in the system's requirements. Just in time, one spot has now been completed. At this point, Shangwan Ru just happened to arrive. Seeing that the two of them, Su Yuan and Suyan, were staring at each other without uttering a word, they curiously said, "What's wrong with you two? Why haven't you started training yet?" Su Yuan looked at Suyan. Originally, he wanted to help Suyan keep the secret. The results, who knows? Suyan actually talked to Shangwan Ru herself? Quota +1. You're in love? Shangwan Ru was obviously shocked for a while after hearing this news. Ever since she had learned of the relationship between Su Yuan and Suyan, she had vaguely felt that something wasn't right between the two. Obviously both are adolescent young boys and girls, and both of them also have such a high face value, living under the same roof. It is really puzzling that they do not rub some sparks. Later, after she had contacted the two for a longer period of time, she realized that Su Yuan was normal, just a handsome and cheerful high school brother, but it was Suyan who was a bit. How can I put it? Indifferent? Alienated? That's pretty much it. As a result, now it suddenly broke out that she had an online relationship, and said that she was going to use Su Yuan as a love breakfast practice subject. Who wouldn't be confused? Of course. Clueless or not, training is still rare. Yuan and Suyan then each entered the virtual training capsule and began the afternoon's deathmatch training. While Yuan and Suyan were training in Mortal Kombat, Shangguan had nothing to do, so she shared this matter with Shangguan Meng. People, no matter who they are, no matter how strong or weak they are, all have a heart that loves to gossip. Besides, is it not the madness of the sane, the betrayal of the faithful, and the debauchery of the pure that is most fascinating and exciting? In a word, contrast. It was only when she heard that Suyan was going to make a loving breakfast for Yuan and use him as practice, Shangguan Meng seemed to mumble something, but it was a pity that Shangguan didn't hear it. Sis, what did you just say? Nothing. Shangguan Meng grunted lightly. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Oh, good. The world is under control. In Villa 001. Shangguan Meng, who was originally leaning back on the big bed reading a comic book, put it away after hanging up the phone. She jumped out of bed, air presented those crystal white jade feet, and walked briskly to the kitchen. Within moments, the sound of a video playing came from the kitchen. Hello guys and gals, today we are presenting you the recipe for a week of no repeats full of love breakfast. Remember to click and follow if you like it. Jingle. Toward evening. Virtual deathmatch training is over. Dragging his tired body and traumatized mind, Yuan stepped out of the virtual warehouse and joined Suyan in the daily customary body data analysis. When she got the analysis report, Shangguan froze as she looked at Yuan in shock. You? When did you break through to rank 1? Chapter 67, Lickspittle Compensation Reward. 2 bento boxes? This shock from Shangguan caused Suyan to also turn her head violently to stare at Yuan. It's broken through the first rank. How is that possible? In her original expectation, Yuan should have taken another 2 or 3 days to break through to the first rank. The process of extending a true vein from a source orifice was not easy and often required a great deal of effort and time. He was already exaggerating to predict his advancement speed, but I didn't expect that he actually guessed wrong. Suyan's eyes were complicated. On the one hand, since Yuan was already a rank 1 martial artist, her defeat was justifiable. After all, today she had only just condensed her 7th source orifice, and was still only at the 7th stage of the awakening rank. But on the other hand, this terrifying cultivation speed of Yuan made her feel a slight headache. This guy, is it possible that he is the legendary boundless Tao body? Borderless Taoist body. This was the favorite of the universe, and there were no realm shackles in cultivation as long as one reached the appropriate realm, they would break through. That is to say, as long as one doesn't die young, with sufficient resources, one can always grow to be the most powerful person in the universe. But not to mention a place like the outer universe where source energy was scarce, even in the inner universe, such a rare physique would be hard to come by in 10,000 years. Right now it's just the exploration realm, if the subsequent fusion realm, the limit realm, he can break through in a watertight manner, only then will there be a 1% chance of it being a realmless Tao body. Just as Suyan was lost in thought. Yuan, on the other hand, laughed without a care in the world. I was just thinking about trying it last night, and I didn't think it would work. Look at you saying that. Shangguan was shocked repeatedly, continuously providing shock value to Yuan while lamenting. It's only been a week since your unity awakening. 99% of your classmates, it is estimated that only the awakening stage 1 paragraph, talent qualification is better, maybe to the awakening stage 2 paragraph, you're good, directly to run to the 1 stage martial artist to go. Hey, I pity those geniuses who are in the same class as you, they are really unlucky, I guess they can only live under your shadow and be pressed by you for the rest of their lives. Suyan. Feeling offended. After Shangguan finished speaking, she then reacted to the fact that there was still a Suyan at the side and looked for a remedy. Ahem, of course, and Yen, you're strong too, I'm optimistic about you, maybe after a while you'll be able to surpass Yuan. Yuan interjected and flirted. Provided that you don't get too distracted by that online love interest of yours. Suyan. After training, Yuan returned to his room with a large amount of source crystals and nutritional supplements and began his daily cultivation. Good body is fearless, high-pressure gravity training, virtual deathmatch, these two engage in down, any other person is expected to be paralyzed in bed, do not want to move. But Yuan was different, the more extreme the physical exertion was, the more exuberant his spirit became, and cultivating the Great Sun Observation Sutra was even more sour and refreshing, with the main focus being its self-mutilation. and Suyan. Instead, she went into the kitchen. Tomorrow morning, she's going to make what she calls a loving breakfast for Yuan, but she doesn't know anything about cooking so she needs to do some practicing first. Omelette with love. Follow the video instruction on your phone. Suyan clumsily opened the fire, put down the oil, and heated the pan. For a moment she was in a trance as she watched the oil sizzle in that skillet. If he hadn't lost the comparison, then he should be practicing right now, not fiddling with eggs and wasting time. As if detecting Suyan's negative attitude, a system prompt came out. Ding! When performing the dog-licking adventure, depending on the satisfaction level of the other party, the host will receive different ratings, and the higher the rating, the more generous the dog-licking compensation reward that can be obtained. The ratings are, in descending order, D, C, B, A and S. This issue's S-class prize is Augur Soul Pearl. Suyan felt slightly comforted. This Jiao Soul bead was a lower substitute for the Dragon Soul bead, and the effect was much weaker than the Dragon Soul bead, but it was better than nothing. Because the Blue Star martial arts world was still in a state of groping for the cultivation of spiritual power, there was no way to create this kind of auxiliary treasure for exercising spiritual power, and even if Shangguan Ru's wealth was sky high, he couldn't get this kind of thing. Suyan took a deep breath. Look at the eggs and sausage in front of you with determined eyes. Go for it. You can. Start by dividing the sausage into two and arranging them in the shape of a heart. For the first time. Failure. Sausage break. The second time. The egg broke and the shell fell inside. Failure. Third. The heat wasn't right and the eggs and sausage were mushy. Failure. Fourth. The shadow servant on the side couldn't stand to watch, and after accompanying its own master to watch the love omelette instructional video over and over again several times, it stated that it had already become a love omelette master. It took the frying spatula from Suyan's hand and dryly demonstrated how to make an omelette with love. The resulting omelette is perfectly shaped and looks dainty and delicious. Suyan's eyes lit up. Ding! Please be mindful of your dog licking status. It is a violation of the 121st rule of dog licking to have it done for you. Suyan. The following morning. Yuan turned awake from his cultivation. The condensation of the second true vein had not yet succeeded, but it was 2/3 complete. This progress was quite divine. Yuan felt that if he gave himself another 10 days, he should be able to extend all 9 true veins to the origin sea and start impacting the limit bit. Passed by the kitchen as he was planning to go out to watch the sunrise. The kitchen was brightly lit, and Suyan was wearing an apron, guarding the stove. Although he could only see her back, Yuan always felt that back looked a little depressed and forlorn. What a fight! Doing an all-nighter? It's just cybersex, is it that loving? It makes me embarrassed to eat it. He shook his head helplessly and turned away. Early morning. Shangguan Ru, who was still sleeping, received a call from Shangguan Meng. Hey! Piggy, don't sleep. Come out and get something. Well. Although Shangguan Ru was very sleepy, she still forced herself to endure her sleepiness and came outside the arena to meet Shangguan Meng, who was carrying a bento box in her hand. ? Shangguan Ru expressed his disbelief. What kind of new trick is this, sis? Here, take it. Shangguan Meng smiled and handed out the bento box in her hand. I've been learning to cook lately. I made breakfast for all 3 of you. You can try it later to see if it's good. Words. Shangguan Ru was confused, her mind not turning around. Sis, since when are you interested in cooking? What do you care? Shangguan Meng turned around and left. Just halfway there, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to blink at Shangguan Ru. By the way, don't tell either of them that I did it. Huh? Why? You're silly. If it's too hard to eat, it's not my fault. Oh. Shangguan Ru nodded. But looking at Shangguan Meng's departing back, she always felt that things were not that simple. The cold morning air whooshed into her chest, waking her up a little and slowly reacting. Finished. Yesterday, I talked to my oldest sister about how Suyan is going to make a love breakfast for her online lover. Sis, she won't. In love too. Is this a picture of a cat? Thinking of this possibility, Shangguan Ru was instantly shocked. But you'd have to ask her to ask Shangguan Meng if that's what's going on. That's impossible, and she wants to live longer. Ryoko. She looked at the bento box in her arms and took a deep breath. Something big is going on. 7:20 in the morning. Yuan, who had returned from observing the sunrise, looking at the two bento boxes that were neatly placed in front of him. It felt like things weren't simple. Chapter 68, Don't make me a part of your play, okay? That's right. Shangwan-ru babbled in a serious manner. I have a friend who wanted to open a breakfast place on a whim recently, so she asked me to try the breakfast she makes. So? Yuan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over the bento boxes in front of himself and Suyan in curiosity. Then why do we have it too? Shangwan-ru's brain raced. Oh, it's like this. I mentioned to her earlier that I have someone here who's just starting to learn how to make breakfast, and she said why don't we just make a few more, and the two of us can compare and contrast with each other, and maybe we can learn and improve together. Yuan sniffed and said no more, first opening the bento box of Shangwan-ru's mysterious friend. After seeing the masterpiece in the bento box, he lamented. Sister Ru, your friends are really all people of great wealth. Shangwan-ru did not hear the meaning of Yuan's words at first and shook her head. That's not it, I Shangwan-ru make friends, never look at whether the other party has money or not, because they are not as rich as me anyway. By the way, why did you suddenly say that? Yuan pointed at the unknown object in the bento box in a dark and slimy mess. Can you really open a business when you make a breakfast like this? I feel like it's only right to come and experience life. Shangwan-ru. Her heart inexplicably tightened and she opened her bento box. The moment. The three men's gazes fell on it in unison, their minds divided. Yuan, well, I can see that it is from the same person's hand, opening a store is your lie, it is obvious that pure to experience life. Shangwan-ru, well, I can see that it came from my oldest sister, which makes sense, and she wasn't surprised at all. Shenyan, well, I don't know who the other person is, but thanks to her for sending the control group, that should make my rating a bit higher. The atmosphere was slightly silent for a few seconds. In the end, it was Shangwan-ru who took the initiative to speak. So be it. My friend's skill seems like it's not very good, I don't know if this will affect your training today if you eat it, or if you'd better throw. She really couldn't bear to let Yuan and Suyan eat this breakfast, or else she had some bad feelings on her conscience. However, just before she could say the words, throw it away. Whoa! Brother Yuan, sister Yen, old sister, you haven't had breakfast yet? A cute and lively silver-haired heteropupil lowly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, and was waving her hand in greeting to several people with a smile on her face. Shangwan-ru's body stiffened, stiffly stopping the words that were about to come out. Without changing color, calm and collected, he said. Throw a dice to decide who's going to wash the bento tray later when we're done eating. Yuan? Yen? Just as the two were confused by Shangwan-ru's inexplicable statement. Shangwan Meng had already taken small steps to the dining table, a pair of good-looking heterogeneous pupils looking at the bento box on the table with a cloth spirit. Wow! Your breakfast looks so scrumptious. It looks so delicious. Yuan. Yen. Shangwan-ru. What's wrong? Aren't you all eating? Shangwan Meng innocently looked at the several people, and finally her gaze landed on Shangwan-ru. Shangwan-ru gently swallowed and forced a smile. Of course I eat it. With that, he picked up a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of the dark, slimy object and brought it tremblingly to his mouth. Well. Shangwan Meng slightly tilted her little head sideways, looking at Shangwan-ru with a face full of anticipation. Still. It's okay. Shangwan-ru swallowed and finally spat out two words, as if he had used up his entire life's strength. When Shangwan Meng saw this, but she gently wrinkled her cute little nose. Is it just okay? Why do I feel like it's delicious? Let me try it too. With that, he was about to scoop up a spoonful and try it for himself. At this point. Wait a minute. Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. Shangwan Meng's spoon stopped in mid-air. The eyes of the crowd fell on him. You can't eat this stuff. Yuan reached out and rubbed his hand on Shangwan Meng's little head, removing the spoon from her hand. Your sister is a very powerful and strong person, it's okay to mess around with food, you mess around with food, what if you get sick with diarrhea later? Saying that, he also glanced helplessly towards Shangwan-ru. Sister Ru, you didn't stop her, what if she has problems eating later? Shangwan-ru? Yen? Shangwan-ru was now truly in pain. Sis, you like acting, don't drag me into it, okay? I really don't want to be a part of your play, so just leave me alone, okay? Suyan on the side also had an odd expression on her face. She was aware of the relationship between Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru. Hearing Su Yuan being concerned about whether a feudal marquis realm powerhouse would get sick from diarrhea due to bad food. This feeling was marvelous. Shangguan Meng also froze for a while, then her eyes fluttered and she said with some hesitation. But I really want to know what they taste like. Wouldn't it be nice to have your sister tell you? Shangguan Meng gently skimmed her mouth. I don't trust her. Shangguan Ru. Su Yuan didn't expect Shangguan Meng to come with such a sentence, so he had to say. So do you trust me? Shangguan Meng thought for a moment, then nodded. Faith. Okay. Su Yuan directly picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful in the bento box in front of him and put it in his mouth. He had the power of Tao Tai with him, so whatever this mess was, he could digest it with little problem. How? How is it? Is it good? Shangguan Meng was slightly apprehensive, her small hands behind her back, seemingly a little nervous. Su Yuan said with amusement. What's going on in that little head of yours? Of course it's not good. Shangguan Ru, 6. She silently nodded for Su Yuan in her heart. She could kind of see that in order to keep her image in front of Su Yuan to continue playing the role of a good little girl, her old sister would definitely not get mad. That's good, it's like he's acting as his own mouthpiece and saying what he's afraid to say. Okay. Looks like it's really bad. I'm not eating, thank you brother Su Yuan. The loss in Shangguan Meng's eyes flickered and was immediately replaced with a bright smile, only for Shangguan Ru, who was on the side, to feel that something big was not good. As expected, the next second, Shangguan Meng came to Shangguan Ru's side with a smile and took her hand. Sis, why did you lie to me and say it's not bad? Sure enough I was right not to believe you. Oh. It's still brother Su Yuan who's good. Let's go, 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 let's go. Shangguan Ru. Cthulhu. The Earth. Why am I the one who gets hurt every time? Shangguan Ru was pulled away by Shangguan Meng. Suyan thought about it and took the initiative to reach out, pushing the portion of breakfast bento she had made in front of Su Yuan. There's comparison, there's contrast, and this is the perfect time for her to raise her rating. That. Try mine. The young girl tried to speak in a calm tone. Chapter 69, If you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Good. Su Yuan gently nodded. Although he didn't have much expectation for Suyan's craftsmanship, with Ru's sisters that friend in front of him as a comparison, he thought it shouldn't be that bad. Open the bento box. The first thing that catches the eye is an ugly love omelette with black stuff on the sausage that serves as a border for the love, and some bits of eggshells looming on the omelette. Next to the love omelette was a gooey pile of unidentified objects that emitted some sort of eerie odor. Su Yuan. Do you really want to eat? He turned his head to look at Suyan, trying to see a hint of embarrassment or some such emotion on the other's face. Sure. Suyan nodded seriously. It was the most satisfying piece she had worked on for a long time. Su Yuan took a long breath. Okay. A few minutes later. Suyan stared at Su Yuan. Well. Su Yuan reluctantly smiled. It's okay. After saying that, he directly got up and left. There's training later, so I'll go back and get ready. Ding. Current dog licking adventure rating, D. Level D reward is, a set of love underwear. Comment, cooking is not enough, something else will do. Suyan froze for a while. When she saw the set of clothes displayed by the system in her mind, that stunningly beautiful face was suddenly green and white, as if she had been greatly insulted. She wanted to unbind this evil system immediately if she could. Without the existence of the system, she still had the confidence to return to the top, rather than wasting time practicing her breakfast-making skills here just to satisfy Su Yuan. Ding! This system upholds the principle of fairness and impartiality. It is the host's own skills that are inferior. Please do not stigmatize this system. May I ask the host if he wants to unbind the system, dissipate his cultivation and be reduced to a wasted body? Suyan. Forget it. She grits her teeth. Count me unlucky to have bound such a system as you. Warm reminder, if you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Less to find reasons for themselves, more from others to learn the advantages of. Suyan was choked speechless. After all, it was indeed her who had lost to Su Yuan in the first comparison. Otherwise, not only would she not need to go on a dog-licking adventure, she would also be able to obtain the system's rewarding resources. Thinking it over, she silently picked up her plate, stepped aside, and emptied it. It was like pouring out one's previous contempt for Su Yuan and the pride of being reborn back. Starting today, I'll treat you like a real opponent. My visualization of the killing prison has already taken shape, and my perception of battle chi needs to be accelerated a bit. Next time, I will win. Su Yuan, who had returned to his room, ruthlessly rinsed his mouth several times. Looking at the handsome but tired face in the mirror, he sighed deeply. Although he had the Taodai power in his body, he could break down and digest whatever contraption he ate. But the daily hellish training was already so hard, why should he be subjected to this torture? That friend of Sister Ru's he didn't recognize, for now. As for Suyan, he can only say that if this craft does not progress, if you want to marry out in this life, it is probably difficult. The other side. Shangguan Ru, who had been cared for, was gray, while Shangguan Meng mumbled to herself. Is it really that bad? Shangguan Ru wanted to cry and was about to say something when Shangguan Meng's cell phone rang. Shangguan Meng glanced at the caller number, her eyebrows gently raised. It was actually White Burial's call? White Burial. Shangguan Meng's top boss. One of the dual kings of the Four Pillars, 2 kings, and 1 supreme being of the Grand Xia Hereticide Bureau, 8th rank, with the title Blood Slaughter King, was a man in his 40s. What is it? Shangguan Meng asked. The Blood Marquis you killed last time was a member of the Arcus family of the Eagle American Federation. The Arcus family. One of the top families in the Eagle American Federation. The family has 1 Blood Prince and 2 Blood Dukes, which is equivalent to 1 9th Order Supreme and 2 8th Order Sealed Kings, and is one of the dominant forces in the Eagle American Federation. Oh, and then what? The Eagle American Federation side strongly condemned us, saying that even if he had committed any crimes, according to international regulations, he should be extradited back to be tried by them. What's more, he hasn't done anything special. Shangguan Meng was unconcerned and said slowly. According to international practice, any strong person over the 6th rank who enters the territory of another country needs to report in advance, otherwise they are all treated as spies. And the crime of espionage is a capital offense in the regulations of the Hereticide Bureau. Of course I know. White Burial laughed. Besides, I gave you this mission, and no matter what, the responsibility doesn't fall on your head. So? Shangguan Meng didn't know what White Burial's purpose was in saying such a thing. After a slight silence, White Burial's tone became serious. Your relationship with the Shangguan family. Has it deteriorated recently? Shangguan Meng was expressionless. Never. Recently the wind direction in the imperial capital is not quite right. Taking advantage of this matter, the Shangguan family and the Morong family have joined together to submit a proposal to the court. It says that your character is too perverse and not suitable for a key position in the Hereticide Bureau, and intends to have Morong Jin of the Morong family replace you. Mulberry Town. Shangguan Meng's beautiful eyes stared slightly, a hint of disdain and contempt flashed under her eyes. Is that the guy I beat half to death and nearly crippled earlier? Well, he's also recently broken through to the 7th rank, and in principle, does qualify for the position of 4 pillars. What's the word from the chamber? No vote has been taken yet, but according to the Alienicide Bureau personnel regulations, your privileges will be temporarily blocked after the chamber accepts the Alienicide Bureau's proposal for a change in senior personnel. Oh. That's just right. Shangguan Meng intentionally glanced towards the arena. I'm also thinking of taking some time off. White Burial sighed. Of the 12 seats in the council, the lineages take up 7, with the Shangguan and Morong lineages leading the way. The other few lineages might vote in favor. But you were first appointed as one of the 4 pillars by Chief Ancient's admiration, so if he exercises his veto power, then you'll still be one of the 4 pillars. Whatever. Shangguan Meng shrugged. I don't care anyway. That's different. White Burial's tone was grave. You are now one of the 4 pillars of the Herbicide Bureau. The Shangguan family wouldn't dare to do anything to you, or else it would be a blatant enemy of the 12 tribunals, but if you break away from the Herbicide Bureau, the nature would change. Unless. When you break through to the 8th Order Seal King, I will push for you to replace me at that time, so that your position will be even more secure. Got it. Shangguan Meng's tone remained flat. White Burial wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything else. Take care. Aha! Imperial Capital. Hatericide Bureau Headquarters. White Burial hung up the phone. This blood slaughter king, who had caused countless people to change in color, did not have any killing aura on his body, and looked more like a middle-aged uncle with vicissitudes and amiability. He walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looked at the vibrant imperial capital in full bloom under the rising sun, and sighed softly. Shangguan Meng. 1,000 years of daxia, weighed down by the lineage. Chief Ku was the first to try to break the game, and you're his most highly regarded successor. Now that the Star Realm has appeared, it is truly a great change that has never been seen before. You were born in a worldly family and wandered away from it, so I hope you can be that final blade that cuts through the worldly family. Sis, how can the family do this? The conversation between Shangguan Meng and Burial was naturally heard by Shangguan Ru. Upon learning that the Shangguan family and the Morong family had actually joined forces in an attempt to have Morongjin replace Shangguan Meng's position in the Herbicide Bureau, she was simply angrier than Shangguan Meng, the person in question. Whatever they do. Shangguan Meng had a face that didn't care. But Shangguan Ru wanted to say something. Like Burial, she was worried that after Shangguan Meng lost the identity of the 4 pillars of the Herbicide Bureau, with her character, sooner or later she would have to offend all of the great families of the world, and by then. Shangguan Meng knew she was worried about herself and smiled. Unla. There's still you. Shangguan Ru was helpless. Although her hands were controlling a behemoth like the Cloverleaf Group, with countless connections. But in the absence of a strong strength to be the anchor, at that point in time, it won't be able to help substantially at all. Seeing Shangguan Ru in this state, Shangguan Meng pointed to the arena not far away again with a wide smile. Even if you can't protect me, then isn't there still little Su Yuan? He's rank 1 now, right? It's even more powerful than when I was there. Maybe he'll break through to the 9th Order Supreme one day. I'd like to see who else dares to mess with me then. Seeing her godly look, Shangguan Ru was even more speechless. Sister, he's only just begun to cultivate. When he breaks through the 9th rank, I don't know how long it'll take until the year of the monkey and the month of the monkey. Wait, what happened? Shangguan Meng blinked her pretty eyes. Some people are born to work miracles, who knows if he is? Sis, you're hopeless. Chapter 70 Shenyan Morning Glory. Substantial Spiritual Power. The Grumpy Suyan. Since his authority was temporarily blocked and he didn't need to carry out the missions of the Alienicide Bureau anymore, Shangguan Meng simply moved into this hell training hall. As for the excuse, it was because he was not feeling well and needed to take a break from school for a while. With Shangguan Ru's cover, Su Yuan didn't have the slightest doubt. Even after every training session, he would try to cheer up and play with Shangguan Meng for a while. Some days it may be simply chatting, some days it may be talking to her about fun things she's encountered in the course of her practice, and some days. Whenever Su Yuan spoke, Shangguan Meng would sit on the side with a smile on her face, her hands propped up on her chin, patiently listening. This shocked Shangguan Ru. In the imperial capital, it was the misbehaving witch that was enough to make children stop crying. In Erisher City, it was transformed into an innocent and cute little sister next door again. This character temperament, the change is simply not too outrageous. This day. This is the 4th day of Su Yan's dog-licking adventure. Early in the morning, she got out of bed and went to the kitchen to start preparing a loving breakfast. With only the last 2 days left, she had to keep going. The highest rating she had ever gotten in the first 3 days went from a D to a C. The reward has also changed from Love Lingerie to Secret Technique Fox Enchanting Technique. It's as breathless as ever. Phew. I hope to reach an S rating on the 5th day. Although the effect of the Augur Soul Pearl was much worse than the Dragon Soul Pearl, it was still quite helpful to her at the current stage. Furthermore, after the first 3 days of study and training, her level had improved a lot. She was confident that she should be able to at least reach B grade or even a grade today. By the way, there's that added condition of letting 20 people know about this matter. The ones who know both Su Yuan and I at the same time are still mainly schoolmates. Gotta find an opportunity to fulfill that condition in these last 2 days. It'll be embarrassing, but it'll be a wake-up call and a spur to myself. Thinking so, Suyan skillfully turned on the stove and burned the fire, heating the oil on the pot. At this point. Well. So sleepy. Shangguan Meng yawned and sleepily walked into the kitchen. From the day she moved into the place, she had expressed her desire to learn how to make breakfast with Suyan. After learning about this matter, Yuan felt just as outrageous. From Ru's mysterious friend who wanted to open a breakfast store, to Suyan who practiced love breakfast for her online lover, to Shangwan Meng. Why is everyone starting to make breakfast? Is this some kind of new age fad program? That's fine, but what the hell is it that I have to eat it all at the end? Morning. Shangwan Meng and Suyan exchanged greetings. Aha! Suyan nodded gently. She had gotten used to Shangwan Meng's existence. And from Shangwan Meng, Suyan found some confidence. Every time the two made a breakfast, Shangwan Meng's would be uglier and harder to eat. She believed that if she managed to obtain an S rank evaluation on her last day, then Shangwan Meng could at least take 30% of the credit. Wow, how did you make the eggs so perfect, Sister Anyan? Yours is good too. Huh? Did I add too much salt to this one? Maybe a little. Why is this paste black? While Suyan and Shangwan Meng were showing off their skills in the kitchen. Dozens of miles away, Dongling Mountain. Top of the mountain. Yuan sat cross-legged. Looking at that little bit of the rising sun, as in the past, silently keeping its image in mind and depicting it in real time in my mind. Suddenly, he was shaken. It was as if some acupuncture point had been opened. From the Fengqi point at the back of his head to the Baihui point at the top of his head, a never-before-experienced tingling sensation rushed straight to the heavenly spirit. Yuan gave a violent start, and then immediately understood, immediately closing his eyes and running the Great Sun Observation Sutra. When the divine mind rises, the rising sun rises. The morning glory falls all over the palace of God. The power of the flare sun from the trail of the sun converged little by little in the divine palace, condensing around of rising sun. After this period of time of constantly copying the sunrise scene every day, the rising sun that Yuan visualized at this time was much more like it than before. Not only that, when the heart technique of the Great Sun Observation Sutra continued to run, and Yuan's inner gaze was fixed on the rising sun in the divine palace, something magical happened. The rising sun, which had never reacted before, even began to shed a little bit of clear light, like snowflakes and willow flakes, slowly drifting down. This is God's idea of morning glory. Yuan could only achieve divine thought rising sun before, but he didn't expect that at this moment, that inner scene of morning glory falling, all over the divine palace was actually realized as well. This is a huge step forward. And this divine thought morning glory could significantly and effectively increase the strength of spiritual power. Immediately, Yuan endeavored to visualize a small person who bore a slight resemblance to himself in the divine palace through his mind, and began to continuously collect these sprinkled divine mind morning glories. Every time you collect a piece, you feel a cold and clear sensation coming from your spiritual mind, a feeling that is quite wonderful, like biting into a mouthful of chilled watermelon in the middle of a scorching summer. The whole thing lasted almost 10 minutes. Only after all the divine numinous morning glory in the divine palace had been absorbed did Yuan slowly open his eyes. The scenery that you see before you is almost unchanged from before, but it can be said that it has changed everywhere. What remains unchanged is the sight of the rising sun, the morning glory spilling down and coloring the mountains. This sight had been seen by Yuan too many times and had been deeply imprinted in his mind. What changed was how they looked in Yuan's eyes. The change was as if a thin veil had covered the eyes of the former Yuan. And now that this light veil was lifted, everything that was seen in front of me became clearer and clearer. This is the sign of spiritual power soaring above. I didn't realize that the first significant increase in mental power would be such an unanticipated opportunity. Yuan withdrew his gaze and picked up a small nail cap-sized stone from the ground randomly, placed it in his palm and applied his spiritual power on it. At first, the small stones didn't move at all, but later, surprisingly, it moved gently. The magnitude was slight, but it was a real move. Its spiritual power outwardly manifested. If other people saw it, they would be absolutely shocked beyond words. This was because there was a consensus amongst martial artists that the only way to achieve spiritual power to condense into substance and act on top of objects was after breaking through to the 4th rank. Yuan, on the other hand, was 3 whole great realms ahead. It's time to cut the leaks again. The smile on Yuan's face gradually brightened. It's been a while since I've raffled off a prize and my hands are getting a little itchy. Ever since the last time he got a red quality reward in just 3 rounds of advanced draw, he felt that he was definitely blessed with a heavenly destiny, and maybe this time, he would be able to pop out another surprise. Back at the Hell Training Center, Suyan and Shangwan Meng both finished their masterpieces. Yuan looked at the loving omelette that was much more refined than the first day and gave a thumbs up towards Suyan. The progress is obvious. Suyan didn't move. All the talk and stuff is fake, ratings are everything. On the contrary, Shangwan Meng, who was on the side, was quite excited and came over to Yuan's side, holding the plate in her small hands and placing it in front of Yuan, cheering. What about me? What about me? You're notable either. Yuan looked at the oddly shaped plate of unidentified objects and offered encouragement. Breakfast is over. After resting for a while, the two of them, Yuan and Suyan, began their high-pressure gravity training. Shangwan Ru was surprised to find that the gravity multiplier Suyan could withstand. How was it twice as high as yesterday? Not bad, not bad. And if someone possessed a pair of eyes capable of seeing grievances, they might be able to see that Suyan, who was in the gravity room at the moment, was burning with a flame called grievances. I was told it was a big improvement, but it still turned out to be a C rating. She clenched her teeth, itching to rush straight next door, grabbing Yuan by the collar and asking him just what kind of cuisine would make him give an S rating. It really pissed her off. The gravity room next door. Under the terrifying weight, Yuan looked at the growing resentment value on the panel and puzzled. Grievance +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Who's this? Is there so much resentment against me? After high-pressure training, Yuan had thought about resting for a while. Instead, he found that good old young one had sent himself a message. Brother Yuan, where have you been lately? It's almost time for the 6 cities joint exam, are you taking it? You don't know how arrogant that coffin board and horse-face pig were when you weren't there. The two of them, one awakened rank 6, one awakened rank 3, make themselves invincible. By the way, Brother Yuchi, you're supposed to be higher than awakening rank 6, right? Chapter 71, The Exempted Suyan, Self-Exposure in Campus Forums. Awakening Order 6. Yuan thought about it and replied. It's a little bit higher. After condensing his first true vein last time, in 4 days' time, he had managed to condense 2 more true veins successively, and was currently at the peak of the lower first rank. When the 4th true vein was successfully coalesced, he would be able to step into the first stage intermediate. This rate of progress had shaken Shangwan Ru to the point of numbness. As for Suyan, every day after the hellish training, Shangwan Ru would record both of their body data to use for analysis. Thus, whether it was Yuan or Suyan, their progress in cultivation was actually open and transparent. Of course, only on this hardware data. Something like Yuan's spiritual power that had been able to condense into substance and have an effect on external objects was undetectable, and no one knew about it except Yuan himself. Speaking of which, every time she saw that she had progressed another billion dots, Suyan left silently without saying a word, and she didn't know if she was struck by herself or not. Sure. In Yuan's opinion, for a guy like her who had a heart of gold, it was actually a good thing to cultivate fast on her own. Because then one can set an example for her and keep her motivated enough to catch up behind her. It's like in high school sports, if there's a leader who runs fast, then everyone else in their group will do a little better, on average. Suyan should know this, and she would thank herself for it. Buzz. Young One message replied to. Brother Fuchi is great. I knew it, no matter how powerful that coffin face is, he definitely can't compare to you, Brother Yuchi. Hey, when the 6 cities joint exam comes around, you'll have to help me beat their faces in, Brother Yuan. It was obvious that Zhang Yuan was quite excited. It was no wonder, in the recent period of time, Zhao Rizu had fallen into the lap of Morong Bai, and was acting as a bully and calling the shots in the school, and he had long since looked on. Nay, although his companion talent had an A rank, it was somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of martial arts qualifications, and more than 10 days had passed before he could only manage to condense the first source orifice, for which he was also mocked by Zhao Rizu in a good way. Don't worry, small problem. Yuan didn't care too much about the rankings of the 6 cities joint exam and whatnot. Even Zhao Rizu and Morong Bai? He didn't care either. It was just a clown, he didn't even bother. Brother is no. W fighting several second-rank ferocious beasts at once. Awakening Order 6. It's not even worthy of a shoe. What he really cared about was how much emotion value he could earn from his performance on the 6 cities joint exam. It was the perfect exposure stage with an audience of seniors from 6 cities combined. Although their individual strength was relatively weak, and the value of the emotional value they could provide was smaller, but the victory was in their numbers, and accumulating less into more, they could just as easily accumulate a considerable amount of emotional value. Not to mention, their parents, teachers from various schools. It's cool to think about. The other side. Arashur City First High School. Now it's time for the intermission session of the practical class. Seeing Zheng Yuan holding his cell phone and sending a message, Zhao Riza shamelessly came over to look at it, and after glimpsing some of the content, he laughed strangely. I said, what for? What, you think that guy Su Yuan can be better than my brother Bai? Obviously, Morongbai's current Strength of Awakening rank 6 stage gave Zhao Rizu great confidence. In his opinion, Morongbai, the son of a great family like Morongbai, with his own talent being top-notch, and the huge resources provided by his family, it was an absolute crushing of other commoners' heavenly pride. As for Su Yuan? Poof. Relying on the advantage of the flesh-body strengthening class talent during the period of his fresh awakening, it allowed him to play a few waves of pussy before, and when he waited for the 6 cities joint examination, he would like to see what kind of wind and waves he could turn over. Unlike Zhao Rizu, Morongbai was aware that Su Yuan was currently funded by Shangwan Ru. Therefore, he had a premonition that nowadays, Su Yuan's cultivation progress shouldn't be too much worse than his own, and it was even possible that he had reached the 6th stage of the awakening stage just like himself. But he still didn't see Su Yuan as an opponent. Why? Because at lower realms, resources are able to be bought with money. Yu Shangwan Ru has money, okay, you're great. You can raise him. But what? When the realm comes up, there are many resources that you can't buy with money. The Shangwan family's heritage was strong, and it wasn't even close to their Morong family. But what? With that relationship between Yu Shangwan Ru, Shangwan Meng, and the Shangwan family, you're still thinking of taking resources from your family? Don't be ridiculous. Unless Shangwan Meng breaks through to the 8th rank to be crown king, chooses Su Yuan as his successor, and directly allocates resources from the national treasury, from then on until the 7th rank, there is no worry about resources. But that's clearly not possible. That witch Shangwan Meng, who knows if she'll choose a successor? Even if you choose, that won't fall on your head, Su Yuan. Therefore, the ones who can truly be his Morongbai's rivals are the few monsters in the imperial capital, not the so-called humble heavenly pride that walks out of a small fringe town like you. Suyan has been very irritable lately. On the one hand, she had to work hard to improve her cooking skills and strive to get an S-rank rating from Su Yuan to obtain the Augur Soul Pearl, to accelerate her spiritual cultivation. On the one hand, he had to keep accelerating his cultivation, striving to close the gap with Su Yuan before the next comparison came. Keep in mind that there are only 10 days between each comparison, and now 4 days have almost passed. There are only 6 days left. Who? Xianyan took a deep breath. Why on earth is this guy cultivating so fast? Every time she thought that Su Yuan had already condensed 3 true veins, she felt a wave of headache. Even with the 20% cultivation speed bonus of that fangirl state, today she had only just condensed her first true vein, and there was still a certain distance from Su Yuan. The only way to break the game is battle chi. There are still 6 days left. As long as I can condense my battle chi during these 6 days, even if it's just 1 stripe of battle chi, it's enough for me to win the second comparison. The training still needs to be loaded up. Continue to squeeze the ultimate potential out of the physical body. With the experience of the previous life in place, there's a high probability that it can be condensed in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Suyan decided to finish the other thing in the dog-licking adventure first, which was to let at least 20 people learn that she was making breakfast for Su Yuan. It's like a thorn in the throat that won't go up until this is dealt with. Once this matter was dealt with, he himself would focus on training and condensing his battle chi. It's going to be humiliating anyway, it doesn't matter. Just wait until the second comparison and fight this back. Thinking so, Suyan took out her cell phone, logged into the campus forum of Lanchang No. 1 Middle School, and sent out a post. Record, the first time in my life I made breakfast for someone, and I felt pretty good about it. There are some accompanying pictures in the post. These photos were taken in advance by Suyan some days ago, in order to be put to use today. It contains videos of myself cooking breakfast and photos of Su Yuan as he savors it. The very beginning. Anyone who thought this was just a mediocre post. After all, campus forums don't have real names, people surf randomly, and who would click in to read a post with a title like this one that isn't even remotely strong? But when the first idly bored person clicked in, that's when they realized that things seemed not simple. Chapter 72. The forum blew up, said equal treatment, you only favor him alone? The playground of the first high school in Arashiro. Zhang Hao sat by the flower bed and lounged around the campus forum. $$ at hashtag. A noisy quarrel came from not far away, and Zhang Hao looked up. Turns out it's that young one guy who's squirting against Joel Ju. After the awakening ceremony, the school conducted a redivision of classes, and all those who had awakened a C-rank talent or higher were divided into key classes. Brother Young. Class A Talent Possessor. Zhao Rizu. SS Class Talent Possessor. Both of them were too much stronger than him, and he didn't know what they were arguing about, but it had nothing to do with himself, a small C-ranked gifted person. With this in mind, Zhang Hao's attention returned to his cell phone, intending to see if any of the kindly Bodhisattva schoolmates put up some selfie pictures of themselves. Record, the first time I made breakfast in my life, I felt pretty good. Who's a nice guy posting this? Got nothing better to do? Zhang Hao was about to row over, but then he thought about it, the tone felt like a sister. Never mind, let's see. So he clicked into the post. A few seconds later. I chow. Because it's too loud. And the emotion contained in it was so strong that it caused many people to cast puzzled gazes at him. Even Zhang Yuan and Zhao Rizu, who were spraying at each other, stopped and looked over with puzzled faces. Zhang Yuan was on good terms with Zhang Hao, and with his curiosity, he left Zhao Rizu behind and walked over to the side to get a closer look. Hiroko, what are you looking at? Zhang Hao's face was filled with a look of having seen a ghost, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at the screen. Zhang, brother Zhang, take a look for me, am I seeing things right? Is this really our school's goddess Su? Goddess Su? Other than Suyan, who else in Lancheng number 1 is worthy of this name? Even though Zhang Yuan had long since given up his pursuit of Suyan nowadays, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up and immediately took over the phone, browsing it carefully. Making breakfast for the first time in your life? Young One was confused when he saw the title of the post. If this was Suyan, even if she was really learning how to make breakfast, then there was no way she would post it in the campus forum, right? It simply didn't fit her persona. But Zhang Yuan still patiently scratched and clicked into the video clip. This was a video of Suyan while she was cooking breakfast, and the camera was positioned on the side, so she could clearly see Suyan's stunningly beautiful side face, and even her talent for shadow, which had sensationalized the entire school. Is helping out at the side. It's not. Are you serious? Young One was instantly confused. As Suyan's former suitor, he was all too aware of how icy Suyan's character was. Such an iceberg goddess would be unlikely to send details of her life to a campus forum anyway. Could it be someone pretending to be Suyan put up this video? That's not right either. Can anyone get a video of Suyan? Thinking so, Zhang Yuan paddled down a few more times. What came into view was a face too familiar to be seen, eating breakfast with a strange expression. And in the video just now, Suyan had taken a picture of the finished breakfast, a love omelette, and a ball of something that looked like it didn't know what it was, exactly the same as the breakfast in this picture. Looking at this face, Zhang Yuan first froze for a while, and then, his expression gradually became complicated, and in the end, it turned into 10,000 heartaches, and he wailed to the sky. Yuchi! You had me fooled so badly. Zhao Rizu, who was on the side, frowned when he heard Zhang Yuan's wailing. What the are you mad about? Said the man, glancing closer. After realizing it was a campus forum, he pulled out his own phone, swiped to the thread, and clicked in. Not a moment too soon. After reading the post, Zhao Rizu's face instantly rose to a pig's liver color, and then a burst of green and white, looking at the video and photos in his phone, his eyes almost spitting fire. A little bit of time passed. The thread was gradually discovered by the crowd, and countless people left comments below. What's going on? What am I seeing here? Goddess Su cooking breakfast for someone? The heavens! The earth! Why did you let me see this? Brothers, I'm going to cry first. Originally I thought that Goddess Su treated everyone equally, so I felt better in my heart, but now you're telling me that her love is only for one person. I'm crying. I told you how I can't see Su Yuan and Suyan lately, so it's the two of them who went on a honeymoon together. I hate it so much. The comments below the post pretty much look like this. After all, Suyan's usual image at school was that of a purely cool schoolgirl. No matter who she was to, she was always cold and ice-cold in appearance. Now seeing that she was actually making breakfast for Su Yuan, and purposely sending it to the campus forum to show her love, the drastic contrast between this before and after directly caused the crowd to instantly explode. and for a time the ghosts cried out and countless hearts were broken all over the place. Grievance +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. What's going on? Yuan, who was in the middle of a deathmatch simulation in the virtual warehouse, looked at the suddenly skyrocketing emotional value and felt a bit puzzled. He sidestepped the attack of a second-rank lower ferocious beast, and swept the lance in his hand against the trend, the power of which was so terrifying that it instantly cracked the bones of that second-rank lower ferocious beast. There was a fishy wind coming from behind him, and he snapped back, zapping the ferocious beast behind him. Pity! This had only just killed 2 rank 2 lower level ferocious beasts, and several more rank 2 middle level ferocious beasts figures condensed out and pounced towards Yuan. It was clearly the extra practice that Shangguan-Ru had specially prepared for him. Who? Yuan opened his eyes from the virtual capsule, with sweat slightly seeping out of his forehead. This time, the way of death is to break an arm first, then break a leg, and finally by 2-2-stage intermediate ferocious beasts before and after the attack, died miserably on the spot, was not up. For others, this kind of deadly fights and tragic deaths over and over again might lead to serious psychological problems. But to Yuan, even without the sharpening of his spiritual power by the Great Sun Observation Sutra, he wouldn't have such a problem. Because before every death, the only thing he thought about was the next time, how he could get even more enjoyable and tyrannical in getting those forced ferocious beasts to die hard. After coming out of the virtual pod, Yuan took a good rest. Very well done. Shangguan-Ru cast a satisfied smile towards. Yuan nodded and smoothly took the cell phone on the side, then realized how he was bombarded with countless messages. Almost every close friend sent him a message, and every group chat had a conspicuous red at. What's going on here? Yuan was a bit confused for a moment. He casually clicked on Zhang Yuan's chat box. Inside is the bursting into tears emoji pack 99, as well. Brother Yuchi, you fooled me so badly. Do you realize that the school forums are blowing up right now? Yuan. Chapter 73. I'll be honest, she's my dog licker. I was forced to. Wait a minute? What's going on? What school forum? What blew up? Yuan had no idea what was going on. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan told him the whole story that he realized what had happened during his deathmatch training. This guy Suyan. I can't believe they posted about her making breakfast for herself on the school forum? And video footage and accompanying pictures? Good. 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 You're so vengeful, aren't you? I help you test the quality of the breakfast of love, and you turn around and sell me out? Don't you realize how many guys have crushes on you at school? Doesn't that put me in the limelight? Yuan felt like he would never love again in his life. He thought of a famous quote from Earth. The better looking a woman is, the better she lies. Yuan took a deep breath and logged on to the school forum, and was about to look at that post when he realized that. Has been deleted? Brother Fuchi, it seems that post was really deleted. What's going on between you two? Didn't you say you weren't interested in Suyan? Now the school is abuzz with rumors that you two have become a couple. Zhang Yuan asked curiously. After he gave up his pursuit of Suyan, he had felt that Yuan and Suyan were a match made in heaven, but naturally, Yuan told him every time that he was not interested in Suyan. As a result, now that I look at it, how come it doesn't seem to be the same thing? Yuan had originally thought of explaining a bit or two. But suddenly, there was a flash of light. Little Suyan, you like to play like this, don't you? I'll take care of it. Immediately typed. Subuchi, you saw the picture of me eating breakfast before, right? Young one, yeah, what? Subuchi, is my expression a little pained, a little resistant? Young one, seems a little? Yuan, I'll be honest with you. In fact, I'm really not interested in Suyan, but she seems to have developed some thoughts about me, and is now pursuing me. No, not pursuing me, she's being my licking dog. Didn't you see how much I suffered when I ate her loving breakfast? It's all because of her. You use your smart head to think about it. What is she doing now that she's making such a big deal out of posting about me and her on the school forum? Young one, huh? What's it for? Yuan, of course it's to force the palace. To have a name and title. She acted as my dog licker, but I kept ignoring her and thought of playing dirty, so I'm innocent. Young one? So that's what this is all about? This is too much, isn't it? It has to be you, brother Yuan. I can't believe you've got a big schoolgirl as your lapdog. Yuan, low profile. By the way, I still have something to do, so I won't talk about it, let's talk afterward. Put the phone down. A wide smile appeared on Yuan's face. The Shangwan-ru on the side saw Yuan's appearance and asked curiously. Just finished training, why are you giggling here instead of getting some rest? Nothing. Yuan shook his head, glanced deeply in the direction of Suyan's room, and turned to leave. Auntie Su, don't blame me. It was your daughter's unkindness that tainted my innocence before. It was pure self-defense on my part. I'll admit to punishing me any way you want when we get back. In the meantime. Suyan's room. Every time she trained, it was shorter than Yuan, so she rested in her room early. The system required a mere 20 people, so she deleted that thread not long after it was posted. I thought that would be okay, but then I realized. She seemed to have somewhat underestimated her influence, and the sensationalism of the event. Ding! Detected that a total of 1,031 people have learned of the host's dog-licking behavior so far. The host has exceeded the additional quests. Achievement, lick. I'm going to lick everyone. Rewarded, 1 phantom fruit. When she saw the system prompt, Suyan's mood was complicated. On the one hand, one's own post actually let more than 1,000 people know about one's dog-licking behavior. This time the disgrace is truly great. Luckily there shouldn't be too many interactions between herself and this group of high school classmates in the future, otherwise she wouldn't know how to face the crowd. On the other hand, she hadn't thought at all that there was such a thing as overshooting the so-called dog-licking adventure. After overshooting the system's rewards, he obtained a phantom fruit for himself. That's one of the rewards for winning the comparison. It was one of the heavenly treasures that he wanted the most and had the greatest boost to his battle power. Without any hesitation, she directly took out the phantom fruit from the system space and fed it to the shadow servant. The shadow servant transformed into a writhing shadow and devoured the phantom fruit before slowly returning to the corner and beginning to digest the shadow power contained within. If you overachieve a mission, you'll get an extra reward. This additional quest has it, so the main quest, doesn't it have it too? That means there is perhaps a higher rating above the S rating? And what kind of rewards can I get if I can achieve it? Just thinking about it. Suyan's figure suddenly lurched, realizing that something was wrong with her thoughts. How could I even begin to think about such things? What I should be doing is winning every subsequent comparison so that I can get better resources, not looking to make up for losing a comparison by overshooting. Really, was it being reborn back into this body that caused the thinking to be subconsciously changed? Suyan shook her head, putting the many distracting thoughts behind her, and was about to start cultivating when suddenly. Buzz! A message alert came from his cell phone. Suyan glanced over, it was Yuan. She wasn't like Yuan, who had a lot of contacts and so received a huge bombardment of messages. In Suyan's cell phone, on the other hand, there were only Su Qingling, Yuan, and Shangwan-ru. Sabuchi, explain? Suyan moved out the reason she had long thought of and replied. I'm sorry, I was going to upload it to my private profile as a live photo. But I didn't realize that I uploaded it wrongly and uploaded it to the public area. Yuan. Do you see that I believe it? That's just the way it is. Sabuchi, anyway, this behavior of yours is causing me a lot of trouble. What am I going to do about finding a girlfriend in the future? Suyan. She typed a line, deleted it, and finally replied. I'll help you explain. Yuan, forget it. Your explanation will only get worse. I've already explained it for you, it makes sense, and it no longer has an effect on my innocence. Suyan froze for a moment. How do you explain that? Yuan, how else can I explain it? I'll just say that you're my licking dog, insisting that I eat the breakfast you made, and I was forced to do so. That's pretty much it. Suyan's eyelids fluttered, veins rippling, knuckles clenched white. Who? Suck. Who? She tried to take a deep breath, trying to calm herself. It was even if she was called a licking dog by the system, she was actually called a licking dog by Yuan? And forced him to eat his own loving breakfast? Endure. 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 If it wasn't for the sake of the augur soul pearl. She clenched her silver teeth lightly. Tossing the phone aside, he stopped paying attention. Room. The corner of Yuan's mouth lifted a little as he looked at the tips that kept leaping up. Grievance +1+1+1+1+1. That guy, Suyan, is probably pissed off enough right now. But she asked for it. Wrong upload? The hell with it. But well. She's pulling the emotional weight of everyone in the school with this maneuver. Emotional value, 4,241 points. Come on. 2 premium draws. Ding. Consume 4,000 emotion points for 2 premium draws. Chapter 74, a shot of double gold. Dragon Soul Bead. Battle chart, addicted to acting? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Dragon Soul Pearl. Gold color quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Battle Map. Gold color quality. Double gold? Is this the premium sweepstakes? Is that my unbelievable luck? Just one word. Cool. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew wider. The worries that arose because of Su Anyan's exposure were instantly thrown to the wind. Immediately, he checked the functions of the 2 treasures. Dragon Soul Bead, the soul of a dragon beast is detained by a powerful person and sealed in the Tsangdao Jade Spirit to be condensed. The holder can probe his spiritual power into it, and fight and struggle with the sealed dragon soul, which can enhance his spiritual power, and has endless wonderful uses for his cultivation. It's actually a treasure used to aid in spiritual cultivation? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Blue Star currently didn't even have a unified spiritual power cultivation method born yet, let alone this kind of treasure that assisted in spiritual power cultivation. This Dragon Soul Bead was definitely an extremely rare existence. It's sealed with the soul of a dragon genus ferocious beast? The Dragon Soul Pearl was lying peacefully in Su Yuan's palm. The texture was pale and clear, like a precious stone, with a vague pale golden shadow in the center, which should be the so-called Dragon Soul. As for what Tsangdao Jade Spirit was, although Su Yuan wasn't clear about it, the moment he heard the name, it was definitely an extremely high-end material, or else it couldn't have been used to seal the soul. Suppressing the thought of wanting to immediately try fighting with the dragon, Su Yuan looked at another treasure. With a thought, a scroll, suspended in front of Su Yuan, slowly unfolded. This is Battle Chart. On the painting were endless monsters, each of which Su Yuan had never seen before, and were far from the ferocious beasts on the Blue Star, but the ferocity of their appearance and the strangeness of their aura were far superior to any of the ferocious beasts Su Yuan had ever seen. And in the center of the picture, it was a man with a blurry face. Bare hands. Something like a flame burned on his body. The man's face was not clear and he did not look well. However, for some reason, Su Yuan could feel a majestic aura of one man against all from it. Kill all the millions of enemies in front of you, and punch like a dragon with blood still fishy. Battle chart, inspire the battle chart with spiritual power, you can enter the painting, sealing the source energy, and only use your mortal body to fight against the enemy, refining a body of battle courage and battle spirit, which is an excellent treasure for cultivating battle chi. Battle aura. Su Yuan suddenly realized. Wasn't the flame-like thing burning on the body of the man on this battle map the chi that Shangwan Ru had shown himself back then? No wonder it looked so familiar when I first saw it just now. Battle aura, so that's the real name of that mysterious power? When Sister Ru used her battle chi to fend off my attack, she indeed did not use any source energy, which is an extremely unique power, and it is also written on the instructions of the battle map that when you use your body to enter the painting, it will seal the source energy. Su Yuan became more and more excited. It was just that he realized that he seemed to be a little short on time right now. Originally, on top of the daily hellish training, he also had to cultivate the Great Sun Observation Sutra and condense his true veins to raise his realm. Now, to add the fighting dragon soul to refine the spiritual power in the body into painting to sharpen the battle guts and battle spirit and accelerate the condensation of the battle chi? Is this the trouble with too much treasure? Su Yuan laughed. But this happy annoyance was not at all too much for him. There's no need to rush. You can slow down a bit and take your time. The point is to chew on more than you can chew, and the point is to take each step and make something of it. I just finished my deathmatch training, so I'll take a rest first to replenish my strength and chi, and then I'll wait until the evening to try out the effects of the battle chart. The anger and murderous rage in my heart from being parted by that group of ferocious beasts has not yet been dispersed. Incidentally, you can also see how these monsters, compared to the ferocious beasts of the Blue Star, are different. For dinner, Su Yuan and Su Anyan sat more apart. One sits on the far left and one on the far right. What's going on with you two? Shangwan-ru looked at the two men in disbelief. At this time, Yuan and Suyan had some tacit understanding, shaking their heads and speaking at the same time. Nothing. They each froze for a moment, glancing at each other before they both grunted softly and turned their heads away, eating their own meals. By the way, have either of you seen my sister? Shangwan-ru suddenly realized that Shangwan Meng was not there. In the past, every day at mealtime, she had always appeared on time at the spot beside Yuan. I just saw it, she was here but just seemed to take a call and went outside. Yuan, who was taking a big bite of a piece of ferocious beast meat, said vaguely. Shangwan-ru vaguely had some bad feelings. Twilight. The massive hellish training hall was like a giant beast hibernating there. Top of the training hall. Shangwan Meng followed up the phone call while idly looking at the distant scenery. A pair of small white legs swaying in the air, that good-looking and demonic pupil, no waves, so that people do not know what she is thinking in her mind at this time. On the phone, White Burial's helpless voice came through. In the past 2 days the chamber has held many discussions in response to the motion jointly proposed by the Shangwan family and the Morong family, and the final result. Temporarily withdraw your 4 pillars status and have Morongjin of the Morong family take over. Oh. Shangwan Meng faintly answered, her tone was very calm, and she didn't know if she had expected this result or simply didn't care. White Burial sighed. I wonder what Chief Ku was thinking when he didn't use a veto. Doesn't matter. While speaking, Shangwan Meng reached her hand into her pocket, only to realize that the lemon candy in her pocket had been eaten up at some point. She gently skimmed her mouth, a dissatisfied look appearing on that stunning face, as if this matter was more important than having her 4 pillars identity taken back. Without the blessing of the 4 pillars identity, you should pay more attention to your actions afterward. Can't be so arbitrary anymore. As I was before, so I will be after. On the other end of the phone. The silent White Burial shook his head with a bitter smile. Also, this is the Shangwan dream. That's all. Although Chief Ancient didn't know why he didn't oppose the Shangwan and Morong family's motion, he was after all training Shangwan Meng as a successor, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Furthermore, as one of the twin kings of the Hereticide Bureau himself, he would be able to cover her during his tenure at the very least. Silk. I don't know when, but there was a drizzle in the sky. Shangwan Meng stretched out a hand to catch a few drops of rain and grunted. Well, it's raining, so I won't talk to you. I'm going back to dinner. Good. Even if he understood Shangwan Meng's character, Bai Burial had to admire her indifference. Obviously it was such a big thing, but did it turn out to be as important as eating? Hanging up the phone, Shangwan Meng took a gentle leap and landed on the ground from the top of the pavilion. The drizzle fell on her, dampening her long silver white hair. Hurrah! Not waiting for me. Restaurant. Shangwan Meng appeared beside Yuan, looking at Yuan who was feasting, her hands crossed, her lips pursed, and her cute little nose gently wrinkled. Shangwan-ru was silent on the sidelines. If I'm not mistaken, the phone call my oldest sister answered just now should be from White Burial, right? Results. How? Sorry. Yuan had thought about rubbing Shangwan Meng's little head, but his hands were too oily, so he halfway withdrew and laughed. I've had a bit of a training day and I'm too hungry, so I'll be sure to wait for you afterward. That's more like it. Shangwan Meng re-spread her smile and sat down next to Yuan, and together they merrily ate their meal. Far away on the other side. Suyan cast her eyes toward the two men intentionally or unintentionally, and finally landed on Shangwan Meng's body. This guy. Addicted to acting? 4 shifts today. Ask for a little gift. Chapter 75 4 sides and 8 directions, there is no enemy nor God. I am the only one. I am only myself. After dinner. Yuan was dragged by Shangwan Meng to play the game. Suyan, on the other hand, returned to her room. The shadow servant was still absorbing infusing the phantom fruit, and it was estimated that it would take another half a day, so she didn't cultivate for the time being, but instead took out her cell phone, surfed the internet and started searching. How do you make a perfect breakfast of love? Tomorrow is the last day of Lick the Dog adventure. If she still couldn't get an S-rank evaluation, she was going to lose out on the Augur Soul Pearl. Even with the unexpected blessing of the phantom fruit, she still had a rather strong thirst for the Augur Soul Pearl. After carefully browsing through the various search results on the website, Suyan finally selected a video that had the highest number of views, likes, and favorites. Hello everyone. I'm sure all of you who clicked in wanna make the perfect lovey-dovey breakfast for your loved ones, right? Then start with me. In the video, the uploader is wearing an apron and greeting the viewers with a smile on his face. I'm not. Suyan thought silently in her heart. For the next 10 minutes, everything was normal. This video uploader's technique, fire control, and whatnot, was quite good, and Suyan kept some of the details in mind. But is that all it takes to make the perfect breakfast of love? She was a little puzzled. Finally, getting to the final stages of the video, that up owner gave a mysterious smile after bringing the loving breakfast to the table. Alright. Next up is the highlight of highlights. To make the perfect love breakfast, this step is the key. Hearing this, Suyan's eyes lit up and she immediately perked up, ready to memorize the so-called secret. High energy ahead. Bullet guard. Run. A colorful bar of pop-ups crossed the screen, taking up most of the screen. Suyan frowned slightly and directly closed the pop-up. Then, in the video, the camera pans out. Across the table sits a man, smiling and greeting the camera. And the video uploader came and stood behind the man, tenderly wrapping her arms around his neck and looking into the camera with a smile. The true meaning of a perfect breakfast is not really about how delicious or elaborate the breakfast is, the real key point is love. As long as you make your love strong enough and obvious enough, then this breakfast, even if it just took you a few minutes to make it on the fly, it's still, heaven forbid, the perfect breakfast. Having said that, what follows is a 30-second long mosaic of passionate kissing footage. Suyan. 30 seconds later, the passionate kissing scene ended. The video upper looked up with intent, a badass grin on his face. Of course. For any bold and open-minded babies out there, there's actually an even more proven method that will definitely leave your boyfriend husband with the perfect impression of the breakfast you made, for life. Having said that, she leaned down and got under the table. The scene comes to an abrupt end here. Suyan silently exited. Tapped a stomp at the bottom of the video and made a comment along the way. Neuropathy. Then report it. One and done. Just as Suyan was racking her brain in her room, worrying over tomorrow's breakfast. The other side. Slow down. You slow down. Too fast. Don't hit me. Your banana is so annoying. Yuan, Shangwan Meng, and Shangwan Ru, the three of them, were sitting on the sofa with one handle each, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, playing Mario Kart 8 online, with a lot of fun and laughter. When it came to training, Shangwan Ru was extremely strict with the two, even to the point of being devilish, but when it came to resting, she was still quite happy to accompany the two and relax with them. Sure. It was also the two guys, Yuan and Suyan, who were similar to Superman and could remain normal under such intense training. Put in the previous installments of training, those so-called S-ranked and SS-ranked gifted people were all as if they were wilted after each day's training. Not to mention playing games to relax, even lying down they are too tired. Day after day, they cry and cry, just begging to be able to leave hell. Under this contrast, Shangwan Ru was simply satisfied with the two of them, Yuan and Suyan. Another moment passed. Game over. All right. I'll play with you tomorrow. I'll go back to practicing first. Yuan put down the handle and rubbed Shangwan Meng's small head with a smile. Well. Shangwan Meng was obviously still a bit unfulfilled. When Yuan saw this, he just stood up and sat down again, sighing. Last inning. Yeah. Shangwan Ru. You just spoil her. Shangwan Meng drifted over with a look, and only then did she hastily shut her mouth and pick up the handle again. This time, I'm definitely number one. Half an hour later. Yuan returned to the room. Who? Really? Said I'd play the last game, but ended up playing two more. He smiled and shook his head. But to be honest, Shangwan Meng and Shangwan Ru, a silver-haired heteropupil little lowly and an ice-blue long-haired imperial sister with a hot body, were both eye-pleasing to the extreme. If it were any other person, I'm afraid I would be willing to play with them for 3 days and 3 nights. But who let Yuan still think about trying the effect of the battle diagram, and could only stop at first? Use your body to enter the painting to hone your battle guts and battle spirit, and in doing so, gather battle chi. I'm really looking forward to it. After Yuan was ready. With a wave of his hand, the battle picture scroll with a vigorous battle spirit slowly unfolded in the air. According to the guidelines of the battle map, one needed to probe their spiritual energy into it in order to stimulate its effects. If it were any other first-ranked martial artist, they would be stuck at this step because their spiritual power was still very weak and they were unable to manipulate it on their own, let alone condense it into a substance and leave their body. Buzz. After Yuan attached his spiritual energy to the battle map a little bit, a buzzing sound vaguely resounded in his mind. Immediately after that, only a loud boom was heard, and the entire consciousness of the person was pulled into the battle map. Above the scroll, the man whose face was originally blurred, his features gradually became clear, and finally, it was certainly Yuan's appearance. Blood. What a strong smell of blood. Consciousness gradually awakened, Yuan slowly opened his eyes. This is the world within the war map? Before his eyes, there was a vast land with a dim sky, as if it was a scene of doom. There were countless corpses and limbs all over the place, and he, himself, was standing in the middle of the biggest pile of corpses. It was also that Yuan had experienced countless deaths in virtual death matches, and already had resistance to this kind of image, or else if any other person came over, probably at this time, they would have to soften their legs and vomit. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the earth beneath his feet began to shake. Yuan looked up and for a moment, he actually froze in place. He had thought that the number of monsters in the battle map would be large, but he hadn't expected there would be so many. In every direction, it was all black, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, making people breathless. At a rough estimate, at the very least, hundreds of thousands of monsters were surging towards them. The impact of the scene, perhaps, would have been even greater if the viewpoint in the vault of heaven had been switched. Yuan was like a speck of dust, a lone flatboat, while the endless army of monsters was an annihilating tsunami that was enough to roll out heaven and earth. The maximum number of ferocious beasts he had previously fought was 8. These hundreds of thousands of monsters. The span is slightly larger. Not only that. He tried, and it was true that he was unable to mobilize the source energy, just as the battle map had said. Even his own trail of days was ineffective. One can only rely on the flesh and use the most primitive power against the enemy. Feeling the vibration becoming more and more obvious, Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When I opened my eyes again, there was nothing else in them but bearing the will to fight. On all sides and in all directions, there is no enemy or God. Only me. Just yourself. P.S. Just send me a free gift. The results aren't great, but there are more than 4,000 people catching up on their work every day. A person can generate power up to 3 times, and an additional chapter will be added if the number of free power for love reaches 500 per day. I see other authors starting at 2,000 haha. Chapter 76 Sister, why are you in Brother Yuan's room? Kill. 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 The pale, dimly lit earth was colored red with piercing blood. Yuan's figure was submerged in the endless tide of monsters, and everywhere he looked, there were hideous and ghastly ugly faces. Put. A punch pierces a monster's chest. This was followed by a back elbow that blew the head off of another monster behind him. Yuan's surroundings were already covered with the monster's mutilated corpses, causing that already huge pile of corpses to nearly double in size. The monsters were not strong, but their numbers were endless, giving people a sense of despair. Just killed 10 heads, followed by 100 to make up for it, killed 100, and in the twinkling of an eye there were 1,000, 10,000. It feels like walking down a road with no end in sight, and you never know how much longer you'll have to keep going before you reach the other side. Who? Phew. Without source energy, without the power of the flare sun, without any special power, both Yuan and the monster were fighting with pure physical strength. But after such a long battle, Yuan's physical strength had been exhausted. The blood-stained hands were trembling, the bruised legs were weakening, the breathing rate had been disorganized, and even the vision was a little blurred. But the monster not far away was still hissing and rushing towards him. At that moment, a voice sounded in his head. Retreat? Fear? Will it end there? Yuan grinned and didn't reply. Instead, he slowly raised a middle finger towards the side of the sky. And then, he took a deep breath and looked at the swarm of monsters that were about to arrive in front of him, murmuring softly. Too many people bullying too few, huh? Sooner or later. I, alone, will surround you with 100,000. No, 1,000,000, 10 million. Wait and see. Having said that, He endeavored to squeeze out the last vestiges of strength remaining in his body and rushed toward the tide of monsters. Phew! Yuan, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes violently. The clothes on his body were wet and soaked with sweat. After losing to a ferocious beast in a virtual deathmatch, even if one died miserably, after walking out of the virtual pod, Yuan should do whatever he wanted. But in the world of war maps, the fierce killing, the endless despair, the loneliness of being the only one in the world, all of them are wearing down and impacting your will. Virtual deathmatch is child's play by comparison. So he braced himself and leaned back against the bed, closing his eyes for a few moments. This backlash. A little big. But painful enough. Enough tops. Though mentally exhausted to the core. However, Yuan had a feeling that whether he said it was intention or fighting spirit, or the battle guts mentioned in the description of the battle map, the battle intent, all of them had been sufficiently tempered. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before one would be able to condense that legendary battle chi. Half of the night. Due to the large amount of energy expended in the battle map world, the physically and mentally exhausted Yuan then temporarily put down his cultivation, intending to have a good night's rest. But just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a soft knock on the door. Who's looking for me at this hour? Yuan curiously got up and opened the door. Seeing the person who came, Yuan was really a bit surprised. I thought it might be Shangwan Meng or Shangwan Ru, but I never thought that it would actually be Suyan. The young girl was dressed in a light-colored nightgown, and compared to the cool sophistication of the past, there was inexplicably something special about the loose laziness of the moment. It's just that with her tired eyes and disheveled hair, she looks like it wasn't in very good shape. Yuan hadn't finished speaking. Suyan then went into the room on her own. Yuan. This guy, what's going on? He briefly pondered if it was the fact that he was trying to prove his innocence by calling her his dog licker that was bothering her so much. Shouldn't I? She herself knew full well what the truth really was. Besides, Suyan didn't seem like someone who would care about such things. Yuan silently closed the door. Suyan had sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Yuan. I'd like to ask you a favor. She just couldn't take it anymore. Almost every one of those videos she'd watched on the internet, the ones supposedly teaching on making the perfect breakfast, ended up coming down to love. What do you expect her to do? There was no choice but to try to start from Yuan's side. A favor? What favor? Tomorrow is the last time I make breakfast. Huh? Yuan froze for a moment before laughing. Make breakfast one last time? You're just going to give up? You're not going to be a good little cook for your online date? Suyan. Good little cook? What the hell kind of name is that? If she hadn't been coerced by the system, she would never have done such a thing in her life. Suyan had already thought of a paragraph to say before she came here. That's right. Suyan lifted a few strands of broken hair from her forehead behind her ear. My online relationship is over. Yuan. Are you kidding me? A few days ago, he suddenly overthrew his persona and burst out that he had fallen in love online and had to practice his cooking skills just to make breakfast for his online love. And now he's coming to my room in the middle of the night saying that his online relationship is over. How? Do you want me to comfort you? Just like that, Yuan gave Suyan a go-ahead, I'm listening look and waited for her next words. Suyan knew that her next words were a bit exaggerated, but for the sake of the Hijao Soul Pearl, she was willing to endure Yuan's strange eyes. So she spoke slowly. But I don't want the relationship to just sizzle to a halt and make my efforts in vain. So I want you to treat me like a real girlfriend tomorrow and judge my love breakfast from a boyfriend's perspective. It'll kind of bring this thing to a perfect conclusion. Yuan. Silence, it's Cambridge tonight. Suyan, you're playing with flowers. Excuse me. That's a favor I can't do. Yuan refused Suyan's request. Not only that, he even felt the need to talk to Auntie Su. It was because he felt as if Suyan's current mental state wasn't very normal. Suyan was directly embarrassed. But the word beg was not in her vocabulary. Being able to take the initiative to come over and ask for Yuan's help was already the result of her efforts in mental construction. Really? With a glimmer of hope, she asked one last time. It really doesn't work. Yuan was decisive. Okay. Su Anyan's demeanor instantly returned to its original form, and that cool aura reappeared on her body. If it was the Dragon Soul Pearl, she would definitely try harder. And Augur Soul Beads. Her. No. 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 Up. Su Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this. Yeah, that's the flavor. Keep it up. Or this is how you look comfortable. Su Yen. Bye. After faintly leaving such a sentence, she intended to leave Su Yuan's room. But when she just opened the door, her petite body froze. Outside the door, Shangguan Meng blinked her pretty eyes and slightly tilted her head sideways. Sister, why are you in brother Su Yuan's room? P.S. Thanks for the power generation. Appreciate. Chapter 77, The Witch's Meddling Weapon. Little dream, how old are you? What could Su Anyan say? She could only be silent. Late night. Lonely men and women. Sharing a room. You can't even jump into the yellow river to wash it off. It's okay if it's a real little girl. But the problem is, this guy is Shangguan Meng. It looked like a clueless little loli, but in reality it was long in its 20s, older than them. So, destroy it. Su Anyan chose to leave directly. Because there are times when things get darker and darker. Shangguan Meng looked at Su Anyan's departing back, pondering. Just so. It was like leaving all the embarrassment to Su Yuan. He coughed softly. Dream? You're still up this late? Since getting better acquainted with Shangguan Meng, Su Yuan's name for her also gradually changed from Shangguan's sister, to Xiaomeng's sister, to the final Xiaomeng, appearing more and more intimate. Ha! Shangguan Meng retracted her gaze from Su Anyan, a beaming smile at the corner of her mouth. You two are doing something bad, I'm going to tell my sister to go. Su Yuan? He lightly knocked on Shangguan Meng's small head and pretended to slate his face. What kind of nonsense is going on in that little head of yours? So what do you think you're doing? Wei. Su Yuan's brain raced. She's fallen out of love and I'm comforting her. Who? Shangguan Meng had a bad smile on his face. I've heard that it's easiest for a girl to be taken advantage of when she's out of love. Does brother Su Yuan have this idea? Su Yuan was helpless. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. With that said, he was going to do a backhanded move. What about you? Are you misbehaving by staying up so late? Shangguan Meng skimmed her mouth, but did not continue to dwell on it. After all, with her strength, whether or not anything had happened between the two just now, it was simply impossible to escape her eyes. She just sighed softly. I can't sleep. Can't sleep? Aha! Su Yuan thought about it. He was a little sleepy but looked at the window. The moonlight poured into the room on a cloudless evening after a light rain. Tell you what then, I'll take you out to count the stars and get sleepy counting. Shangguan Meng's eyes lit up. Yeah. Outside the arena. Su Yuan had a bit of a headache. This is suburbia. What's the best spot to see the stars? The top of the training hall, of course. But the problem was that at this height of more than 10 meters, he couldn't even get up there himself, let alone bring along a Shangguan Meng. Aside. Shangguan Meng blinked. She could see what Su Yuan was thinking, and after some thought, she summoned her own weapon. We can use this. This is a handle. Huge ghostly purple scythe. It was covered with mysterious and bizarre patterns, as if it was a divine weapon that reaped death from the 9 hells, emitting a haunting aura. Su Yuan? Shangguan Meng smiled cheekily. This is a gift from my sister. She said it's for my self-defense, and it can fly with you. Su Yuan was shocked. This thing, it doesn't need to be powered by source energy? Okay. Shangguan Ru was, after all, the director of the Cloverleaf Group, and it was normal to have some kind of black technology on hand. It's just that this scythe was bigger than even his size and looked incredibly dangerous. Shangguan Ru was actually able to hand this kind of thing over to Shangguan Meng? What's wrong with that? What if something happens? Actually, this scythe is indeed dangerous. But not to Shangguan Meng, but to others who saw it. The 9 Phantoms. One of Shangguan Meng's talents, a companion spirit weapon. It had been stained with the blood of countless 7th-ranked feudal lord realm powerhouses, and was known as the Witch's Undertow and the Scythe of Slaying, making people turn pale at the sight of it. That 7th-ranked blood marquis of the Arcus family had died under it at the beginning. As if she was able to penetrate Su Yuan's inner thoughts, Shangwan Meng smiled coquettishly. Don't worry. I don't even use it, so it's not dangerous. After saying that, he gently pointed his toes and leapt onto the huge scythe, before turning around and reaching out his hand towards Su Yuan. Come on. Su Yuan could only do as he was told. The huge spectral purple scythe carried the two men, slowly rising to the top of the training arena. After putting the two down, Shangwan Meng gently waved her hand and it disappeared into nothingness. When Su Yuan saw this, he could only lament the toughness of the cloverleaf group. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shangwan Meng sat beside Su Yuan, her hands wrapped around her knees, tilting her head, looking serious as she counted the stars in the sky. A cool night breeze blew through, gently ruffling a few strands of her silver hair. The moonlight along with the soft starlight spilled down, reflecting the flawless side of the young girl's face beautifully. An unintentional glimpse. It made Su Yuan deepen this scene in his mind. He had long known the beauty of Shangwan Meng, but it was not until this moment that he realized how stunning this beauty was. She's still young. Su Yuan did not move and withdrew his gaze. While calculating the age gap between the two in his mind, it was only then that he suddenly came back to his senses. He seemed to have been unaware of exactly how old Shangwan Meng was. That dream. Shangwan Meng turned her head. Those good-looking eyes, like the clear turquoise blue seawater, like the jewel of a blazing flame, exuded a mysterious aura that was enough to mesmerize in this all-silent night. How old are you again? Not telling you. Naughty. Slightly. Su Yuan didn't pursue the question any further. Instead, he rested his hands on his head and just leaned back, looking up at the stars in the sky, twinkling. Could there be an Earth in there? Oh, the Earth isn't a star, it can't be a star. Su Yuan smiled and stopped speaking, just feeling the beauty of the night. 633. 792. 1021. As Shangwan Meng counted, she suddenly felt a little sleepy. Just as he was about to turn his head to talk to Su Yuan, he realized that he's already asleep? What the hell? The smile on Shangwan Meng's face was wide. Obviously I said I was here to count the stars with me who couldn't sleep, but I ended up falling asleep myself first. As she spoke, Shangwan Meng suddenly became playful and reached out to gently pinch on Su Yuan's face. Su Yuan's eyelashes fluttered lightly and rolled over. Early the next morning. When Su Yuan woke up from his bed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was clueless. His last impression was lying beside Shangwan Meng looking at the stars. Did you sleep through it? This. It's more or less embarrassing. I guess I was too tired in the world of war maps. Right. So how did I get down here? In Su Yuan's opinion, Shangwan Meng should not be able to move him. Had she called out to Sister Ru to carry herself down? Then this is even more embarrassing. There are 3 women and 1 man here, and he's embarrassed to face 3 of them, so what's the point? Su Yuan stiffly got up and went to the cafeteria, just as all 3 were there. Good morning. Good morning. Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng greeted Su Yuan separately. Shangwan Meng also winked playfully towards Su Yuan. Su Anyan was sitting on the other side, silently looking at the last loving breakfast in front of her. As long as she didn't want the Jiao Soul Pearl, then after today, it would be relief. Su Yuan sat beside Shangwan Meng as usual and said with some embarrassment. Last night. I called my sister to come and carry you down. Without waiting for Su Yuan to finish, Shangwan Meng said with a smile. Of course, this was impossible. She had sent Su Yuan back to her room by herself. But in order to avoid being discovered by Su Yuan, she had long ago conspired with Shangwan Ru to make a confession. Shangwan Ru was greatly shocked by the 2 of them looking at the stars together last night, and once again inquired if her own elder sister had the idea of an old cow eating young grass. After being cleaned up, under the threat of the iron fist, he nodded with a sincere face. Well, I'm the one who put you back in your room. When he thought of himself being held in Shangwan Ru's arms last night, Su Yuan was so embarrassed that his scalp went numb. Sorry, I was too tired yesterday. I'm sorry for troubling Sister Ru. It's okay, it's okay. Shangwan Meng waved her hand and replied for Shangwan Ru. In order to divert the embarrassment, Su Yuan brought up the matter of the 6 cities joint exam in a few days. Oh, the 6 cities joint exam, sure you can go if you want, it's only 1 day anyway and it doesn't interfere with training. Shangwan Ru immediately agreed. At this point, Suyan silently walked over to the trio. She placed the loving breakfast in her hand in front of Yuan and was about to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Yuan called out to Suyan. Suyan turned around and looked at Yuan. What's wrong? So, I'd like to have a light breakfast today, should I not count it? P.S. Didn't get to 500 power generation, but plus more, count what you guys owe me, huh? Chapter 78, I really don't hold it against you. Perfectly fitting shadow battle armor. It wasn't that Yuan disliked Suyan's breakfast for being difficult to eat. In just a few days, she went from being difficult to swallow at the beginning to being a recognizable figure later on, enough to prove that she still had some talent. It's just that. It's been 4 days in a row now, and I'm really getting a little tired of it and want a change of pace. What's more, yesterday Suyan had come up with a rather perverted idea of treating herself as a real girlfriend and savoring this loving breakfast with a loving perspective. So that makes it even more impossible to eat. Sure. In order to make Suyan feel better about himself, he even pointed to a plate of black unidentified objects placed in front of Shangwan Meng. Look, I really don't hold it against you, I didn't eat what Dream made this morning either. Shangwan Meng nodded. Yeah. Suyan's gaze swept over Shangwan Meng's masterpiece and then looked at the one she had made. No, how can these two be the same? So she chopped away. No. Suyan froze for a moment. Look at her determined look, dare this chick really say what she said last night, lost or not lost love or whatever, it doesn't matter at all, she just wants to put a perfect ending to her efforts during this period of time? If that was true, then it seemed really cruel if he didn't do this favor. Just have to fantasize about Suyan as his real girlfriend. It's a little difficult, isn't it? That face good looking is real good looking. The body is also perfect. A pair of long legs is even white and straight. That's right, one doesn't eat her cool schoolgirl persona at all. In contrast, he preferred the passionate and fiery one. Just as Suyan hesitated, Suyan suddenly reacted to the fact that the dog-licking adventure released by the system didn't seem to mandate that Suyan must eat his breakfast. All it says in the mission requirements is, for 5 consecutive days, he made breakfast for Suyan, which included at least a love omelette, and handed it to him personally. Right. Just do it yourself and hand it over to him. It doesn't even matter if you eat it or not. In order to make sure that her idea was okay, Suyan even asked the system in her head so that she wouldn't be counted as having failed to complete the dog-licking adventure and have her cultivation withdrawn. Ding! The host's behavior meets the requirements of the mission. However, this will result in the loss of a rating opportunity, and the final rating will be the highest grade of the previous 4 days, grade C, with a reward of secret technique fox enchantment. Foxtrotting is foxtrotting. It's unlikely you'll use it yourself anyway. And again. She's swinging for the fences now. This dog-licking adventure is both the first and the last. When he managed to gather his battle chi and win the second comparison, then he would ruthlessly retrieve the situation. Forget it. Suyan spoke faintly. Taking back his bento box from in front of Suyan, he turned around and left the cafeteria. Suyan. He would have changed his mind if she had insisted a little more. Hey. At this time, Shangwan Ru suddenly sighed a few words. I can see that in Yen is a little sad. Usually cold personality, it is not easy to meet the true love on the network. The result is that this is only a few days to break up. One's own hard work for so long to practice the love of the breakfast can only be nullified. Suyan. Sister Ru, aren't you putting too much drama on her? You don't understand, it's our sixth sense as women, I can feel it, she's really sad. Suyan, 6. Room. It's finally over. Suyan was in a big position, throwing herself onto the bed with a big smile on her face. These 5 days of torment are finally over. Starting today. She no longer had to be hamstrung by the dog-licking adventure. You can devote your full attention to your practice. It's just a shame. She missed out on the resource rewards of the first comparison. Only 1 phantom fruit was obtained. And originally, she can obtain Dragon Soul Pearl, Shadow Silence Fruit, Purple Extreme Crystal, Tian Yuan Spiritual Liquid, Chalcedony Stone. Forget it, don't think about it. Let bygones be bygones. Suyan adjusted her mind and summoned the Shadow Servant. After a day of digestion, that phantom fruit had been thoroughly absorbed, making the Shadow Servant much more solid than it was. See if you can split early. Thinking so, Suyan manipulated the shadow servant, causing it to reform into a large mass of shadows, which then gradually split and became two smaller masses of shadows. One of the shadows, which quickly morphed into the original Shadow Squire's form, was only slightly lighter in shadow concentration. But the other small mass of shadows, after struggling hard for a long time, all but sketched out an approximate appearance, but never managed to materialize into form. Still a little short. After many fruitless attempts, Suyan could only give up. If the shadow servant succeeded in splitting, then her cultivation speed would be able to increase drastically. This was because each shadow servant was capable of absorbing source crystals, feeding back source energy, and assisting in cultivation, and the efficiency would not decrease due to the increase in number. Even more, she was able to have the two shadow servants cultivate and deduce different battle techniques, and then have them synchronize their perceptions and experiences of the battle techniques into her mind, giving the effect of one mind, three minds. Try another ability. After the two masses of shadows remerged, they didn't coalesce into the shadow servant's form, but covered Suyan's body under her control. After a burst of deformation and illusion, it had become a shadow battle armor. The perfectly fitting shadow battle armor revealed Suyan's tall figure. With a casual wave of her hand, the shadows in her palm automatically extended into a shadow whip, whipping the air with a bursting sound. Not bad. The shadow battle armor on his body faded away like a tidal wave, finally reverting to the appearance of a shadow servant in front of Suyan. Suyan's face, however, was not complacent. The phantom fruit was, after all, an external object, and even though it was able to enhance the shadow servant's abilities, in the final analysis, she still needed to be strong in her own right in order to maximize the effects of her talent. There are 5 days left for the second comparison. The 6 cities joint examination, just a day before the second comparison, that is, 4 days later. It's like giving me a chance to compare in advance and examine Su Yuan's battle power. I'll take the first place in this joint exam. Suyan was confident. In addition to the 6 cities joint examination, she was equally reminded of the great examination of martial arts that would be held more than 2 months later. As I recall, the top 2 students from each administrative district in the Great Martial Arts Examination will be selected for the Star World program. As for the Astral World, Suyan looked thoughtful. She knew more about the Star Realm than everyone in Blue Star. Chapter 79. I don't believe it. There's no way my goddess is someone else's licking dog. In her previous life, she had successfully been selected for the Star Realm program as the number 1 in the South River Administrative Region's Great Examination of Martial Arts. At first, she didn't know what the so-called Star Realm referred to, but later on, when she left the Blue Star and stepped into the starry sky, that's when she realized that the so-called Star Realm was actually the heaven's remarkable selection ground that the 9-Star Alliance had opened up to the Blue Star. As one of the hegemonic level forces in the Eastern Spirit region, the 9-Star Alliance was one of the few moderate civilizations. After casting the seed of evolution on Blue Star and setting a test period of 500 years, it was now the 495th year, with only 5 years remaining. After the assessment of the 9-Star Alliance, there was a great probability that Blue Star would not be able to give birth to a strong person who would break through the limit realm and step into the Star Realm within these last 5 years. That's why the Star Realm was open to screen out the heavenly pride of each country in advance, in preparation for their inclusion in the 9-Star Alliance in the future. The year. Dasha totaled 11 provincial administrations and a total of 22 people were selected for the Star World program. They were all heavenly prides amongst heavenly prides, demons selected from millions of people, yet there were only 5 people who ended up obtaining that Star Realm inheritance. Excluding Dasha. Eagle American Federation, 5. Continental Union, 4. Siberian Northern Plains, 3. Cherry Blossom Country, 1 person. Indo-Pacific. Their term, cumulatively, was 24. But 5 years down the line, that's a total of 86 people. And the population of the entire blue planet is in the billions. Out of the billions of people, less than 100 had received the 9-Star Alliance's Genius certification. In this life, Suyan was confident that she would break through to the Starry Sky realm within the 5-year deadline. But before that, she still needed to get her hands on the star resources in the Star Realm as a way to accelerate her development. Su Yuan. Back then, the top 2 in the South River Administrative Region was me and Morongbai, and this time, if there are no surprises, it should be me and you. The stage of the Blue Star is too small, and I've seen too many so-called heavenly prides, after entering the starry sky, suffer a blow, fall flat on their face, and die out from then on. Back then, I was the only one who was able to walk out of the Eastern Spirit domain with those who entered the 9-Star Federation together. I hope you don't fall off the wagon that early. That's right. Suyan slightly recognized Su Yuan now. But only some of it. And, that's still looking at it from the standards of the Blue Star Celestial Pride. Compared to those monsters in the starry sky, the current Su Yuan was still far, far away. Arashur City First High School. It was clear that in a few days it would be the 6 cities' joint exam, but now the highest level of discussion in the school was the gossip between Su Yuan and Suyan. At first, after seeing Suyan's post on the campus forum, everyone was shocked beyond words. Because this clashed too much with Suyan's iceberg goddess and cool schoolgirl persona, it caused everyone to have a hard time believing it was true. The school forum account did not have a real name, so people didn't know if the owner of this account was Suyan herself or not. Later, the account owner deleted the post and cancelled the account, which made the sudden exposure even more confusing. You said that if Su Yuan and Suyan were still at school, things would be much better. Yes or no, the person in question came right out and clarified it. But now both Su Yuan and Suyan were not at school. Who knows where they went? For a while, there was a wide range of opinions. During this time, the boys were heartbroken because Suyan was the girl of their dreams, and they would have felt better in their hearts if she had maintained her persona, being equally cold and detached from everyone, to be seen from afar but not to be played with. Now she favored Su Yuan by showing that gentle look that she had never shown in front of outsiders, which was tantamount to dashing their dreams, and one swore that they would not share the same fate as Su Yuan. And then look at the girls. Before his awakening, there were quite a few girls in the school who had a crush on Su Yuan, and when he obtained his SSS rank talent, he was even more admired and worshipped by many girls. Therefore this matter also made these girls who had a crush on Su Yuan gloomy for a long time. The turning point of the matter occurred after Zhang Yuan relayed Su Yuan's words. Hey, have you guys heard? I heard Zhang Yuan from class 3 say that Suyan wasn't actually with Su Yuan at all. That post she made at the time was asking for a name. It was to get Su Yuan to recognize her as his girlfriend. She's just Su Yuan's dog. Are you kidding me? A goddess of Suyan's caliber would be someone else's licking dog? I don't believe it. I feel the same. I don't usually see Suyan favoring Su Yuan, right? There's not even a hair's breadth of difference between how she treats Su Yuan and how she treats us. That's right, isn't Su Yuan usually boarding at Suyan's house? I feel that if the two of them could make it, they would have done it already. Why wait until now? What the hell was that all about? Zhang Yuan did not expect that his behavior of helping Su Yuan to clarify the facts, instead of calming the crowd's heart of gossip, it added a fire, so that the discussion of this matter more and more hot. Breakfast of love mystery. True or false liquors. The love-hate relationship of the SSS gifted. The greatest couple or the happiest couple? Posts such as these have long dominated the popularity charts of the school's forums. All the way up to a post that came out of nowhere and instantly became the #1 hot post. Revealed. The truth. Shameless Su Yuan. Let me tell you the truth. Anyone who has read that post knows that the video and the photos in that post are separate. The video is from when Suyan made breakfast. The photos of Su Yuan eating breakfast. There is no connection between the two. The only point of correlation is that the breakfast Su Yuan ate is the same as the breakfast picture Suyan took at the end. But do you guys think there's a possibility that that video footage of Suyan is just documenting life? It was Su Yuan himself who imitated a copy of Suyan's breakfast, and then in order to satisfy his vanity, he got Suyan's video footage through unknown means and came to the school forum to post it. And finally to turn it around and say that there's no relationship between him and Suyan, it's Suyan who's licking him. I've never seen such a brazen person. Simply shameless. The claim of this post. It was instantly recognized by a number of people. After all, they really couldn't figure out how Suyan, who had maintained the image of an iceberg goddess in front of the crowd for 3 years, would suddenly make breakfast for Su Yuan, which was just too unreasonable. You're going to say she played? Who in their right mind can act for 3 years? 3 years of barely interacting with anyone? That's obviously impossible. Support the owner. I share the owner's opinion. Exactly. How could my goddess be someone else's dog licker? Absolutely impossible. These people were all avid crushes of Suyan, and as long as they could find a reason that made sense to them, they were willing to believe it. Of course, there are plenty of sensible people out there. Don't be so hasty upstairs, why are you guys listening to the wind and calling it rain? I'm in the same class as Sushin, he's not this kind of person at all, okay? Laughing my ass off, a few upstairs because Suyan can't see herself, so she doesn't believe others can gain Suyan's favor either? The past was the past, and the present is the present. Now that Sushin and Sushin are both SSS ranked gifted, it's normal for them to appreciate each other. The dog licking and whatnot could also be a small joke between people's young lovers. Brothers, don't be ostriches, thinking that once your head is buried and you can't see it, things won't exist anymore? Say, do any of you have Suyan's contact information? Wouldn't it be better to ask her in person? There's no need to say anything else, just ask if this post was posted by her. I didn't. No. For 3 years, Suyan never added any of her classmates, so this trick simply wouldn't work. In a few days it will be the 6 cities joint exam, surely the 2 of them will take it, right? Won't the truth come out then? Makes sense. In the toilet. Zhao Rizu squatted in the pit while looking at the replies below his post with great interest. Yes, the top hot post on this list was posted by him. Those that agreed with him, he spiked them all. Those who disagreed with his views, he blacked out and deleted. Suyan is your licking dog? Bah! I really don't believe it. If that's true, I'd rather eat. With that, he finished getting up. Just due to the leg numbness from squatting just now, the leg accidentally went soft, and the toilet floor was slippery. One foot stepped into the pit and stepped on a foot of Shang. A curse came out of the cubicle, scaring the hands of the classmate next door who was jerking off to a small porno movie. Hell's Training Hall. High-pressure gravity training room. Yuan himself was completely unaware of the growing furor in the school. Just suddenly, the gravity on his body vanished into nothingness. What's going on? Equipment failure? Or what? Yuan was just being surprised when Shangwan Ru came over and opened the door of the gravity room and said to the 2 of them, "That you guys go back and rest first. There's an annoying fly coming, I'm going to shoo someone away." Annoying flies? Yuan's gaze flickered. But Shangwan Ru didn't say much and turned around and left, looking a bit anxious. Yuan turned his head to look at Suyan, who had come out of the gravity room next door, shaking and walking on shaky legs. "Hey, is everything okay?" "Aha! Good enough." Suyan's tone was flat and forced. Seeing her like that, Yuan couldn't help but tease. "Oh, I'm pretty good too, I used 7% of my strength in the training just now. I only used 1/6 of my strength. I'm 35 times gravity." The corners of Suyan's mouth twitched as she glanced at her 22x gravity multiplier, her face expressionless. Boring. When he finished, he turned to leave. It was just that the back of that one step at a time move looked slightly downcast. Ha 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 ha. Yuan couldn't help it. But after all, he still had some strength left, so he didn't go straight back to his room, but planned to go and see what the annoying flies, as Sister Ru said, were all about. Chapter 80. Who will pick this pair of roses with thorns? Outside the Hell Training Center. Snap. The man in the black trenchcoat took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, took a drag, and slowly exhaled smoke rings. The man looked to be about 30 years old, with a hawkish nose, triangular eyes, and high cheekbones that made his whole person look rather mean. Beside him, Morong Xiao had his hands in his pockets, and the earrings and nose ring that he had just replaced were shiny, making the arrogance on his face more and more intense, and very different from the wimpy look that he had before in front of Shangwan Meng. "Brother, the family is really something this time. I didn't expect to really glean the Shangwan Meng's 4 pillars. Now that you've become the 4 pillars, let's see how she's still arrogant." That's right. This black trenchcoat man was the first eldest son of the Morong family of the imperial capital, Morong Xiao, and Morong Bai's elder brother, Morongjin, the 7th-ranked feudal lord, Ghost Fury Marquis. After being authorized by the court, he was now going to replace Shangwan Meng and become one of the 4 pillars of the Herbicide Bureau. This time, he came over in order to retrieve the pillar seal that represented the power of the 4 pillars from Shangwan Meng's hands. Holders of this seal have the right to kill first and then kill later when facing anyone below the 6th rank. Swish! Just as Morong Xiao was gleefully patting his own big brother on the back, Morongjin's brows furrowed violently, and the source energy in his body erupted, instantly pushing Morong Xiao away by several meters. A gully visible to the naked eye appeared on the ground, and on the position where Morong Xiao originally stood, a severed finger remained, and blood was seeping out a little from the bloody break. "I think I heard someone talking bad about me. Oh. Shangguan Meng's voice came out lightly, her tone light and quick, as if the attack filled with killing intent just now had nothing to do with it. Morong Zhao's face turned white as he looked at the silver-haired heteropupil loli that had appeared at an unknown time, his cold sweat pouring out. The pain coming from the broken side of his finger made him realize in a profound and incomparable way that if Morongjin hadn't pushed him away just now, he might have been split in half. Crazy. Crazy. Morong Zhao's throat rolled gently, no longer daring to say another word. But in the bottom of those eyes along with the fear was a deep malice. Without the identity protection of the 4 pillars, you're going to fall sooner or later. Shangguan Meng. Morongjin, who was on the side, spoke up. He removed the cigarette he was holding in his mouth and clamped it to his fingertips, smiled slightly, and didn't mention a thing about Morong Zhao's near death, but only said, "It's been a long time. It's been quite a while." Shangguan Meng slightly tilted her head sideways, seemingly smiling. "The trash that I beat half to death last time, I didn't expect that in this turn of events, he actually managed to seal his title as well?" When Morongjin heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the subdued calmness on his face could barely be maintained. But he took a deep breath, inhaled heavily and exhaled slowly. "It's all in the past. I have come this time to ask you for the seal of the pillar, and you give it to me." If it were before, Morongjin would never have dared to talk to Shangguan Meng like this. But now, he had also managed to advance to a 7th-ranked sealed marquee powerhouse, and his Rakshasa body had become a great success, just one step away from the family's legendary Shura body. He was confident that even if Shangguan Meng had already been promoted to the rank of marquis for almost 2 years, he wouldn't be too much stronger than himself. So, hearing that Morongjin had come to fetch the pillar seal, Shangguan Meng smiled and took out the pillar seal as he wished, but instead of handing it over to him, he waved it in front of himself, pretending to be curious. "Is this it?" Morongjin frowned slightly, not knowing what this witch was up to again, but could only nod. "Aha!" At this point, Shangguan Ru walked out. She came to Shangguan Meng's side, looking vigilantly at the 2 uninvited guests, Morongjin and Morong Xiao, with an icy expression. "You are not welcome here." Morongjin glanced at Shangguan Ru with a faint gaze and laughed lightly. "Shangguan Ru, how come you followed your sister's example and become this rude?" Shangguan Ru gave him a disgusted look. She had already learned of the news that Morongjin was going to replace Shangguan Meng as the 4 pillars, which deepened her hatred for the Morong family, and at this time, she naturally disliked him without mercy. "If it was your spirit card I was seeing right now, I might politely light an incense plant for you." Morongjin's eyes narrowed a little. However, he didn't get angry, because he knew very well that although Shangguan Ru had not yet been crowned, he still couldn't move himself. The sisters, Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, although they were members of the Shangguan family, their source of power had almost nothing to do with the Shangguan family. Shangguan Meng relies on her terrifying talent and strong overwhelming strength. Shangguan Ru's talent strength is slightly weaker, but as the chairman of the Cloverleaf Group, she has several sealed king in her hands, and even the connections of the supreme powerhouses. That's tricky. With a pair of roses with thorns like that, there's no telling who will end up picking them. Could it be you? Morongjin sneered in his heart and extended his hand towards Shangguan Meng. "Get me the pillar seal, I'm not looking for trouble today, get the pillar seal and I'll leave." "Oh. Okay." Shangguan Meng's promise was so simple that Morongjin was a little surprised, even wondering if there was some kind of fraud involved. But the next second, Shangguan Meng threw the pillar seal in her hand to the garbage can on the side. That was the place used to throw food waste on weekdays, and every day there would be someone who would come over to clean up and carry it. The pillar seal drew a graceful curve in the air and landed accurately in the trash can, making a soft diss sound, causing Morongjin's face to darken instantly. "Shangguan Meng, what do you mean?" Morongjin held back the anger in his heart. Shangguan Meng, however, just gently clapped her hands, as if the thing she threw away had dirted her hands. "You're not either? Just go pick it up yourself, huh?" At this time, Morong Xiao very much wanted to go forward and say you don't bully people too much, but when he thought of Shangguan Meng's merciless chop just now, he instantly wimped out again and shrank beside Morongjin without making a sound. "Good. Good. Yes." Morongjin said 3 good words in a row, and a seeping gaze erupted from those vulture-like triangular eyes. He raised his hand, intending to use his source energy to shatter the trash can before retrieving the pillar seal. But Shangguan Meng just glanced at it. It was as if his source energy had encountered a wall, unable to advance an inch, unable to get even the slightest bit closer to the trash can. "Shangguan Meng, don't you bully people too much." Morongjin gritted his teeth. Is this asking him, the titular ghost fiend Marquis, to personally rummage through a trash can to find the pillar seal? Wouldn't this be a joke if it got out? However, Shangguan Meng but the old god, hands clasped chest, do not speak, just of love it or not look, see Morongjin almost spit blood 3 liters. Sis, if I were as strong as you, I could be even more arrogant than you. Shangguan Ru came over to Shangguan Meng's side and beeped in a low voice. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Su Yuan walked out from behind the door. He glanced at Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, and then at Morongjin and Morongsha not far away. Aha! Isn't that the coffin-faced brother? And who's the trench coat guy with the hawkish nose and triangular eyes? Are they the annoying flies as Ru said? While he was planning to ask Shangguan Ru for a second, Morongjin's gaze, crossing over Shangguan Meng, landed on Su Yuan. Immediately after, the corner of Morongjin's mouth, who had been filled with anger just a moment ago, suddenly raised a playful smile. Because he found. Just as this teenager appeared, a rare wisp of fluctuation appeared in Shangguan Meng's eyes. This is really. What a surprise. Chapter 81, I will kill you in the Yellow Springs. As the saying goes, a barefoot man is not afraid to wear shoes. As the same feudal marquis realm powerhouse, why was Morongjin so scornful of Shangguan Meng, but Shangguan Meng didn't put Morongjin in his eyes at all? It's because of this reasoning. Aside from the surname Shangguan, Shangguan Meng and the Shangguan family had almost no connection left. Excluding his sister Shangguan Ru, it was enough to call him alone. Being alone, having a terrifying strength, and acting without any inhibitions, coupled with Gu Qingtian's concern for her, naturally, Shangguan Meng became the witch in the mouths of the people, an existence that they tried not to mess with. But now, Murray Town thought it was a bit interesting. Big brother. Morongsha had been warned by Shangguan Meng before, and when he saw his big brother's gaze fall towards Su Yuan, he was a bit anxious and seemed to want to remind. Morongjin, however, didn't care and just grinned. I didn't expect that, I really didn't. It is said that men like to hide their treasures in golden houses, but I didn't realize that women do too. The words fell. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Obviously. He misunderstood Morongjin's meaning. He thought that Morongjin was discrediting the relationship between himself and Shangguan Ru, but in reality, Morongjin's words were aimed at Shangguan Meng. Shangguan Meng was certainly aware of it. So she didn't bother pretending. With her back turned to Su Yuan, a strange light flickered in those demonic and exotic pupils. The corners of his mouth raised a little, his fine lips opened and closed slightly, but his voice only fell on Morongjin's ears. I'd advise you to stay away from him. Morongjin sneered and similarly transmitted his voice into the secret. Oh? I didn't say anything about doing anything. If he was originally unsure, but when Shangguan Meng uttered these words, he was certain that this teenager who suddenly appeared must have some sort of special significance to Shangguan Meng. Although he was not sure exactly what this meaning was, it was enough to make him, in his mind, have the intention to kill. Sooner or later, he himself would pick the pair of thorny roses. It was a rose that no one else was allowed to touch, a rose that belonged to him alone. He knew clearly that Morongsha beside him was interested in Shangguan Ru, so in his eyes, Morongsha was already a dead man. Because he would be the nourishment for his own metamorphosis from the Rakshasa body to the Shura body. The Morong family has always been like this. Thinking of this, his gaze narrowed slightly, and the way he looked at Su Yuan was like looking at a dead body. But right at this moment, Shangguan Meng's voice once again sounded in his ears. This time, in the indifference, there was a killing intent that chilled him to the bone. If something happens to him, whether it's about you or not, whether authorized by you or not, up and down, who shall kill thee? Moyungjin froze. In this instant, all the sights in front of him turned into nothingness, and the world around him was engulfed in darkness. It was as if he had disappeared from this world and was pulled into the infernal underworld of the 9 hells. But the next second, he returned to normal, everything in front of him remained the same, as if the moment just now was just his hallucination, only on his neck, that a vague line of blood, is constantly penetrating outward drops of blood. Morongjin's mouth was a little dry, he reached out and gently wiped his hand between his neck, his pupils contracted violently when he saw the scarlet, piercing blood. Raising his head, he met Shangguan Meng's indifferent eyes. Gollum! His throat rolled gently and he didn't say anything, but instead silently walked to the trash can on the side and rummaged through it for a while, finding the pillar seal that had been discarded by Shangguan Meng before leaving without looking back. Morong Xiao simply did not know what had just happened, but from Morongjian's silence, it was possible to vaguely glimpse this wave of exchanges. It should be his own side lost, so he hurriedly followed his pace and grayed out. What the hell? Su Yuan frowned as he looked at the two who had suddenly left. This guy just had a bad mouth. How come all of a sudden he acts like he's dumb, picks up something in the trash, turns around and walks away? Not only him, even Shangguan Ru didn't realize what had just happened, blinking in confusion and looking at Shangguan Meng as if she wanted to know what had just happened. But Shangguan Meng didn't say anything. She just took a brisk step, hummed a cheerful tune, stuffed a lemon candy into her mouth, turned around and pulled Su Yuan's hand, bringing him back to the arena. Ouch, ouch. It's not a good thing to like to watch, huh? Su Yuan was dumbfounded and was pulled along by her. Those two guys weren't here to cause trouble just now? Yeah. But it was kicked out by my sister. Su Yuan? He looked to Shangguan Ru. She didn't do anything just now, did she? Or is it a sixth-order powerhouse as terrifying as this? What had she already done just now, but she couldn't detect it? In the meantime, Morongjian, who had left, held the pillar seal that had been rummaged out of the trash can in his hands, his knuckles clenched white. His back was already drenched in sweat, and he had yet to detach himself from that fear. That moment just now. He was truly feeling the shroud of death, a pressure that he had never felt since he had been promoted to the 7th rank of feudal lord. Why? 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 He roared in his mind. Back then, he was beaten half to death by the 19-year-old Shangguan Meng, almost leaving a lifelong psychological shadow. Originally, he thought that after he had broken through to the 7th rank and succeeded in being crowned a marquis, he would be able to be on par with Shangguan Meng and step out of this shadow. But just now that moment let him deeply feel what is called powerlessness and fear. This is Shangguan Meng. This is the witch. And Shangguan Meng said it just now. If anything happens to that guy, whether authorized by himself or not, kill him? Wouldn't that mean that he, Morongjian, would still be responsible for keeping him safe? He was suffocating beyond measure and exploded 3 times in a row, wishing to tear that brat into pieces on the spot. Aside. Morong Xiao asked in disbelief. Big brother, what the hell just happened? Get out. Murray Town let out a growl. Morong Xiao instantly turned pale and was fixed in place. Morongjian took a deep breath at the corner of his mouth, looked deeply at this younger brother of his, and left in large strides. Although there was such a minor hiccup halfway through. But afternoon training, as usual. This time, Shangguan Ru was surprised. In the virtual deathmatch, Su Yuan's performance was a whole lot better than yesterday. His combat skills, his grasp of the timing of a kill, his control of the rhythm when facing a siege of multiple ferocious beasts. Every single one of them had been upgraded by a notch. This guy. What's the deal? Is it hard to believe that it's really a monster that evolves anytime, anywhere? It was no wonder that the Shangguan was as shocked as he was. It was because she could not have imagined in any way how tragic the killings Su Yuan had experienced in that battle map world were. There was no source energy, only pure physical combat, and in that dim and unseen world of hope, the strong would be strong and the weak would die. Evening. The end of a day of training. Su Yuan's body was exhausted to the extreme, but his mental energy was still quite abundant. So he took out the Dragon Soul Pearl, intending to try to see how effective it was. Wait until I'm mentally stronger. I'm afraid everyone will be amazed the moment it's revealed. Looking at the Dragon Soul Pearl in his palm, Su Yuan revealed a bright smile. P.S. Chapter 4 delivered. Requesting a little power generation. Chapter 82, One Punch Man. Dragon Wick. Someone's going to be crushed mercilessly again. Returning to his senses, Su Yuan focused all his attention on the Dragon Soul Pearl. In the center of the bead body, a faint golden dragon soul shadow hovered, looking very domineering. According to the instructions of the Dragon Soul Pearl, what is sealed in here is the soul of a dragon genus ferocious beast, but the exact kind is not stated. But as long as the word dragon is brought in, none of them will be weak, and it should be a tough battle. While thinking, Su Yuan probed his spiritual energy a little bit towards the Dragon Soul Pearl. Noticing that his domain was being invaded, the pale golden shadow that was originally hovering quietly suddenly seemed to come to life and violently lunged towards Su Yuan's spiritual power. Buzz! Su Yuan's consciousness was once again pulled into an independent space, just like when he was pulled into the battle map world. In front of him was a huge open space, the ground was paved with gold and jade, and there was nothingness all around. At that moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the sky, enough to shake the souls of the gods. The huge figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Yuan. Its general image was almost no different from the dragon Yuan remembered. But it has wings, scales and ridges and spines, and its body is silver white. This is the Yinglong. The water viper turns into a jiao for 500 years, the jiao turns into a dragon for 1,000 years, the dragon turns into a horned dragon for 500 years, and the dragon turns into a Yinglong for 1,000 years. Roar! That silver white Yinglong, just the snort spewing out of its mouth, almost toppled Yuan. The blazing golden dragon pupil was exuding an irresistible dragon might and ferocity. It's not. How's this for a fight? Looking at the mountain-like figure and then looking at himself, Yuan let out a doubt. At this moment, a golden light shot from the void and entered Yuan's body, traveling around before shooting out of his body again. The golden light split into a brilliant golden chain, binding the Yinglong in front of him, the latter's body shrinking a little bit and the pressure on his body decreasing a little bit. Oh! Yuan's eyes lit up. Is this Dragon Soul Pearl's function so advanced? It actually has an adaptive function that can adjust the difficulty accordingly to the user's strength? Not much longer. The Yinglong that was as huge as a mountain just now had shrunk to the size of a lion and tiger. A trace of tyranny and ferocity flashed through those golden dragon pupils as they pounced straight towards Yuan. Good timing. Yuan set up his stance to meet this mini version of Yinglong. As it turned out, even with most of its power sealed by that mysterious golden chain, this little Yinglong was not something to be dealt with. It didn't take long for Yuan to have his left arm broken off by it. In the battle map world, Yuan had also been injured, and when he was injured, the sensation of pain was no different from what he felt when he was in the outside world. But here, Yuan didn't feel any pain at his broken arm, and didn't even bleed. Instead, in his mind, there was a sharp pain like a steel needle piercing into it. By this point Yuan reacted to the fact that this body of his nowadays was entirely a projection of his own spiritual power, and thus it would be a spiritual pain when he was injured. Enduring the stinging pain that came from that spirit, Yuan's heart moved. Since it was a projection manifestation of spiritual power, it should be able to grow back. His mind prompted, and as expected, the broken left arm grew back, but it was a bit more transparent than it was originally, which should be due to the loss of spiritual power. Sure. Yuan was wounded, and Yinglong was similarly hung up. Its left wing was torn apart by Yuan by a small piece, and that small piece of flesh and blood, which was also condensed from the dragon's soul, disappeared in Yuan's hand and transformed into a grain of golden light, which disappeared into Yuan's brow and silently suspended in the divine palace. This is his trophy? So that's the process. Yuan had almost figured out the function of the Dragon Soul Pearl. Taking a deep breath, his eyes similarly gradually lit up with a faint golden color. He looked at the shrunken Yinglong not far away and grinned. Come on. Hurt each other. The words fell, the body like a cannonball out, instantly toward Yinglong killed. Half an hour later. Yuan finally ended this tussle. His brain was in intense pain, but he smiled as he looked at the three small golden points of light suspended in the divine palace. These small golden dots of light, one by one, were undoubtedly the dragon soul fragments and the dragon soul bead, which could be used to nourish and strengthen the spiritual power. Just so it seems that this dragon soul pearl is actually still a consumable item? I also don't know to which level my spiritual power can be upgraded by swallowing all of that Yinglong's dragon soul. After a small longing for a while, Yuan sank his heart and mind, manipulated his own spiritual power, and began to devour the first small golden point of light. In the meantime, Royal World, Villa 002. Morong Xiao and Morong Bai were silenced, and the atmosphere in the entire living room almost dropped to freezing point. Morong Jin sat on the sofa, crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette, a face full of gloom. You mean, when you arrived here just now, you were beaten up by that guy called Yuan? Morong Bai's figure trembled, lowered his head, and stammered. That guy was a flesh-strengthening type talent. I was a bit gullible. What a disgrace. Morong Jin twisted the cigarette out and looked at Morong Bai sorrowfully. What about that guy? Did he lose too? That fellow in his mouth naturally referred to the other personality within Morong Bai's body. In the Morong family, only those who had awakened the Rakshasa body were qualified to become successors and compete with each other. Therefore, guys like Morong Xiao who had not awakened the Rakshasa body were all sustenance in Morong Jin's eyes, but Morong Bai was different. He was a possessor of the Rakshasa body just like himself, and they were the same kind of people. It's not your turn to instruct. Morongbai's expression changed, his eyes transformed into a blood-red color, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and madness filled his eyes. I lost the last one, but the next one will show him what it means to crush. This was the manifestation of another personality, and in his opinion, Morongjin was indeed not qualified to instruct himself. Because he was confident that as long as he was given time, sooner or later, he would surpass Morongjin and become the king of the Morong family's generation, and become the Shura body of the Azura. Morongjin's eyes narrowed a little. If it wasn't for the family rules that didn't allow killing each other before the Rakshasa body was at the 7th rank, he would have definitely gotten this no big deal guy killed right away. So be it. After a while, Morongjin withdrew his gaze and let out a light laugh. I don't think your ghost spirit has eaten since you awakened, right? I am now one of the 4 pillars of the Hereticide Bureau, and I have some authority in my hands. It just so happens that there are a few guys sentenced to death over here in Nanxiang. I'll bring them over to you, and you can help me clean up that guy called Yuan when the time comes. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Morongbai's eyes. How can you say you've also become a marquis? Why are you still so afraid of Shangwan Meng? You don't dare to make a move on that guy, and you still have to rely on me to help you out? The smile on Morongjin's face was as old as ever. I'm afraid that you'll lose to him again then. Won't that be a disgrace to my Morong family? After saying that, his figure disappeared into nothingness, leaving Morongbai in place with a cloudy expression. An hour later, Morongjin came back, carrying 2 people in his hands. Their mouths were sealed, their strength had been nullified, and their eyes were terrified. They were all criminals who had been sentenced to death by the Bureau of Alienicide, but according to the normal process, they were delivered to the Bureau of Alienicide for execution. Morongjin threw them into a room, then took out another long black box and threw it to Morongbai, who was at the side. At this time, Morongbai was his master frame. He gently swallowed and opened the long black box. Inside was a wide variety of torture instruments, everything. Thanks, big brother. His eyes were filled with sick fervor, and after thanking towards Morongjin, he excitedly ran into the room and locked the door. Room. Morongbai summoned his ghostly spirit, took out a meat-picking knife, and smiled as he took a step towards the 2 terrified and panicked death row inmates. Oh. A few seconds later, even with his mouth gagged, the death row inmate who had been taken care of by Morongbai still let out a miserable whimpering sound, his legs kicking about and his body convulsing. At the same time, a black mysterious energy was drawn by the ghost spirit on the side, and Morongbai also seemed to have reached great fulfillment, with an intoxicated look on his face. If there are some people in this world who just like to challenge the strong, there are also some people who just like to abuse and mistreat the weak. Obviously, Morongbai's 2 personalities, then, belonged to different types. The feeling of the meat-picking knife in his hand making contact with the flesh and blood mesmerized Morongbai. He closed his eyes, and what he imagined in his mind was Yuan's figure. Let's start with the 6 city joint exam. Hey. When my ghost spirit is full, let's see if you can still be arrogant. Now that Shangwan Meng can't keep her 4 pillars position, I'll see how long she can keep you. A few days passed quickly. Every day of Yuan's life could be described as incomparably fulfilling. The daily thunderous hellish training was used to beat up the strength of the physical body in addition to maintaining source energy cultivation and condensing the true veins in the body to ensure that the realm did not fall behind. Also, observe the sunrise, practice the Great Sunrise Contemplation Sutra, and gaze at the rising sun in the Palace of God. Battle charts of bloody battles, the sense of death and not retreating from the temperament, sharpening the war guts and war spirit. Fighting evil dragons among the soul beads to sharpen and nourish spiritual power. Very busy. Do not queue. And that's exactly why. Under this kind of self-destruction and self-pressing that could be called extreme, Yuan's battle power was almost growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Nourished by ample amounts of ferocious beast blood and flesh every day, the Taotai power made the strength of his flesh become more and more terrifying. From the very beginning, it was only able to withstand 20 times gravity, to 28 times, 30 times, 35 times, and now almost 40 times gravity. Even though Shangwan Ru had prepared himself mentally, he was still overwhelmed by Yuan's strong physical body that had almost changed from one day to the next. And then look at the punching power. Before coming to Hell Training Gym, Yuan's limit punching power was 512 kilograms. And now, it's more than doubled. It reached a terrifying 1,132 kilograms. This number far exceeded Yuan's current first-order median source energy realm. Normally, a martial artist who had condensed 5 true veins should have a limit punching power of around 575 kilograms, because just like the awakening stage, the first stage was not a node for the qualitative change of a martial artist's physical body. Awakening the condensing source orifice, first stage extending true vein, and second stage gathering sea of chi were actually preparing for the third stage, combining the circumferential heavens. It was only at the third rank that the strength of a martial artist's physical body would take a qualitative leap. So, being able to reach the ultimate punching power of 1,132 kilograms at the first rank mental position, Yuan was a humanoid beast in the true sense of the word. No, it's simply more ferocious than a ferocious beast. Now that he was facing normal second-rank ferocious beasts, Yuan couldn't even use his weapon at all, because most of them couldn't carry a punch from Yuan. In the virtual deathmatch, one punch through the heart, one punch to the head, one punch to kill in seconds and the like, happened from time to time, causing Shangwan-Ru to make a nickname for Yuan called One Punch Superman. When he learned of this title, Yuan's mind floated back to the big bald head on Earth in his previous life that said, "I'd become bald, but I've also become stronger." Well, it's good that I'm not bald, I'm still as handsome as ever. Sure. While Shangwan-Ru watched Yuan grow stronger and fiercer day by day, concluding that he would definitely be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish of replicating the special power of Qi, in the corner where no one was paying attention, Suyan was also growing stronger at a rapid pace. She had previously failed in her first attempt to split the Shadow Squire, but then, she had succeeded. Having 2 shadow servants, she instantly soared by a large margin in terms of her cultivation speed, and in terms of the source energy realm, she was directly after Yuan, and had currently successfully extended 4 true veins, similarly stepping into the first-order medium. On top of that, the 2 shadow servants jointly deduced the battle technique, achieving a 1+1-2 effect, directly deducing the S-class battle technique, Infernal Blade Shadow, to the infernal level, with incomparable power. But what truly gave Suyan the backbone to defeat Yuan was that she had successfully visualized and completed the killing prison in the Hangsha prison suppressing diagram, condensing into a supreme killing heart demon. Spiritual power realized a qualitative leap. Now, her spiritual power was able to condense into substance and affect external objects. Not only that, she had also managed to master the mental attack tactic that came with the killing prison called Killing Heart, a secret method that could make the enemy feel as if they had fallen into a killing prison and were terrified, thus losing the will to fight and disrupting their minds. So what if Yuan is strong enough? Once the Killing Heart came out, it was impossible for him to cope with it with his mental strength. At that time, even the strongest power cannot be utilized, can only be reduced to their own chopping board fish meat. It's finally coming to an end. Although I still haven't succeeded in condensing my battle chi, relying on the unexpected gains from the completion of this slaughtering prison observation is enough to easily defeat you. So what if your physical body is incredibly strong? How should you, who have yet to set foot in spiritual cultivation, deal with my supreme killing heart demon? A rare smile appeared on Suyan's face. She remembered how she had spent those 5 days after the first comparison. Not only do you have to spare a lot of cultivation time for studying every day, but you also have to get up early to prepare breakfast for Yuan. Days like that would never come again. I wonder what the resources rewarded for winning this second comparison will be. Really looking forward to it. In the meantime, the next room. Yuan, who had just finished the Dragon Soul bead grinding, was surprised to find that after devouring that small golden point of light several times, one's original transparent spiritual power seemed to be mixed with some golden color, and even brought with it some Fade Dragon Might. Is this considered an unexpected blessing? Or is it an effect that the Dragon Soul Pearl originally had? Yuan was curious. He had a deep understanding of the terror of the dragon's might these days. Now that he also possessed dragon power in his spiritual power, although it was very sparse and thin, he should be able to manage to crush it when facing spiritual power of the same realm, right? Big 2 in 1 chapter, 4,000 words. Chapter 83. What's that? Lay low. Lay low. Thinking so, Yuan tried to mobilize his spiritual power. The light golden spiritual power attached to the cup on the tabletop, and under the control of Yuan's intention, pushed it slowly. Success! He still remembered that when his spiritual power had just been able to condense into substance, he could only disturb tiny gravel. By now, one was able to propel a cup filled with water by virtue of one's spiritual power. This is an improvement, no less. And the reason for such remarkable results. It was entirely attributed to Yuan's bandit style of play that could be described as rogue. Whenever he faced that shielding long, he always held the thought that if it hurts a little, but it can't die anyway. Even if his spirit suffered great pain, even comparable to torture, he would grit his teeth and glean something from the other party's body just so that he could feast on it afterward. It was for this reason that the Ying long sealed in that dragon soul pearl felt incomparably suffocated and resentful whenever it met Su Yuan. If it wasn't for the fact that it had most of its power sealed by that golden chain, what made this guy able to glean his own wool every day? Of course, all of this Su Yuan didn't care. In the end, he was going to swallow all of that Yinglong dragon soul anyway. Though still weak in power, the truly special thing about spiritual power is that it can act directly on the spirit of a living being. When facing the enemy, no matter if it's a human or a ferocious beast, as long as they are attacked by spiritual power, their fighting strength will be greatly weakened. It is said that those powerful spiritual type talent possessors are even able to directly obliterate the consciousness of ferocious beasts by virtue of their spiritual power. I wonder when I will be able to reach such a point. Thinking so, Su Yuan withdrew his spiritual power. After a short time of practicing, he went to bed. He planned to get well and face the 6th city joint exam tomorrow. After being out of the public eye for so long, it's time to bring them a little shock, harvest the emotional value, and get back to poking a few times. Day 2. After breakfast, Shang Wanru personally drove Su Yuan and Suyan Yen back to school to take the 6th city joint exam. Shang Guanmeng had nothing to do and wanted to go alone. Su Yuan and Shang Guanmeng were sitting in the back row chatting, and Su Anyan was sitting in the passenger side with her eyes closed. For the chatting of several people, Su Anyan had absolutely no intention of joining in. Since the end of the last dog-licking adventure, she had returned to her original cool demeanor, keeping her mouth shut about the cybersex and breakfast incidents of those days, as if they had never happened. Other than training and replenishing cultivation resources, every day was spent locking himself up in his room and cultivating. As for the 6th city joint exam, it didn't matter to her at all. With the cultivation resources provided by Shang Wanru, the ranking rewards were simply inconsequential. If she hadn't wanted to take this opportunity to see how Su Yuan's strength had risen in these days, she probably wouldn't have even wanted to participate. And then look at Su Yuan. These days he was busy training and cultivating every day: physical body sharpening, source energy cultivation, spiritual power cultivation. One after another in turn. In order not to be distracted, he even directly turned off his cell phone and devoted himself to it. If it was Ansu who had something, she would have called Shang Wanru, so he wasn't worried. Until today, almost to the school, he then turned on his cell phone, and it turned out to be a shock. Your own message list actually exploded again? Most of them were messages from Young One. After reading it, Su Yuan's face was filled with question marks. Someone actually said I made that post? I used unknown means to get a vlog of Su Anyan's life and then made a post impersonating her just to satisfy my own vanity? He was practically powerless to spit. Simply handing the phone directly to Su Anyan on the passenger side. That, and read the messages. Su Anyan took the phone and skimmed through it slightly before returning it to Su Yuan and faintly said, "I'll explain when I get to school." How do you explain that? Let's just say that this is indeed a video of me documenting my life, and that I did practice making breakfast, but not specifically for you, but for everyone, and it just happened to catch you on camera. No more talk about your online dating? There's no need. Su Anyan faintly said, and after a pause, added another sentence. Trouble. Su Yuan was helpless. Then you'd better explain yourself and stop making a mess. Well, I know. And Su Yuan deliberately trailed off. If you ever cybersex again in the future, don't ask me to be your imaginary boyfriend for practicing anything. Su Anyan shook her head. Don't worry, this kind of thing, it won't be possible in the future. Definitely. She said firmly in her mind. This peculiar conversation between the two made Shang Wanru shake her head straight. What a pair of enemies. On the contrary, Shang Guanmeng blinked her eyes, looking at Su Yuan from time to time and Su Anyan from time to time, not knowing what she was thinking. Arashur City First High School. Today's Arashur City No. 1 Middle School could be said to be exceptionally lively. On the one hand, it was because of the arrival of the 6th city's joint examination, which was the first unified examination after the awakening, and those who scored well could receive a lot of rewards. Everyone is excited and pumping their fists to get a good score in the JE and hit the ground running. On the other hand, it is because they had already learned that Su Yuan and Su Anyan would both be coming to take the 6th city's joint exam. This way, the dog-licking incident that has been spreading around the school will, today, be capped. Upper school, focus classes. Zheng Yuan looked at Su Yuan's reply on his cell phone and almost cried out in excitement. My good brother, you finally returned the message. Ever since Su Yuan sent him a closed for cultivation, do not disturb message after explaining the post a few days ago, there was no further news. This caused him, who had stood out to help Su Yuan clarify the facts and preach the Suyan dog licking theory, to be under immense pressure. That's good, the two parties involved are back, so I'm sure that should put an end to things. It was just that in doing so, he instead began to wonder about Su Yuan's current strength. Brother Yuan, can you tell me something? What level are you at now? Are you confident that you'll win first place in the 6 cities joint exam? Su Yuan's reply was simple, only sending a slap emoji. Zheng Yuan froze, confused. What does that mean? Awakening Order 5? It's not right, is it? Although Awakening Order 5 is strong. But he remembered that when he had told Brother Yuan that Coffin Face was already at the 6th stage of the Awakening Order, Brother Yuan had also said that he was a little bit higher than him. Thinking about it, he typed a query. Brother Fuchi, what do you mean by that? Don't understand. Even if you don't, you'll know when the time comes. By the way, the last time I told you that Suyan was my licking dog was a joke. Who knew that you guys even spread it out to the public in order to speak for me? You didn't get sprayed a lot in school, did you? This. Zheng Yuan wanted to cry. Brother, can you even joke about this? He could only type it down with tears in his eyes. Brother Fuchi, you fooled me so badly, I'll never trust you again, oh. It's fine, this time the first of the 6 cities joint examination is estimated to be me. When the time comes in the reward, you see what you need to take yourself, anyway, I can't use it. Dad. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm good at spraying. Let me do all the dirty work from now on. I'm not afraid. Ha. Just as Zheng Yuan and Su Yuan were chatting, suddenly, Zhao Rizu's shock rang through the class. Ai Chow. Brother Bai, you're already rank 1? The shock drew the attention of a number of people in the class. Morong Bai, however, just slightly hooked the corners of his mouth, casting Zhao Rizu a quite knowledgeable look, and pressed his hands down, pretending to be a big brother. So what, low profile. Chapter 84, The Life of the Titular Reborn Empress, Tragically Contrasted. He's first order? That's too much, isn't it? I'm only at the 4th stage of the awakening stage. I'm only a 3-parter. Nima, is this still human? For a while, the class cast shocked, envious gazes at Morong Bai. Although this is a key class, and the least of them are B-grade talent possessors, but companion talent and cultivation qualification, after all, are not equal. Like Zheng Yuan, as an A-rank talent possessor, but currently only succeeded in condensing 3 source orifices, being at the 3rd stage of the awakening stage. In this way, Morong Bai's strength of that first rank naturally caused an uproar. One should know that after condensing 9 source orifices, one still needed to successfully extend 1 true vein before one could be considered to have stepped into the 1st stage. This Morong Bai, how far did he throw them off? Brother Bai, you are really ruthless, this time the 1st place in the 6 cities joint exam, I guess it's not you. Zhao Rizu's face was full of smiles as he surrounded Morong Bai, constantly flattering him. Morong Bai quite ate this up, although his mouth said low-key, but his face had a look of acceptance, his chin lifted high. Ever since Big Brother Morongjin brought him 2 death row inmates to satiate his ghost spirits, he took this opportunity to go all the way to the top, and finally this morning, he successfully extended the 1st true vein, officially stepping into the 1st stage. Morong Bai was quite satisfied with this promotion speed of his. Even if it was placed in the imperial capital, excluding that very few monsters, it could be considered second to none. And that's just the realm. In terms of combat power, that's more than enough. He himself was far beyond these so-called peers and was not even in the same class of existence as them. The only ones that he was able to raise some interest in were Su Yuan and Su Anyan, who also possessed SSS grade talent. And the 6 cities joint examination was divided into 3 parts, physical data test, fierce beast practical test, and one-on-one battle session. Among them, the participants of the one-on-one battle session, only the top 10 of the first 2 tests, which was a reserved program of the 6 cities joint examination in the past years, and often the most heated program, would be broadcasted in real time. And it will be in this session. He would get back all the face that he had lost before, and ruthlessly trample on Su Yuan, making him realize how huge the gap between him and himself really was. As for Xianyan, The word about the two of them has been spreading quite a bit around the school lately. Morongbei scoffed at this. Women never move strong. When he revealed himself in the 6 cities joint exam, this so-called iceberg goddess would definitely be attracted to him. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhang Yuan in a corner. He knew that this guy was Su Yuan's little brother. Since he had learned about the fact that he had stepped into the first rank, he would definitely convey the news to Su Yuan. So, you scared? He grinned, as if he could already imagine the paleness of Su Yuan's face on the other end of the phone. Just as Morongbei thought. Zhang Yuan did send this news to Su Yuan after learning that Morongbei had been promoted to rank 1. Brother Fuchi. There's been a change in intelligence. Didn't I tell you earlier that Coffin Face had awakened to the 6th stage? He hasn't come to school these days, but I just found out that he has successfully condensed a true vein and broken through to the first stage. Oh? Gathering a true vein and breaking through to the first rank? Is that strong? You know, even Suyan has already condensed 4 true veins. The good thing was that Suyan didn't know what Su Yuan was thinking and was still resting her eyes. Otherwise, if she knew that she had worked so hard in closed-door cultivation for so long, finally relying on the 2 shadow servants to successfully condense 4 true veins, and as a result, she still had to be used by Su Yuan as a control group to pull the stomp on others, she might be so furious that she would vomit blood. After thinking about it, Su Yuan typed. Got it. You talk to him for me. I'm a bit unfamiliar with the strength of a first-ranked martial artist. Su Yuan was telling the truth. After all, he hadn't fought a rank 1 opponent in too long. How long can this kind of strength last in your own hands? 1, 2, or 3 seconds? He couldn't pinpoint it. Isn't that strange? It was just that young one didn't understand what he meant. What? Are you really going to say that? Isn't that just like killing your own morale and making him look good? Su Yuan grinned. This was the way to go. This way, when Morongbei learns the truth at that time, he will definitely be very happy, right? It's fine, just say so. I'll be at school soon. Line it up. Put the phone down. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and got up in front of Morongbei. Hello. When Zhao Rizu saw him approaching, he stood up with a miso and slapped the table. What do you want? Morongbei was calm and waved his hand, telling Zhao Rizu to move back a little, while he himself was wearing a smile on his face as he preempted the road. What? Su Yuan has something for you to say to me? Zhang Yuan smiled skinlessly. That's a good guess. Brother Fuchi told me to tell you that he's unfamiliar with the strength of a first-ranked martial artist. Words. Morongbei froze for a moment. Zhao Rizu also froze for a moment. That said. What do you mean? Young one finished his sentence and left. He was wondering in his mind right now, what did Brother Yuchi mean when he asked him to say that? After a while, Zhao Rizu reacted, and with a sudden realization, he patted his ass. White, I get it. That guy Su Yuan, this is definitely an early sign of weakness to you. It's probably because he knew that you've been promoted to rank 1 and thinking that he's definitely not your opponent, he deliberately let Zhang Yuan come ahead and say such a sentence. At that time, if you lose, you can make the excuse that you're not sure about the strength of a first-rank martial artist. Morongbei's face swam, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was only one argument that made sense. So he immediately relaxed, a wider smile on his face and only one thought in his mind. Su Yuan. That's it? Erishur City No. 1 Middle School, school entrance. Shangwan Ru stopped the car. After Su Yuan and Su Anyan got out of the car, she laughed. Don't come see me if you two don't bag a first and a second. Of course, she was just saying this as a joke. Because she knew very well that Su Yuan and Su Anyan, one had condensed 5 true veins and the other had condensed 4 true veins, not to mention in the South River Administrative Region, even in the imperial capital, it was definitely at the level of a top demon. Taking the top 2 of the 6 city joint exams is as easy as playing with no difficulty at all. She even often lamented why a place as small as Erishur City could have geniuses of their 2 levels. Su Yuan naturally wasn't needless to say, he was a monster and couldn't be measured by common sense. As for Su Anyan, even though she was a bit worse than Su Yuan, for some reason, her recent cultivation speed had skyrocketed. It was almost close to being comparable to her sister Shangwan Meng when she was a child. Pleasant +1 for the control group. Another day used for comparison. And Su Anyan knew nothing about it. Facing Shangwan Ru's flirtation, Su Yuan similarly joked. Don't worry Sister Ru, there's no first, I'll bring my head up. Suyan, who was on the side, glanced at him faintly. I advise you not to be so sure. First? That's hers. He can only take second. Yuan looked at her in amusement. What? Do you want to take first place? Suyan shook her head. It's not a matter of wanting to, I'm number one. Have courage. Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Suyan stopped talking. She didn't bother to say. Facts speak louder than words. We'll see. Chapter 85, with this punch of mine, it's not too much to ask to earn a few rounds of premium sweepstakes, right? After the awakening, Arashur City No. 1 Middle School redistributed the classes, and all the students with a grade of B or above were uniformly divided into key classes. Yuan and Suyan, as SSS-ranked gifted people, were naturally members of the key class. Coming? School entrance. Principal Xiao Jiangwo personally came to pick up the two. The smile on his face was brighter than a chrysanthemum. Although Morong Bai, who came from behind, was an SSS-ranked gifted person, he was a transfer student and had little to do with him. But Yuan and Suyan are different. They are both students of the first middle school. Just by relying on the two of them, Xiao Jiangwo's performance this year has already exploded, so naturally, they have to be provided as if they were babies. Come on, this way, I'll take you to class. Xiao Jiangwo walked ahead with a smile on his face, leading the two towards the focus classroom while revealing to them the information he had learned about the focus candidates. The 6 cities joint examination, a joint examination of 6 cities in the southern region of the Nanjiang Administrative Region. The overall level was not as high as that of the northern region that included the provincial capital, Ningqing, but quite a number of talented people had appeared in this term as well. This year, out of our 6 sister cities, 3 SSS-ranked gifted people came out. One is you, one is Mr. Su, and one is from Wencheng First Middle School. By the way, classmate Morong who just transferred to our school doesn't count. I heard from my friend over in one city that classmate's surname is Zhang. His current realm is Awakening Stage 8 stage, his talent is in the aspect of Thunder element, and his strength is quite strong. Besides him, there are 3 SS-ranked gifted people and 4 S-ranked gifted people who... Yuan listened while nodding his head every now and then. Suyan, on the other hand, was indifferent the entire time. Compared to Yuan, these people were all too weak. The small 6 cities joint examination was just that, and there was no opponent worthy of her attention yet. On the contrary, among the few people who were selected for the Star Realm program after the Great Martial Arts examination, there were a few guys who could make her look twice. It feels like there are still a bit more geniuses appearing this year. After listening to Principal Xiao Jiangwo's introduction, Yuan lamented this. Xiao Jiangwo nodded, equally feeling a bit of wonder. In previous years, it would be great to have one SS-ranked gifted person from our 6 sister cities. Sometimes there are no S ranks, but this year, not only are there 3 SSS-ranked gifted persons, there are several SS-ranked gifted persons as well. It feels like a bit of a heavenly pride rises up together, the stars shine brightly meaning. Alright, here we are, you guys go in. Thanks, Principal. The two walked into the class. The class, which had just been quite lively, instantly fell silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on them, and they realized that compared to Yuan's change much more obvious. Suyan was still as beautiful as before, mind-blowingly beautiful, but that indifferent and detached aura, as usual, was like an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. And Yuan. The original Yuan was a sunny and cheerful handsome boy in everyone's impression. But now, his features had become firm and hard, his body was robust and upright, and underneath that beautifully smooth muscular line was the sexual tension of infinite power, making many girls look at him in a daze. Morong Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuan with a gaze like a poisonous snake. However, now that he had been promoted to the first rank, he no longer looked at Yuan, confident that he would be stepped on hard by himself in this 6 cities joint exam. So he quickly turned his gaze to Suyan, a flash of amazement appearing in his eyes as his heart immediately stirred. This was the first time he had seen Suyan in person. When he first chose to come to Lanchang No. 1 Middle School, it was because he had heard that there was a cool schoolgirl here who was too pretty for words. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's true. Not only is the look perfect for his liking, that cool temperament, but also teases him to the point where he can't immediately show off his skills and make her reveal the other side hidden inside. Based on his past experience, he knew this kind of girls with icy appearance too well. It was just that he hadn't been able to meet someone who would make them submit willingly, and he had played with a lot of such contrasting persona. Jiaorizu, who was on the side, sneaked a look at Suyan, gently swallowed his saliva, and then immediately withdrew his gaze, knowing that with Morongbei around, Suyan was no longer relevant to him. Seemingly sensing the bad, evil meaning in Morongbai's eyes, Suyan frowned slightly. As a result, instead of moving his gaze away, Morongbei was full of confidence and showed a signature smile. His lips were open and closed, and he used his mouth to silently recite. "Good girl." The shadow squire appeared silently at his side, followed by the pop. A slap falls. The shadow waiter directly slapped him in the face, leaving Morongbei directly confused. "Don't give me that look." Suyan indifferently withdrew her gaze, leaving behind a warning before walking to a separate seat at the edge of the classroom. The class was silent and dead. When did Goddess Su become this? So bossy? Morongbei came back to his senses, and his face was suddenly green and white. Nima. Is this woman crazy? Even in the imperial capital, not many people dare to touch him. You came up and slapped me. Do you really think I, Morongbei, have no temper? That bastard Su Yuan has Shangwan Meng to protect him. Who do you have to protect you? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Morongbei simply summoned the ghost spirit directly, intending to give Suyan a downward spiral and teach this woman who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. The hideous ghostly spirit appeared in the classroom, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees, and the horrifyingly twisted face scared a few timid girls so much that they avoided it. Hey, what the hell? Su Yuan's voice came out leisurely. While I don't discriminate against transfer students, can you please behave yourself? Who the hell are you? Morongbei turned his head and screamed, but in the next second, his pupils contracted violently. At some point, Su Yuan, who had just been at the door of the classroom, had already come to his side like a ghost, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, which he actually didn't notice. This? What kind of speed is this? Morongbei's back went cold. But without waiting for him to continue speaking, Su Yuan's large hand had already reached out to the hideous ghost spirit beside him. The movement looked slow, but neither Morongbei nor the hideous ghost spirit reacted to it. Su Yuan had one hand in his pocket and the other hand, with the palm lingering with the blazing power of the flare of the sun, grasping the head of the ghost spirit, oblivious to the white smoke rising from the latter's body as well as his wailing in pain, and the curves at the corners of his mouth lifted up a little bit. Guess if I can rip his doggy head off? You. Morongbei panicked. For some reason, Su Yuan gave him a great pressure just by standing in front of him. How is this possible? He is already a rank 1 martial artist, so he should be able to crush Su Yuan in theory. At this point, footsteps sounded outside the door and the teacher of the focus class came to the classroom. Su Yuan withdrew his hand, letting go of the ghost spirit's head, and reached out to pat Morongbei on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, "It feels not as good as Power Pig. Power Hog. The weakest of the Awakening Order fierce beasts." Because its combat power was so weak, it was usually not even regarded as a ferocious beast, but rather as a meat pig, used to mass-produce low-grade ferocious beast meat. This was naked humiliation, causing Morongbei's face to instantly rise to a pig's liver color. Su Yuan slowly walked over to the empty seat next to Zheng Yuan and sat down. Zheng Yuan's eyes were glowing with the appearance of a little fanboy. "Brother Yuchi, you're too damn handsome, aren't you?" Su Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. On the day of his awakening, when Jiaorizu was about to take a shot at himself, Suyan helped him out. So just now, when Morongbei was about to take a shot at Suyan, he also took a hand in relieving himself. Of course, he knew very well that just with Morongbei's level, Suyan could easily hang him. But, everyone in the class knew that Morongbei had been promoted to rank 1 and thought he was awesome. Wouldn't it provide more emotional value to do this again yourself, in contrast to the contrast created? Su Yuan looked at the system panel. Just now for such a short while, it had accumulated more than 100 emotional values, paired with the previous campus forum god posting incident, a total of more than 2,000 emotional values had been accumulated. The only pity was that even though his performance in the Hell Training Gym was outstanding, this guy Shangwan Ru had already been shocked too many times and was so cool that he was numb, causing her to be surprised by his various demonic performances, so he didn't provide much emotional value. But this 6th City joint exam is different. He estimated that at the end of the 6th City joint examination, even if the mood swings caused in an indirect way would have a certain discount on the harvest of mood values, there would be a large few tens of thousands, or even 100,000 or so, to say the least. The red rewards for the premium raffle, on the other hand, are 100 rounds guaranteed, or 200,000 emotion points for at least one red quality reward. After instructing the do's and don'ts of the 6th city joint exam once more, the crowd was led by the teacher to the playground. The first test of the JCB is the physical data test. This test is conducted in the candidate's own school, but the test instruments are issued by the 6 cities Joint Examination Coordinating Association, and the invigilators are mobilized from other cities to maximize fairness and impartiality and avoid the possibility of cheating. Body data test, divided into 3 items: ultimate punch power, maximum speed, ultimate reactivity. The first thing that was performed was extreme fist power. Number 103443, ultimate punching power 124 kilograms. Number 104521, ultimate punching power 136 kilograms. No. The playground. In different blocks. One candidate was testing his or her extreme punching power, some were satisfied and excited, while others were depressed and sighing, feeling that they hadn't played well. At this point, an exclamation of surprise rang out. Ha! Really? Holy! This extreme punching power, no kidding? First rank. This kind of punching power is definitely something only a first-rank martial artist can do. What? Suyan has also stepped into the first rank? You're kidding, right? Not only is it first order, it's also the middle of the first rank. The extreme punching power of the lower of the first rank is usually only 300 kilograms. The crowd of onlookers looked dumbfounded one by one, even the invigilator was shocked beyond belief, looking incredulously at the indifferent young girl in the venue. Suyan flicked her hands and prepared for the second punch. The punching power test totaled 3 punches, taking the average as the final score. Boo! A muffled sound came out. The test fist target shook and vibrated a few times, and a red number popped up. Second test, extreme punching power, 503 kilograms. Third test, extreme punching power, 511 kilograms. Candidate Suyan, final score, ultimate punching power, 510 kilograms. Once the final scores came out, the crowd was once again abuzz. With an extreme punching power of more than 500 kilograms, this was definitely a first-rank intermediate standard. In addition to Morongbay, Suyan had surprisingly managed to break through to the first rank, and it was still the middle of the first rank. It was even stronger than Morongbay, who had just broken through to the first rank. For a time, countless people were shocked. What kind of monster is this? In just 2 short weeks, they were still struggling at awakening stage 3, and Suyan had actually reached first stage intermediate? Is this a human being? Look at your test scores. Suyan, who had retreated from the field, looked as normal, without a single fluctuation. Her talent was not in the area of physical body. Besides, it was not the point in time when martial artists tempered their physical bodies and their strength soared. Achieving such a result was sloppy. Sure. She knew that Suyan's extreme punching power had exceeded 1,000 kilograms. His physical body talent is horrifying. One didn't need to compete with him in terms of strength, one only needed to offer up one's own spiritual offensive means, and no matter how strong his strength was, he wouldn't be able to bring it into play. Next. Number 104,527. Candidate Morongbay is up. The invigilator finally recovered from the shock and called out the name of the next candidate. Morongbay walked into the venue with a shadowy face. At this time, his mind was in complete chaos. Suyan had broken through to the first-rank intermediate. How is this possible? Those few monsters that forced him to leave the imperial capital and could only come to Nanjing to borrow land for the college entrance exams didn't necessarily have her kind of cultivation speed, did they? How the hell does she practice? He doesn't get it, and he doesn't understand it. If she maintains this cultivation speed after that, it will be a serious threat to himself on the great martial arts exam. Don't be so sure that he won't even be in the top 2 of the South River Administrative Region by then. If this really happened, he didn't even dare to imagine what the reaction of his family would be. Candidate Morongbay, final score, ultimate punching power, 333 kilograms. If placed before, Morongbay would still be complacent about this achievement of his. But now, his complexion was cloudy, and the imaginary enemy in his mind had switched from Yuan to Suyan. He had no previous knowledge of Suyan, and he didn't expect her to hit the ground running. The next candidate, number 104581, candidate Suyan enters. Finally. It's Suyan's turn in the ring. The candidates who had already finished their tests all gathered over here. The 3 most notable heavily prides in the entire school, Yuan, Suyan, and Morongbay were sure to bag the top 3 without a doubt. Suyan and Morongbay, who had already finished testing, Suyan broke ahead to take the top spot, and Morongbay was temporarily in second place. Will Yuan be able to surpass Morongbay and take over second, or will he only be third? There is a wide range of opinions on this. Yuan's talent was a flesh-strengthening type of talent, and he definitely had the upper hand in the fist strength test. But in terms of realm, Morongbay should be ahead. Both sides were strong and weak, and no one could say what the final outcome would be. Morongbay's eyes flickered as he tried to deduce Yuan's strength from Suyan's change in expression, but it was not helped by the fact that Suyan's face was indifferent from the beginning to the end, preventing him from getting any useful information at all. He could only withdraw his gaze and stare at Yuan, thinking darkly in his heart. I really don't believe that even you kid can break through the first rank. It's fine for a small place like Arashur City to produce a genius like Suyan, but another one? Don't tease me. A million people are watching. Yuan calmly came to the fist strength test target and stood still, a faint smile on his face. Even Suyan's punch just now caused everyone to be so frightened. Then my punch. It's not too much to ask to earn a few rounds of premium sweepstakes, is it? With that thought, he moved his arm slightly before raising his fist. A punch is thrown. 4,000 words, 2 in 1. Chapter 86. He sang Yuan. Sensation. The birth of a legend. Boom. A loud bang came. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see what Yuan's extreme punching power would be. They're too curious. But when that punch from Yuan fell, after the fist power test target shook and quaked violently back and forth for a while. Instead of the results of the punching test, a big red warning alert appeared on the display. Note: the test force exceeds the maximum measurable range of this instrument. Please replace the testing instrument. Prohibit the continuation of the test to avoid damage to the instrument. The punch power test targets common to Budo high schools are the junior style and can withstand a limit of 1,000 kilograms off force. It was expected at the beginning of the design that no one would exceed this limit value, because this was far beyond the limit of punching power that a high school student could achieve. But now what? Yuan lands a jab. A direct warning alert was typed. This meant that the power of Yuan's punch was over 1,000 kilograms. A whole ton of punching power. The whole place was silent. The faces of the crowd of onlookers crawled with shock a little bit, their mouths opened wide, big enough to stuff down an egg. Even the invigilator was dumbfounded as he looked at the test screen, not even noticing that the recording pen in his hand had fallen to the ground. After a short period of dead silence, a loud erupted. The crowd clammed up straight away. Seriously? Over a ton of punching power? This really isn't a malfunctioning machine? I can't even begin to think how good that punch would be in my head. Is this still a human being? Is anyone going to take care of it? Sajin. Please don't push any harder. Dude's little pearls are coming out. With a wailing sound, the gazes of the people looking at Yuan were filled with so much shock, horror, and even confusion. It was all one head, 2 arms and 2 legs. Why did Yuan's body contain such a terrifying power? The crowd. Morongbay stared deathly at the test screen, his knuckles clenched white, his fingertips piercing deeply into his flesh. He knew that Yuan possessed an SSS-grade flesh body strengthening class talent, and he definitely had a much greater advantage in terms of flesh body strength compared to himself. But this gap. How could it be so big? How could it be so different? Moreover, this level of power was by no means something that an awakened rank could possess. Yuan, he actually broke through the first rank as well. Unexplained, confused, unwilling. All sorts of emotions flooded Morongbay's mind. Strength is strength, it's just a dimension of strength. The more the physical body type talent gets to the back, the weaker it gets. If we really want to compete in battle, he won't necessarily be able to surpass me yet. Morongbay took a deep breath and comforted himself as a way to regain a bit of confidence. In the meantime, off-site, the school leaders and teachers of Arashiro First Middle School had noticed the abnormality over here and cast their gazes. According to the rules of the 6 City Joint Exam, our school leaders and teachers are not allowed to enter the testing area to avoid backdoor situations. That's the key class block, right? It seems like Yuan is testing? He's awakened an SSS rank talent in the flesh body strengthening class, and his extreme punching power must be far beyond normal. The vice principal said with a smile. Principal Shao nodded approvingly. However, they couldn't pinpoint exactly how much, guessing that it would probably be in the 500-700 kilograms range. The director of instruction, Zhao Rigu, darkened his face and didn't say anything. His son, Zhao Rizu, awakened his SS grade talent and should have been the pride of the heavens in the limelight, but this year, in contrast to the 3 SSS grade gifted, he appeared to be unattended. At this point, the invigilator was panting and running this way. "Shaw, Principal Shaw. Mr. Wang, what's the matter?" Xiao Jiangwo looked at him with a smirk. Although he wasn't clear on what exactly was going on, he thought that the other party should have been shocked by Su Yuan, Suyan, and the others. "As a principal, you can't tell me how good it feels to watch your students pretend to be in front of teachers from outside schools. Here's the deal. This invigilator teacher sent from a foreign city still had the shock of just now lingering on his face and was overwhelmed with emotion. Your school's candidate, Su Yuan, has punching power beyond the limit range of the test target and needs to apply to the Education Bureau to replace the intermediate punching power test target. Your Arashur city is really full of monsters this year. Originally, the appearance of a girl with more than 500 kilograms of extreme punching power had already shocked me for a while, but I didn't expect that there would be another one over 1,000 kilograms later. If there are no surprises, those few cities in the north are going to be dumbfounded this year. I see that the top student of the South River Administrative Region's Great Martial Arts Examination is going to be wrapped up by you, Arashur City, and I'm here to congratulate you in advance. Ha!" Xiao Jiangwo listened and was in a good mood. Where, Mr. Wang, your students in Cloud City are not bad either. Didn't you also produce an SSS-ranked gifted person this year? It's that Jiang Wait. Xiao Jiangwo was confused. He was an afterthought. What did you just say? Su Yuan's punching power exceeded the limit of the primary punching power test target? Isn't that over 1,000 kilograms? Yeah, Principal Shaw, you didn't know that before? Holy! Xiao Jiangwo was now completely confused. It was the vice principal on the sidelines who came back to his senses and hurriedly called the Education Bureau to apply for a replacement of the intermediate fist power test target. Just so, the Education Bureau of people also know Su Yuan a punch to break the primary test target, punching force of more than 1,000 kilograms thing. Instantly the major work groups, and even outside the city Education Bureau of the group, have circulated open this shocking news. Shocked +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Shocked +10 +10 +10 +10 +10. Shock +20 +20 +20. Looking at the growing emotional value on the system panel, Su Yuan said that this punch, it was a great punch. However, this constant alert was more or less an eyesore, so Su Yuan temporarily turned off the alert, intending to wait until the end of the 6-city joint exam. The staff of the Education Bureau acted quickly, and in less than half an hour, the intermediate fist power test target was delivered. At this time, the tests in the other areas were over, and everyone gathered around, wanting to see exactly what Su Yuan's exact punching power was. Zheng Yuan, as Su Yuan's loyal little brother, saw that the atmosphere was almost ready and directly led the way to start shouting. "Su Shin!" He shouted this. The crowd responded. "Su Shin! Su Shin! Su Shin!" Feeling noisy, Su Anyan backed away to the side alone and silently, waiting for Su Yuan's test to end. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone patted the shoulder of his best friend beside him, secretly pointed at Su Anyan who was not far away, and whispered, "Pity our goddess Su. As the face is born, so is the abyss. If it wasn't for Su Shin, Goddess Su would probably have won the first prize this year. Now it's good, everyone is looking at Su Shin, she's directly left out in the cold. You don't say, it's true, I'm feeling a little sorry for myself. Hey!" In the face of loud cheers from the crowd, Su Yuan, on the contrary, appeared calm, slightly moving his joints, and blasted out with a punch. 1,232 kilograms. Scarlet numbers popped up. It caused the surrounding crowd to suck in a breath of cool air. After a brief silence, the cheering became more violent. Because everyone knew that they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Su Shin! Su Shin! Su Shin! On the bus to the outskirts of town, Su Yuan looked out the window at the scenery that crossed the road, leisurely enjoying the sunlight that poured through the car window. Zheng Yuan sat beside him, full of excitement, scratching over a news item on his cell phone. Shocked. A high school student in our city actually did this on the joint exam. Explosion. The first prize winner of this year's Nanjiang district has been booked. The greatest generation? Or red flower and green leaf? Look, brother Yuan, it's only been a short while, and now the headlines of our Arashur City news are all about you. That's too much. I see the data report above says that you've broken the extreme punching power record of our Daxia High School students. The last record holder for ultimate fist power was also an SSS-ranked physical body strengthening class talent possessor. But he's only 832 kilograms. You're even half as tall as him. Yuan helplessly rubbed his eyebrows. Stay low, stay low. What's with the low profile? You're a household star now, brother Yuan, and everyone's just waiting to see how you do on the other tests. I have a feeling that you should be number 1 as well, brother Yuan. Zheng Yuan was confident in Yuan. It was just that Suyan and Morongbai, who were in the same car, frowned slightly at the same time. Both were thinking the same thing at this point. For the fist strength test, they were not as good as Yuan, but for this ferocious beast practical combat test, it wasn't just whoever was strong in strength could achieve a high score. They, in turn, will pull off the upset here. Not a moment too soon. The bus slowed to a stop in front of the JCE hunting area. Chapter 87. Look at this poker face. A few real handfuls of. The fierce beast practical test of the 6 cities joint examination was arranged in the desolate domain outside the city circle. A wilderness was fenced out directly by the military, and ferocious beasts of different realms were placed in different areas for the candidates to hunt. The division of the area was very simple and rough, directly following the setup of the National Martial Arts Examination. Level 1 base area, Awakening Order 1 Stage 3 Stage Ferocious Beasts. Level 2 base area, Awakening Order 4-6 Ferocious Beasts. Level 3 base area, Awakening Order 7-9 Ferocious Beasts. For 99% of the candidates, their range of activities would be limited to the basic area, and even those who could go to the level 3 basic area to hunt ferocious beasts could be considered top students. Beyond this is the progression area. Level 1 advancement area, First Order Lower Fierce Beast. Level 2 advancement area, First Order Medium Fierce Beast. Level 3 advancement area, First Order Upper Fierce Beast. By this point, 99.99% of candidates are going to stop. However, in order to prevent the 0.01% of demonic candidates from not having the opportunity to exert themselves, there was a challenge area outside of the advancement area. The challenge area was no longer divided, and it was distributed from the lower second order to the upper second order ferocious beasts. The end of the end. It's the boss area. There's only one third order lower level ferocious beast here. Since the founding of the Great Xia, there were only a handful of people who were able to defeat a third rank boss on the Great Examination of Martial Arts, and each one of them was a legend-like figure. One of the most representative names was Gu Qingtian. Back then, he pushed all the way across the country in an invincible manner, slaughtering all the ferocious beasts he could see, and in the end, he even came to the boss area and killed it forcefully. And nowadays, he was already the strongest person in Xia, ranking as the chief of the Court of 12. The bus pulled over and stopped. The crowd had just gotten out of the car when they saw an officer-looking man. The man looked no more than 30 or 40 years old, and his body carried a stern aura of its own. On either side of the gold-colored epaulets are inlaid red trim with a thin red bar and 2-star emblems adorning the baseplate. This is a lieutenant. Although they were still students, the crowd still had a heartfelt respect for the military. You know, today's world is not peaceful. In addition to the threat of the beasts in the wilderness area, there are other eyeing the foreign martial artists. Soldiers are the first line of defense for the Grand Xia. Yuan also saw the officer and realized that the other party's eyes happened to fall on himself. You're Yuan-san, right? The officer's face brought a smile as he walked towards Yuan. The surrounding crowd was startled, and then they consciously made way. This officer, actually waiting here specifically for Yuan? Awesome. Look at the deck. Really a couple of. Yes, I am. You are. Yuan stopped his steps, his eyes showing curiosity. My name is Joe Ru, I'm the person in charge of the 6-city joint examination, Fierce Beast practical test. Joe Ru's gaze sized up Yuan, revealing a faint smile as he continued. There's still some time before the test starts, so let's borrow a step. Good. Away from the crowd in the corner. After Joe Ru introduced himself, Yuan learned that he was a lieutenant in the Southeast Military Region. I heard about your body data test. In extreme fist strength, you broke the record since the founding of the Grand Xia, and your speed and nerve reaction are also ranked in the top 3 in history, which is very good. Thanks. Yuan smiled politely. A talent like you doesn't even need to wait for the national exam, when this 6-city joint exam is over, you'll surely be famous all over the country. At that time, all the major top academies will be fighting over you, and naturally, our military department will have their hearts set on it as well. Zhou Ru's gaze was frank, not hiding his purpose in the slightest, and handed over a business card towards Su Yuan. This is not my business card, this is the business card of General Li Guoxianli, the head of the Transcendent Generals program in our Southeast military region, and as soon as the news of you spread, General Li asked me to contact you directly even though he was in the military region. Transcendent General? Su Yuan took the business card. I won't take up your time to describe exactly how this program works, I'll just say this. Chief Ku used to be in the program when he was younger and was in their class. Second. Ancient Chief, Ancient Tilting Sky. A name that everyone in Desya heard like thunder. Just by simply saying that he had participated in this so-called Transcendent Generals program, the gold content was pulled full circle at once. Just. Ancient Chief is only second? Su Yuan was surprised by this. One must know that in today's Great Xia, the name Ancient Pouring Sky symbolized absolute power and absolute invincibility. Aha! Zhou Ru nodded gently. Although that year's Chief Ancient was the top student in the National Martial Arts examination, he was indeed only ranked second in that session's Transcendent General Star program. Of course, he's just a hair's breadth away from first. These are not confidential information, and there are not a few people who know about it. Chief Ancient himself often mentions it. What about number 1? Su Yuan curiously asked after him. Now that Chief Ancient was the first supreme of the Grand Xia, how strong would that person who had once pushed him over the top be? After becoming that term's enlightened general, he was killed in battle during a skirmish with the Eagle American Federation due to an intelligence failure. Su Yuan was silent. Zhou Ru glanced at Su Yuan and suddenly shook his head, laughing to himself. I shouldn't be talking to you about this, it's not pushing you out. Su Yuan similarly shook his head. That's not going to happen. Oh? Zhou Ru pretended to be curious. Why? Su Yuan thought about it and said seriously. To die young is the shadowy destiny that hangs over genius. Only by breaking this destiny can one become truly strong. It's like you can't grow a giant tree in a greenhouse. Pretty much the same thing. Zhou Ru's eyes lit up as he looked at Su Yuan with admiration in his eyes. To have this realization. You is very good. So you're willing to participate in the selection of Transcendent Generals? I didn't say that. Su Yuan blinked. The corner of Zhou Ru's mouth tugged. He thought Su Yuan would just agree to it. He took a deep breath and glanced at his wristwatch, a smile returning to his face. It's okay, you can take your time to think about this matter. Go ahead and take the test, I won't waste your time. Aha! Looking at Su Yuan's distant back, thinking of his unpredictable and nonsensical reply after his believable declaration of a strong man, Zhou Ru couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, elderly, I've seen that little guy, he's quite nice, it's just how to say it. Not far. Suyan's eyes flickered as she looked at Zhou Ru, who had turned to call away. She noticed it when she got out of the car earlier. This guy is... Zhou Ru? It was one of the few people she was impressed with at Blue Star. In the future, he succeeded in advancing to the 9th Order Supreme Being and became one of the top pillars of the Great Xia military department. Calculating the time, nowadays he should be around the 6th rank, and his rank is absolutely impossible to be a small lieutenant. Moreover, although she couldn't remember who was in charge of the 6-city joint examination in her last life, she was certain that it definitely wasn't him. So, he's here for Su Yuan? While Suyan was thinking, Su Yuan had already walked up to her, and when he saw her standing still and staring, he reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Hey, what are you gawking at? The test is about to start, let's go. P.S. In the future, update at a fixed point in time, update at 2 p.m., 2-3 chapters, or more. Chapter 88, the two of us won't still have to compete and steal the boss, right? Candidates, please collect your bracelets in an orderly manner. Next I'll explain the specific functions and use of the bracelet. 10 minutes later. The preparations before the Ferocious Beast practical test are over, and the test is about to begin. Su Yuan wore the bracelet on his wrist. The function of the bracelet was simple, similar to the one Shangguan Ru had prepared for the two of them during the last Desolate Domain training. Other than the most basic map and navigation features, there are just two things. 1. Record points. The exams do not allow teams, all of them are solo battles. The stronger the strength of the ferocious beasts killed, the higher the corresponding points, which were finally summarized into the results of the actual combat test. 2. Providing security. The bracelet has a built-in energy energizing device that creates a protective shield that effectively prevents casualties, but just using this feature means that the exam ends early. In addition to the bracelets, each candidate will be able to receive a weapon that is handy. In order to ensure fairness, the equivalence quality of the weapons, all of which used a uniform system, was useful to most students, but was dispensable to Yuan. These weapons broke with their own hands. There wasn't really a question of whether or not there was a problem. It was far worse than his own Rodan gun that had already been strengthened a few times. Besides, this period of devilish training had caused Yuan's fleshly body strength to surge by a large margin. That 9-deicide fist that was shallowly used when beating Moronbai up had already been touched by Yuan's roots during this period of time. On the one hand, it was thanks to the fact that the gun and fist originated from the same source, and on the other hand, it was naturally thanks to the Enlightenment tea. Fuchi, you don't use weapons? Zheng Yuan asked curiously as he carried a large axe on his shoulder. Don't use it. Yuan lazily stretched his muscles. Bull. Zheng Yuan didn't bother questioning it, but instead was quite understanding. With the terrifying power of a ton of punches, which weapon is as good as your own fist? It's a pity you can't team up, or else I'll let you experience the feeling of lying down and winning. Don't, I'm at least an A-ranked gifted, what's the point of hugging my thigh every day? Yes, ambitious, I approve. Hey. The two talked and laughed. Suyan, who was not far away, faintly glanced at Yuan before withdrawing her gaze and waiting for the hunting area to open. She would get twice Yuan's score and pull back the body data test score. A few minutes later. Hunting area open. All candidates enter it. And Yuan was like a swimming dragon entering the sea, starting his hunting trip. Today. Have a good hunt. The entire hunting area was ring-shaped, with layers progressing, and the further in, the stronger the ferocious beasts were. The layers are separated from each other by an energized chain-link fence to prevent ferocious beasts from entering other areas and causing chaos. The door leading to the inner area was guarded by military personnel, and candidates were able to pass through simply by showing their bracelets. Level 1 base area. Boo! The muffled sound came. A ferocious beast of Awakening Stage 3 instantly exploded. It was actually crushed hard by a black shadow. Yuan passed through the blood mist and headed towards a deeper area. The points of the ferocious beasts in the first few areas were too low, and he was too lazy to waste time on them. That's why he decided on his goal from the start, to head to the challenge area and hunt the second-rank ferocious beasts. As for the ferocious beasts along the way, they would be handily resolved as they were just now, and they wouldn't be delayed for more than a few seconds anyway. Suyan and Moronbai both upheld the same strategy as Yuan. Awakening Order Fierce Beast. 1-3 paragraphs, 1 point. For 6 paragraphs, 4 points. Paragraphs 7-9, 10 points. First Order Beasts. Lower, 30 points. Median, 80 points. Upper, 160 points. And the second-rank ferocious beasts, just the lower ones, had 500 points. Level 1 base area. Level 2 base area. Level 3 base area. Level 1 advancement area. Level 2 progression area. Level 3 progression area. Challenge area entrance. The soldier in charge of guarding this place was named Wang Wu, a rank 3 lower level powerhouse. A figure sped from the distance and stopped in front of the entrance. Wang Wu fixed his eyes and was taken aback. I only saw that the young man's face was handsome, but his body was drenched in scarlet blood, and the corners of his clothes were still covered with the broken flesh of unknown ferocious beasts. The entire person looked as if he was a Shura coming out of hell, sending shivers down his spine. The biased teenager even grinned at him. Hello, I would like to enter the challenge area. Oh, good. Wang Wu came back to his senses and looked at the time while opening the door. The exam had just started less than 20 minutes ago, and someone actually came here? To know, the hunting area covers a huge area, and the density of ferocious beasts is far beyond the wild. Could it be that the ferocious beasts along the way didn't pose any obstacles to him? Without waiting for him to get back to his senses, the teenager had already gotten away from him. Only this had just gone out less than 500 meters when he was attacked by a shadow leopard that was hibernating in the grass. Wang Wu was about to voice a reminder, but thinking that this is an exam, he closed his mouth again. But in the next second, his eyes snapped wide and his pupils pinned sharpened as he watched in shock as the teenager blasted the shadow leopard into bloody slag with a single punch, then left without looking back in a very dashing manner. Mother-er. Is this really a ING student? Kill the second order lower beast, shadow leopard, get 500 points. Ignoring the prompts ringing in his ears, Yuan kept moving forward. There was a heat map of the distribution of ferocious beasts on the bracelet, and one of the red dots on it was where the ferocious beasts were, and Yuan picked one of the densest of them and sped off. Kill the second rank lower beast, silver mane bear, get 500 points. Slaying the second ranked intermediate beast, the ghost spotted tiger, and gaining 1000 points. Killed the second order upper level beast, the inferno python. Gained 3000 points. For the current Yuan, killing second rank lower and middle level ferocious beasts was almost equal to chopping up a melon and cutting a vegetable, and the second rank upper level was only a slight effort. Due to the low density of ferocious beasts in the challenge area, most of the time was still spent on catching up and searching for ferocious beasts, and the time spent on actually fighting was almost negligible. 2 hours later, Yuan killed 13 second rank ferocious beasts. There were 8 lower second order, 3 middle second order, and 2 upper second order. Accumulated 13,000 points. In exchange for killing awakening ranked ferocious beasts, one would have to kill thousands of them. It would take a few hundred big ones to kill a first order ferocious beast. Oh! While passing by a certain place, Yuan noticed a small blue dot appear on the heat map. The one who could appear in the challenge area was either Suyan or Morongbai, or he didn't know which one of them it was. Of course, Yuan didn't have the time to care about who exactly it was. He planned to kill for a little while longer, then go to the final boss area and take the grand prize of this exam. That third rank beast was worth a whole 30,000 points. But the final boss area has a barrier to entry. You need to have accumulated 3 W points outside before you are allowed to enter. It feels like that little ninny Suyan is quite thoughtful. I wonder if she'll hit her idea on this boss as well. It's not like the two of us will have to compete and steal the boss at that time, right? Chapter 3, Please Send Me to Death. Chapter 89, I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Just as Yuan was hunting the second rank ferocious beasts and accumulating point tickets to the boss area. Southeast. Roar. A blood-toothed lion roared in anger, vigilantly keeping a close eye on the young girl who was speedily approaching not far away. It was a powerful existence that ranked at the top of the strength list amongst the second-ranked middle-level ferocious beasts, and its killing power was even comparable to weaker second-ranked upper-level ferocious beasts. But just as it assumed an offensive stance and prepared to attack, it didn't notice in the slightest that underneath it, a writhing puddle of shadow slowly solidified. The palm that the shadow transformed into reached out from the ground, as if it was illusory, and directly pierced through the belly of the blood-toothed lion, while the latter didn't notice it in the slightest, and continued to watch the prey in front of him closely. At a certain moment, the shadow arm that was originally like an illusion suddenly condensed into substance after holding the heart of the blood-toothed lion. Followed by a firm grip. The heart breaks instantly. The blood-toothed lion's body stiffened violently. Brutal's pupils grew lax. Instantly fell to the ground and convulsed. Vitality is lost at a rapid rate. Suyan, on the other hand, swept past the blood-toothed lion's gradually freezing corpse without even a fluctuation in her eyes. Still not skilled enough. After 10 experiments, it actually only worked once. That's right. During this time, Suyan once again developed one of her shadow talent's abilities, its name, turning void into reality. Utilizing this ability, one could allow the shadow one manipulated to complete the transformation of reality into reality in a short period of time, just like what he did just now, directly destroying the enemy's vital organs. These ferocious beasts have low spiritual intelligence, and their spiritual power is even more negligible, so they simply can't detect the existence of the shadow servant in the place of someone with high spiritual power. After discovering the shadow servant, as long as they interfere with it with their source energy, the success rate will have to be lowered even more. Not to mention that after the fusion realm, every cell of the physical body has been quenched by source energy, and its strength far exceeds that of the exploration realm, and it also carries a natural source energy barrier, unless a treasure like the phantom shadow fruit is obtained once again to strengthen my shadow talent. Sure. Apart from these disadvantages, the advantages of transforming emptiness into reality are obvious. That is, it will not be unable to act on flesh and blood like spiritual thoughts. Spirit was born in the physical body, it was the manifestation of the power of the soul, the will, and when the spiritual power was strong to a certain extent, it could be condensed into substance and transformed into spiritual thoughts. But spiritual thoughts can only act on inanimate matter, or directly attack the enemy's will or spirit, but only not directly on flesh and blood. For example, it was impossible to stir the enemy's brain with spiritual thoughts, or to directly crush the heart and kill it. But the shadows she manipulated were different. Like just now, she had directly utilized the shadow to crush the heart of the bloodtooth lion. Suyan looked at her points. Other than this period of time just now, which was used to experiment with transforming emptiness into reality, the two shadow servants had always hunted the ferocious beast separately from her. Thanks to that phantom fruit from last time, the two shadow servants were now able to leave her radius of up to 100 meters without causing their strength to decay. This allowed her to greatly increase her efficiency when facing the ferocious beasts, and she managed to capture nearly 15,000 points. By earning another point of the same value, she would be able to travel to the boss area. Third order lower fierce beast. She, who can kill. The other side. Roar. The second rank lower level ferocious beast berserkape let out a low warning, while its pupils contracted a little bit. Even though it didn't have much sanity, it revealed a look of fear at this moment. The hideous ghostly spirit had a ghostly figure, and almost instantly arrived in front of the berserkape. A large amount of black mist dispersed from its body, like a maggot attached to the berserkape's body surface, instantly emitting a zip, zip, zip sound, corroding its flesh and blood epidermis to the bone. Roar! The berserkape let out a painful and mournful wail, his body dripping with blood. Looking at the piercing scarlet, a trace of morbid fervor surfaced on Morongbai's dead-like face. My ghostly spirit has gotten a little stronger. More, I want my big brother to give me more sustenance. In the meantime, in a temporary base outside the hunting grounds, the lead teachers from each school in Arashur City, as well as the military personnel in charge of this test, all gathered in front of one of the monitoring screens. The smart bracelet is fitted with a camera recording function that transmits the candidate's footage back in real time. At this point, each and every one of them stood as if they were stone statues, not moving, not blinking their eyes, their mouths slightly open, with only one expression on their faces. Shocker. Still rocking. Who the hell are these people? They thought that SSS ranked gifted would be fierce, but they didn't expect it to be this fierce. Morongbai. As a transfer student from out of town. Among those present, other than Zhou Ru, the others were not very clear about his identity. They only knew that although this candidate's various abilities and tactics looked shady and ugly, his strength was here. Facing the second-rank ferocious beasts with ease, if he were to be placed in the past days, he would definitely be a super heavenly pride that would be enough to impact the provincial scholar. As for why it's placed in days gone by, it's because there are two more outrageous guys ahead of him. A Su Yuan, a Suyan Yen, their performance, simply outrageous. His mom to outrageous open the door. Outrageous to the core. Let's start with Suyan Yen. Aside from the strong fighting strength she showed herself, what about that mysterious and weird talent? Wasn't her shadow a materialized shadow? Why was she able to penetrate the body of the bloodtooth lion when facing a mid-second rank bloodtooth lion? Could it be that she had directly manipulated the shadow to penetrate the blood-toothed lion's body, and then inside its body, crushed its heart, which had achieved a silent and instantaneous kill? If that's true, that's pretty sick, isn't it? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, all of them shocked by Suyan's natural ability. Only Zhou Ru's gaze was deep in thought. He was the only one among the people present who knew Morongbai's identity, and thus wasn't the least bit surprised by Morongbai's display of natural ability, but Suyan's performance really shocked and surprised him. This mysterious side ability of hers. It's really special, and it's more magical than even spiritual thoughts. It was important to know that while spiritual thoughts were certainly powerful, they could not be applied to flesh and blood, and Suyan's handful of means of transforming the virtual into the real was simply applauded. It really didn't occur to me that in the small Arashur city, besides Su Yuan, a guy whose physical body was so terrifying that it was unimaginable, there was actually a guy with such a special natural ability. Looks like you really didn't make the trip for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhou Ru sent an order to the garrison in the challenge area. Send someone to recover the corpse of that blood-toothed lion. Yes. After issuing the order, Zhou Ru's gaze once again fell on the monitoring screen. To Morongbai, the son of the family, he had no half-interest, and to Suyan, what he cared about was mainly her mysterious and bizarre natural ability. But for Su Yuan, The only thing he wanted to know right now was where the upper limit of this guy's battle power was. From the moment he entered the challenge area, this fellow had never exerted his full strength from the beginning to the end, and had always looked like he was swimming with ease. On the contrary, the ferocious style he inadvertently displayed during the battle was very different from the cheerful and gentle impression he felt when he had previously talked to Yuan. He knew one more such person, and that person's name was Gu Qingtian. He had seen Chief Ancient's normally gentle and elegant appearance, as well as his ferocious appearance on the battlefield when he tore apart a 9th-ranked beast emperor with his hands. The images of the two gradually overlapped, causing Zhou Ru to be in a trance. This guy, he's not another god of killers, is he? A few hours later, Yuan finally killed all 30,000 points and got the entry qualification to the boss area. Bathed in blood, he moved his muscles and bones, and the smell of blood that wafted in from time to time then put his entire being in a state of exhilaration beyond compare. On the contrary, all of these second-ranked ferocious beasts were too weak, making it not enough for him to have fun killing them. Well, the only way to go is to slaughter that boss. Yuan advanced towards the boss area. Only halfway through his journey, he noticed that on the radar map of his bracelet, a few kilometers away, there was a small blue dot that was rapidly approaching towards the boss area just like him. Kills pretty fast. Yuan smiled. He knew very well that this person could only be Suyan. As for Morong Bai, his strength was quite a bit weaker than Suyan's, and the two of them weren't even in the same class. Yuan thought about it. I seem to remember there was only one boss? Sorry then. That doesn't make it so. With that, the speed surged once again. Chapter 90. In that case, Auntie Sue, I'm sorry. I can't believe it's all 30,000 points. This is Yuan and Suyan are both going to challenge the boss area? Even during the great examination of martial arts, there wasn't a single person who dared to challenge a third-rank boss for decades. This is just a mock exam for us, and two actually appeared all of a sudden. Our Arashur City's results from this year's Great Martial Arts Examination are definitely going to blow the nation away. In the surveillance room. Regardless of which middle school in Arashur City the teachers were in, they were all excited and giddy as they watched the monitor screen. At this moment, they had long forgotten that they weren't teachers in the first middle school, and they were all cheering for Yuan and Suyan, because they were representing Arashur City, and they were honored with it. Although there would be 3 bosses of the third rank lower, middle, and upper Anthi Great Examination of Martial Dao, and this time, there was only one third rank lower ferocious beast in the 6 cities joint examination, however. Right now, there were still 2 months to go before the Great Martial Dao examination. It wasn't like Yuan and Suyan had stopped dead in their tracks during these 2 months. They grow too. As long as the challenge works this time. They then have the hope of challenging a stronger boss at the National Budo exam. Of course, there were sensible, steadier ones who forced down their inner excitement and said, "Let's not get excited, dare to challenge is dare to challenge, it's not certain if they can succeed, we won't be late to celebrate when they succeed in their challenge." Behind the crowd. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Zhou Ru's eyes. If both Yuan and Suyan wanted to challenge the boss, then a problem would arise. The ferocious beast real combat test did not allow for teaming up or cooperation, which meant that the kill score of this third rank boss could only be obtained by one person in the end. The radar map on the smart bracelet can see the position of the rest of the candidates, so they will definitely have to fight with each other to decide the boss at the end. Who will win? As of now, it seemed that what Yuan had displayed was mainly his strong physical strength, which was also related to his physical body strengthening class talent, and in other aspects, there wasn't too much of a bright performance. On the contrary, it was Suyan who, in addition to her clean, fast, accurate, and ruthless fighting style, also had the mysterious ability brought about by her shadow talent. At first glance, she seemed to have a greater chance of winning. But her kind of ability of transforming emptiness into reality, which could either hurt or kill her at every turn, could not possibly be used out on Yuan, could it? Besides, with Yuan's easygoing appearance, who could be sure that he hadn't hidden any cards? Funny, really funny. The corners of Zhou Ru's mouth that had been aroused with curiosity lifted slightly, very much looking forward to the collision of the two super heavenly prides, Yuan and Suyan. At this moment, a footstep sounded behind himself. Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng arrived. A few teachers recognized Shangguan Ru and greeted him. "Hello Chief Shangguan." "Hello Chief." Shangguan Ru smiled and waved his hand. "Everyone, don't be polite. I stepped down from my position as the director of the Arashur City Education Bureau some time ago, and this time I came over to take a look at the two geniuses of our Arashur City. Before the words were finished, her gaze landed on Zhou, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Major General Zhou? Why are you here? A few teachers on the side were confused, although they didn't understand the military establishment, but this shoulder badge was obviously a lieutenant's rank, right? How could it be the rank of Major General? But Shangwan Ru is different. The Clover Group serves as the designated armament partner of the Daxia military. As a director of the group, Shangwan Ru's connections in the military department could be considered quite extensive, so he naturally recognized this rising star of the military department. It's just that according to the usual practice, although all the 6 city joint exams will have the assistance of the military, it's obviously not so bad that a major general will come over. Wait, she got it. She's here to rob us, isn't she? Thinking of this, Shangwan Ru silently glanced at Shangwan Meng beside her, and instantly felt a sense of security. Aha! You can't rob it with your oldest sister. Zhou Ru obviously also did not expect to meet Shangwan Ru and the famous witch Shangwan Meng here, and after coughing slightly awkwardly, he said, "You two have recognized the wrong person, haven't you?" At the same time, he transmitted his voice and explained the reason for his appearance here a little. He had left the military region this time, originally for a secret mission that required him to hide his identity, and happened to be passing through Arashur City. The news of Yuan breaking the all-time record for high school students in Daxia traveled fast, and it wasn't long after the morning's test had ended that the Southeast Military Region side learned of the news. That task was not rushed in terms of time, so Elderly let him come over first to see how Yuan was doing and threw him an olive branch. Zhou Ru simply took over the position of the person in charge of the 6 cities joint examination and became the so-called Lieutenant Zhou. So it is. Sure enough, it's here to rob people. Shangwan Ru was not half interested in the so-called secret mission, flipping through the pages, only seeing the words robbing people between the lines. She looked meaningfully at Zhou Ru and laughed. Sorry, it's a case of mistaken identity. The 2 candidates are almost to the boss area, let's watch it first. Aha! Zhou Ru nodded gently. It was just that his gaze intentionally or unintentionally looked towards Shangwan Meng a couple more times. Although he was in the military region, he had also heard about Shangwan Meng's 4 pillars identity being outlawed by the Court of 12, a motion handed in jointly by the Shangwan and Morong families. I'm afraid that if it were anyone else, they would have gone back to the imperial capital to make a scene, but Shangwan Meng didn't react at all, as if she didn't care at all. Shangwan as he could still understand. After all, I've heard that she's been pontificating on some sort of special theory for the last few years, and has been focusing on education a lot. But Shangwan Meng. She still has the heart to watch the 6 cities joint examination here? This is something she would be interested in? What a strange person. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to Shangwan Meng, instead focusing all his attention on the screen. It showed that both Yuan and Suyan had entered the boss area. A large boss area. That fierce beast boss of the lower 3rd rank was located in the center of the area. After Yuan and Suyan entered the boss area, neither of them charged directly towards the boss, but instead they were approaching each other. Because they all knew very well that this exam did not allow cooperative teams in terms of regulations, and if they wanted to get the boss's 30,000 points in their hands, they would have to defeat their competitors. Of course, compared to Yuan's more innocent purpose, Suyan had an additional idea. Tomorrow is the second comparison. Although after successfully visualizing the killing prison and condensing the supreme killing demon, she had great confidence in her victory. But with such an opportunity in front of her to compare the battle strengths of both sides in advance, she naturally wouldn't miss it. What's more, when she was in the virtual space, the image of Yuan, who was so cold and indifferent that he rushed over and pierced her heart with a single shot, was still fresh in her mind. Although it didn't affect her martial arts heart, and she knew that it was merely a replica of the system's simulated battle power, she inexplicably wanted to clean up the real-life version of him and make him suffer. A few minutes later, the two met. Standing in close proximity to each other, tens of meters apart. Suyan looked indifferent and was about to open her mouth when Yuan took a step ahead of her, causing the corners of her mouth to twitch and she almost didn't hang on to her expression. Suyan, why don't you admit defeat? This smart bracelet has a real-time picture transmission on it. I don't want to bully a girl in public, of course, mainly because I don't want Auntie Sue to see me bullying you. The young man on the opposite side was smiling, his blood-stained clothes were blowing fiercely in the wind, and with that handsome and gentle face, it made the picture seem very impactful. Suyan did not respond, and when she looked again, her figure was no longer in the same place. Bullying me? In Su Yuan's ears, Suanyan's voice came. The young girl had swept in front of her at an unknown time, that good-looking brow lowered, the waves in her calm eyes unperturbed. Do you, by any chance, have that skill? Su Yuan grinned. In that case. Auntie Su, I'm sorry. Chapter 91 Morong Bai's entry, Immortals fight, mortals suffer. In principle, Su Yuan doesn't hit women. Unless a woman grosses him out to the point where he's willing to abandon his principles for a while. Of course, this was certainly not the case in front of him. There was no way he was going to get real with Suanyan. What he wanted was to hold her down in a cutthroat manner so that she would give up on the idea of a boss. Boo! A muffled sound came. Su Yuan raised his arm to block Suanyan's attack. That was a pretty heavy punch. Extreme fist power tested pure physical strength, and in this regard, Suanyan was much worse than Su Yuan. But at this moment, her arms were covered with a layer of shadow arm armor, greatly increasing her power. But that's all. It's not enough. After pulling away, Su Yuan's gaze fell on Suanyan's body. The writhing shadows gradually covered her entire body, condensing into a black battle armor on the surface of her body, looking mysterious and bizarre. The overall image, somewhat like a mecha queen from an anime production, will be more exciting for certain people with unique XP. Well, he's excited too. But not to Xin Yan, but to her fighting ability. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Kind of. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Suanyan use this ability in the Hell Training Center. You're quite good at hiding, aren't you? Just as Su Yuan was excitedly admiring Suanyan's new skin, the latter indifferently spoke. I'll stay my hand. After all, it wasn't a true enemy. Suanyan only thought of beating Su Yuan into submission, so naturally she wouldn't lay down a deadly hand. Su Yuan shook his head and laughed. No need. You just push, I can carry it. Suanyan said no more. The entire person transformed into a phantom and rushed towards Su Yuan. With her own talent, she was actually completely capable of not being in close physical combat with Su Yuan. However, after the shadow armor disguisedly enhanced her power and reduced Su Yuan's suppression of her in terms of physical strength by a lot, she was partial to trying to see if she could defeat Su Yuan in a physical fight. She had absolute confidence in her combat awareness and combat experience. Even if the performance of this body wasn't enough, it should be enough to use against Su Yuan. However, after a period of vigorous offense, Suanyan suddenly frowned and sensed that something wasn't right. No matter how fast one's striking movements are and how bizarre the path of attack is, Su Yuan is able to react in time and deal with it gently. This was simply unreasonable. Although Virtual Deathmatch was able to greatly improve one's fighting level, she had once asked Shangguan Ru to watch Su Yuan's battle videos, analyze Su Yuan's fighting habits, and use them as a blueprint to summarize certain fighting techniques against him. But the way he was acting now was completely different from his fighting habits in Virtual Deathmatch. There's only one possibility. That is, in the Virtual Deathmatch, Su Yuan didn't use his full strength at all. Weak to weak. Strong on strong. Suanyan was able to detect the change in Su Yuan's combat level, and Su Yuan naturally saw Suanyan's unusualness as well. Why is this guy so fierce? A tigress? Every time he threw a punch or slashed his palm, the timing and angle were all perfect, embodying the three key words of fast, accurate, and ruthless to the fullest. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been specially trained in the battle map world for quite some time, he really wouldn't have been a match for her. Speaking of which, Suanyan's guess was really right. It was true that Su Yuan did not use his full strength in the Virtual Deathmatch. Because being in the world of battle map is exhausting and desperate enough. There are evil spirits in the front, back, left and right. There are killing machines in all directions. And all he could count on was himself. It is in such situations that one's fighting instincts are most sharpened. Therefore later on, he even took the original brutal Virtual Deathmatch as relaxation, and saw those ferocious beasts that he originally couldn't wait to painfully abuse over and over again, and felt that their faces were relatable. Not to mention the fact that the growth in spiritual power had drastically improved Su Yuan's insight and reflexes, which was why he appeared to be at ease in the face of Suanyan's attack. Noticing Suanyan's disorganized rhythm of attack, Su Yuan deliberately spoke out to flirt. I've been told there's no need to hold back, what are you doing now? In the face of Su Yuan's flirting, Suanyan was expressionless. Originally she didn't have much of an idea, but now she preferred Su Yuan in the virtual space. At the very least she wouldn't have to talk so much. What a wonderful fight! This is too much, isn't it? Is this really the level a student can achieve? Why are the two of them so good in real life? Temporary base. The teachers of Ereshur City marveled, clearly stunned by Su Yuan and Su Anyan's performance. Not only that, even Shangwanru's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. These two guys. Dare I say I didn't use my full strength at all in the virtual deathmatch, did I? Regardless of whether it was Su Yuan or Su Anyan, the fighting qualities displayed in this Heaven's Pride duel were far too much stronger than in the virtual deathmatch. Thanks to the fact that I was worried about playing them both up before, it looks like I'll have to step up my game in the future. Shangwanru thought silently in her mind and planned to add some fierce material to the two when she returned. Beside her, Zhou was even looking at the two silhouettes entwined in the screen as if they were babies, her eyes glowing. Top-notch companion talent, pure social background, and terrifying combat talent, it would be a waste if the two of them weren't brought back to the military department. At this point, Shangwan Meng, who had never opened her mouth since coming here, suddenly asked crisply. You guys, the two of them, who's stronger? Shangwanru's petite body gave a beat and said without hesitation. Then it must be Su Yuan who is stronger. Zhou Ru, however, shook his head. I don't think so. I originally also thought that Su Yuan was assured of victory, but then when I thought about it carefully, Su Anyan's talent is clearly more bizarre and mysterious, but she chose to fight Su Yuan in close combat. This is raising her shortcomings to avoid her strengths, and is clearly a sign of extreme self-confidence. Furthermore, Su Anyan has some killing abilities in her talent, and because her opponent is Su Yuan and not a ferocious beast, she is unable to perform them. If it's under a real fight between you and me, it's not so easy to say whether the winner will win or lose. Shangwanru kept giving him glances. Brother, listen to me, the water is too deep for you to GRA. SP. The biased Zhou did not notice at all, still staring at the screen, with his own professional vision, analyzing in his old mind. Shangwan Meng's head tilted gently as she looked towards Shangwanru. He's your friend? Shangwan was sweating like a pig. Count on it, sort of. Oh. Shangwan Meng gently nodded, then poked Zhou who was on the side. You come out here with me for a minute. Zhou? He looked at Shangwanru, but Shangwanru looked at him with her eyes and nose, oblivious to his confused gaze. He was a bit puzzled. He was more familiar with Shangwanru, but he didn't have much connection with this famous demoness, but the other party was after all a feudal marquis powerhouse, and even if she was no longer one of the four pillars, she was still in an honorable position. So he followed Shangwan Meng out. After a while, the two returned, Shangwan Meng pacing briskly and humming a little song. Zhou, who followed her, clenched her fists as if she had suffered some great grievance. Seeing this, Shangwanru asked tentatively. Who do you think is strong now? After a short silence, Zhou's eyes were firm, just like the declaration he made before enlisting in the army back then. Then it must be Su Yuan who is strong. What's there to say? The battle went to a white-hot stage. Su Anyan still didn't give up easily after realizing that Su Yuan's fighting qualities were far beyond imagination, but instead, she favored disbelief and continued to tangle with him for quite a while. As for Su Yuan, since there was still a long time until the end of the exam, he simply played as if he was accompanying his little sister and saw the moves. In the end, Su Anyan finally determined that she couldn't win against Su Yuan in a physical fight, so she planned to stop holding back. But at that moment, a silhouette broke into the two men's field of vision. It was Morongbai, who had just reached 30,000 points and also wanted to come and try the boss challenge. He definitely couldn't beat a third-rank boss on his own, but the other he wasn't so sure. With a strengthened ghost spirit coupled with a Rakshasa body, there is some hope of taking the boss down. It was only when he saw Su Yuan and Su Anyan that his complexion was a little unsightly. He had thought that his speed in killing the ferocious beasts was fast enough, but he hadn't expected Su Yuan and Su Anyan, both of whom were actually faster than him. Su Anyan was even letting it go. After all, her talent was somewhat similar to her own, both of which could split off another helper to hunt the ferocious beasts together, doubling the efficiency of the hunt. But what about Su Yuan? And on what basis? Morongbai's expression was cloudy. But when he realized that Su Yuan and Su Anyan were fighting each other for the ownership of the boss, he turned his thoughts and revealed a sinister smile. He closed the distance between the two men and raised his voice. Student Su Yuan's score on the body data test is much higher than ours, so if you want to take first place, why don't we put the ice on the ice and team up to defeat him before deciding on the ownership of the boss? As the words fell, he didn't wait for Su Anyan to reply and directly launched an attack towards Su Yuan. Because in his opinion, Su Anyan had no reason to object. But it was at this time Suyan, who had already pulled away from Yuan, frowned slightly, and the shadows in his hands wriggled, transforming into a long shadow whip that fiercely lashed towards Morongbai's. The sound of breaking air came, Morongbai's face changed violently, stopping his footsteps hard, while the long shadow whip landed 2 inches in front of him, drawing a deep scar on the ground. Morongbai's face turned blue with anger. "What are you doing?" Suyan only gently spat out a single word. "Roll." Yuan revealed a playful smile as he first looked at Suyan. 1 minute truce, no problem? Suyan retrieved her long shadow whip, her expression bland, and she didn't say anything. Yuan knew that she was acquiescing to his proposal, so his gaze fell on Morongbai's body. "Coffin face, have you ever heard the phrase? What are you trying to say?" Morongbai's face was gloomy. The corners of Yuan's mouth rose a little, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. In the next second, his figure was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, rushing towards Morongbai. The distance of a few meters was instantaneous, and that demonic-like whisper rang in Morongbai's ears. The gods fight. Mortals suffer. Chapter 92, Divine Transformation. Do you know what one force breaks all laws means? Humph. Morongbai was infuriated by the words. Just now, Yuan said he wanted a 1-minute truce with Suyan. Yuan wants to take him down in 1 minute? Don't be so crazy. With a cold snort, he summoned the ghost spirit out and blocked it in front of himself. At the same time, he opened his big hand. Seals. Almost instantly. Within the body of that hideous ghost spirit, a writhing mass of human skin emerged, wrapping the ghost spirit's entire appearance, the change similar to Suyan's shadow armor, but much uglier and more evil in comparison. I know you have a means of restraining ghosts, and now with this layer of 100 refined skin to isolate it, I'll see what else you can target me with. The corners of Morongbai's mouth lifted a little, and there was triumph in his eyes. This volume of 100 refined skin was brought to him by his family some time ago. Speaking of which, this thing actually has to be refined on its own, and he waited to take a ready-made one, but it was still considered one of the ghost spirit's natural abilities, so it could be used in the actual combat test, which was considered to be stuck in a bug, taking the advantage of a trick. Oh? Yuan looked at the ghostly spirit wrapped in a layer of human skin and raised his eyebrows. You really don't look like a nice guy. Are you sure your family doesn't have some problems? Don't get your whole family killed at that time, right? Although Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng had not yet told Yuan about Morongbai's specific identity, Yuan himself could tell from Morongbai's style of behavior that this guy's identity background was definitely not simple. That's why it's such a good idea. After all, his talents do all seem to be quite dirty. Morongbai smiled sorrowfully. Don't slander me, this is all material taken from death row inmates. I'm a proper descendant of a great family. Without waiting for him to finish, Yuan's fist had already smashed into the body of the sealed skin ghost spirit. It had to be said that the defense of this roll of 100 refined leather was really quite amazing. Yuan's fist force that exceeded a whole ton landed on it, and it only smashed out a dent, barely causing much damage to the ghost spirit's body. Ha 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 ha. Morongbai laughed rampantly at the sight. Without the means to restrain the ghostly spirits, you're out of ideas, aren't you? Yuan stopped his stance and looked at the ugly sealed skin ghost spirit in front of him, thinking carefully for a moment. After a long time, he sighed, shook his head, and muttered. Forget it. Originally also thought to wait and then give everyone a little surprise. After all, a wave of eating cannot be fat, but now look at you, this arrogant look, really have enough to beat Morongbai's chin was slightly raised and his nostrils were turned skyward. What the are you bleeping? Before the words left his mouth, the second half of his sentence suddenly caught in his throat and froze. He met Yuan's line of sight, and the latter, not knowing since when, his eyes had transformed into a light golden color, and a sense of oppression, which had no reason to be there, came to life. What are you pretending? Morongbai was a bit flustered, but he tried his best to look less flustered, but it backfired, causing him to stammer a bit when he spoke. Just when he was in a six-pack, Yuan moved. For some reason, his movements clearly looked like they had slowed down several times, but in reality, they were faster than before. Almost instantly, he reappeared in front of the sealed skin ghost spirit, and the hook fist that contained terrifying power in those pale golden eyes that did not contain a single bit of emotion, heavily smashed into sealed skin's body. Pust. The very first punch. Yuan nearly made a shallow dent in the cover. However, this punch had actually directly pierced through this roll of 100 refined leather. Liar. Morongbai directly stepped on the horse and looked stupid. He originally thought that with this volume of 100 refined skin given to him by his family as a base card, he would definitely be able to take down Su Yuan and ruthlessly hit Su Yuan in the subsequent 1 vs 1 battle session, live broadcast for the 6 cities. What kind of monster did this guy turn out to be? The one that can punch out 100 refined skin? It just doesn't make sense. However, Su Yuan, didn't stop. It was as if he had found a durable sandbag, and he used the capped ghostly spirit as the perfect object for practicing his punches. A fist densely packed like rainfall will seal skin ghost spirit instantly into a sieve. Finally, when Su Yuan stopped, the ghostly spirit had dissipated, and the volume's cover was even more tattered and torn as it fell to the ground. Gollum! Morong Bai's throat rolled. There was panic in his eyes, confusion, shock, but more than that, fear. He looked at Su Yuan, who was walking towards him step by step, and with a thud he fell back and sat on the ground, backing up on his hands and knees. This guy is definitely not human. Help me, help me. Hurry! He suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs ruefully. Su Yuan knew who he was calling out to. It was calling out to the other personality within him. Compared to Morong Bai, that guy was barely watchable. So he stopped and stared at Morong Bai, who was scared less by himself, with interest, waiting for the appearance of another personality within him. But after a while, that personality never showed up. What is this? Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked. He's not coming out to fight me? Morong Bai was also confused. Shouldn't I? In the past, with that guy's arrogant character of old man first in the world, shouldn't he come out to teach Su Yuan a hard lesson? Or is it? He conceded defeat. Since it's not coming out, forget it. Su Yuan walked towards Morong Bai with a look of pity. You. What are you doing? Morong Bai was like a scared bird. I'm telling you, we have a real-time live feed on our bracelets, and everyone in the temporary base is watching right now, so don't you do anything. Don't worry, it's definitely not going to be a mess. Su Yuan had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he walked over to Morong Bai, grabbed his feet with one hand, and then picked him up like a chicken. First, he slammed him across the ground from side to side, giving him a little gentle pawing that left him with a bloody head and several broken ribs, and then it was like throwing a javelin. Go you! Morong Bai was instantly thrown away, out of sight by a long shot. At the last moment before vomiting blood and passing out, Morong Bai used all his life's strength to press the energy protection device on his bracelet. Temporary base. The crowd was silent as they watched the scene on the security camera. The others only felt that Su Yuan was just too ferocious. Only Shangguan Ru, Shangguan Meng and Zhou Ru, who knew the details of the Morong family, were clear about how terrifying the battle power that Su Yuan had just displayed was. Ghost Spirit Sealing Skin, a secret technique of the Morong family. Even though the sealing skin that Morong Bai was now able to harness was of a very low grade, it only left a shallow dent when it withstood Su Yuan's initial fist force of a ton upwards, and the astonishing defensive power of the sealing skin was thus evident. But then that state of Su Yuan even hardened that role of sealing. Who? Zhou Ru took a deep breath. If at the very beginning, he said that Su Yuan was the strongest, there was still a small external factor in it. Now then, he could be certain that this level of power was enough to break all laws with one force, and Su Yuan would be enough to crush Suyan if he was as serious as he was just now. Shangguan Ru was even more desperate to cry. All she wanted to do now was to hold Su Yuan down in a corner and interrogate him. Can there be a little trust between people anymore? With this level of power, you should have said so. I'll just fill you up to the fullest. Also, she found out one more thing. That was the kind of behavior that Su Yuan had just thrown Morong by flying out of the room. How was it a bit like when his oldest sister threw herself? Is this the legendary match? Shangguan Meng of course also discovered this, and on that stunningly beautiful little face, her smile was like a flower. It's finally clearing up. Su Yuan clapped his hands. After this period of time of pondering, he had managed to control that state that originally could only erupt at the moment of a life crisis. He named it Divine Transformation, which could drastically enhance the strength of the physical body, and the current enhancement was around twice as much. He turned his head to look at Su Anyan on the side. It wasn't more than a minute, was it? Su Anyan's face was a bit unnatural, but she still nodded. Su Yuan stretched his back, the light gold color in his eyes faded a little, and asked leisurely. Are we still fighting? Chapter 93, You have the supreme life-killing demon, I have the great sun dragon suppressing soul. Hit. Still no fight. That's a problem. But to the crowd that was following the Battle of the Heavens Pride in real time in the temporary base, the question was simple. That's definitely not a fight. The kind of strength you just displayed is simply beyond the realm of normal. Although the other Suyan was also strong, she was ultimately strong in a limited way. You didn't even use your full strength just now, and she fought you to a standstill. If I have to fight you again, I'll be humiliated. The vast majority of people feel the same way. But Suyan didn't seem to think so. She looked thoughtful and was slow to respond. The crowd was confused. How? Does she want to keep fighting? With her head? Favorably, Zhou Ru's eyes lit up, and without moving, she glanced at Shangguan Meng on the side and silently thought in her mind. Since Su Yuan was able to hide his strength, could Su Anyan have hidden certain cards as well? Although the probability of this is very low, but what if? Shangguan Ru also noticed something wrong with Su Anyan. After seeing the strength that Su Yuan had displayed in painfully beating Morong Bai, Su Anyan should have been able to realize that there was a huge gap between the two. But she still didn't reply to Su Yuan's renewed battle inquiry at the first time, which means she was considering whether she could defeat the full-strength form of Su Yuan. The more outrageous things got, the more haunted Shangguan Ru's eyes became. Okay, you hit it too, right? I understand, hide it better, don't mind me, I'm a big grudge seed. Compared to Zhou Ru and Shangguan Ru, Shangguan Meng was not at all surprised by Su Anyan's stubbornness. The first time she had met Su Anyan, she had sensed from her eyes that the girl carried some kind of special conviction. Although Su Anyan's family background was so pure that Shangguan Meng couldn't explain where this feeling came from, she had an inexplicable feeling in the dark that Su Anyan and her were the same kind of people. So show me any tricks you have, little Su Yuan. Should be able to take it, right? The wind blew across the grass. The two stood opposite each other, calmly staring at each other. From the distance came the agitated roar of the third-rank boss from being imprisoned. Finally, Su Anyan spoke up. Go on. This answer was out of Su Yuan's expectation. There was a flash of confusion in his eyes, and he had thought of letting her know what was going on. But why is this little girl so stubborn? A mule? Get ready, I'm going to do it. Su Anyan just said lightly. She was indeed shocked by the power displayed by Su Yuan. Is this guy's physical body talent really SSS ranked? No, definitely not. He was just like himself, only because Blue Star's talent detection limit was only SSS rank. You were just thinking about melee combat with him? It's overthinking yourself. She was willing to admit that there was no shame in it. But the physical strength is even stronger. What good is it if you can't play it? All right. Su Yuan nodded helplessly. Don't understand, but respect. And so. Xianyan moved. This time she didn't hastily close the distance between her and Su Yuan, but instead relied on the Shadow Servant's interference and Shadow Whip swings, as well as her own flexible figure, to maintain a certain distance from Su Yuan. But that balance was quickly upset. Sis, I'm sorry. Su Yuan spoke softly towards one of the Shadow Servants before covering her entire body with the power of the Yao Yang and giving her an embrace sister kill. The other shadow attendant is like a great enemy. Su Anyan is expressionless. This is the break she deliberately left for Su Yuan. The time has come. Killing heart. This was the secret method of spiritual attack that came with the killing prison. A secret method that can make the enemy feel like falling into a killing prison, terrified, from losing the will to fight, and disorganized in mind. Facing an opponent like Su Yuan, who was powerful but weak in spirituality, was an absolute dimensional descending blow. Fruity. Su Yuan's figure visibly paused for a moment. It's now. The corners of Su Anyan's mouth sketched out a distinct arc. She, who had always kept her distance from Su Yuan, her figure stormed up and rushed to Su Yuan's body in the blink of an eye. You. Lost after all. Using her left foot as a base, she raised her right leg high, intending to end the fight with a side whip. But it was at this time. The mutation was sudden. Su Yuan, who should have been frozen in his movements, in a trance, and unable to react. For some reason, he actually stretched out a hand at this time, grabbing Su Anyan's slender jade leg that was whipping at him, and slightly sidestepped his head with a slight confusion in his eyes. What? Su Anyan's brain briefly went blank. She was completely unable to understand why Yuan was able to react to her attack even under her killing heart. That's not possible. Asshole. She tried to retract her leg in panic, but Yuan's hand was as unbreakable as an iron clamp, making her just freeze in place. Oh. Sorry. Yuan let go of his hand. Just a moment ago, he was subjected to a burst of spiritual attack, as if he had been pulled into a side of the hellish world full of slaughter and killing. Luckily, it was his spiritual power that was strong enough to allow him to break free from the hell-like scene with relative ease, blocking Suyan's attack. Just. When did he master the means of mental power? Yuan and Suyan looked at each other with the same thought in their hearts. Suyan's shock was even a little more intense. Because she knew very well that Blue Star's knowledge of spiritual power was still in the barbaric and primitive stage. Excluding those martial artists who were born with an awakened talent in mental power, the only way a martial artist could initially perceive and manipulate his or her own mental power was after reaching the fusion realm, which was the 4th rank. Further, although spiritual power was birthed from the physical body, there was no strong correlation between the two. The cosmic stars were full of races with strong physical bodies but weak spiritual power, and there was no such thing as a strong physical body being strong in terms of spiritual power. So, why was Yuan able to resist his own killing heart? Could it be that the heavens really loved him that much, that in addition to granting him that physical body talent that was so strong that it didn't make sense, they also granted him naturally powerful spiritual power at the same time? Who? Suyan took a deep breath, and when she looked at Yuan again, a hint of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. So what if you really are God's favorite? You, still, have to lose. And so. She gazed at Yuan. Sacrificed the supreme killing demon that he had visualized. At this moment, to the outside world, it seemed as if the two just stood opposite each other without any further confrontation breaking out between them. But in Yuan's view, behind Suyan's back, a god and devil had clearly appeared. That god and devil seems to be like a killing god out of hell, haunted by scarlet killing chi, chewing evil ghosts in his mouth, stepping on the underworld devils under his feet, and on the devil blade in his hand, it is full of mutilated limbs and broken arms. Looking at the supreme life-killing demon that raised its blade towards him, Yuan had an odd expression. Do you have some kind of mental problem too? Suyan frowned slightly, not listening. Yuan didn't explain, but just shook his head and said softly. Then let me heal you too. The words fell. A heaven-shaking dragon roar came out. Suyan's delicate body shook. A strong color of shock emerged from the beautiful eyes. Only behind Yuan, a great sun is slowly rising. A golden dragon soul silhouette emerged. The dragon was majestic, and those brilliant golden dragon eyes looked disdainfully at the supreme life-killing demon in front of them. Chapter 94 Desperate Suyan, the sky is gray, tomorrow. Please don't come. Kill. 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 The supreme killing demon had already arrived in front of Yuan, and the murderous aura that came to his face was intense to the extreme. Roar! The golden dragon soul roared to meet the attack. Whether it was a life-killing demon or a dragon soul, they were both manifestations of spiritual power that had not yet reached the point of congealing into substance and affecting the present world. In other words, only Yuan and Suyan were able to see the materialization of each other's spiritual power, and no one else, including the monitoring device on the smart bracelet, was able to capture the intense battle. Therefore, the group of teachers in the temporary base were all full of confusion, and they didn't understand why just now the two people had clearly begun to engage in battle, but now they were just standing in their respective places and staring at each other. What is this to see? As for Shangwan Meng and the others, if they were there they would definitely be able to detect the fluctuations in spiritual power. But now that they were across the screen, they weren't sure what was going on, or rather, they didn't even think about it. After all, who would have thought that two rookie martial artists, who had just been promoted to the 1st rank, would be able to achieve a spiritual engagement? This would definitely be taken as a pipe dream if word got out. Boom! In the battle between the two, it was ultimately the golden dragon soul that had the upper hand. It tore off 2 arms of the supreme killing devil, and the sharp claws in its hands even penetrated its chest. After its victory, its dragon claws stepped on the supreme slaying demon's body, and in those brilliant golden dragon eyes was a divine and inviolable majesty, staring at Suyan, who had already fallen into a daze, and letting out a roar of fury up to the heavens, a declaration of the victor. Immediately after, the golden dragon soul and the supreme killing demon both dissipated and went away. This sparring match in spiritual power ended in a total victory for Su Yuan. Su Anyan's figure staggered, and when she didn't stand still, she fell to the ground. Her eyes were confused. On the one hand, the mind was full of shock and disbelief. On the one hand, there is the weakness caused by the damage to the spiritual power. She simply couldn't accept the outcome, as it was a very different plot development from what she had expected. Why did Su Yuan possess such strong spiritual power? What was that brilliant sun and that golden dragon spirit? Is it a gift? Or was it obtained through secret cultivation? Su Anyan preferred the latter, because she had seen a similar secret method. That big sun. She had once met the true disciples of the Star Sect, who practiced the diffracting heavenly observation sutra, where their spiritual power could manifest into the stars of the heavens, but at the initial stage, they could only diffuse a great round of sun. However, the diffractive heavenly visualization scripture was a spiritual power cultivation secret method that was still on top of the Hangsha prison suppression diagram, and it was the Star Sect's untold secret, not to mention Su Yuan. Even in the entire outer universe there weren't a few people who were qualified to cultivate it. She is not suspecting that Su Yuan cultivates the diffractive heavenly visualization scripture, she is only using this as an example to judge that Su Yuan is cultivating through secret methods. But the question of the origin of this secret method was confusing. As for that dragon soul, Su Anyan was even more familiar. If a person uses the dragon soul bead to hone his spiritual power, after constantly devouring dragon souls, his spiritual power can carry its own dragon power, and he can also cohesively manifest a corresponding dragon soul to attack or defend. But how could Su Yuan have the dragon soul pearl? Too many questions appeared in Su Anyan's mind, causing her to be a little confused for a moment. And in the midst of this confusion, she even entertained a thought that even she found a little unthinkable. Su Yuan. Had it been reborn back from the stars, just like her? Thinking of this, she jerked her head up, looked at Su Yuan who was walking towards her, and coldly asked in the universal language of the cosmic stars. Who the hell are you? Su Yuan blinked. What's that bird language you're yakking about? Su Yen. She had always observed Su Yuan's eyes just now. There was only confusion and bewilderment in it, not any of the panic that comes from having your identity revealed. Therefore she could also be roughly sure that he should not have contacted the starry civilization. Just so, her confusion deepened. Since he hadn't come into contact with a starry sky civilization, how on earth did Su Yuan master the secret method of spiritual power? It was impossible to say that he had realized it on his own? This is so counterintuitive, it's like a guy who never studied physics built his own nuclear weapon. Hey, are you okay? Su Yuan walked over to Su Anyan and extended his hand towards her. Su Anyan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she lent her hand to his and stood up. She lost. She wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat. She just didn't want to lose for no reason. That just now, what the hell was that all about? She gazed at Su Yuan, trying to get an answer from him. What's going on? Great sun, dragon soul. Oh. Su Yuan thought about it and once again pushed it to talent, which was an almighty excuse. Probably born with it. Su Anyan fell silent. At this time, Su Yuan asked in turn. What about you? And where did you get that thing? I was born with it too. It was even more unlikely that Su Anyan would expose the fact of her own rebirth, so she followed Su Yuan's excuse. Then you're still asking me. Su Yuan was helpless, only he couldn't help but open his mouth again when he thought of the divine demon manifested by Su Anyan's spiritual power. By the way, are you sure you don't have any mental issues? That thing doesn't look like it would go well with your beauty queen style. Su Anyan didn't say anything. She turned and walked away. She lost. It is naturally impossible to continue to rely on it. Just before she could take a few steps out, she suddenly froze in place. Because she realized something very serious, just now she was so focused on thinking about Su Yuan that she forgot. Tomorrow is the second comparison. He himself originally had full confidence that he would win over Su Yuan in the second comparison, and the source of this confidence was that his spiritual power was absolutely enough to crush Su Yuan, making the battle power he was able to utilize out of 10. But now what? Reality slapped her starkly in the face. Su Yuan in terms of spiritual power was also stronger than her. Does the system care about whatever tactics he uses? It won't. So in tomorrow's comparison, what is she going to win against Su Yuan? What are her odds of winning? Keep in mind that the system's dog-licking adventure is tiered just like the resource rewards. Last time it was making a love breakfast, what will it be this time? The deepest human fear is the fear of the unknown. This phrase could not be more appropriate to describe the current Suyan. If you can. She hoped that tomorrow would never come. She closed her eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the blue sky was so gray. At this particular time, Yuan, who had noticed her abnormality, came again with a voice from behind. Hey, are you sure you're okay? She took a deep breath. The light tone was the last of her stubbornness. I'm fine, I'm fine. With that, he took a step towards the outside of the boss area. It was just that walk that looked as if it had lost its soul, something like a walking corpse. Chapter 95, the fox enchantment technique has not yet been collected, the way to break the situation may be within it. Strange. That's weird. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. Yuan shook his head and stopped paying attention to Suyan's side. She's the one who has to fight, and she's the one who loses her mind when she loses. That said, he was a little confused as to how the loss hit him so hard. Looking at that, people who didn't know better thought the sky was falling. But she can actually use spiritual power as well. Could this be the legendary genius? Yuan knew very well that he had reached his current achievements through diligently practicing the Great Sun Observation Sutra and daily abusing each other with the Yinglong Dragon Soul. What does she have? She has nothing. To be honest, Yuan felt sorry for her. She could certainly make a big splash in the future if she didn't have herself. It's just a shame there are no ifs in this world. Being both open and hardworking and being this strong is what I deserve. So you'll have to be entrusted with the green leaf. Thinking so, Yuan cast his gaze into the depths of the boss area. The bursts of roar that came from there sounded synonymous with power and terror to the other candidates. But in Yuan's eyes, this was its call to itself. Come and kill me, come and kill me. If memory serves, in the history of the 6 cities joint examination, no one had ever successfully killed a boss. You should be able to reap a lot of shock value by breaking this record yourself, right? Not long after, Yuan arrived at the core area. This place is guarded by a 4th-ranked powerhouse sent by the military. Hello, I want to challenge the boss, here are my points. Yuan displayed the point count on his bracelet and satisfied the 30,000 point entrance requirement. Yes. The watcher's eyes gleamed. In the military, it's always been about strength. A celestial pride that could challenge a 3rd-rank boss, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a strong party in the future, so he was also very polite to Yuan. Soon. The doors to the core area open. Yuan didn't hesitate and went straight into it. Core area. The 3rd-rank lower ferocious beast Thunderhorn Bull was going berserk, destroying large swaths of the woods. Its blood-red eyes were filled with tyranny, and the horns on top of its head even had lightning arcs flashing. It was a ferocious beast capable of transforming source energy into thunder elemental power. Suddenly, frantic, it sensed movement not far away and looked up at the figure that was approaching it. The person who came was none other than Yuan. He stopped 20 meters away from the Thunderhorn Bull and observed the ferocious beast with interest. So far, he hadn't fought a 3rd-rank fierce beast yet. The 3rd rank was after all the last stage in the exploration realm, a small leap in strength, not a little bit stronger than the 2nd-rank ferocious beasts. Even in a virtual deathmatch, Shangwanru didn't risk putting this kind of pressure on the two. Of course, when we go back this time, that's another story. Yuan could already imagine Shangwanru's grumpy face. But there is no way, in order to better achieve the shocking effect in this 6-city joint examination, he can only hide a small hand. Roar! The Thunderhorn Bull launched an attack towards Yuan. The huge body made the ground tremble a little, and the thunder arcs between his horns enthusiastically condensed into a thunder ray, which shot towards Yuan at a distance of more than 10 meters. Yuan easily dodged this thunder ray, only so that it landed on the tree behind him, cutting off the large tree that was the thickness of 2 people's arms. A little something. Pity. It's not enough. Yuan's eyes once again turned into a light golden color. The current him was able to maintain his divine transformation state for a maximum of half an hour a day, and at that time, Ko Morong Bai had only used less than a minute. When both sides were less than 5 meters away, Yuan launched a mental attack on the Thunderhorn Bull. This was the maximum range that his mental power could extend at the moment. He was experimenting. experimenting with the dragon might contained in one's spiritual power, whether or not it had a deterrent effect on ferocious beasts. It proved to be more effective than he had expected. Even though the thunder-horned bull's sanity was not high, after feeling that dragon's might, it even trembled and its legs went soft. Because it couldn't break, it actually came to a kneeling shovel. Suyan steps aside sideways. That thunderhorn bull just kneeled and shoveled for some distance, and then immediately reared up, ignoring the blood and flesh on its legs. It directly ran wildly away, just to escape from Suyan. Run away? Suyan froze for a moment. Of course, running is not going to make it run. A whole 30,000 points, and it's a boss with extra weights added. So he began to boost his run, and when he was about to catch up with the thunderhorned bull, he slammed his legs into the ground and did a front flip in the air. When he leaped to the position of the thunderhorn bull's head, Suyan was in an inverted position in the air and held the two horns of the thunderhorn bull with both hands. And as soon as the back foot landed, in an instant, the whole person seemed to transform into a hard bow, waist, hips, arms, muscles violently tensed and transmitted force. Give me up! The thunderhorn bull let out a fearful wail. In the next second, its forefeet were forced off the ground, and it was actually thrown hard by Suyan to the top of its head, and then smashed heavily on the ground. Boo! A loud noise came. The ground trembled. Smoke and dust. Among the flying dust, the two horns of the thunderhorn cow, the lightning arc is bright and dark, as if the old light bulb in disrepair, and it itself, there are many broken bones, bruises, and blood. Temporary base. The crowd in front of the screen collectively turned into statues. Even though they had previously seen Suyan's ferocious appearance when he hunted and killed a second-rank ferocious beast, the aesthetics of violence that could be considered extreme just now still caused them to fall into a death-like silence. This. What the hell kind of maneuver is that? Even Joe-Ru, who was used to seeing all kinds of demons, perverts, and monsters in the military, had a face full of shock at this time. He slowly came back to his senses and looked at Shangwan Meng beside him without any trace of emotion. This guy. What a waste. That's right. That beautiful body heavy slam just now, if a normal third-ranked martial artist were to come, I'm afraid they would have to break their backs. And Suyan? He's only one rank. This kind of physical quality really deserves the words terrifying as hell. Of course, it would be extremely appropriate to replace it with rich woman extreme. Shangwan-Ru gently swallowed, and a flash of fervor flashed through her beautiful eyes. This flash. It is just awesome. It was only at this time that Shangwan Meng's voice came leisurely. Yada yada yada, what's wrong with you? Why is your face a little red? Shangwan-Ru had a jolt and hurriedly returned to her senses. No, it's nothing. I'm worried that he's doing something bad to his body with such rough maneuvers. Candidate Suyan completes the boss challenge. Successfully slayed the third-rank inferior beast Thunderhorn Bull. Hunting area. All candidates received this message on their bracelets. Suyan. Ha? I'm still struggling to kill an awakening stage 4 stage ferocious beast and he's already killed a third stage ferocious beast? Whoa day. I want to play a cracked version of Gomu Life too. I'm tired of saying the word awesome. Everywhere within the hunting area, the shock and exclamations of the crowd resounded, but the only thing that was absent was jealousy. Because jealousy only sprouts when you feel like I'm on, I can do it too. And when that backwalk in front of you is already out of reach, all that's left behind is looking up and feeling sorry for yourself. Candidate Suyan completes the boss challenge. Successfully slayed the third-order lower-level ferocious beast Thunderhorn Bull. Suyan was indifferent to this message. There was still some time before the end of the test, but instead of continuing to hunt the second-rank beasts, she directly came to the exit and ended her test. Final score, 31,500 points. She hadn't cared about the rankings of the 6 cities joint examination, and the only purpose of coming to participate was to verify Suyan's battle power. Now that it's been tested, he's lost again. Boomerang to his face. At first she was indeed confused. But just now she thought long and hard. Re-energized again. We still have a full day and a half until tomorrow morning's comparison. Not until the last minute. The results would be undetermined. Besides, there is one most crucial point. It wasn't a life and death struggle just now. He himself hadn't used his full strength yet. Like the transforming void into reality, an extremely disabling killing move, she didn't use it. And when it comes to sparring in virtual space, there's nothing to be afraid of. Although, According to her estimation, the odds were still against Yuan. But, what if? As long as there was a glimmer of possibility, she wouldn't give up. At this point, it seemed to have sensed Suyan's stubbornness. The system pops up with a prompt. Ding! Warm reminder, the rating reward from the last dog-licking adventure, the secret method fox enchantment has not yet been claimed. The secret method is of high quality. The way to break the game may lie within it. Suyan? PS, plus more, cumulative plus 6 chapters, according to 500 power generation. A plus more, is 3000 power generation. Currently 1200 power generation accumulated in the background and 1800 were credited, hahaha. By the way, excluding power generation, gifts over $100 are also added, but we all live within our means. Chapter 96, even if I die, I won't sell my sex. Foxtrot? Are you kidding me? Suyan didn't want to pay any attention at all. She has also faced many perils, some of which have been perilous, even life and death. She can endure insults and humiliations, she can swallow her anger and bend the rules. Only this kind of sell sex, trample on the flesh of the underhanded trick, but never use. Nothing else, just principles. What's more, it wasn't like it was a life and death situation, so it was even more unlikely that she would use it. Rather, the system said that this secret method is of higher quality? How high can it be? Suyan was slightly curious and inquired 1 or 2 times. This secret technique is the secret technique of the Skyfox clan, among the 10,000 clans of the stars, and is of extraordinary utility. The Skyfoxes? Suyan was a bit surprised. This is indeed a powerful race among the stars. Only the Skyfox clan was also divided into many clans. There was the most honorable and powerful 9-tailed Skyfox, whose main body appeared, and whose 9 tails covered the starry sky, causing the stars to be eclipsed. There is also the mysterious and bizarre heavenly curse fox. Wherever it appears, there are calamities, or even a catastrophe. As for this fox charming art, I think it should be the secret technique of the Heavenly Fox clan's heavenly enchantment lineage. The heavenly charmed fox lineage all had extremely beautiful faces, and were the most beloved favorites of one of the top forces in the outer universe, the Entertainment to Death Universe Unlimited Corporation. The several heavenly charming fox actresses who debuted under its banner had made countless strong men follow them and fight for them. Only Suyan suddenly reacted. If this secret technique fox enchantment technique is truly a secret technique of the heavenly enchantment clan, then isn't it a bit dwarfed in comparison to the resources gained after victory? System, explain? Ding. Although the quality of the secret art is high, it requires constant cultivation and refinement, rather than achieving the effects of the heavenly enchanting fox clan as soon as it is used. All right. Suyan stopped dwelling on it. Yet there was no choice to receive this secret method. The primary stage of this secret method only has spiritual charm, but not the physical charm part, so please don't misunderstand the host. Suyan. Mental seduction? It's a lot better than physical seduction, but isn't it just as much selling out? Suyan is to die, even if she jumps from the 10th floor, it is impossible to do such a thing. Everything in the virtual space is simulated by this system, and only the host is able to perceive it. Fake is real when it's real, and fake is real when it's real, such as dreams and bubbles, they are all illusions. Needless to say, I won't consider it. I have my principles. Suyan waved her hand, no longer paying attention to the system, and took large strides towards the temporary base. Now that there were already quite a few candidates who had been terminated early because they had utilized the protective barrier, when they saw Suyan come out, they cast their gazes and whispered to each other. Isn't that Suyan from first middle school? It seems like exam time isn't over yet, why did she come out early? Bold. Is God Su's name something you can call out directly? What in what now only Suyan has received my approval, Suyan has fallen from the altar. Suyan all but slaughtered the 3rd rank boss This is a proper first place template. I reckon that Suyan just came out early and didn't waste any time because he knew he had no hope of competing for first place and had enough points to be second. Isn't there another Morong Bai? He's also an SSS rank talent, and it seems like he's also reached rank 1. He should be able to compete with Suyan for second place, right? Why haven't we seen him? Him, huh? I saw him just now, before Suyan came out. He was carried away on a stretcher by several paramedics. He seemed to have fainted. Anyway, he looked quite miserable. Huh? What's wrong with him? Unclear. The murmurs reached Suyan's ears, causing her pace to pause. Why couldn't she escape being used by the crowd to compare herself to Su Yuan wherever she went? It's annoying. But she also didn't take it out on those who said she was inferior to Su Yuan. Because it was true as far as it went, she walked away with a scowl. There was still some time before the end of the test, and Suyan didn't waste it, but instead directly began to cultivate while waiting, and used the shadow servant to assist in sensing and deducing battle techniques. As she had said, as long as the results of the comparison were not yet out, then everything was possible. She had to seize every second. Even if she could only raise her battle power by a tiny bit, it might be able to change the final result. In the evening, the Fierce Beast practical test officially ended. All candidates received the message that the test was over and returned to the assembly area from the hunting area. In the crowd's discussion, apart from their respective scores, what appeared most frequently was Su Yuan's name. None of it. Only shock. Not to mention Arashur City, even in the entire Nanjiang administrative region, such a monster has never appeared before, right? The provincial scholar of the previous years had shown far less strength than Su Yuan at this time. Speaking of which, didn't those guys from the big cities in the northern district look down on us in previous years? They said they wanted to draw boundaries with us. Humph, look at this year's martial arts exam. Suyan hit them hard in the face. There's no need to even wait until the great martial arts examination. That group of people in the northern district can stare at our 6 cities joint examination every year, so I guess they've already known about Suyan's power by now. Sweating it out, aren't you, old buddy? When the scores were announced, the crowd's admiration for Su Yuan was at its peak. Zhang Yuan is even more people to rap, regardless of recognition, full of pride. Look, this is my big brother's strength. Ferocious Beasts Field Test Arashur City Region. First place, Su Yuan, score, 94,200 points of which the boss score is weighted twice as much. Second place, Suyan. Score, 32,100. Third place, Morong Bai, score, 30,200 points. Fourth place, 3,500 points. Fifth place, 2,900 points. The top 3 finishes are unquestionably number 1 no matter what year they are placed in. But in this year, the second and third place scores combined are only 2/3 of the first place score. This has never happened before. So much so that when the staff of the Arashur City Education Bureau sent this score statement to the education bureaus of the other 5 cities, they all felt as if they were dreaming. Those news media reporters who came early to hear the news and wait here, but also to Su Yuan a good interview. To this group of crazy guys, other people might feel bored, but Su Yuan just happened to be thinking of relying on them to expand his influence and maximize the harvesting of emotional value, so naturally, he accepted their interview with a big smile. After ending all kinds of business, Su Yuan could finally take a break. The next, one-on-one dueling session, needed to be a unified performance by the 6 cities, screening out the top 10 in the physical data test and ferocious beast practical test, so it was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Compared to the bottoming out nature of the first 2 tests, this session was more to show the people of the 6 cities as well as other provinces and cities the elegance of the prides of the heavens. But it was predictable that Su Yuan would be the only protagonist in this 6 cities live broadcast. After returning to the city from the desolate domain, even though Shangguan Ru wanted to immediately go back and ruthlessly drill the 2 of them, he still chose to let them go home and rest for a day. I don't have to. Car. Suyan refused Shangguan Ru's offer. I want to get back to using the training equipment. At those words, Shangguan Ru had some small shock, looking at Suyan as if she was looking at a non-human being. In the past, every single training subject, one by one, was crying and wanting to escape from their clutches, to be able to have days off, and once they were gone, they never wanted to come back. What's going on here with Suyan? You actually volunteered for extra practice? I don't think you've been stimulated by Su Yuan to the point of insanity, right? Su Yuan was similarly puzzled. He hadn't seen Auntie Su for such a long time, he missed her, let alone Suyan who was her daughter. So he took off. Are you crazy? Suyan was silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. Why don't you go back to my mom? I still want to go back to the gym and train. Shangguan Ru. Su Yuan. What kind of words are those? Chapter 97, Those who disrupt my way of life will be put to death. Because what Suyan said was just too thunderous. So much so that even Shangguan Meng gave a slight sideways glance. One is a daughter. One is the son of a dear friend who passed away. It would make more sense for Suyan to go back to accompany Su Qingling and Su Yuan to go back to training, right? What the hell is this inverted Big Dipper? But Suyan didn't want to explain, and just looked out the car window, which she used to show the firmness of her thoughts. Any time should be utilized. She really didn't want to lose and go on what she called a dog-licking dare. For her, it was an ordeal. To this, Yuan was somewhat helpless. What's this guy doing? A tantrum? This time, Shangguan Meng suddenly came up with this sentence. Auntie Su is home alone, so it wouldn't be appropriate if only brother Yuan you went back, would it? Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Yuan was at first at a loss. When he reacted, he realized what Shangguan Meng was talking about, and as he pulled her into his arms, he reached out and rubbed her silver hair into disarray. What are you guys talking about? Where do little kids learn this stuff from? In the driver's seat, Shangguan secretly glanced toward the rearview mirror, emboldened. Shangguan Meng pushed aside Yuan's hand and pointed at Shangguan in front of her with an aggrieved face. All taught to me by my sister. Shangguan? Yuan sighed. Sister Ru, your ability to bring up your sister is really worrying. Su Anyun was silent. Though she knew that Su Qingling had never actually been married at all, much less had any emotional experience. But she was also certain that whether it was Su Qingling or Su Yuan, the two of them would certainly not have any special thoughts per se, much less would they think about avoiding suspicion, because there was simply nothing to avoid. But other people can't be so sure. Like just now, he didn't notice, but Shangguan Meng realized that something was wrong. What about the neighbors? Who knows what the others will think? At this point, Shangguan was suddenly struck by an idea, and a flash of triumph flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. How about this? I won't stop Yen from practicing extra hard, but I have something else to do tonight. Little Dream will trust you to bring Little Abyss for one night? This way Yen can train again, I can take care of things, and you can avoid suspicion between you and Auntie Su, 4-in-1, 3-in-1. After she finished, a brief silence fell over the car. In the end, it was Su Anyun who was the first to speak. I agree. Su Yuan was confused. So where does Dream sleep? In your room? Su Anyun nodded. Could be. In that regard, she didn't really care. All right. Since Su Anyun didn't mind, what else could Su Yuan say? He glanced aside at Shangguan Meng, who was fixing her hair grudgingly, and extended his hand with a wide smile. Dream student, more tonight. Su's doorstep. Su Qingling had gotten word early to wait here. In addition to her, there are neighbors from several blocks in front and back. There was no way Su Yuan was really too famous now. Thanks to the reports from that group of news media people, portraying Su Yuan as a one-in-a-million supreme demon, making everyone think about coming to open their eyes. In 3 circles outside 3 circles, the Su family to surrounded, resulting in Shangguan as the car like a turtle moved like a good half a day, before finally parked in front of the house. Hey, rulerly, send some people slightly to handle this and maintain order. Shangguan made a phone call to the Ereshur city ruler. She is not worried about Su Yuan, but she is worried about the people on the side, looking at her own old sister that look of forced smile. She is really afraid that when the old sister launched a rage to throw them all flying. That's a matter of life and death. And Yen, you're going to continue training? Su Qingling was a little surprised when she learned of Su Anyun's idea. Aha! Su Anyun nodded and didn't explain too much. A trace of untraceable loss flashed across the bottom of Su Qingling's eyes, but she still encouraged with a smiling face. It's okay, go for it. But be safe and don't hurt yourself. I know. Not long after, the Ereshur city ruler sent the security bureau to maintain order, and only then did the crowd slowly disperse. Shangguan took Su Anyun and drove towards the training center in the suburbs with a kick of the gas. Passing through a traffic light and waiting, Shangguan suddenly said, actually, you don't have to compete with him. Su and Yen. You can't get past that, can you? I can actually understand you very well. Because I've actually suffered what you've suffered. Su Anyun listened quietly. She knew what Shangguan was talking about. Shangguan and Shangguan Meng, the relationship between these two sisters. In a sense, it was still somewhat similar to the current her and Su Yuan. There were, and are, many people who keep comparing me to another person, and I've always been the one lagging behind, and she's so bright I can't even keep up with her. Shangguan said with a light smile, narrating as if she was telling a story. But then what? I figured it out. There's supposed to be a gap between people. Why does it have to be a contest? Plus, Then but so what? You're not enemies, you can't compete, but you're going to be. How about between you and Su Yuan? I don't know how your relationship is, but I'm certain that you won't be rivals. You can be companions, teammates fighting side by side, or, of course, lovers, but that's aside for now. What's wrong with him being slightly more powerful than you? When the sky falls, there is a taller one to hold it up, just like an elder sister protecting her younger sister and an elder brother protecting his younger brother. As he said this, Shang Wanru's face wore a faint smile. Although her oldest sister bullied her a lot. But right. She was the only one who could bully herself. She still remembers when she was going to create the Cloverleaf group, those old things in her family talked about it, and her old sister directly demolished her home. No one has said anything about her since then. Because they know that they have their sister on top of them. What's it called? That's the hold. Thinking of this, Shang Wanru slightly turned her head sideways. There's no need to have to compete, don't you think? Suyan thought about it and shook her head. Nope. Shang Wanru froze for a moment and said helplessly. Why are you so greasy? Suyan's gaze was calm. I have reasons why I have to win. A must-win reason? Shang Wanru wondered, jokingly teasing. What must-win reason? It can't be that someone is forcing you to surpass Su Yuan, and if you don't, you have to run naked on the street, right? Suyan's eyes wavered. It wasn't as dramatic, but in her opinion, it was actually about the same. Who knows what kind of dog-licking adventure quest that unsuspecting system will release next? The other side. Su Qingling had specially made a sumptuous to the core dinner after learning that the two were making a trip home. Su Yuan, who was tired of eating all sorts of high-level supplements in the Hell Training Hall, couldn't wait to flaunt 10 bowls of rice furiously when he ate this home-cooked delicacy. After dinner, Su Yuan helped Su Qingling change the bed for Suyan's room. After changing, what Su Yuan had wanted to do was to bring Guan Meng with him on the street to sneak around. But then after thinking about that magnificent scene of being surrounded just now, he finally gave up and could only bring Shang Guan Meng to play the game in his room. You can't do that. You're not allowed to reach out anymore. Neither can the legs. Ha 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 ha. The two play King of Fighters for fun. Zheng Yuan often came to play with Su Yuan and was abused every time. This time it was Shang Guan Meng, who huffed and puffed as she watched the villain she was controlling on the screen get KO'd by Su Yuan with a set of relentless combos, first prohibiting Su Yuan from throwing a punch. But just using only the legs, Su Yuan still abused him, and she screamed for Su Yuan not to be allowed to get out of the legs as well. So much for a fun time with the kids. After sending Shang Guan Meng to Suyan's room and exchanging goodnights, Su Yuan returned to his room. Originally, he said that he would wait until the 6th city joint examination was completely over, but he could no longer help himself a little now, so he looked at it. Emotional value, 214321. Wow! The burst rate is really high. I'm sure it still has to be this kind of wide-open pretentiousness that's cool. A whole 210000 plus emotion values. At 2,000 a round for the premium draw, 200,000 is 100 rounds. Enough for a red bonus to keep. Cool. Pump the change first to test the waters. Su Yuan took a deep breath and directly came with 7 rounds of advanced draw. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 days of static space. Blue quality. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blood-quenching elixir. Blue quality. Ding! Congratulations on. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining secret method unquenchable battle spirit. Gold color quality. Out of the money? I'm just testing the waters, should I be so forceful? Secret method unquenchable battle spirit. A secret method invented by a certain race with strong physical bodies but weak mental powers to compensate for their shortcomings. After practicing this secret method, one can nurture unquenchable battle intent in the physical body, which can trigger unquenchable battle intent when one's spirit and consciousness are interfered with or attacked, and one's self-consciousness is thrown into disarray. Lock onto the source of the interference and the flesh automatically fights back until it is eliminated. The unquenchable battle intent would fuse the cultivator's battle experience, memories, and continue to be strengthened in subsequent battles over and over again. Oh? There's such a secret method? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Although one's spiritual power was very powerful, as the saying goes, one should not be afraid of anything. If the other party's spiritual power was stronger than his own when he was fighting against the enemy, or if he used some kind of underhanded means to undermine himself and interfere with his own consciousness, this unquenchable battle spirit would come in handy. Briefly, he who disrupts my way of life will be executed. Chapter 98 Red Reward. Heavenly Origin Bottle. The second comparison officially started. After withdrawing the rewards, Yuan fused the unquenchable battle intent. It was the secret method that fit him perfectly. The primary condition for wanting to cultivate the unquenchable battle intent was the strength of the physical body, which was naturally not a problem for him who possessed the bloodline of an ancient god. Secondly, although the unquenchable battle intent was able to fuse the cultivator's past battle memories and experiences at the very beginning, it still needed to be strengthened by battles over and over again. As for Yuan, he possessed the battle map, which was the perfect training ground, with endless monsters for him to use as targets, allowing him to strengthen his unquenchable battle intent. Like in today's situation, if Suyan uses her spiritual power again to try to disrupt my consciousness, my physical body will be able to automatically counterattack. Moreover, the unquenchable battle intent is extremely sensitive to hostile intent and killing intent, and is even capable of judging on its own what to do in response, subduing or directly physical annihilation. Whoever invented this secret method is a genius. Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at the system's lottery screen. Advanced Lucky Draw, 2000 emotional value per draw, current guaranteed progress, 10-100. The remaining 200,000 emotional value. Enough to come up with a bailout. Are you in or out? Just do it and be done with it. Wasn't this one time you pretended to be a big one for this wave? Ding. Consuming 180,000 emotional values for 90 premium draws. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank Battle Skill Epiphany card. Purple quality. Ding. Congratulations on 2 days in still space. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 level 4 source crystal. Ding. Congratulations on. Ding. Numb. It's numbing. Before, every time I drew a prize, it was hard to save up a few thousand emotional values and draw 2 or 3 rounds. This time, I smoked 90 rounds at once. Wasn't that great? Just when a message alert came through, Yuan realized something was wrong. Is the Go system secretly changing the probability? How is it that the chances of a high-quality reward appearing in a single draw are so high? A wave of your own pokies, and instead most of them are only blue quality? Purple quality also appears only occasionally. The 89th drew. Still not a single gold reward has appeared. WOJ. You're giving me a hard time, aren't you? Finally, at the 90th draw, a dazzling red light bloomed. Ding. Trigger the bailout. Receive a red quality reward. Congratulations on obtaining Heavenly Source Bottle Remnant. Red quality. Yuan? The Heavenly Source Vase? What the hell is this? What's with the word handicapped? The mutilated version? Yuan looked at a small bottle with an ancient shape that appeared in his palm, his eyes showing curiosity. The material of this bottle looks extremely special, more gorgeous than the Tsong Dome Jade Spirit used to make the Dragon Soul bead, and the bottle even exudes a burst of arcane breath. Yuan looked at it left and right, but he couldn't see where it was handicapped. But Yuan didn't mind at all. The crippled version of it is a red quality bonus, so how fierce of an existence would it have to be if subsequent draws could make it up? Tian Yuan Vase Remnant. Every once in a while, it can condense 1 drop of Tian Yuan liquid, which can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants and improve their quality, as well as enhance the concentration of blood veins and stimulate the power of blood veins. Seeing this, Yuan was violently startled. Boosting bloodline concentration? Stimulate the power of the bloodline? Isn't this a coincidence? Although he himself possessed an ancient god bloodline, he had learned from the ancient god transformation that there was a difference between strong and weak ancient god bloodlines. The topmost ancient god bloodline was able to inspire the power of all of the ancient 10 fiends. The most trashy ancient god bloodline, perhaps a kind of 10 murderous powers, couldn't even be inspired. He himself had currently succeeded in stimulating the Taodai power, so he was definitely not the lowest level of ancient god bloodline, but exactly what level it was, he was not sure. And now, through this crippled Heavenly Origin bottle, it was able to condense the Heavenly Origin liquid. It is used to enhance the concentration of the bloodline and stimulate the power of the bloodline. Comfortable, too comfortable. It turns out that Baoji has such a big prize waiting for him. Brother Unicorn, misunderstanding cleared. It's just that I don't know how long it will take to condense 1 drop of heavenly origin liquid, and I don't know how effective 1 drop is. Let's put it aside for now, we'll know when it's time to try it out. Thinking so, Yuan took back the heavenly origin bottle into the system space, expecting the first drop of heavenly origin liquid to be born. Looked at the panel. Host, Yuan. Realm, Exploration Realm First Order Medium 5 True Veins. Mental Strength, First Apparent Rank 3 Hz. Cultivation Methods, 10 Changes of the Ancient Gods Taotai Change, Great Sun Observation Sutra, Heavenly Element Cultivation Methods. Battle Skills, Grade A Battle Skill 9 Regicide Lance Perfect, Grade A Battle Skill Shadow Flash Perfect. Emotional Value, 23212. More than 20,000 emotes left. And the panel has an extra column, Spiritual Strength. Initial manifestation stage means it should be that one's spiritual power has reached the realm of initial outward manifestation, and 3H should be some sort of measured value. Right. The vision of Suyan's spiritual power manifesting today. It definitely feels like there's something wrong. Little girl's family, making that stuff up, and hell, and the devil. I have to go talk to Auntie Sue. It's not too late, Auntie Sue should still be up. Saying and doing, Yuan left the room and knocked on Su Qingling's room door. Auntie Sue, are you asleep? LOL. The door to the room opened quickly. During the day, Su Qingling was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked sensible. And now she's unpowdered and plain, but even more beautiful, with a silk nightgown emphasizing that luscious figure. Oh Buchi? What's wrong? Su Qingling was surprised as she welcomed Yuan into the room. In the meantime, Suyan's room. The tiny little mass that had been wrapped up in the quilt suddenly poked out half of its little head and put its ears up high. Regarding Suyan's matter, Yuan did not directly say it explicitly. Aunt Su wasn't a martial artist after all, and didn't know what it meant to manifest spiritual power externally. He just made some sideways inquiries, asking Suyan if she had left any psychological shadows as a child, and if she liked dark hunting and heavy-handed movies and television. But the answers were all negative. Xiaoyan is pretty much like a normal girl in every way except for her cold personality. Xiaoyuan, why are you asking this? Yuan casually made up a lie and said that it was Suyan who seemed to have some violent tendencies lately and was obsessed with fighting and killing and whatnot. Su Qingling's face was filled with worry as she listened. Could training have caused this? It's also possible. I'll go back and ask Sister Ru, she has a doctorate in psychology from Longxia Academy. If it's really a problem with the training, let her stop for a while. After exiting Su Qingling's room, Yuan was originally going to return to his own room. But on a whim, he turned around to Suyan's room, gently opened the door a crack, and whispered. Freeze, raid. Let me see if any misbehaving little girls aren't sleeping. The room was dark. Only vaguely visible on the bed, a small mass wrapped in the covers, motionless. Aha! Not bad. Very well behaved. Yuan closed the door with satisfaction. The room went dark again. After a long time, a soft mutter came. Gee whiz. Boring. The night rushes by. Yuan slept soundly. Xianyan couldn't sleep a bit. She was grasping at every second to get stronger. Finally. Morning. Yuan and Shangwan Meng hadn't returned yet. Suyan returned to her room alone. A system prompt rang in his ears. Ding. The second battle power comparison officially begins. Suyan took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. No limits to life and death combat. I still don't believe it. Come on. Chapter 99, System. I want to receive the Fox Enchantment Technique. Ding. Comparison #1 in progress. With the previous comparison, Suyan was already quite familiar with the process. It started out with the system simulating a virtual replica of the two men in an unlimited battle. If you don't agree with the results of the comparison, you can also enter the virtual space yourself for hands-on practice, but the corresponding. To add a note. Ding. End of first comparison. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. Sure enough. Suyan's face didn't change. She knew her chances of winning were slim. This first comparison failed, as she expected. But the chances of winning are never 0%. Make the second comparison. Her tone was firm. Ding. End of second comparison. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. Ding. End of the third comparison. Ding. The 78th comparison is over. Ding. End of the 100th comparison. Ding. May I ask if the host is convinced? Do you want to turn on the raise mode? Looking at the virtual prompt that popped up in front of her, Suyan didn't hesitate to turn on raise bets. Though the last Lick Dog Dare upgrade due to the raise is still fresh in my mind. But she wouldn't give up even if there was only a 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in a million chance of winning. A thing that was given up because there was a high probability that it would fail, or that was cowed because of the price it would cost, was, in fact, inconsistent with her beliefs. This, then, was her martial heart. Raise the stakes. Ding. Raise mode is on, virtual space is being generated. I wish you prosperity in your martial arts endeavors. A familiar feeling came over me. When the consciousness gradually became clear, it had come to the system-generated virtual space. Standing across from her was still the expressionless Yuan. He held a gun in one hand, his expression indifferent and cold, very different from the reality. Who? Suyan took a deep breath. The pressure. There's so much more. But pressure is also motivation. She will put her best foot forward and try to take the slim chance of winning. The virtual countdown in front of me quickly ended, and the battle, on the fly. Swish. Yuan was the first to attack. He is extremely explosive and fast. His eyes turned into a light golden color, and he actually opened the god transformation state right away. If Suyan hadn't predicted his attack in advance, he might have been pierced through the body by that thunderous shot in just this one instant. Next time. Suyan was fully focused on dodging Yuan's attacks, but it clearly wasn't as easy as she had expected. After a few rounds, her body had already suffered quite a few injuries, and that was even after dodging with all her might and with her shadow flash reaching the perfect level. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have been stabbed into a sieve by Yuan. This monster. Suyan gritted her teeth, casting, killing heart, and sacrificing the supreme slaying demon in between Yuan's attacks. She knew that her spiritual power was weaker than Yuan's and she couldn't defeat him through spiritual attacks, but it could distract him slightly. Yuan once again manifested the Great Sun and the Golden Dragon Soul to confront it. Suyan also chose to turn defense into offense at this point in time. He bullied his way up, slashed horizontally with the Tang blade in his hand, and maneuvered a shadow servant to attack from behind Yuan. Just like last time, Yuan didn't even turn around to deal with the shadow attendant. Instead, he exploded the power of the flare sun backwards, intending to use it to directly exterminate the threat from behind him. It's now. Suyan's gaze was grave. Last night she was under immense pressure to join forces with the two shadow servants again to push through and try to reproduce an ability, which succeeded, but with an even lower success rate than transforming the virtual into the real. Wrestle with it. Shadow leap. I don't know if it was the system's intention to maximize her battle power, or if it was a factor of luck. Anyway, this time, she succeeded. And so the magic happened. In this moment, Suyan and the shadow servant, surprisingly, switched places with each other. The original flare sun power that had extremely restrained the shadow servant had naturally diminished its effect by a large margin when facing Suyan. Singularity Source Shield. Suyan was prepared for this, and with a tap of her fingertips, the source energy that had been compressed to the extreme erupted, cancelling out Yuan's flare sun power. Immediately following that was the infernal blade shadow that had been promoted from subtle to perfect. The shadow servant, on the other hand, was holding a dagger in front of Yuan and stabbing down ferociously. This was a life and death struggle, and there was no need to hold back at all. Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He seemed to see that after the leap the shadow servant's form was much thinner and his power attenuated, so he simply stopped blocking the damage in front of him and reversed his right hand lance, stabbing backwards from above his shoulder. Suyan's pupils contracted violently, but he still sent the command transform the void and congeal to the shadow servant in front of Yuan the second before that lance blew his head off. Only to see the dagger in the shadow servant's hand fall, its entire person becoming even more illusory, its right hand straight into Yuan's chest, and then boo! Suyan's head was penetrated by the lance and instantly exploded. But at the same time, the shadow that had passed through Yuan's chest also turned into substance and held Yuan's heart, attempting to pull him down with it. However, puff, flop, puff. The heart, held by the Shadow Squire, beat strongly, as if it were a drum. The Shadow Squire. Surprisingly, I didn't manage to crush it. Under Yuan's icy gaze, Suyan's headless body slowly slid down to the ground with unwillingness and resentment, gradually freezing. Exclamation point. Suyan woke up with a jolt. Surprisingly not enough power. She clenched her teeth in disbelief, having a new perception of the perversion level of Yuan's fleshly body. Again. A few minutes later, Suyan, who had failed in her sixth practical battle, finally realized that with just her current self, she really wasn't Yuan's opponent. Eventually, she took a deep breath and inquired. System, are you sure that nothing that happens in the virtual matchmaking will be leaked, that everything is just a simulation, and that I'm the only one who can know what's going on in there? Back to the host, yes. Suyan looked hesitant and muttered as if she was making some sort of decision. If the virtual space produced by the simulation is accessible only to me, it is equivalent to a mental world that I am alone in. This matter. On signs regardless of heart. It's just an illusion, not something that actually happened. Besides, I'm perfectly capable of picking up the secret method and then letting the system manipulate my virtual self into battle. In that case, the one who sells his color and uses underhanded tactics is not me, but the system. System. Thinking of this, Suyan's thoughts gradually cleared, and she ignored the system's response and asked. System, the secret techniques that I didn't receive before are also considered part of my battle power, right? Back to the host, counting. So if I receive the secret spell now, and then you manipulate the virtual entity, if I win the comparison, does that count as me winning the raise? Back to the host, counting. Fine, then I'll claim the secret method. Ding. Secret technique Fox Enchantment, claimed successfully. After successful collection. Suyan looked at it roughly. One could only say that it was worthy of being a secret technique of the Skyfox clan, and its effects were extraordinarily amazing. Even if one's spiritual power was weaker than Yuan's, one could charm him with this secret art. Not to mention that the user's appearance had additional effects to add to the secret art, and she had absolute confidence in her own looks. Who? Suyan finally relaxed and revealed a victorious smile. In this way, the offense and defense are different. She's finally going to win. System, make the 107th comparison. Ding. The 107th battle comparison is underway. I didn't expect to end up receiving this fox charming technique. Forget it, don't think about it, it's enough to win the comparison harvesting resources. Soon, the results of the 107th comparison were out. P.S. There's one more chapter in the evening to add to the King of Gifts for the cold Berber big guy. Chapter 100 Shamefulness. From now on, please enjoy yourself. Ding. 107th comparison. Suyan smiled, as if she had already seen that share of high-level resources beckoning to her. Last time there were resources like Dragon Soul Pearls and Spectral Shadow Fruits, so this second comparison, the rewards must be better, right? Right. The rewards of raising the bet are doubled, and you are even able to specify a resource advancement, so how should you make the trade-off then? Comparison results. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. Suyan. She closed her eyes. Then reopened his eyes. Must have misread it myself. How is that possible? I'm sure I'll win. Lose? Don't even think about it. Think. The smile on her face froze a little and she was fixed in place like a statue. As if the system was worried that she couldn't see the results, it also enlarged the font size on the virtual panel a little bit and adjusted the color to big red. Loser, Suyan. Winner, Yuan. Several full seconds passed. It was only then that Suyan finally spoke slowly. Let me in, I'll do it myself. She didn't believe the comparison at all. Yuan's spiritual power was indeed stronger than his own, but it was so limited that it was impossible to resist the Heavenly Fox clan's charming technique. Ding. Warm reminder, this system is fair and impartial, are compared to the maximum strength of both sides, there is no favoritism. Let me in. Suyan repeated. She didn't want anything else right now. She only wanted to see with her own eyes how Yuan actually resisted the Heavenly Fox clan's enchanting art. Ding! Warm reminder, the images may be too brutal, so please be prepared. Let me in. There was a fluctuation in consciousness. Suyan once again came to a familiar scene. Yuan stood with his gun, his expression indifferent, exactly the same as before. I really don't believe it. Suyan stared intently at the virtual countdown floating in front of her eyes. And the moment the countdown ends, straight away, he unleashed the Fox Enchantment secret technique. In this moment, Yuan's eyes. Suyan's cool and absolutely beautiful face had an extra something called flirtatiousness. The figure became more and more alluring, the exquisite curves were blood-curdling, and the whole person exuded incomparable seductive power, letting one's mind wallow in it, only wanting to make love with it night after night without caring about it. Sure. Shen Yen herself did not have this change. Enchantment is, in fact, a form of illusion. Seeing Yuan's figure froze in place instead of immediately launching an attack like before. Suyan's eyebrows rose slightly. I knew it. How could he possibly resist the Heavenly Fox clan's enchanting art? There has to be a limit to being mentally strong. In the next second, a tang sword appeared in her hand as she slowly walked towards Yuan. For the first time, he stabbed himself through. The second time, he popped himself in the head. This time, she would do the same to her. But immediately after, she suddenly froze. Because Yuan, who had been standing not far away just a moment ago, had suddenly swept up to her. And because she was too confident in the Fox enchantment technique, she didn't even anticipate that Yuan would make a move and just stood straight in place. Pust. 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 In the blink of an eye, Yuan's lance has come 7 in and 7 out, the juice splatters, Suyan stood in place, 7 holes in his body, blood gushing out wildly. But Yuan seemed to fall into a berserk rage, directly dropped the lance in his hands, his big hands grabbed her head and smashed more than wildly on the ground. Suyan, D. The bed. Suyan, who had returned to her senses, looked stupefied. Ding. Warmly, it's been warmly reminded. After a long time, Suyan finally came back to her senses. What the hell is going on here? Why? Why was Yuan able to continue fighting despite being hit by the Heavenly Fox enchantment technique? And that berserk look was simply more ferocious than when he was fighting normally. Why exactly? Suyan tried to think hard. Suddenly, she was in a state of shock. It kinda made her think of a situation. In the Xuanhe starfield of the outer universe, there was a top-tier family power with the surname Lu, and the members of that family had terrifying physical body talents. If classified according to the Blue Star standard, as long as one was a direct blood relative of that family, they all possessed SS grade or higher physical body strengthening type talents at the start. Only one disadvantage of the members of this family is that it is difficult to cultivate spiritual power, and often suffers from enemy targeting as a result. Later on, a supreme genius from that family created a secret method called unquenchable battle intent with the idea of empowering the will of the physical body, which allowed the physical body to automatically face the enemy without the need to think. Just that the Lu family in the starry sky is also considered to be a well-known side of the big family, this unquenchable battle intent is the family's untold secrets, only the first line of the heir to be able to cultivate, and how could Yuan master it? One has tentatively concluded that he has not been in contact with the star civilization. Could it be that he had misjudged? Suyan was puzzled, but just at this time, a system prompt came. Ding! Intentional must-win game, a shocking reversal and a regrettable defeat, next to be greeted by the raised version of Dare 2.0. Suyan. Honestly, she hadn't even expected it to come to this. Originally said that no matter what will not receive the Celestial Fox Charming Art, and then to receive the Celestial Fox Charming Art, but let the system to manipulate, and finally is their own disbelief, take the initiative to cast. Obviously you've made it this far, so why are you still losing and still going on a dog-licking adventure? Calmed down a bit, Suyan regained her composure. Say it. What is it this time? Ding. Original dog-licking adventure, a soothing massage for Yuan once a day, with a contact area of no less than 10 square centimeters and a duration of no less than 20 minutes, for 3 days. Due to the host choosing to raise the stakes and losing in the raise, the dog-licking adventure is upgraded. Upgraded as follows. Add the following conditions to the original dare. 1. Before you start, say, enjoy yourself. I'm going to start. 2. Keep a smile on your face throughout the whole process. 3. At the end of each session, ask, was it comfortable? Suyan. Even the original dog-licking adventure was already too much for her to handle, let alone this upgraded version with an explosion of shame. It would be better to let her do that than to just kill her. Warm reminder, raising the stakes is risky, confidence requires caution. Suyan's face was covered in frost. In favor of her, she couldn't help but carry it out. Eventually, all she could do was grit her teeth. System. Ding. How may I help you? Next time I want to raise my bet, stop me. Ding. Copy that. But the system can only persuade, it can't force interception. It's okay, when the time comes you'll show me today's dog-licking adventure and I'll be sober. Ding. Copy that. It's happening right now. Buzz buzz. There's a phone ringing. Shenyan looked away. The number says it's Yuan. The corner of her mouth tugged and she simply hung up. She didn't want to see the name Yuan anywhere right now, much less hear his voice. Ding. End of second comparison. Please start your dog-licking adventure. Detecting a large gap between the two sides' growth speeds, in order to avoid the host's complete despair, obtaining the fanservice status plus version, the comparison time is extended from 10 days to 1 month, please make more efforts by the host. Fangirl status plus version, if you don't work hard, you won't even be able to see his back, so work hard, work hard, work hard. Cultivation speed plus 30%, enlightenment and qualification increase by 20%. Suyan? Her own generation of empresses. Is this being despised by the system? P.S. Extra for the cold Berber big brother. Bow and thanks. Chapter 101, Suyan, come to my room later. Forget it. Don't bother with it anymore. After all, this fangirl status plus version is still a powerful effect besides the name being a bit hard to hear. A plus 30% increase in cultivation speed was already exaggerated enough, but it turned out that qualification and enlightenment could also increase by plus 20%, which was even more outrageous. You should know that your own qualifications and enlightenment were already among the top group, and now you've been strengthened on top of it, plus the development time has changed from 10 days to 1 month. If she didn't hammer Yuan to death next time, she wouldn't be surnamed Su. Who? Calm down, calm down. Suyan forced herself to take several deep breaths, while also admonishing herself again in her mind. Next time, absolutely no raises. I swear. She had felt the deep malice of the system. The normal version of dare pulls a face and can still carry it off, but the please enjoy it and comfortable, she really didn't know how to speak. Home. Hang up on me? Just now, Aunt Su had asked him to call Suyan and ask her if there was anything she wanted to eat so that he could help bring it to the training center, but it turned out that for some reason, Suyan actually hung up on him. Still sulking about being your underdog? It's just a boss, isn't it? It shouldn't, should it? It's not like it's a big deal. Besides, Suyan wasn't that petty. Is it training? It's not right, every time she has not enough time to practice, this point should have been unable to bear the exit rest. Buzz. The cell phone suddenly rang again, and Suyan called. What the? Yuan picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, came Suyan's voice that she tried to restrain. Beneath that calm tone lay a volcano about to erupt. What is it? Oh, it's nothing really, it's just that Auntie Su asked me to ask if there's anything you'd like to eat, and I'll bring it over to you when she's done. If it had been before, she might not have wanted anything. But at this time of year, she has a lot of fire and needs to cool it down badly. Chilled green bean soup it is. Oh. The chilled green bean soup made by Aunt Su was delicious, and Yuan loved it. Only after he responded, he asked, half jokingly. Is it still a gamble if you didn't answer my call just now? How about I let you have it in tomorrow's 1v1 matchup? Pop. Suyan hung up the phone directly. Asshole. Bastard. Suyan's beautiful eyes looked like they were spitting fire. Grabbing the pillow directly beside his hand, he slammed it hard against the wall. She came up with the writer keep smiling during service. Smile? How she smiles. The dog-licking adventure is 3 days in a row, starting today. She's going crazy. The two shadow servants were trembling on the sidelines, they didn't know what their master was angry about. In the meantime, Villa 002 of the royal world. The private doctor came out of Morongbai's room. Young master's injury is not very serious, although it may affect tomorrow's 6 cities joint exam, the follow-up is not a big problem. Morongjin's face was gloomy. Yesterday, he used his connections to get the image data of the ferocious beast practical combat test and saw the image of Yuan fighting Morongbai. That kind of warfare. Far beyond the realm of what a normal genius should be, it had already reached the level of an unearthly demon. Normally speaking, with Morongbai's talent, in previous years, being among the top 10 of the National Martial Arts Examination would not be a problem at all. But this year, the 12-member court launched the Star World program, and only the top 2 in each administrative district can qualify. A few terrifying monsters appeared in the imperial capital, and the family sent Morongbai to the South River administrative region, which had weaker results in the past, in order to stabilize his spot. As a result, who knew that there was now a Yuan, whose strength crushed Morongbai? Even that Suyan looked a few points stronger than Morongbai. But she's okay with that, and if another personality is in control of the body, it should be able to defeat her. What's going on with that kid named Yuan? The 100 refined skin isn't exactly strong, but it's not so strong that it's going to be pierced by a rank 1 guy, right? Morong Shao was similarly shocked by Yuan's performance. When he watched the video of that battle, he could feel a strong sense of oppression when he brought himself into Morongbai's perspective. Although his talent wasn't as good as Morongbai's, he was still in the top 10 of the National Martial Arts Examination in their session anyways. And there was no monster like Yuan in his term. Because he'd fought the top student of their session of the Great Martial Arts Examination, 37-1. But Morongbai vs Yuan is a 10-0 opening, Morongbai 0, Yuan 10. Morongjin was silent for a moment before opening his mouth, his voice hoarse. As long as we can secure the top 2 spots in this year's martial arts exam and get a spot in the Star Realm program, it won't be much of a problem. Morong Shao nodded, but he still couldn't swallow that breath and raised his eyebrows. Yuan that kid on the basis of a Shangguan dream to support him, several times the little brother as a dog hit. Back then, they old me that session of the top student into the university, at first also cowhide not, and then every time you see me, not still courteous shout a shao brother? Talent is of no use, have you become a supreme lord? You have to talk about your background and power when you come out. Morongjin glanced faintly at Morong Shao with some amusement in his heart. He thought that he was born in the Morong family and became a direct bloodline even if he had a background and power? In reality, it's still not the sustenance of the Rakshasa body? Just still in the dark. Of course, there was no way he could just let Yuan off the hook. He could see that the relationship between Shangguan Meng and Yuan was not simple. If any other feudal marquis powerhouse looked at first-rank trash? That's not possible. But in the place of Shangguan Meng, it really wasn't. This guy has no inhibitions, she always does things spontaneously, and no one can figure out what she's really thinking. Because of that alone, he had to find a way to get Yuan killed. He withdrew his gaze and spoke languidly. Wait a little longer. In a short while, without Shangguan Meng's backing, a civilian genius is just a civilian genius, it's gone, it can't make too much of a splash. After all, our beloved ancient chief can't cover the sky with one hand in Dacia, this country, in the end, is still our lineage that has the final say. Morong Shao nodded, but suddenly remembered something else. By the way, I've heard that people from the military department are already contacting Yuan. What if he gets into the military department? I really can't wait for him to go to the military department, that place. No matter what your status is, you have to go to the battlefield personally. As long as you go to the battlefield, who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents? Even Transcendent General Star. There are quite a few that have fallen. A meaningful smile flashed across Morongjin's eyes. Afternoon. Yuan and Shangguan Meng returned to the training hall. So, how was last night? Shangguan Ru took the initiative to claim credit, scowling towards Shangguan Meng. Shangguan Meng's gaze drifted. Well, not bad. Shangguan Ru turned to Yuan again with an eating face. What about you? How does it feel to bring up a baby? Yuan casually rubbed Shangguan Meng's small head and laughed. I always wanted to have a sister when I was a child, but unfortunately it didn't come true. In the future when you're busy, Sister Ru, just feel free to entrust little Dream to me to take care of, I'm definitely more reliable than you. Shangguan Ru froze for a moment. It's over, it's too damaging, my sister's not really going to fall, is she? She stole a glance at her oldest sister. But Shangwan Meng was looking down at her toes and couldn't see the expression on her face, nor did she know what she was thinking. But Shangwan Ru could be sure that sooner or later in the future, Su Yuan would know the identity of his old sister. What would he think then? Treating a madwoman who was a feudal lord, nay, soon to be a king, as a sister herself? And you said you'd take care of her? Think about it all, scratching your head. Forget it, forget it, forget it, it's too outrageous to get involved in. Shangwan Ru instantly withdrew his gaze and coughed gently. Alright, then I'll trouble you from now on. By the way, the intensity of today's training can be done without going on too hard, we still have to compete tomorrow. Doesn't matter. Su Yuan shook his head. Nothing worth my full strength anyway. Shangwan Ru. So arrogant. But what he said seemed to be true. Before the start of afternoon training, Su Anyan arrived in front of Su Yuan after she had done sufficient mental construction. Anything? Su Yuan saw that she looked like she was about to speak, so he took the initiative to ask. Su Anyan went out on a limb, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. Come to my room after training later. Huh? Why? Su Yuan took a sip of the nutrient solution, a necessary supplement before training. I'll give you a relaxing massage. But. Hear that? Su Yuan didn't hold back one bit. The nutrient solution sprayed Su Anyan's face. The two just stared at each other wide-eyed, and time seemed to stand still for several seconds. Chapter 102 put it outside, you're a key target in the fight against pornography. Ryoko. Su Anyan reached up and wiped the nutrient solution off her face with her sleeve, calm as could be. What, did I say something funny? Su Anyan. Su Yuan's expression gradually became serious. He looked up and down at this cool schoolgirl and iceberg goddess who had once lived with him for a year, but hadn't even said a few words, and said with a single word. You're not really craving my body, are you? Su Anyan's face barely managed to keep her expression taut. Tighter. Fists tightened. I crave your body? Who do you think you are? She had never met a man who had made her heart flutter. Once the same 10 flares guy confessed his love for her, proclaimed the universe, and courted her passionately, only to have her beat the crap out of him. If it wasn't for the mission issued by this dog system, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Ding. Please don't shirk your responsibility if you're not as skilled as you are. Take a deep breath. Su Anyan, you can do it. Su Anyan struggled to control her expression. Don't you think too much, I'm just. You just had another internet crush and want to practice your massage technique on your internet lover ahead of time? Speak the words of others and leave them speechless. Su Yuan now strongly suspected that Su Anyan really had thoughts about him. Last time, he believed Su Anyan's words and naively thought that she had really fallen in love online and was practicing her love breakfast routine for her online lover. But when I think about it later, that excuse is just full of holes. The most outrageous part was uploading a video of her making breakfast and a picture of herself eating breakfast to the school forum and saying it was uploaded by mistake. Su Anyan. You're surprisingly like this Su Anyan. Internet dating is a lie for you. Su Anyan was convinced, she said helplessly. Can you stop being so imaginative? Besides, what the hell is with that look of being an enemy? Not to mention that he actually didn't have a single thought about him at all. And even if there was, shouldn't you? Forget it. There could never be one. Assumptions don't work. Speak for yourself then. Su Yuan pulled a small bench over and sat down. Breakfast of love is not even a problem, this massage and relaxation. It's all physical contact. Put it in a store outside, it's a key target for pornography control. If you can come up with a crowning glory, I'll oblige you. Su Anyan. It's hard enough for her to get that request out, can't you just say yes? Still have to say the crowning reason, if not beat Su Yuan, she really want to beat this guy hard. Huh? What are you guys talking about? Don't you want to start training yet? Seeing that the two hadn't started training yet, Shangwan Ru curiously came over to take a look and was surprised after seeing Su Anyan's face, clothes, and everywhere wet. Why are you wet, Anyan? I got it. Huh? Shangwan Ru turned her gaze to Su Yuan with a confused look. She just told a joke, I'm drinking my nutrient solution, I didn't hold back for a second. Shangwan Ru was helpless. Su Yuan stood up and gave Su Anyan a wink. Stop telling jokes and train first. Suyan nodded in silence. She was still somewhat thankful to Su Yuan for not saying what she had just asked for, at least she didn't make herself lose more face. At the same time she is also grateful, fortunately the dog system is not completely inappropriate. People did not in last time the same ad to let how many people know, onlookers and so on the conditions, otherwise she cannot even dare to imagine what kind of scenario that would be. The training ended in the afternoon. Su Yuan walked out of the virtual battle capsule with a sore body. Although it is a virtual battle, because the experience is so realistic, the spirit and muscles are always in a state of high tension. Of course the key is still Ru's sister forced too hard. He said that you do not need to reduce the difficulty of training, a small load, but also did not let you directly come up to several 3-stage intermediate ferocious beasts surrounded. The third order is supposed to be the qualitative stage in the exploration realm. There is a great deal of strength in each of the lower, middle, and upper sub-realms. One could kill a third-rank lower ferocious beast, but against several third-rank middle ferocious beasts, one would only be abused. Right. It just so happens that Suyan was talking about helping me massage and relax. Although her motives are unknown, I really need it now. In the past, it was Su Yuan himself who performed all sorts of stretches and relaxation, but moving by himself was definitely not as comfortable as moving by someone else. As usual, Suyan still finished her training one step ahead of him, and was probably waiting for herself in her room by now. That's all. Just go. Anyway, it's unlikely to be the one who loses out anyway. Just as Su Yuan expected, Suyan was indeed waiting for him in the room. Only while waiting, she was also thinking about how she was going to retrieve herself from Su Yuan when the third comparison was made. Previously, the time for each comparison was too rushed, only 10 days, but now a full month's time, plus the enhancement of the Yuan Girl System Plus, was enough for her to achieve a soaring battle power, and even regain mastery of the battle chi. Battle aura. This was powerful and incomparable power, a high-end power that countless celestials in the cosmic stars could only dream of, a cultivation system that was very different from source energy. Only those who have gone through countless trials and tribulations without giving up, only those whose minds are tough and superb and whose wills never wear out, can acquire the power. It's a sign of strength, a certification of honor. Even though Su Yuan's physical body was strong. But it still couldn't match the battle chi. Unless he owns it too. But is that possible? No way. In the previous life of Blue Star, other than Shangwan Ru himself, there was no one else who had mastered battle chi. Her theories were never recognized, and battle chi was viewed by others as her companion talent rather than a system of power that could be reproduced. And she had a premonition that she was close to regaining her mastery of battle chi. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Suyan's body jolted. No matter how much she resisted this happening. The moment had come after all, and there was no escaping it. But she was still trying to convince herself that it was all just a test for the strong. There were a total of 7 top academies in the outer universe, one of which was called the Wunshan Academy, ranked on par with the Kanglan Battle Academy she was once in. And Wunshan CO1 has such a motto, which is said to have been left by its founder. The heavens must first be made to suffer and labor. How many supreme celestials in distress and at a low ebb have been inspired by these words? She believes that she, nowadays, is in this same link. Just get over this hurdle. The future will be bright. Definitely. Thinking of this, with a rather sad look of generosity on her face, she got up and opened the door of her room. P.S. Ask for some free power generation. 500 power generation will be added. I still owe Big Brother Coldblood 2 more, I'll make it up in 3 days. Chapter 103, Becoming a Maid Behind My Back? Metamorphosed into a sickly girl? The door to the room opened. Su Yuan and Suyan stared at each other for a few seconds. Come in. Suyan moved her gaze away in waves and paused. Remember to lock the door. Su Yuan. Click. After entering, Su Yuan unlocked the door. Just so. What's the matter with inexplicably having a special feeling? It's as if the two are going to do something unseemly next. Well, it's true that it's not very unseemly. The 2 shadow servants self-consciously drew the curtains shut, leaving the room in total darkness. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Su Yuan opened his mouth to tease. If you turn on a purple pink light at this time of year, it will be extinction. Suyan. Snap. She turned on the lights, cold white lights. But she was thinking. Since it had become inevitable that the was going to do the whole dog-licking adventure thing, then all one could do was to see if one could glean a bit of high-level rewards from Yuan as compensation. If you can, try to get as high a rating as you can stand. So she glanced faintly at Yuan. Would it be a bit more of an experience for you if you switched to purple and pink lights? Her tone is detached and indifferent, but the words come out very differently, and that's just weird, you know? Yuan wasn't even sure if she was asking seriously or joking. He also realized that he couldn't understand Suanyan as a person more and more. At first he really thought she was naturally cool in nature. After all, the two of them hadn't spoken much in the entire year they'd been together. But now it seems, combined with a recent series of behaviors, that she's either a psychopath, or a legendary arrogance similar to a psychopath, or a special version of it. Which one will it be? Fear.jpg. Not noticing Yuan's strange look, Suanyan opened a side cabinet. She carried out a stack of pre-prepared towels from inside and laid them in layers on the bed. She didn't care that Shangguan Meng slept in her bed. 1. Because Shangguan Meng was a girl, and 2. Because he would go back and wash and change the sheets and covers and whatnot. But Yuan was different. She was really disgusted. While Suanyan was laying the mat, Yuan casually surveyed the room's arrangement. Whether it was at home or here, this was the first time he had come to Suanyan's room. Everything is so well organized, all kinds of things are placed extremely neatly, and the air is also filled with a faint maiden fragrance. It is more or less the same as imagined. Okay, you can lie down now. Oh. Yuan withdrew his gaze and lay down on the bed. Right. He spoke suddenly. Have you thought of a reason? Suanyan. She moved a chair over to sit next to the bed and faded. I'm going to massage my mom to revitalize her tendons when I get home, but she's just a normal person after all, so I'm practicing on you ahead of time. You this guy yesterday in order to train are not home, Aunt Sue although did not say, but certainly still miss you. As a result, you turn around and come up with such a sentence, you're not schizophrenic, are you? Please be quiet. Suanyan lazily ignored it. She didn't volunteer anyway, believe it or not. Right. Gloves. Suanyan would manipulate the shadows and condense them into a thin pair of gloves on her hands. But the system's prompt suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Sting. A minimum contact area of 10 square centimeters is required. There will be no contact area by wearing gloves. Suanyan. All right. She melted the shadows away. Before we start. Need to shout that shameful statement. It was a really tough challenge for her. During the service, you also have to keep a smile on your face the whole time. Come on Suanyan, you can do it, but it's just a little bit of wind and frost. I think I said this last time, but why do I have to go through so much frost and wind? Filled with doubts and thoughts about life, Sue Frosty does the final mental build-up and utters the opening lines of the dare. Please start enjoying yourself. I'm going to start. What's going on? Yuan's body stiffened violently, his scalp tingled and his sweaty hairs stood up. What he had been thinking was that excuses were excuses, and he wasn't going to poke at them. After all, he was really sore and in need of a relaxation session. But what the hell is that opening line? Suanyan. You're playing a game? No, it's not right. Wait, why did he feel so familiar with that slogan? Memories are becoming clearer. Come to think of it. When Zhang Yuan failed to confess to Suanyan for the 104th time, he completely gave up from then on, and the cement sealed his heart and dragged him to a maid escort store on the day of school. The maids in that store are all pretty and have nice voices. Zhang Yuan gave him a set of his signature good maid knocking shoulders and pounding back great experience. At that time, before that maid's sister started, she recited the same opening line as Suanyan. What a coincidence. This isn't supposed to be some kind of employee training, is it? Yuan sat up directly, startling Suanyan who was about to start. She was about to frown and question, but suddenly realized that Why was her own expression out of control? It's not. That keep a smile on your face service in the writer, does it help you keep a smile on your face? Suanyan felt a little bit crushed. In Yuan's perspective, Suanyan was looking at him with a smile on her face, as if she were the Earth's signature painting, the Mona Lisa. Although, this expression on Suanyan's face could be said to be a long time coming, and truth be told, in terms of face value alone, it was unbearably beautiful, calling for people to move their eyes and want to wallow in it. But it didn't look that way to Yuan. Because that smile was familiar to him too. That made San laugh the same way back then. Although the face value is far less than Xuanyan's, the style is the same. Against the day. It's so anticlimactic. Yuan just looked at Suanyan, hardened and didn't say anything. He wanted to ask Suanyan directly if she had the idea of going to be a maid escort, which was why she practiced her massage techniques in advance. But the question is, what is she going to be a maid escort? For money? No way. It's not like the family is in bad shape. Besides, with Sister Ru, a super rich woman, underwriting her, money is of no use at all. Then it's not a lack of money. Is it lack of love? Why the lack of love? Could it be a psychological distortion caused by being high-strung for so long and barely interacting with people? And then, like Morong Bai, another personality was born? Is this personality one of those love-starved puppy personas that is lonely and desperate for company? This ed-up world. But it's ing magical. Because he promised Auntie Su to take care of Suanyan outside. Yuan has to save the young girl who is about to lose her footing from the fire. Suanyan, you don't actually lack love. Suanyan? What are you talking about? She felt insulted, and if it had been any other day, she would have crossed her eyes. But now she was the smiling angel, with a smile on her face that was so bright and shiny. Are you sick? Yuan's face was filled with sympathy. As she said this, she kept a smile on her face that had a morbidly eerie feel to it. At this rate, let's not talk about arrogance, this is going to develop towards a monstrous sickness. Yuan took the initiative to hold Suanyan's hand for the first time. Gazing at her, full of seriousness, he said, word for word. It's not me that's sick, it's you. Suanyan? Chapter 104 Running in both directions? No. Two-way torture. Caught by Shangwan Meng again. Suanyan's hands were soft. Cool to the touch and delicate as fat. But Yuan's attention wasn't focused on that at all. All he could think about now was how to stop Suanyan's sickly trend. No wonder Suanyan's spiritual manifestation was so bizarre at that time, so it turned out that the roots of the disease had been there for a long time. I'm really going to have to ask Sister Ru to do this. As a doctor of psychology from Longxia University, she should be able to give Suanyan a great deal of help in this area. What are you doing? Yuan's sudden move caused Suanyan's entire body to crack open. No man had ever held her hand before that. She jerked her hand back from Yuan's. She wanted to snap and question, but the corners of her mouth were always slightly upturned because of the added condition of keeping a smile on her face. That's why the phrase, "What are you doing?" Due to the shape of the mouth, it came out as, "What are you doing?" It's a similar feeling. With that weird smile, how do you look at it? It looks like one of those kill everyone else because the protagonist doesn't love himself, so that only he can love dark sickly petite text heroines. Suanyan realized this herself, and she felt like she was going crazy. Calm down, calm down. She forced herself to calm down and quickly figured out how to respond. Since his own opening statement just now signaled the beginning of this great adventure. Then just complete the 20-minute massage and relaxation task and say the closing statement and everything will be back to the way it was. Destroy it. She's tired. You lie down first. Anything until afterward. Yuan was silent for a while. Then promise me something first. You say. When this place is over, you'll go see Ru for a counseling session. Good. Seeing Suanyan agree, Yuan then lay down again. But no longer relaxed as before, but tense and on high alert. He had read a number of comics and novels with similar themes, and a vivid image flashed through his mind, such as the heroine holds a whip in her hand, while the hero is naked and tied up in bed, waiting for the unique favor of the sickly heroine. The female lead is holding the heart of the second female lead in her hand and looks at the male lead with a smile, saying something like, "It seems like people can't fall in love with their hearts." Blah, blah, blah. Suanyan of course didn't know that she had already been labeled as a sickly petite in Yuan's eyes. All she wanted now was to hurry up and end this ordeal, and then spell out everything she had to achieve every victory in the future, leaving the dog system dry-eyed and never again able to post such inhuman dares. She forced herself to put her hand on Yuan's arm. Only service with a smile is fixed, everything else is up to her. The feeling of contact from her fingertips caused her eyelashes to flutter gently, and the tightness of her body was no less than Yuan's. Because this contact is completely different from touching in combat. My hand. Although it wasn't to the point of being dirty, Suyan was still quite resistant mentally. Only Suyan put a little more force into it. It's been ramped up a bit more. She felt like she wasn't massaging a person, she was massaging a rock. He felt like he wasn't being massaged, he was being poked and prodded with iron chopsticks. A two-way run? No. Proper two-way torture. Finally. 20 minutes passed. Suyan was relieved. What had seemed like such a shameful and humiliating closing statement now looked as if it was bathed in holy light that had come to save her from hell. She withdrew her hand and smiled as she uttered her last words. Comfortable? Suyan. It's really professional training, isn't it? When the maid's sister in the maid store finished, she also asked him so smilingly, it was simply carved out of the same mold. He sat up and looked at the red, swollen arm. But. By relaxing massage, you mean rubbing my arms vigorously for 20 minutes? Suyan changed her face at light speed. How brightly and brilliantly she had smiled a moment ago, how thick the frost was on her face now. Now, please, immediately, leave my room. Suyan? Switching personalities? He stared at Suyan for a long time. Suyan also did not budge from her gaze. The eyes were cold to the extreme, and even the anger that was trying to be suppressed was faintly visible. Just because she was much smoother this way, and at least it wouldn't trigger her own Valley of Horror effect, didn't mean it was over. If the she from earlier was not cured, sooner or later it would become a hidden danger. You haven't forgotten what you just promised me, have you? Suyan asked. Suyan's expression eased slightly. Because she knew very well that just now, when Suyan held her hand, he did not have a mindset of taking advantage or anything like that in it. The main reason was still his concern for himself, although the source of that concern was Su Qingling and not herself. Plus, the great adventure is 2 days away. If one's attitude was too bad, on what basis would Suyan cooperate with him to complete the dare? And most importantly, schizophrenia? That's kind of a barely passable excuse. Thinking of this, she pressed her inner emotions, and the frost on her face faded a little, no longer cold and stern, but merely indifferent and detached, as if everything that had just happened had not happened. Didn't forget. But that just now wasn't me. You're right, I'm sick. Suyan suddenly laughed. It's not easy to hear that from you, I thought you were going to be tough. It's actually okay, it's not a big deal to be cured if you're sick. As for Aunt Sue's side, I'll help you keep it a secret for now. With that, he paused to think of something, and then raised his hand and laughed. Of course, I'm willing to cooperate if the follow-up treatment requires it, but you may have to rub your hands together differently. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Suyan silently watched Suyan leave, but she still spoke faintly about his willingness to help himself with the follow-up dare. Thanks. It's okay. Suyan waved his hand in a dashing manner, leaving behind only a handsome back. When he first arrived and was still shrouded by the shadow of his parents' shipwreck, it was the gentle and warm Aunt Sue who reached out to him and pulled him out of that sad memory. He'll never forget it. As long as Suyan was still Aunt Sue's daughter, he had the obligation and responsibility to help take care of her. But when Suyan opened the door, the whole thing went bad. Shangguan Meng seemed to be just passing by. Seeing Suyan come out of Suyan's room, she first froze for a moment, and then those good-looking heterogeneous pupils blinked gently at Suyan, stretching out one hand in a yeah gesture, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Caught by me. Second time around. Chapter 105. Good girl, I'm here, don't be afraid, it's okay. It's really the second time. Only the last time was when Suyan came out of his room. This time it was him coming out of Suyan's room. It just so happened that they were all bumped into by Shangguan Meng. It's not. What a coincidence. And, how better to explain yourself? No, it's not right. Why do you have to explain yourself? Walk the walk and sit the talk. He and Suyan are innocent. Besides, how old is Dream? She doesn't know anything. Pity. Shangguan Meng doesn't seem to think so. She glanced towards the room behind Suyan, a hint of cunning flashed in her good-looking eyes, and she stretched out her hand towards Suyan with a smile on her face. Just please me or I'll tell my sister to go ahead and tell her that you two are in love. Suyan? What the hell? Him and Suyan? Not in this lifetime. You misunderstand, it's not what you think. Suyan also walked out of the room. Regardless of whether it was this life or the previous one, she would not be burdened by love. Becoming stronger and taking revenge were her only goals at the moment. So what are you guys doing in there? Shangwan Meng slightly tilted her head sideways, as if she was incomparably curious. Suyan had a bit of a headache. She knew very well that Shangwan Meng, as a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse, had strong spiritual power. Let alone through a door, she could sense what an ant in the training hall was doing if she wanted to. The reason she asks is partly a requirement of the role she is currently playing. As for the other, Suyan is neither blind nor a cutie. It was natural to be able to tell that Shangwan Meng had some good feelings towards Suyan. Although the source and reason for this good feeling was not something Suyan could understand and felt strange, it was an established fact. So, could it be that Shangwan Meng just wanted to see if Suyan would answer honestly? So what if Suyan lied? She had heard of Shangwan Meng's many deeds and her various names. To summarize, 8 words sum it up. All things are false, all things are permitted. You can't even imagine what's going on in her head, and you have no idea what she'll do next. Even if something goes against common sense, or is outrageous, or is unbelievable, as long as it appears in Shangwan Meng's body, then everyone will think, huh? Isn't that what she's like? Such people. It's pure insanity. That's where things get bad. If she mistakenly thought that she really had some unspoken relationship with Suyan, would she take any action? Don't look at her now with a big smile on her face, who knows what's going on in her mind? Just as Suyan was troubled by this, Suyan added rather helplessly. Little dream, I'm really not going to lie to you, the probability of me being in a relationship with your sister is even greater than the probability of me being in a relationship with Suyan. Suyan. Meanwhile, a certain pretty girl who was out purchasing resources felt inexplicably a bit cold. Shangwan Ru tightened the clothes on her body and glanced at the weather forecast on her phone in confusion. No, the temperature hasn't dropped either? Hearing Suyan's words, Shangwan Meng was first stunned, then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly and her eyebrows curved. Wow! You're still thinking about my sister. I'm going to tell my sister to guard against you too. Suyan held his forehead. I'm just giving an example to show that it's impossible to have a relationship between Xinyan and me. Saying that, he passed Suyan a look to hurry back to her room before pulling on Shangwan Meng's hand and leading her outside. Go, take you to eat delicious food. As for why I appeared here, I'll explain to you later while eating. Suyan hesitated for a moment and finally spoke at Suyan's back. Just be honest. I'm fine. Suyan's footsteps paused and finally gave an okay gesture. After the two of them left, Suyan was about to go back to her room when suddenly, a system prompt rang in her ears. Ding! Current dog licking adventure rating, E. Level E reward, 32 styles of lustful SPA. Comment, oh, it was a terrible experience. Suyan? I thought the minimum rating was a D? Ding! The grade of satisfaction goes from DS, with E being a special grade, extremely dissatisfied. Please note that if you get an E rating in the dog licking adventure challenge for 3 consecutive times, the love compensation challenge will be triggered. Suyan? Alright. You're strong and you're right. This what lustful SPA 32 styles, she is not likely to see or learn, or watch some serious massage teaching videos, and strive for the next time at least get a D grade evaluation. By the way, what's the S-class prize for this issue? Suyan didn't even bother to ask about the rewards that could be gained by winning the second comparison, because she had already lost, and it was better not to know, so that she wouldn't be too heartbroken at the very least. But the S rating in Lick Dog Adventure. If there's enough quality, a small fight for it. Ding! This issue's S-class prize is 5 pounds of glazed star marrow. What? Seeing this, Suyan's beautiful eyes snapped open, and her breathing quickened considerably. Glazed star marrow? This was a necessary resource to cultivate the glazed indestructible body. What was most lacking in the various high-level body refining techniques in the starry sky were the heavenly materials and geomaterials that corresponded to them, or else it would be like her right now, a skillful woman could not cook without rice. The biggest gap between me and Suyan lies in the physical body. Comprehending the battle chi can level out this gap, but if I'm practicing the glazed indestructible body and matching it with the battle chi, I can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 2. At that point, erasing the gap? Nah. It's crushing. 5 pounds of glazed star marrow, plus a month's time, was enough for her to cultivate into the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. Who? Suyan's chest rose and fell. I could tell she was excited. She has been bitter towards Su Yuan for a long time. In order to be able to defeat Su Yuan once and for all and completely next time, she decided to observe that so-called 32 styles of lustful SPA for a little while. S rating, one must take it. In the meantime. Grill. Are you saying that? Sister and Yen had a mental illness and split into another personality. This personality is very short of love and wants to go to a maid store to become a maid and feel the feeling of being loved, so she pulled you into the room and advanced to train in massage techniques? Shangwan Meng wailed and bit off a large chunk of roasted meat, asking absently. It's more plausible because the reason is so outrageous that it's impossible to make it up. Yes, it's outrageous, and I've sent her to your sister for psychotherapy, so hopefully the follow-up will be cured. While Su Yuan was grilling meat for Shangwan Meng, he was thinking about when he should expose the fact that his spiritual power had been able to condense into substance and harvest another wave of emotional value. After the ferocious beast practical combat test, no one noticed this. Maybe it was because it was across the screen and the invigilator didn't even think about it that way. After all, since the founding of the martial way, other than those geniuses who had gained the gift of mental power upon awakening, there had never been an example of the rest of the martial artists who had condensed their mental power into substance before the 4th rank. This should cause quite a stir, and it would be cool to harvest another 100,000 or so emotes. The last 100 consecutive draws directly got him high, and a red was bound to come out, which is how hard it is to have a guarantee. The only thing he was curious about was why Suyan was also able to possess spiritual power that had condensed into substance. Could it be that she actually possessed a dual talent at the time, a talent in mental power in addition to her ability to manipulate shadows? But why didn't she say so then? If it was said, it would certainly get more attention. It's not like she has to harvest emotional values in waves like she does. Or is it? Is she the kind of character that has to hide everything? Love the feeling of having a billion more cards in the deck? Unfortunately, even if she had more cards, could she outnumber herself? Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought. There was a sudden commotion outside, followed by a chorus of shouts and wails. What's wrong? Su Yuan came back to his senses, turned his head to look, and saw a somewhat shocking scene. Only to see that an ever-twisting black spatial crack had appeared in the center of the street at some point, from which a bizarre and hideous monster crawled out. They were ugly in appearance, not far from the demons in movies and television, and even Su Yuan, who had never seen such contraptions before, knew that they were by no means the same thing as the ferocious beasts that had evolved from the native creatures of the blue planet. Across from him, a trace of gravity flashed through Shangwan Meng's alien pupils. This is an abyssal rift? She was, after all, once one of the 4 pillars of the Hereticide Bureau, the group of people with the highest data authority in Daxia. Naturally, he knew that since several years ago, similar spatial cracks had appeared on the blue planet, and the demons that emerged from them were very different from the ferocious beasts, and were a completely different kind of creature. Only this kind of abyssal rift appears extremely low frequency, the time and place of appearance is completely random. In 10 years, the entire territory of Daxia, there have only been 3 cases, but they were all suppressed by the senior management. I didn't expect to meet here. But not a big problem. Looking at the energy fluctuations of these abyssal demons, they are probably equivalent to around 3rd-order ferocious beasts, and she can easily suppress. Shangwan Meng suddenly felt a lightness in her body, turned her head, and what met her eyes was Su Yuan's tense expression, and she froze for a moment. The moment he saw the abyssal crack, Su Yuan realized that something was wrong, so he directly picked up Shangwan Meng and rushed outside. Feeling Shangwan Meng's body and his arms stiffen a bit, Su Yuan thought that she was scared after seeing these demons, so he reached out a hand to cover her eyes and tried to say in a calm tone. Be a good little dreamer, don't be afraid. I'm here, it's fine. Chapter 106, Watch out, next, I'll be cool. The palms of the hands covering the eyes were warm. Feel the wind on your cheeks. Shangwan Meng nodded lightly. Oh. I'm not afraid. Su Yuan, however, had no time to care more because the number of demons crawling out of that outside space rift was too high. He wasn't sure exactly how strong they were, but to be on the safe side, it was best not to fight them head-on if he could. After all, he still had Shangwan Meng with him. Unfortunately, heaven forbid. Su Yuan was already leaning to the side as much as he could, but 2 demons had their eyes on him and were coming towards him in a circle. The 2 demons had very different forms. A bat-like creature with broad and hair-covered feathers whistled and swooped towards Su Yuan. A head that looked like a vicious dog, but was born with 4 eyes and 6 legs, looked a bit dropsan. Su Yuan held Shangguan Meng in his left hand and raised his right hand to aim at the bat demon in the sky. The mark of the sun lit up and the power of the flare of the sun shot out like a sharp arrow. The fiery aura contained within it seemed to cause the opponent to be a bit scandalized and sidestep the attack. Without the interference in the air, looking at the 4-eyed demonic dog that lunged towards him, Su Yuan opened his divine transformation at the first time, his eyes turned into light gold, and he slammed his fist over. Boo! Su Yuan used the principle of the 9 deicide gun in this punch. The terrifying force blew half of the 4-eyed demon dog's head off. The latter flew backward for several meters, and I'm afraid that if it were a normal ferocious beast, it would have already gone into a state of hysteria. However, it staggered back to its feet and shook its head, as if oblivious to its puzzling situation, and once again ran on all 6 legs towards Su Yuan. The bat demons in the sky also took advantage of this opportunity to make a comeback. Is up. What the hell is this thing? The head's half gone, and it's still moving? Su Yuan spat in his heart. Shangguan Meng, however, was not surprised by this. There had been 3 previous incidents of abyssal rifts appearing in Daxia, one of which she had dealt with. The abyssal demons that poured out from within were tenacious beyond words, most of them needed to be blasted to slag in the physical sense before they would subside, and they were many times more difficult to deal with than the ferocious beasts. Sure. Even if the number of abyssal demons here were 100 times more, nothing would happen to Su Yuan because she would kill them all. Now the reason why she did not make a move, because she can see that these 2 demons do not pose much of a threat to Su Yuan. In that case, then let him fight for a while, just as practicing his ability to fight with weights. One more thing. She was actually curious. What would he do if it really came to the point where taking her on as a liability would kill him? In the meantime, Arashur City Executive. Ruling Office. What? A crack in space? Pouring out demons? Arashur City Consul Li Yunfei stood up violently, a flash of shock in his eyes. As the ruler of a city, he was a 6th-rank powerhouse, yet he was still not qualified to learn about the abyssal rift. Therefore, when he heard the report from his subordinates, he felt bad and sensed that something big had happened, and immediately dispatched his manpower to the location where the crack appeared, and immediately rushed to the scene in person after reporting the matter to the police. Due to the fact that he was unable to utilize his full strength while holding Shangguan Meng, after successfully blasting that 4-eyed demon dog with some effort, the remaining bat demon was a bit difficult for Su Yuan to handle. After all, it had air control and was extremely sensitive, and after its own flare power had fallen short a few times, it was near the bottom. But the worst news wasn't even that. During the entanglement, a few more demons discovered the 2 on this side and surrounded them. Now, excluding that bat demon, Su Yuan had to face 3 other demons. 4 demons, each with strength comparable to that of a 3rd-rank ferocious beast, and with even more tenacious vitality. With Su Yuan's current strength, he was simply unable to deal with it. There's no way out. Su Yuan took a deep breath and opened the system's static space for the first time. So far, he's gotten a total of 61 days and 21 hours of still space through the lottery. This was an independent space created for him by the system, and for him, the outside world was currently in stasis. Originally thinking that this static time resource was quite precious and might have strange effects in the future, so he didn't use it, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. On top of that, the last 100 draws didn't have purple rewards, but the green and blue quality rewards were quite resourceful and accumulated quite a bit. Source crystals, potions. The only pity is that there is no food and only a very few nutritional potions. The current Su Yuan could still be far from eating to live on source energy alone, so although he had a 61-day time quota, the time he could really use to improve his strength was relatively limited. He calculated that by relying on the nutrient solution in some of the pills, even if he used his Taodai power to absorb them all, he would be able to last for 10 days at most. Try to gain some strength in these 10 days. Besides himself, Dream could depend on him. Just like that, Su Yuan extracted source crystals, pills, and nutritional potions from the system space and started cultivating. The 6th true vein. The 7th true vein. The 8th true vein. The 9th true vein. 10 days passed, and the remaining 4 true veins were condensed, allowing Su Yuan to successfully move from the 1st-rank intermediate to the 1st-rank upper in one fell swoop. During this period, Su Yuan's physical body was constantly being strengthened, and according to his own estimation, without using the divine transformation, the limit strength should have risen from 1,232 kilograms to nearly 2 tons. That should be enough, right? But at the same time, Yuan also felt a hunger that had never been called a hunger. These 10 days were already the limit of what he could hold on to, and every single elixir, every tube of nutritional potion, had been fully utilized. If it wasn't for the fact that these demons just couldn't get their mouths shut and I didn't know if they were poisonous or not, I would have absolutely eaten them all alive. Also, last time I obtained an S-ranked battle skill epiphany card, it would be great if I had an S-ranked battle skill, but it's a pity. Yuan shook his head and cancelled the static space after making preparations. Shasta. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing that had changed was Yuan. Facing the siege of 4 third-rank demons, he stopped and placed Shangguan Meng on the ground. Shangguan Meng still obediently covered her eyes with her hands. She could tell what was going on in the outside world without having to look at it with her eyes. She knew very well that Yuan, no matter how strong he was, he would surely die if he faced a siege of 4 third-rank demons hidden. The only possibility of survival was to use themselves as blood bait to see if they could attract 1 or 2 third-order demons and then run away with all their might. So, is that what he's going to do? Actually, considering it from Yuan's perspective, it wasn't incomprehensible. After all, they hadn't even known each other for a month, and who would take a liability with them in order to survive on their own? It was simply beyond reproach, right? Even if Shangguan Ru asked about it, she could still say that she had gotten lost or that she hadn't been able to protect it or something like that, right? Just as Shangguan Meng was lost in thought, Yuan's voice suddenly came. Dream, no need to cover your eyes now. Shangguan Meng froze for a moment, but put her hand down. At this moment, Yuan didn't use her as bait to escape on his own, but stood in front of her, facing the 4 third-rank demons alone. Why? Shangguan Meng suddenly spoke. Yuan thought she was asking why she didn't let her cover her eyes anymore. So he turned back to her, a big smile on his face, and gave her a little wink. Because you have to watch. Next. I'll be cool. P.S. Sorry. It's a bit late for a shift today. Take a bow. Chapter 107. Suyan was confused. 9 true veins? You're kidding, right? The words fell. Yuan cast a perfect grade shadow flash. Stormed up and charged the 4 demons in front of him. Shangguan Meng did not expect Yuan to say such a sentence. And? What's so cool? That's 4 third-order demons. It was a lot stronger than the 4 third-rank ferocious beasts. You're going to die if you go straight on like that. She was about to strike, but she suddenly stopped again, a hint of surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes. Yuan. How come it seems to have gotten stronger? What just happened? Die. Previously, being unable to exert his full strength and being chased and crushed by this group of demons made Yuan's heart depressed beyond measure. Now that he had been promoted to the upper level of the first rank, after his physical qualities had skyrocketed by a full double, he only wanted to unleash the killing intent in his heart. Boo! He leapt up on his way, his leg muscles expanding, the terrifying recoil shattering the ground and allowing him to successfully reach the bat demon. The bat demon didn't expect this humanoid creature's explosive power to be so terrifying, and was about to spread its wings to dodge, but was firmly grabbed by the quick-eyed Yuan on one of the wings. Boom! Yuan utilized the impact of his descent to yank the bat demon straight down from the sky, smashing it heavily on the ground, and then riding on its body, he continuously bombarded it with several violent punches, directly smashing it into mush. Jie! If it was a ferocious beast, when it saw such a ferocious scene, I'm afraid it would have fled long ago. However, after the remaining 3 demons reacted, they actually charged towards Yuan in a brazen manner, hissing and roaring. Good timing! Yuan gradually became excited, his chi and blood surged within his body like a great river. He took the initiative to meet the attack, relying on his perfect grade stance and fist techniques. He fought fiercely with the 3 third-rank demons. In this kind of killing, injuries were unavoidable, but Yuan seemed to block out the pain as he seized the opportunity and tackled a humanoid demon's arms, and then violently yanked it, going so far as to tear it apart. Strength! Strength! This kind of fist-to-flesh killing made Yuan feel incomparable. Finally. 5 minutes later. Phew. Yuan knelt on one knee, his blood-soaked body bruised and battered, the pale gold color in his eyes fading away, while in front of him were limbs in pieces, a red and white mixture of flesh and mud. He won. Taking on 4 third-order demons with first order up. This is a battle that no ordinary person can even imagine, a deed that is enough to make anyone proud. But he couldn't catch his breath in time didn't allow him to, he staggered to his feet. The divine transformation was already consuming a great deal of energy, in addition to the fact that he had been cultivating for 10 whole days within the static space, and had only relied on a few elixirs and nutrient potions to maintain his energy. The intense hunger that he had never felt before came over him, making him almost faint. But on the contrary, he couldn't fall yet, help hadn't arrived yet, demons were still roaming all street corners, the shrill hissing continued, and Shangwan Mang was still standing here. He took a step towards Shangwan Mang. Not doing too well. Yuan tried to smile and flirt, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. I thought I was fierce enough, but this group of demonic creatures were so much stronger than the ferocious beasts in battle. Handsome or not, he didn't know, wolfish was quite wolfish. No way. Shangwan Mang blinked, thought about it, and said seriously. I think it's pretty cool. Yuan laughed. Quite comforting. By the way, it's a little dirty, so bear with me. His body was stained with blood, and even some bloody scraps of flesh and blood, making him look dirty. Little girls love to be clean, and he's afraid she'll resent it. To his surprise, Shangwan Mang took the initiative to open her hands towards him. Yuan froze for a moment, the hiss of an approaching demon came from behind him, and without further hesitation, he stepped forward and picked her up, mobilizing his last strength to run towards the outside. Shangwan Mang seemed to be able to see the exhaustion on Yuan's face. She suddenly reached her hand to her pocket and felt out a lemon candy, tore the candy paper wrapping open and gently stuffed it into Yuan's mouth. It was a bit sour, but sweet enough, and it could also replenish Yuan's energy, which was the most lacking right now. In the meantime, the rescue unit from Ereshur City finally arrived. Yuan carried Shangwan Mang out of the danger zone. It was only after encountering the arriving rescue unit that this finally became too much to hold on to and fainted. The accompanying medical personnel gave Yuan an impromptu checkup and found that he wasn't in any serious trouble, but was only weak due to excessive exertion, and only then did they ask Shangwan Mang about the identities of the two men. We are brother and sister. Shangwan Mang didn't say much. She called Shangwan Ru and told her about the general course of events and asked her to come over and pick up Yuan. And then, her figure disappeared into thin air. Where's that little sister from earlier? Didn't see it? Where did she go? Several rescuers were in disarray. Ereshur City ruler Li Yunfei has arrived. He looked at the twisted spatial crack in the center of the street with a grave expression. There were still a large number of demons pouring out from inside, and there was even a fifth-rank humanoid demon that peeled open the spatial crack with both hands and came to the real world from it. This humanoid demon had a head with 2 horns and demonic wings on its back, and in its hand it held a steel fork made of an unknown material. It greedily breathed in the sweet air of the outside world, and its pair of dark green vertical pupils stared ferociously at the surrounding crowd, as if it had seen a delicious blood meal. Li Yunfei frowned and was about to strike. But suddenly, the movements of all the demons present paused for a moment, including the 5th-rank humanoid demon that had just arrived in the real world. Immediately after, as if there was an invisible blade swept through, every demon was instantly turned into slices, scattered on the ground, and that's not all, more, directly burst into a blood mist, even the dregs are not left. It was as if someone was venting their anger and the demons were reduced to lambs to the slaughter to bear it. The rescuers all froze, and then erupted into roars of excitement. Ruler Li is awesome. Consul Li is divine. Ruler Li. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Yunfei was filled with confusion. It's not. How come he didn't know he was so good? It's none of his ing business, is it? So hungry. So hungry. What's going on? Yuan sat up violently from the bed. You're awake? Beside the bed, Shangwan Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where's Dream? Yuan remembers that he finally handed Shangwan Mang over to the rescuers. I'm here. Shangwan Mang appeared in the doorway, holding a large pot of fragrant roasted ferocious beast meat, looking at Yuan's eyes. Coo coo coo. Yuan's stomach growled directly. It's just too hungry. Aside. Suyan's face could not be seen, but she did ask. Are you okay? It's okay. Yuan shook his head. He had suffered a number of injuries, but they were all superficial and not much of a problem. Not caring about his image, he directly took a large pot of roasted meat and ate it fiercely. Suyan was silent. She had been informed of what was going on. Abyssal Rift. Let alone Blue Star. The Nine-Star Alliance, the Ancient Origin Frontier, and even the entire cosmic starry sky, all suffered greatly. There are many huge forces in the stars that have even been destroyed because of this. The largest abyssal rift she had ever encountered was tens of thousands of miles in diameter, from which countless demon lords and apostles of original sin had poured out, making that part of the starry sky a complete no-go area for life. The most bizarre thing is that the location and time of the appearance of these abyssal cracks are completely random and cannot be predicted at all, at the very least. In the last Erishur city, no abyssal cracks had ever appeared. According to the speculations of starry sky civilizations, this abyssal rift connects to perhaps another dark universe, a region that no one has yet reached and is not within the division of the knowable universe. Just as Suyan was pondering, Shangwan-ru looked at Su Yuan, who was wolfing down his food, and said with emotion, "Taking on 4 third-order demons at the same time with a first-order body. It's truly remarkable. When you were unconscious, I gave you a body test, and I remember that you originally only condensed into 5 true veins, right? Now it has actually condensed into 9. I've never encountered such a situation before. What is this? A miracle? Anyway, this is beyond my comprehension, I can't even explain it." Suyan's delicate body shook as her pupils contracted violently, her beautiful eyes filled with intense shock and incredulity. What the hell? 9 true veins? Against 4 third-order demons at once? This guy's on a roll, isn't he? Chapter 108: The biggest gap between the two. Is it comfortable to touch your head? Changes to Su Yuan. It would be a lie to say it wasn't shocking. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen the existence of a single epiphany. But the thing is, this is Blue Star. With a lack of resources and a low cultivation system, there was no such thing as a single epiphany leading straight to the Great Tao. Even she was restricted by all sorts of resource issues, and for the time being, she had to cultivate in a step-by-step manner. And Su Yuan? Previously, it was still only a first-rank intermediate that had condensed 5 true veins. Now it turned around and became a first-order upper that had condensed 9 true veins and was just waiting for a breakthrough? How can you be so outrageous? Plus, going by his previous performance, Su Yuan had used only 1 night's time to break through from the awakening stage to the first rank. Then it certainly wouldn't take him long to break through from rank 1 to rank 2. And yourself? The 5th true vein had yet to coalesce successfully. This was the largest gap in realm since the two had awakened. Suyan retracted her gaze without moving and made some adjustments to her mindset. Take it easy. Not much of a problem. There is a full month of development left before the next comparison. As long as he was able to obtain those 5 gene of glazed star marrow, practice the first layer of the glazed indestructible body, and master the battle chi along the way. She's still bagging wins. Speaking of which, she'd spent some time today reading the book, Lust for SPA 32. Throw in the part in the middle where you don't even have eyes for Secrets of Private Care, and the book has some redeeming qualities elsewhere. Although she was 100 times reluctant, she was willing to make a small sacrifice in order to be able to take the glazed star marrow. Take a step back. The person who did this wasn't her, it was her other sick personality. That said, system, when will you give a? It's reasonable to say that you are also hanging, right? Ding. Why are there no reward resources? Is it because you don't want to? Is it too many resources? It's... Alright, shut up. Regarding the matter of his strength skyrocketing, Su Yuan did not intend to explain, nor did he need to. Because still space is a force beyond the world, it is impossible for anyone to know. Even, he said as if half joking. Maybe that's the power of guardianship. Guardian? Shangwan-ru didn't react at first. Instead, Shangwan Meng's eyelashes fluttered lightly. Su Yuan said as he took a big bite of meat. But at that time, there was still Xiao Meng. If I was killed by those demons, then wouldn't she have to die along with me? So, maybe it inspired some kind of power in my physical body's talent? And then it exploded. Shangwan-ru said with some amusement. What kind of teenage hot-blooded manga do you think it is? Also the power of guardian. Then in the future, when you meet a stronger opponent, do you still have to shout about friendship and bonds and rush up to kill the boss in 3 or 2 hits? Su Yuan said in a serious manner. That's what I thought. Ha 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 ha. Shangwan-ru couldn't help it. The room was instantly cheerful. Su Yuan is still resting. Suyan also went back to her room. Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng then came to another room. They had just gotten word that the abyssal rift had disappeared, and the demons that had poured out of it had been wiped out. Compared to the previous 3 abyssal rift events, this one didn't cause too many casualties. Of course, the main reason was that this abyssal crack brushed up against Shangguan Meng's face. First the Star Realm and then the abyssal rift, it always feels like there's a storm coming to Blue Star. Shangguan Ru sighed, looking a little downcast, and frozen lost in thought as she looked out the window at the sky. In front of Su Yuan and Suyan, she had to act as a mature and reliable adult, so she always maintained her composure and smile. But now, in front of her own older sister, she certainly preferred to be the sister who poured out her worries, spewing sorrows about the uncertainty of the future. Just get stronger. Become strong enough that no matter what happens, you'll be able to fix it. Shangguan Meng was sitting next to the window, her hands propped up on the edge of the window, a pair of small white legs swaying in midair. No expression could be seen on that stunningly beautiful side face. At this time, she suddenly turned back towards Shangguan Ru and smiled, reaching out to rub her hand on her ice blue hair. Why haven't you broken through to the 7th rank yet? Shangguan Ru helplessly slapped her hand away. Do you think anyone is Yua, said breakthrough on breakthrough? And also, look at the bad habits you learned with Sha Yuan. Touching people's heads every day is not going to grow tall. Shangguan Meng blinked. I just wanted to see if it was comfortable to touch someone's head. Why else would he keep touching me? Because you're short and cute, who wouldn't touch you? I'd like to touch it, but I don't dare. Shangguan Ru spat in his mind. After a while, Shangguan Ru suddenly mentioned the road. By the way, the contract I signed with Little Abyss and Yan before was for 3 months, lasting until the start of their great martial arts exam. Now there are only 2 months left. After these 2 months, I won't be able to keep them. HM. Shangguan Meng did not speak, but hummed a cheerful tune. She knew it was bound to happen, but so what? There are things that were never meant to be forced. Just go with the flow. Right. Shangguan Meng suddenly turned her head and stared at Shangguan Ru. What's wrong? Shangguan Ru instantly tensed up. A big smile appeared on Shangguan Meng's face. Suyan needs psychological counseling. Don't you have a doctorate in psychology from Longxia Academy? You go and help me see if she really has a psychological problem. Huh? Shangguan Ru was surprised for a moment. Psychological problems? She doesn't know about it at the moment. Right. Shangguan Meng nodded. I heard Xiao Yuan say that Suyan seems to be splitting into another personality, just like Morong Bai. This personality is very love-starved, and is planning to go to a maid store to become a maid. Shangguan Ru? Even though she had seen many unusual cases during her psychology studies, this was still a bit of a blow-up. What's the main thing? Suyan did have a cool personality on weekdays, this was obvious to all. As a result, you're saying that her mental illness is to become a maid in a maid store to feel loved and cared for. Isn't that pure bull? Who did you hear that from? And Yen told you herself? No, I heard it from Yuchi. They shared a room and I bumped into them, twice. Last time they said it was to comfort a lost love, this time they said it was psychotherapy. Shangguan Ru wanted to ask how do you know he's not lying to you, but she held back, and right, how can there be a relationship between Su Yuan and Suyan, right? It's not like she doesn't know the situation of the two people, really to say. Su Yuan's probability of falling in love even with his oldest sister is greater than that of falling in love with Suyan, right? Oh yeah, one more thing, almost forgot. What is it? Shangguan Ru asked curiously. But before she could react, a huge force came and helped her break the window. Looking at the shooting star that crossed the sky, Shangguan Meng gently clapped her hands with a bright smile. Probability is something I really hate. P.S. We'll add more today, wait for me. Chapter 109, she's really sick, and the focus of the disease lies in Su Yuan. Sister, you don't mind? Knock, knock, knock. Shangguan Ru, who had returned to the nest in a state of distress, knocked on Suyan's room door after a little tidying up. Whether it was due to her old sister's lechery or out of a sense of responsibility for her own experimental subject, she had to come and see what Suyan's so-called maid paranoia was all about. LOL. The door to the room opened. Seeing Shangguan Ru standing outside the door, Suyan probably knew in her heart what she had come to do. If you're free now, let's talk? Aha! Suyan nodded gently and welcomed Shangwan-ru into the room. After entering Suanyan's room, Shangwan-ru's gaze swept around the room. The room's furnishings were orderly, clean and tidy, and on the table was a book. What? 32 styles. The book on the table only shows the back half of the title, the rest is covered by a piece of clothing. Did it look like it was temporarily used to cover it up? Was Suyan reading this book just now? Just as Shangwan-ru was thinking, a shadow drilled out from under the desktop, completely wrapped the book with his clothes, and slowly retreated with the book. Suyan walked over to the table and sat down, looking calm as if nothing had happened. Shangwan-ru withdrew her gaze and sat down as well, looking at Suyan as she began her own psychological consultation. Do you usually feel lonely? If it was before, Suyan would have answered no without hesitation. Alone? The strong are never alone. But this time, she hesitated and said against her will. There are times, maybe, I'm not sure. Who in the world do you think really cares about you? My mom. Except for her? Nope. What kind of purpose did you have for your online relationship a while back? Shangwan-ru's question managed to cause Suyan's painful memories, and if it wasn't for the sake of completing the dog-licking adventure, she wouldn't have come up with such an excuse. And Shangwan-ru smoothly noticed the pain in Suyan's eyes. Ah. I'm sure it's suffering. Is there really a lack of love? Good grief. Have you ever passed by a maid escort store? Did you see the laughter inside? Wasn't it? Aha! 30 minutes later. Shangwan-ru left from Suyan's room. In her professional opinion, Suyan is currently insecure and lacks the ability to perceive love, and is in the process of closing herself off and anesthetizing herself. It was a combination of so many factors that led to the thunderous maid paranoia. If it had been a few years ago, she could have written a 30,000-word dissertation on the matter high and low. But it's different now, she has to help Suyan psychologically detach. Unringing the bell. Why would Suyan seek help from Suyan when she had such mental problems? Doesn't it mean that in her heart, Suyan is a reliable and trustworthy object? But when one asks her who in the world really cares for her, Suyan's answer only contains Su Qingling, not Suyan's name. It's a contradiction. The contradiction is the very crux of the matter. Shangwan-ru felt that he had grasped the core of the problem. Suyan's heart had a kind of dependence on Suyan, but the high and cold persona she had built up over a long period of time made it impossible for her to get along with Suyan normally. It's even possible that it's precisely because of this that she inspired her other personality and wanted to use it as an excuse to get close to Suyan because she knew that Suyan would always help her. In this way, she would not have to be responsible for herself, but would also be able to get close to Suyan and perceive warmth and lack of love from Suyan's body. I'm a genius. Always so spot on. A faint smile appeared on Shangwan-ru's face. But immediately afterward, she began to have a headache because there was a key issue involved. Suyan's mind probably had some sort of thoughts about Suyan that even she didn't dare to admit to herself. What about Suyan? Was it true that he didn't have any feelings between a man and a woman for Suyan as he himself had said? If so, it's for the best. It's perfectly fine to let him help with the treatment. If not, then it's over, old sister will. Well. The sudden sound made Shangwan-ru startled. Shangwan-meng appeared with a smile, blinking her eyes, her face filled with curiosity. Sis, could you please preview the next time you show up? Shangwan-ru was just thinking about her own old sister's killing spree, and this suddenly popped up on the side, almost not giving her a heart attack. Wow. Shangwan-meng nodded casually, not looking like she was taking it seriously at all. All she wanted to know now was whether Suyan really had some kind of psychological problem or not. With that, Shangwan-ru eased his analysis out. Among the various psychological terms and logical reasoning, Shangwan-meng skipped all of them. She only heard the results. That is, Suyan is indeed sick. And the lesion seems to lie with Suyan. If you want to heal, then you need to let Suyan help. Then let him go. Shangwan-meng's reaction was beyond Shangwan-ru's expectations. Sis, you don't mind? Aren't you afraid that the two of them will take this opportunity to do that? What about? That is, untying the knot in the heart, releasing the old enmity, and then having mutual love, growing old together, having children early, and living a happy life without shame. Shangwan-ru said while observing the change in her own elder sister's demeanor, and planned to bolt as soon as something was wrong, as to whether or not she could slip away again. Who knew that Shangguan Meng, however, seemed to be completely indifferent, as if she was just rambling. Am I being petty? Shangguan Ru froze for a moment before asking. Sister, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Truth. Then promise me you won't throw me later. I'm a pain in the ass to fix my hair. Well, I promise. When Shangguan Ru saw Shangguan Meng agree, she said with a serious expression. Sis, you're not cheap though. But no one has ever robbed you of what you want. Oh. Shangguan Meng nodded gently, thinking carefully and reviewing the past. Seems like whoops. But immediately afterward she added. Who are you calling a thing? Shangguan Ru's tiger's body shook as she felt herself being hurt. I'm your sister and I've never seen you so protective, elbowing your way out. I'll give you an example. I would say. Sister, you're very confident, so confident that even if Suyan correctly recognizes her heart and goes on the offensive against Su Yuan, she definitely won't be able to snatch you. Shangguan Meng was silent for a moment and shook her head. Nope. No? Aha! Shangguan Meng gently nodded and suddenly tilted her face up, full of seriousness. Ru, there are things that can't be forced, right? Shangguan Ru paused slightly before nodding. Right. So Shangguan Meng's tone suddenly became lighter. The red and blue pupils were filled with a full smile. As if it is really a 12 or 13 years old naive and romantic lively girl, coquettishly smiling, just like the bright flowers blooming in early spring. I grab everything. But in favor of this, I don't rob. He can choose for himself. It's happening right now. The opposite side of the hallway. Su Yuan's figure appeared. Dream? Sister Ru? What are you guys talking about, robbing or not robbing? And, what's the pick? Extra shifts are over. Ask for a little gift.